for a one-on-one competition. Colt Cabana against Nigel McGuinness.
Former tag team partners, two men that know each other very, very well. And not the first time we're seeing them square off against one another in an ROH ring either.
Colt Cabana, he defeated Nigel McGuinness in that great match back at the 3rd anniversary celebration, part 2 in Dayton. They decided to become a tag team. They got along so great in that match, had such great chemistry, and that tag team was short-lived as they lost an ROH tag team title match. Nigel McGuinness blaming Colt Cabana for the loss, saying he was spending too much time while horsing around with things like good times, great memories.
Nigel, not a big fan. I mean, I like the segment, but Nigel McGuinness thinks that Cabana needs to be more serious about things. I mean, Cabana has spent a lot of time adding sort of the European style of wrestling to his repertoire, especially in the past year or so. But at the same time, he likes to have some fun, and Nigel takes issue.
Nigel McGuinness wanted the tag titles that night at Back to Basics. He blamed Colt Cabana for the loss. And what a slap in the face by Colt Cabana to Nigel McGuinness, dedicating tonight's good times, great memories, the one out on the streets of New York City, to Nigel McGuinness.
That's just going to make Nigel McGuinness all the more determined to come up the winner here tonight in Manhattan.
Of course, they also had issues back in the last Boston show. Stalemate, some dissension coming out of the first double stakes 4-corner survival there. But right now, we got some great European-style wrestling going on.
Nigel McGuinness holds on to the wrist lock on Colt Cabana, sporting some nice Colt 45 ring gear, and to his feet, trying to turn the tables on Nigel and having a tough time. Well, he showed Nigel that he's number one. As now Cabana holding on to the wrist lock. He moves his way out of it, having hold of the head of Colt Cabana, who quickly tosses Nigel down to the canvas and goes for the cover.
Referee Paul Turner counting 2 right on top of the action.
Kind of trying to force those shoulders down to the canvas. Changes it up a little bit. But no, Nigel not allowing himself to be pinned that easily. He's not.
Colt Cabana trying to figure out what to do next. Remember, oh look at that, he's on the hand of Nigel McGuinness.
Standing on his fingers.
Oh, and Cabana plain innocent. You think he didn't know that he was on that hand there,
That is exactly what he's doing in the ring, and it's just going to piss off Nigel all the more, and it's going to make him even more determined in this match.
Nigel McGuinness showing the fist. Maybe the frustration is getting to him.
If trying to reason with Colt Cabana won't get him to be a little bit more serious and stop horsing around, maybe he'll just have to do it physically. As he sweeps the legs of Cabana and holds onto that ankle, but Cabana quickly back to his feet, taking Nigel down. Foot. And on the bottom rope, breaks up the pin attempt. Hand. This time the hand on the bottom rope. Goes for the cover once again. Now the foot again. Cabana doesn't know what to do. Nigel's got a way out of every pinning combination that Cabana can throw his way. This time Nigel with an ear fall on Cabana, and they're both back up to their feet.
I thought that was it. Nigel with a quick pinfall attempt there. We're seeing an exhibition of European-style wrestling right now, and I love it.
Avoids the lockup, takes out the legs of Cabana, goes for the folding press, but Cabana just crawls away to the other side of the ring.
You have to give Colt Cabana all the credit in the world for learning this European style, and not just learning it, but proving that he is very skilled at it.
Well, he did spend several months competing in Europe during 2004. And has certainly learned a lot of Nigel's tricks, both from wrestling him and from teaming with him. Tie once again, full Nelson applied by McGuinness. Cabana turns it around on Nigel, takes up the legs, and Cabana kicks him off into the ropes. Holding press, but again, Cabana crawling out of the pinning attack. All the way to the other side of the ring. Not tonight, buddy.
Well, we are seeing mind games in the early going of this one. The mind games actually started at the beginning of this home release with that Good Times, Great Memories dedicated to Nigel McGuinness.
This time standing on the legs of Cabana so he can't roll away. He tries to, and wrestling him and still having fun all at the same time.
This definitely has to be getting to Nigel McGuinness. Nigel is a guy that has slowly climbed the ranks here in ROH. He's had some very impressive matches, some very impressive victories, but you know that he wants nothing more than to get a title belt around his waist. In order to do that, he has to defeat Colt Cabana right here.
Pulling on the cravat, now sending Cabana, no reversal of the whip. Nigel goes through the legs of Cabana, rolls back to his feet, looking for the Greco-Roman knuckle-lock. Cabana will hesitate. Grabs hold of the knuckle-lock, kicks away one hand, does Nigel. Over top and backwards through the legs of Cabana. Now Cabana going for the single leg takedown, but Nigel quickly rolling him up, and again falling away from McGuinness. And Nigel's out of breath.
I think he's just collapsed in frustration there.
Combination of both.
Cabana is beating him at his own game right now. Remember, the Second City Saints is looking good.
Cabana sort of showing Nigel that you can't have a balance of the two. Being serious and getting the job done in a wrestling match and having fun at the same time.
Colt Cabana has met a lot of success here in ROH. He is a former two-time ROH Tag Team Champion, along with his best friend and Second City Saint leader, CM Punk. McGuinness now up with the leg.
Twisting away on the ankle. Of course, Nigel has always been a player in the pure title picture, chasing after that title, as his style does lend to the type of matches that title host of.
He would love to get that belt around his waist. He would love to get any ROH title around his waist. But right now, he needs to defeat Colt Cabana. He needs to even the score.
What are we going to see right here? Nigel is sort of thinking about it.
Is he that frustrated? He's going to go low? No.
Watch out!
Cabana wrapping the legs around Nigel's head and takes him over with the head scissor.
I would have been shocked if Nigel McGuinness went for the low blow there. That would definitely prove that Colt Cabana has gotten into his head.
Just not quite frustrated enough to resort to tactics such as that. I mean, maybe that hesitation on Nigel's part was what caused him to be taken over with that head scissor.
That is true. Nigel McGuinness is a sportsman. He's not going to use cheap tactics like that.
Again with the cravat, the three-quarter chancery around the head and the neck of Colt Cabana. His next move as Nigel takes him over with the cravat. Off the ropes he comes, goes for the shoulder tackle, but Cabana staying on his feet. Tries it one more time. Again, Cabana holding his ground. Mipasso. And the rope sort of saved Nigel right there. Grabs hold of the leg. Trying to roll up Cabana. Wow, back and forth the leverage goes. Neither man able to keep his opponent down for more than a count of one. Until right there, but Nigel bridging up to keep his shoulders off the canvas.
Beautiful bridge there by Nigel McGuinness, and Cabana looks a little puzzled. He doesn't know what to do. I think he's trying to kick the shoulders, the arms out. Not working. Look at Nigel holding that bridge.
Look at that neck strength on Nigel McGuinness's part. Cabana took too much time thinking about it and got kicked in the face for his trouble. And again, back to the ankle goes McGuinness, cartwheel, staying on his feet this time. And again, Nigel back up. Very even matchup between these two. Full Nelson applied by Nigel, broken by Cabana. Goes for the sunset flip. Nigel rolls all the way through. Goes for the folding press once more. Cabana calling away, and Nigel sort of riding on the back of the classic one.
Cabana has been very successful with that crawl. And right now, Nigel, he's going to start taking control of this match. Of course, Nigel McGuinness loves to work on the arm. He has that devastating arm submission. He's made many people tap to it. It's led him to many victories. So right now, Nigel McGuinness has to get a strategy. He has to focus on that arm of Colt Cabana. Of course, Colt Cabana, a very dangerous individual. He uses that Colt 45 to finish off his opponents. And he has many dangerous weapons in his arsenal.
Yeah, it would be best, in Nigel's best interest, to go after the arm and go for the submission, because clearly, thus far in the matchup, he hasn't been very successful in trying to get near falls on Cabana, who seems to escape from everything Nigel throws at him. There we go, right after the arm of Cabana goes Nigel.
High impact on the arm. That's exactly what McGuinness needs to do if he's going to win this match. He's going for a divorce court. Yes!
The hammerlock divorce court of McGuinness takes Cabana down to the canvas.
right now. Nigel McGuinness kind of slow, kind of methodical, but he has his target.
He's holding that arm in hammerlock position as he elevates Cabana.
Oh, very nice submission here.
Grabs hold of the head, puts a lot of pressure on the arm.
Ball turner right there to see if Cabana wants to give.
Backs him down with the shoulder tackle.
You notice that shoulder tackle targeted right on the arm of Colt Cabana and the shoulder.
Nigel definitely getting a lot more serious right here himself. More focused and more determined.
Well, I don't blame him. I mean, Cabana's just made him look foolish.
Backslide attempt by Cabana right here. Only two. Nigel tries to go after the legs again. Another backslide from Cabana. Trying to roll him up, and he does. Back up. And gets the shoulder block to the midsection of Cabana. And Nigel going for the European uppercut, schoolyard trip. And a near fall for Cabana once again.
Well, how many 2 counts have we had in this match?
Cabana now ringing away on the arm of McGuinness. Backs him into the corner. Reversal the Irish whip. Cabana walking the ropes in the corner and tried to go through the legs of Nigel, but he just kicked him in the face because he knew what was coming. These guys know each other so well.
That is one of Nigel McGuinness's favorite moves, an ode to Johnny Saint. And he was easily able to defend against the one Cabana tried it.
Now rolling forward and takes out the leg of Cabana.
That looked almost like an accident there.
I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to fake Cabana out on trying to go through the legs and just decided to kick away at that leg.
Very true, Dave. Excellent point. McGuinness into the ropes. Tries to roll again, and
this time that looked like it might have been a little bit low.
I wonder if that was an accident.
Well, the referees, I guess the referee thinks that it is. The victory roll right there.
Nigel McGuinness scoring the pinfall, evening the odds from Dayton. But I tell you what, was that a low blow or wasn't it?
Title match. Make sure you understand them. You each get 3 rope breaks to break up a pinfall or submission attempt. Once you use those 3 rope breaks, the ropes are in play and can be used by your opponent, but they cannot be used by you to break up a pin or a submission. There's a strict 20 count on the floor. There are to be no closed fist strikes to the face. On the first closed fist, you will be given a warning. On the second, you will be penalized a rope break. If you have no rope breaks left, you will be disqualified. The Pure title can change hands on a disqualification or a countout. Do you both understand these rules? Shake hands, go to your corners, and wait for the bell.
The code of honor is followed. Todd Sinclair has explained the rules. The Pure title is on the line. Samoa Joe defending against Nigel McGuinness.
And Nigel McGuinness has been in the Pure title picture since the creation of the title. And Nigel McGuinness's style of wrestling is something that really does well, works well within the Pure title rules. He likes to use a lot of submission-based holds and use that British style of wrestling, that European style, and put it to use. And Samoa Joe's a very focused athlete, wanting to bring prestige to the Pure title, much like he did the World title during his tremendous reign as World Champion.
Samoa Joe won the Pure title from Jay Lethal, his protege, on May the 7th at Manhattan Mayhem. And as you mentioned, Dave, he has one goal, and that is to raise the prestige of the Pure title. And he did that last week at New Frontiers by defeating James Gibson in what I will go on record as calling the greatest Pure title match in Pure title history.
Samoa Joe with the drop toe hold on Nigel McGuinness, grabs hold of the chin, cranking back on the neck, putting pressure on the back as well.
And right away, the new strategy of the Pure title match comes into play. Normally, Nigel would just have to scoot forward and grab the ropes, but in this case, he might want to save those rope breaks, as you only get 3. After 3 rope breaks, not only can the ropes not save you from a pinfall or submission, but your opponent can use them to his advantage. And something like, well, that front guillotine choke that James Gibson had on Homicide earlier tonight would be legal.
Nigel will use his strength to work his way out of that hold. And of course, one of the strategies that comes into play here in the pure title matches is to try to lock on a submission hold near the ropes in order to entice your opponent to use up his rope breaks early so that you can gain the advantage as the match gets on into the later going.
Samoa Joe and Nigel McGuinness, no strangers to each other. They met at It All Begins, a very hard-hitting match there that Nigel actually suffered a knee injury in the middle of it. And Nigel came close to defeating Joe that night. Maybe without a knee injury tonight, he will get that victory. And they also met in a tag team match at Weekend of Thunder of Night 1. Both times it has been very memorable. They were also in that double stakes four-corner survival at Stalemate. Joe working on the arm right now. Before we get into this match too much, well, Dave, you know what time it is. We gotta pay the bills.
Yeah, those bills.
ROHWrestling.com, 215-781-2500. Much more than ROH merchandise, the latest DVDs from WWE, many different independent promotions, NWA TNA merchandise now at ROHWrestling.com. Plus, of course, the Straight Shooting series. Of course, we saw Shane Douglas a little earlier tonight raising the ire of the ROH fans. And Shane Douglas recently sat down with Terry Funk to conduct an edition of the Straight Shooting series with ROH. And that is just an education in the wrestling business. Lots of great ECW stories there. Straight Shooting with Jim Mitchell, the Sinister Minister, out now. Secrets of the Ring with Raven, a must for all aspiring wrestlers. Plus more Straight Shooting with Jim Cornette and Bobby the Brain Heenan. So many names: Butch Reed, Kamala, Mike Rotunda, Jushin Liger, Mick Foley. The list goes on and on and on. One-man gang. ROHWrestling.com, 215-781-2500 for all your wrestling merchandise needs, rare Japanese merchandise, lots more.
Nigel McGuinness holding out of the wrist lock. Brings Samoa Joe down to one knee. Still holding out of that arm and keeping it barred.
Of course, Nigel McGuinness, he is embedded in that very intense rivalry with Colt Cabana. McGuinness in Chicago had nowhere to run, headbutting Cabana, busting him open, then using a low blow to defeat Cabana. Manhattan Mayhem saw Nigel McGuinness win with, well, what looked like an accidental low blow, but since then things have really escalated between the two. And get this, Dave Prazak, already our producer's in my earpiece right now, and he's telling me Colt Cabana, based on his win over Jimmy Rave tonight, will take on the winner of this match for the pure title next week at Death Before Dishonor 3.
We'll certainly add a different twist to the series of matches between McGuinness and Cabana if the pure title winds up being involved.
You know Cabana has to be watching this one right now.
Nigel McGuinness spreading the legs of Samoa Joe, kicking away at the chest every time Joe sits up to try to work his way out of this position. Nigel holding onto the leg.
Also just signed for next week, BJ Whitmer and Jimmy Jacobs defending the tag titles against the Embassy. Can the Embassy finally get gold around its waist? But right now, Nigel McGuinness is worried about getting the pure title around his waist.
You know, Jimmy Rave and Fast Eddie make a formidable tag team combination. Good opportunity for them. As right now, it's Nigel sent to the floor, leaving Joe inside the ring. Nigel taking his time. We have a 20 count on the floor. Back up on the apron comes McGuinness.
McGuinness being very cautious in the early going of this one. Samoa Joe also being cautious. We have seen some great wrestling already, all different varieties. You want hardcore, you saw Carnage Crew against Don Marcos. You want insane, high-flying, fast-paced action, you saw the Six-Man Mayhem. And we saw two great wrestling matches with James Gibson against Homicide and CM Punk against Roderick Strong. What a day it's been. And that opener, Colt Cabana against Jimmy Rave, what an entertaining match that was.
Hard forearm strike from McGuinness, and the step-up enziguri from Samoa Joe has Nigel face down on the canvas.
Yeah, Samoa Joe's done playing around. The feeling out process looks to be over. McGuinness almost trying to beg off, but I don't think he knew where he was.
You get kicked that hard upside the head by Samoa Joe, you're not going to know where you are. Joe comes charging, running knee strike in the corner.
We are seeing the hard hitting now.
Somebody got a dirty face. Face wash in the corner from Samoa Joe. Hits the ropes and comes charging, but Nigel gets the boot into the midsection.
McGuinness familiar with what Samoa Joe had coming up next. McGuinness is going to try one of his own. No.
Joe back to his feet, connects with the chop.
McGuinness now on the outside. What's Joe going to do? McGuinness kicked off the apron onto one of the security guards.
Into an inadvertent cross body into the front row.
And McGuinness better watch that 20 count right now. Sinclair up to 4, and look at McGuinness, he is definitely groggy.
This is a big chance for Nigel McGuinness to represent Ring of Honor as pure champion.
And it's also a big chance for Samoa Joe to raise the prestige on this very important day in ROH history, and Nigel McGuinness to become a full-fledged main eventer.
Nigel struggling back to his feet, trying to shake off the effects.
Sinclair is still counting, but McGuinness manages to drag himself into the ring.
Joe connected full force on that kick as he snaps Nigel down to the canvas. Chop to the back, kick to the chest. Off the ropes he comes and drops down with the knee. That's the combo.
There are fans from all over the United States and all over the world at this show today. They are definitely going to be talking about this one. You know that they are looking forward to seeing their favorite stars from ECW finally getting a chance to close that door, say goodbye to those stars, well, hopefully not goodbye forever, but being able to get some closure on ECW. But right now the goal of ROH is to have those fans thinking and talking about ROH once Sunday night comes to a close and Monday morning comes around.
Nigel into the buckle, gets the boot up right into the face of Samoa Joe. Off the second, leaps over Samoa Joe. Headstand in the corner by McGuinness. Kicks a charging Samoa Joe right in the chest. Going to work on that arm. Of course, Nigel likes to put that arm submission to use.
This is exactly what Nigel McGuinness wants to do. He managed to avoid that big boot from Samoa Joe that would have done a lot of damage to the cobwebs that were already in the head of Nigel McGuinness, and now he's going right to work on that arm.
Twisting away on it, drives him down with the overhand wrist lock. Joe feeling the effects, Nigel staying on that body part. Hammerlock, kicks out away the legs of Samoa Joe and drives him down. Hammerlock divorce court style. And now looking for a crossface. And notice that arm trapped.
He is doing it right close to the ropes on purpose, getting Joe to use the rope break.
Very smart maneuver by McGuinness.
Used by Samoa Joe.
And he is very pleased with himself, and he should be.
He should be, but he's got to stay focused. Keep working on that arm. He's being very methodical, but he doesn't want to waste time here.
Well, you got to wonder if those cobwebs are still in the head of Nigel McGuinness. He could be still trying to shake those off. As he's going right for that arm submission, and yes!
Right in the middle of the ring. Referee checking on Samoa Joe's condition.
Right now the pain has to be racing through the arm of Samoa Joe. McGuinness does have him in the middle of the ring. He is going for the tap out right here. Samoa Joe basically has to be, that arm has to be twisting off of Samoa Joe in order for him to tap though. But look, Joe going to the ropes again.
Second rope break used by Samoa Joe.
This gives the challenger a huge advantage. As Samoa Joe is down 2 rope breaks, Nigel McGuinness has yet to use his first rope break.
Pulls Joe back up, backs him into the corner now. Wraps that arm around the top rope, doing more damage. Forearm strike now, right to the arm of Joe.
Colt Cabana's watching on. Oh, look at this.
King charging, paid the price, gets planted.
And Colt Cabana's going to be taking notes on that one for next week. Colt Cabana wants that pure title. He's got his shot at Death Before Dishonor 3. What a night that could be for the Second City Saints. Both Cabana and Punk could be walking out. And there's a close fist. Those are illegal to the face. Todd Sinclair issuing a warning.
Chop across the chest to McGuinness and a headbutt from the champ. And again, series of headbutts. The third finally sends Nigel down.
If Joe uses another closed fist to the face, he will be penalized this third rope break as we get a cover.
Now Nigel kicks out.
Samoa Joe trying to shake out that arm.
He's basically fighting a one-armed man in Samoa Joe at this point.
Samoa Joe's most potent weapon is that choke, and he will not be able to utilize it with an injured arm. Joe there, smartly going for the forearm, now a chop.
Nigel firing right back as they exchange forearm strikes.
I believe Samoa Joe caught McGuinness with the point of his elbow right on his jaw.
Comes roaring this time. Nigel right into the rope, springs back and connects with the clothesline.
McGuinness using his long legs to his advantage right there. And McGuinness going right back for that arm.
Tying it up. And rolls Joe over. Looking for the submission right here. Again, he's got it in the center of the ring.
Look at him just twisting that arm in an unnatural position. That could easily pop the elbow out.
Joe not giving it up. Todd Sinclair in perfect position, and he uses his final rope break.
What's even more interesting here is if Samoa Joe accidentally hits Nigel in the face with a closed punch, he will be disqualified now. The pure title can change hands on a disqualification. Nigel McGuinness is one punch to the face away from winning the pure title.
Joe holding that bad arm close to his body as Nigel continues the attack.
I do have to note, Dave Prazak, that we have said CM Punk is right now the hottest free agent in wrestling. Samoa Joe is right there with them too, as Samoa Joe gaining interest from WWE, NWA, TNA, and New Japan. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Samoa Joe in the future. But right now he has to worry about Nigel McGuinness and the pure title.
Joe reverses the Irish whip, sends Nigel into the buckle, headstand once again, and this time Joe connects with the drop kick right to the face. Takes Nigel off his perch.
Joe coming in low this time. Going for a cover.
No! Nigel with the shoulder up at the count of 2.5.
And you notice Joe heavily favoring that arm.
Again, fighting with only that one good arm. We'll be looking for a powerbomb here. Can he get it though with only one arm?
Yes!
Powerbomb!
2 count only.
Turning it over into that STF. Trademark Samoa Joe, but he can't get full pressure and lock the hands to pull back on the chin lock.
Wow, I mean, we're seeing a major theme right here. And Samoa Joe, look at that. I mean, his arm definitely hurting him, unable to get the hold in.
Nigel trying to make his way toward the ropes.
And look at Nigel McGuinness losing blood out of the nose. Perhaps from that kick in the corner.
Shows just how hard the competitors here in Ring of Honor strike. Busting open Nigel McGuinness.
This is the fighting spirit that Ring of Honor is all about. Samoa Joe with one arm battling for the pure title. Nigel McGuinness with potentially a broken nose, losing blood, not quitting.
Very smartly, Samoa Joe going to work with the kicks now. If he can't strike with his arms, he'll go with the kicks.
He did get Nigel McGuinness to use one of his rope breaks, though. You have to figure the the choke will be ineffective for Samoa Joe for the rest of this match. Could you imagine if Samoa Joe retains the pure title, CM Punk wins the world title, and then they both sign with WWE?
Nigel McGuinness reverses the whip. Joe into the buckle. Nigel comes charging. Joe tried to plant him once again. Nigel counters, connects with the kick.
And Joe staggers down.
Both men are down as referee Todd Sinclair checking on their condition and applying the count.
The hottest talent, the hottest free agents is here in Ring of Honor. The crowd showing their appreciation for both men. All those eyes glued on the ring watching the action.
Men like Samoa Joe and CM Punk have really built their reputation in an ROH ring. Will it continue? Will they have even more success? Or will they take their wrestling career elsewhere? Time will tell, as right now it's Nigel McGuinness looking to tie Samoa Joe up in the ropes.
Well, McGuinness going to that handstand again and avoiding Joe this time. Smartly done. McGuinness now with that submission, but he's got to watch the count.
Almost like a figure four with his arms here, with the ropes for extra leverage.
And you see Samoa Joe grabbing onto that top rope. If Samoa Joe falls, that middle rope will be driving into the knees of Joe.
And you'll notice Sinclair putting the count on Nigel McGuinness, who is standing on the floor. Again, a 20 count on the floor. He's got to worry about getting counted out here.
McGuinness holding on for as long as he can. Joe trying not to quit.
Up to a count of 17. And Nigel slides back under the bottom rope right before the count of 20.
He was forced to let go. Samoa Joe managing to hang on for 20 seconds there. But will Joe even be able to walk now? McGuinness now following up Joe with an injured arm and injured leg. McGuinness with a potentially broken nose. Oh! McGuinness trying to kick out the leg of Joe for that divorce court. Joe avoiding it.
And now just waiting for Nigel to get back to his feet. Joe hits the ropes. Big lariat.
He turns McGuinness inside out.
Cover. And Nigel using the ropes to save himself.
Used by Nigel McGuinness.
Nigel McGuinness still has one rope break back, or left.
Nigel has wrestled a very smart match thus far. He has forced the champion to use all of his rope breaks, and he has focused on that one body part, the arm of Samoa Joe. And Joe firing back.
Nigel once again using his
power slam. Nigel with the shoulder up. Joe off the ropes once again. Back senton. No, Nigel with the shoulder up again.
Nigel McGuinness has taken a beating in this one. You have to admire his toughness, his perseverance. He wants that pure title more than anything. Colt Cabana watching on, getting ready for his title shot next week.
Joe contemplating his next move. Grabs hold of the head of Nigel McGuinness. Pulling him back up to his feet.
Samoa Joe is just in a world of pain right now, you can tell.
Chop right across the chest of McGuinness.
McGuinness trying to fight back by going to the arm, but Joe managed to avoid it.
And now ringing away on the arm of McGuinness. Joe looking to send him across the ring. Irish whip. Puts on the brakes, through the legs he goes.
There's that European style wrestling.
Palm strike from Joe. Muscle buster.
Oh,
can he get it?
McGuinness is trying to fight out of it. Joe's got it. Muscle buster. Samoa Joe continues to raise the prestige of the pure title.
It is July 16th, 2005. We are in Woodbridge, Connecticut. Dave Prazak joined by Lenny Leonard, getting things started off with two experts at the European style of wrestling in Nigel McGuinness taking on the debuting Double C Claudio Castagnoli.
Nigel McGuinness back after his big win last week, defeating his former partner Colt Cabana in that European rules matchup.
Colt Cabana very distraught after losing that matchup to Nigel, in combination with the locker room sort of turning on Cabana, blaming him for a lot of the actions of CM Punk as of late. Colt Cabana, as a result, deciding to leave Ring of Honor for the time being. He has retreated to Europe to continue training there, and who knows when we'll see Colt Cabana in ROH competition once again. Right now it's Nigel working his way into a wristlock on Double C.
Very interested in seeing Claudio here. This is my first look at him up close and personal, and I'm very impressed with what I've seen so far. He's used a couple of nice reversals here to go to work on the arm of Nigel McGuinness.
Castagnoli comes to us from the United Banks of Switzerland. He is the most money-making man, as Nigel using the ropes for some extra spring and connects with the elbow.
Tried to cave the nose of Claudio right back into the side of his face. Retreats to the corner, forcing the break there. Nigel McGuinness a little aggressive there early on.
Nigel known for throwing some strong European uppercuts. Claudio as well, very proficient at that maneuver himself. As Nigel into the cravat around the head. Claudio works his way out of it, into the wrist lock. Nigel swats it away, back to the cravat he goes.
So feeling each other out here in the early going. Nice move by Claudio to escape the cravat.
Claudio staying on his feet, and once again back to the cravat goes Nigel. Very persistent.
Where the head goes, the body follows. Nigel trying to use that to his advantage. He's going to work on the head of Claudio here, trying to neutralize much of the offense of Claudio here early on. Up and over goes Nigel off the ropes, leapfrog by Claudio. Big forearm shiver right there, catches Nigel coming off the ropes.
Looking to follow up here. Claudio Castagnoli sends Nigel in. Trying to go up and over, and he connects with a European uppercut to the back of the neck and the head of Nigel.
McGuinness expected Claudio to follow him in, tried to go up and over, nobody there, and he got caught with that bolo uppercut to the back. Something you don't see very often. Usually see that to snap someone's head back. Claudio using it there to the back, rolls out of the corner, and there it is. More normal version of that uppercut you see connecting on the chin and the throat. Right there from Claudio in the corner.
Utilizing the extra momentum of rolling across the ring. And going for it once again. Claudio to the second rope. Rolls forward, but this time Nigel gets the knee into the midsection. And out to the floor goes Nigel after Claudio connected with an elbow.
McGuinness hits the floor hard there. He got caught coming in off the ropes by Claudio. He's looking to maybe make a dive here out to the floor. And there it is.
Diving through the ropes and connecting with an uppercut. Castagnoli seizing this opportunity.
He has indeed arrived here in Ring of Honor. Very impressive so far. The showing by the newcomer.
Pitches Nigel back inside the ring. Double C with the cover, but Nigel able to kick out. Claudio likes to put the pyramid bomb to use, crossing the arms over the chest and connecting with the power bomb. He's been known to pull those European uppercuts from almost out of nowhere.
Wrenching down that side headlock. Nice reversal by Nigel, taking him down.
Right by the arm. Nigel known to focus on that particular body part more often than not. Holding onto the wrist, single-handed Greco-Roman knuckle lock. Elevates Claudio.
Putting all the pressure on the elbow there. Takes him off his feet with it.
While still holding on, drops the leg across that arm.
His legs grapevine across the elbow there, wrenching back. Again, the pressure being put squarely on that capsule of the elbow. If he were able to lock in the cross arm breaker right here, he might have a submission win with all the damage he's been doing to that arm.
Changing it up. And again, driving the leg down across that arm.
Headbutt to the midsection by Claudio, trying to get himself a little bit of space here from Nigel. Unable to do much with that. Taken up and over again by the arm.
Well, holding on to the single-handed knuckle lock, Nigel showing why he is such a great scientific wrestler when it comes to the European style. And again, just tossing Castagnoli down to the canvas by the arm.
A snapmare right there by the arm right there, taking Claudio right off his feet. You see him trying to keep that arm close to his body. He rolls through that time.
Back to his feet. Shoulder tackle by McGuinness. Ipasso. Nigel springs back from the ropes into a roll-up.
Quick 2 count there.
Claudio back to his feet. Near fall for McGuinness. Backslide from Castagnoli.
Another 2 count. Nice series of near falls here.
Very even between these two competitors as Claudio tries to shake some life back into that arm. And Nigel showing exactly, or seeing exactly what Double C brings to the table here as he extends the hand.
Show of honor here from Claudio. Crowd appreciative.
Nigel a little hesitant. And before Claudio can turn the tables on McGuinness, he goes right after it.
Do unto others, just do it first.
And takes Claudio over by the arm. Look at the clothesline. And a big lariat from McGuinness, springing off those ropes.
Slow to follow up here with a cover. Finally rolls over. Not much of a cover, just lays his arm across and only gets a 2 count.
Double C able to get his shoulder up. Very even matchup between these two men.
Fans starting to get into this one.
Getting behind McGuinness as they get their first taste of Claudio Castagnoli in a Ring of Honor ring. Up to the second rope goes McGuinness. Has hold it ahead. Going for a swinging DDT. Claudio uses his power, elevates him right into the European uppercut. Only gets 2.
2 count there, like you said, out of nowhere, that bolo uppercut. You said he can throw it from anywhere. And there it was, right there.
Basically, as he came down out of midair, connecting with the uppercut. And now Claudio looking to climb the turnbuckles in the corner. All the way up top.
Nigel able to make it up to his feet and crotches him off the top.
Cover. And that's 3. Nigel McGuinness with a victory over Claudio Castagnoli in your opening contest. And who knows when Colt Cabana will return.
Now keep your mouth shut, wankers, for 1 second. Well, Colt Cabana, I heard you've been to Europe. Look at you, you screw. So, are you going to tell me what sort of match this is going to be? It doesn't matter. Because more than likely, if I didn't invent the match, I more than likely perfected it. So what's it going to be? Is it a European rules match? Is it a Wigan snake pit match? What about a Welsh coal miners match? Alright, I've had enough. These wankers have had enough. Tell me now, what type of match is it? And why on earth are you wearing that stupid football shirt?
soccer riot match. Colt Cabana with a soccer ball, wearing that soccer jersey.
Legal.
Ball shots and closed fists are legal.
Kicks.
Kicks are legal.
Chops.
Completely legal.
Headbutts.
It appears everything is legal. Colt Cabana unleashing everything here on Nigel McGuinness.
It's legal.
Taking it out to the floor here.
If I want to throw you into the railing.
Oh yeah, there it is.
If I want to bring you into the crowd. If I want to hit you with a chair shot. Throw into all these people here. Stop the riot outside. Basically, anything is legal.
Well, Colt Cabana showing Nigel McGuinness firsthand exactly what the rules are of Colt Cabana's specialty. The soccer riot match, basically anything is legal, as he's just tearing everything apart and unleashing chairs, headbutts, low blows, chops, everything on Nigel McGuinness.
We were wondering what Colt Cabana learned when he was over in Europe preparing to come back and finish this feud with Nigel McGuinness. Apparently his training consisted of going down to the pub and having a few pints with some football hooligans.
And soccer hooligans.
Football, right.
Just hurling chair after chair onto McGuinness. This is a big change from those European rules matches.
Colt Cabana, a one-man chair throwing incident on the outside.
And Lenny Leonard, it's all legal.
Might have been a little quicker for Colt Cabana to just tell us what was illegal.
And you know what else is legal? The referee counting pitfalls on the floor.
They're going to take it all over the Men in Sports Arena here in New Jersey. Over the boards, making their way to the outside to the cheap seats here in Menin.
Everybody's getting a front row seat for this matchup as they go all over the building. Just unleashing on McGuinness. I don't think Nigel's got any offense in as of yet. It's all Cabana.
Cabana had enough of all the dirty tactics from McGuinness. The low blows, accidental and on purpose, shots with the iron, you name it. McGuinness pulled it out of his bag of tricks. Cabana has had enough, and he has taken it to McGuinness as they're making their way to the top row here in Morristown.
Nigel with a shot to the midsection. It's legal. So is that forearm shot. His British style, perfectly legal.
Into the wall, it's legal.
And the wall is legal. Going down the stairs the hard way is legal.
Hard kick to the face from Cabana. A long way down for Nigel.
And these fans are loving it. These two very skilled scientific wrestlers, masters of that European style of wrestling. We're not seeing a whole lot of that in this particular match in their series. The final matchup between McGuinness and Cabana here at Night of the Grudges 2.
Cabana just crotches him on that railing. Hanging above that walkway. Nigel in a bad spot here.
Kicking away at the face of McGuinness. Trying to knock him off the rail, and he does.
Fans telling Cabana to jump. He is a long way up.
And we see Colt Cabana fly here. Nigel McGuinness Saw that Cabana was up there and started walking away so that Cabana could not hit a high-risk maneuver such as that. But Cabana's coming after him.
Charging down the stairs, clotheslines him over the boards and back over the floor.
Former tag team partners, they brought out the best in one another as opponents as well, and sort of brought out the worst in Nigel McGuinness with those low blows. Listen to these fans.
Solidly behind Cabana. What'd you expect? McGuinness calling them wankers at the start. And it is all Colt Cabana. No dancing and playing from Colt Cabana tonight.
America #1, the UK Hot Boy. Fan holding a chair and drives him head first into it.
Cabana finding all sorts of friendly faces on the outside. Fan interaction at its finest here in Ring of Honor.
Back and forth between the two chairs goes the head of McGuinness.
Give it to me.
Cabana trying to scramble the brains of Nigel McGuinness here.
But McGuinness with the shot, perhaps a little bit low, but hey, legal! And through the chairs goes Cabana.
Finally, Nigel able to mount some offense here.
And now it's Nigel with the chair. Hey, you gotta remember, Lenny, the winner of this matchup gets to pick whether he wants a world or pure title shot next week at Dragon Gate Invasion in Buffalo. So a lot is on the line in this matchup, not just who gets bragging rights as the winner of this series between Cabana and McGuinness.
And we like to say how important it is to win every time out here in Ring of Honor with a world title match on the line. If that's what you choose, nothing more important than winning in a match like this. Revenge taking on a whole new meaning here.
Back toward the ring they go, as McGuinness may be trying to bring this back inside the ring to turn it into more of a wrestling match rather than a fight.
Well, that may be to Nigel's advantage as he sends him hard to the guardrail, face first on the outside.
Kicking away at the back of Cabana.
Finally, they're going to make their way back to the relative safety of the ring.
That's exactly what Nigel has in mind. Now he's going to maybe slap a cravat on Cabana.
Somehow, after getting hit with 8 or 9 chair shots, I don't think a cravat is going to be first on his list.
Well, Nigel's specialty is the scientific wrestling, and it would be in his best interest to do just that here. As he kicks away at the back once again.
Nigel showing his football skills.
Cabana kicking out though. Feeling the effects of those kicks. Now definitely on the side of Colt Cabana here. It's a nice European uppercut in the corner. And again. Nice combination from McGuinness. And a headbutt.
Nigel just rocks Cabana in the corner with a series of hard strikes and a headbutt. Cabana slumped against the bottom turnbuckle. Nigel with that football.
The soccer ball.
That's what I said, football. It's football on the continent, David.
Okay, Nigel.
Wide left.
And Nigel a little bit frustrated.
He's a wrestler. He didn't have much time for football.
He didn't have much time to prepare for the stipulation of this match. Cabana gets the feet up right into the chest. Sends McGuinness back down to the canvas.
Cabana slow to follow up, though, able to buy himself some time here. Nigel flat on his back.
Cabana wants that soccer ball again. And there it goes on to the other side. The overshot, man. There we go. Now he's got Nigel in the very same position that Cabana was just in.
Cabana showing Nigel that in America we play sports where you're allowed to use your hands.
Setting up McGuinness on the second row. Nigel trying to free himself from this position. We've seen Nigel McGuinness dish up many the low blow in the series between these two. Oh, and there's the receipt, Nigel. Goal indeed. McGuinness out on the floor trying to regroup. Check to see if everything's all right down there. Cabana all the way up top. Nobody home. Pays the price all the way down to the concrete. McGuinness moves out of the way. Nursing his injury to his lower nutsack region. Trying to pull Cabana back up.
Cabana crashing hard on the knees. And a low blow from McGuinness.
Are we tied?
Yes, I believe it's 1-1.
Now we've got the timekeeper's table here at ringside.
We saw the plunder early on as Dunn and Marcos put away the Carnage crew in that weapons match.
And he's got that iron as well. He pulled that iron up to the ring apron. And the table awaits below as well.
Oh, he's going to try and suplex it from the ring through the table.
Cabana trying to use his leverage to block. Shots to the midsection to McGuinness. Brings him in, but he lands on his feet.
Up and over, but lands on the apron. He's able to hang on to the top rope. Cabana, though, is going to go off the top. Excuse me, over the top as he hangs on himself.
Both men saving themselves from crashing through the table. And now jockeying for position here on the ring apron. Who's going to go through this table into the midsection?
Some battle of wills here on the apron.
Come on, Colt. Yes.
Nigel trying to prevent himself from being sent through the table.
No.
Cabana really fighting for it.
Hard shot to the ribs and one to the back of the head from Nigel.
Nigel back inside the ring. Cabana still on the apron. And Cabana climbing up.
Nigel turning the wrong way.
Missile drop kick. Oh, but he only gets two.
So close. Colt Cabana less than half a count away from being able to pick whatever title match he wants here. Next weekend.
Cabana with the moonsault. Nigel with the shoulder up. Table and the iron still awaits. And now Cabana's got that iron.
A little payback maybe for Colt here.
It's legal.
The fans are saying so, he must be.
Another low blow from McGuinness. Puts a stop to whatever Cabana had in mind with that iron.
DDT!
Nigel able to gain the advantage.
Still struggling to get up. He was beaten all over the building here at the start of this match. Somehow able to fight his way back. Cabana struggling to get to his feet.
Now Nigel gonna put a chair to use inside the ring. What could he have in mind here? We still have the iron inside the ring as well. Kicking away at the side of the head of Colt Cabana.
Cabana trying to crawl to the outside. Nigel has another chair in the ring now.
Night of the legal low blow between Cabana and McGuinness. Illegal headbutts, legal chair shots.
Chops.
Cabana trying to go up top again.
Oh, he's going to try and suplex him through the chairs?
Trying to go for the superplex. Can Nigel get it? Or can Cabana fight his way out of this position?
Hard right hands from Cabana. Nigel hanging on, though.
Nigel staying on his feet. He's got the iron right upside the head, and Cabana goes through the table. Cover. Cabana kicks out. How did he kick out? He got the iron across the top of the head and sent through the table to the floor, and he still kicked out. Nigel pushing that table to the other side of the ringside floor, rolls back inside the ring as Cabana still on the concrete.
Cabana trying to struggle just to try and make it to his feet. How is he even able to get this close to his feet? He's got that iron again, though, does Nigel.
Cabana going underneath the ring. He's got one of the ropes from the ring skirts. Nigel trying to pull Cabana into the center of the ring. Oh, that wasn't a run. That's the cord to another iron. Cabana brought his own iron. And dots Nigel across the head. There's a cover. Only two. So close. 2 3/4. Nigel McGuinness somehow able to dig down and kick out. I never thought we would see an iron duo inside of a Ring of Honor ring during a matchup. But we are right here at Night of the Grudges 2.
These guys pulling out all the stops with that all-important title shot on the line next week. Not just revenge on the line here in this matchup between these two former tag team partners.
Just duking it out. Nigel on his knees. Fires the forearm into Cabana. Cabana connects with the shot. Nigel back up to his feet though.
Just trading shots right in the center of the ring.
Cabana with the advantage. Nigel goes for the forearm. Off the ropes. And Cabana with the lariat. Cover! And that's 3. Colt Cabana with the victory. And now Colt Cabana has his choice. A world title shot. A pure title.
Hey, there's nothing more that I love to do than come out and entertain and perform in front of the Ring of Honor audience. And Nigel, that's exactly what I thought me and you were gonna do when we started wrestling each other some odd months ago over in Dayton, Ohio. Things changed. Things went awry. I ain't gonna make the Rocky IV speech, but you know what I'm talking about. I don't care what country we're in. Yeah, I just got back from Europe trying to play your game. But listen, you just gave me the fight of my freaking life. And that's, Nigel, that's all I asked for. You let me choose the stipulations. I played your game. Yeah, I beat you tonight. Yeah, you beat me before. But Nigel McGuinness, no matter what match we do, this is the Ring of Honor, where men are honorable. Nigel McGuinness, I'm hurting. I ain't gonna be able to sleep tomorrow. But buddy, we have no more matches lined up. You gave me the run for my life. Ring of Honor, I extend my hand to you. Whether you accept it or not, that's up to you, Nigel. But I respect you more than you'd ever know.
The ROH Pure title is on the line. Samoa Joe set to defend against Nigel McGuinness. Pure title rules. Competitors are allowed 3 rope breaks to break up a pinfall or submission attempt. After he uses his 3 rope breaks, the ropes are in play for his opponent. There are no closed fists permitted. If you are caught using a closed fist, the referee will issue a warning. If you use a second closed fist, it will cost you a rope break. If you're out of rope breaks, you will be disqualified. There's a 20 count on the floor, and the pure title can change hands on a countout or a disqualification.
Samoa Joe and Nigel McGuinness about to lock it up for a second time. McGuinness with a side headlock. Nigel coming off that big feud with Colt Cabana. Cabana with the victory in our last show a week ago in New Jersey. Night of the Grudges.
Cabana winning that matchup, selected a title shot at the ROH World title, which he will get later tonight. Nigel McGuinness awarded this matchup for the pure title, despite losing that Soccer Riot match against Cabana last week, because of the great effort that Nigel has put forth in the past and his wins against Colt Cabana in the past. And Nigel McGuinness and Samoa Joe have had a very underrated series of matches here in ROH. That tag match at Weekend of Thunder Night 1, the matchup at It All Begins back in January, and the matchup at The Future Is Now in June. And we're going to see that rivalry renewed right here with the pure title on the line. And in their past matches, Nigel has had his mouth or nose busted open at the hands of Samoa Joe in both of their singles matches.
Going to work on the arm of Samoa Joe here early, right in the center of the ring. Todd Sinclair checking the shoulders. Joe able to reverse it and grab the head scissors.
Samoa Joe earning the pure title from his protege Jay Lethal back at Manhattan Mayhem during early May, and has really elevated the prestige of the pure title, much like he did the world title during his illustrious reign as world champion. Of course, Samoa Joe retaining the pure title last week at Night of the Grudges 2 against Christopher Daniels, in the first matchup for the pure title that was actually the main event of a Ring of Honor card.
Said Joe living up to his promise to elevate this title to heights it has not seen before. And he fires a kick hard to the side of Nigel McGuinness, who responds with one of his own. These guys kind of feeling each other out in the early going here. Greco-Roman knuckle lock, they hook it up right in the center of the ring.
Both men very powerful individuals. And also both very skilled at the submission style of wrestling. Hard kick to the chest of McGuinness from Samoa Joe. Nigel trying to shake it off.
Forced to go to the ropes. Try and get away from Joe. Momentarily catch his breath, it looked like. All the air driven out of the chest by Joe with that kick. And try and hook it up one more time.
Nigel kicks away one hand of the knuckle lock.
Top wrist lock turns into a side headlock. Looks like he drove a fist right to the face there, Joe, behind the referee's back.
And sort of turned Samoa Joe so that...
Claiming it was an open hand,
yeah.
But Todd Sinclair taken out of position there by Nigel.
He turned Samoa Joe out of the line of sight of the referee before delivering that shot. Traps the head of Samoa Joe, brings him down to one knee.
Controlling the head of Joe after that back heel trip. He's got him right in the center of the ring. Joe trying to power his way out. Connects with a headbutt.
As Nigel a little bit stunned. And to the headlock goes Samoa Joe. Nigel trying to work his way out of it. Brings Joe down to one knee. Into the wrist lock goes McGuinness.
Again, using that foot right in the back of the knee of Joe to trip him down to one leg and negate that size advantage Joe has. Oh, he says he's grabbing the hair. Again, he gets the ref out of position and drives the fist.
I think he might be just trying to infuriate Samoa Joe right here and maybe bait him into using a closed fist himself to get that warning and put Samoa Joe at a disadvantage.
Has the cravat right in the center of the ring. Turns it into a side headlock.
Holding onto it in the center of the ring. Takes him down with the side headlock takeover. Keeping the head trapped. Referee checking Samoa Joe's shoulders.
We've seen Nigel more than bend the rules on more than one occasion. In his feud with Colt Cabana, we've seen the low blows, the shots with the iron. Here we are in a pure title match, and again the closed fist.
And again, he had turned Samoa Joe so that his back was to the referee, so he couldn't see. And there's Samoa Joe utilizing the closed fist, and that's a warning.
Nigel McGuinness suckered Joe into throwing a punch right in front of the referee. May have cost Nigel a tooth.
It's a good strategy on McGuinness's part, trying to put the champion at a disadvantage by baiting him into using those closed fists. Inverted atomic drop from Joe. And a big boot!
Turns McGuinness inside out. Fans rallying behind Joe.
Takes Nigel down with the snapmare. Chop to the back, kick to the chest. Off the ropes he comes, then drops the knee.
Once again, driving all the air out of the chest of Nigel McGuinness. Cover here, only a 1 count.
Nigel gets that shoulder up off the canvas. Last time here in Williamsville, Samoa Joe defended the Pure Championship against James Gibson in a very memorable matchup. Gibson out of rope breaks, forced to tap out on that night.
Two big guys just trading shots right in the middle of the ring. Hard bolo uppercut from Joe. Staggers him through the ropes, right into a power slam.
Nigel able to get his shoulder up, and right to the cross arm breaker goes Joe, but Nigel put on the bottom rope, and that's a rope break.
And it's rope break number 1, charged to Nigel McGuinness.
Nigel felt the pain of that cross arm breaker and immediately went to the ropes, wisely.
Trying to save his arm. Another headbutt from Samoa Joe. Nigel dishes forearms out in return.
Gotta think it's a wise strategy this early in the match to give up a rope break quickly.
Going for the crossbody, and Samoa Joe just stepped out of the way.
Nobody home on the crossbody. Like I said, give up the rope break quickly. Senton across the back. Rather than struggle to break the hold to save the rope break. Cover. Only a 2 count.
Samoa Joe very slowly going to work. Very methodical wrestler. And hits very hard. He's got Nigel McGuinness set into the buckle. Samoa Joe comes charging, connects with the knee strike. And it's time for the face walk. Just raking the bottom of the boot across the face of McGuinness. And he was going to come charging, but McGuinness saw that coming and rolled to the floor.
What's he doing? He's going under the apron. We've seen him grab that iron under there once or twice before.
Samoa Joe hits the ropes. He's got a chair. And Samoa Joe is going for the dive through the ropes. From underneath the ring, Nigel McGuinness decides to put a chair to use.
That did cost him a rope break, but what kind of damage did he do cracking that steel chair across the head of Samoa Joe? A calculated risk by Nigel McGuinness right there. Give up the rope break to do some serious damage with that steel chair. And that's exactly what he did. And he's now going to work on the arm of Samoa Joe, who may be knocked out from that chair. Look at the face of Samoa Joe. All sorts of pain, and he has to go to the ropes to force a break.
Yeah, like you said, a very calculated choice, a decision on the part of Nigel McGuinness to sacrifice that rope break for the sake of doing damage to the arm of Samoa Joe. We know that Nigel likes to put that arm submission to use. Also the Tower of London, draping his opponent's legs over the top rope in the corner and driving him down with an ace crusher, which also does damage to the arm as well.
Yeah, with that top wrist lock, takes him over.
Keeps that arm barred, putting pressure down on the shoulder.
He finds the legs as well and driving the forearm into the side of the face.
Come on, Joe.
Looking to wrench back against the grain, popping the shoulder in the wrong direction there while the legs take the wrist down in the opposite direction.
All strikes by Joe to the upper back of the neck region, trying to free himself from this position. Now elbows to the forehead of McGuinness. Finally breaks free of the hold.
You talk about McGuinness being busted open the first couple of times they wrestled. I believe I saw some blood coming from the mouth of Nigel a little bit ago. And these two again are just trading shots.
Well, with uppercuts like that, no wonder he's bleeding. Joe going for the power slam, but Nigel faked him out and goes right after the arm once again. Fujiwara armbar applied by McGuinness. Samoa Joe falling toward the ropes.
Ropes, Nigel, break it up. Break. That is rope break number 2, charge to Samoa Joe.
Second rope break used by Samoa Joe. Nigel McGuinness trying to get Samoa Joe to use up all of his rope breaks so that the ropes cannot save him should Nigel get his arm in a submission predicament in the center of the ring or hell even near the ropes.
Firing a forearm shot to the back. Joe's in the corner. Nigel now just stalking Joe, follows him in. Has that arm draped over the top rope, just pulling on it. Breaks the hold at the count of 4.
Samoa Joe feeling the effects in the corner. Nigel staying right on that body part. Wrenching up on that arm.
Dragging right back to the center of the ring.
There's the leg with the arm trapped in position.
Taunting him to use the ropes. Trying to get Joe to use that third break.
Come on, Joe.
Joe trying to fight the need to use that last rope break. And he rolls forward and counters. Didn't have to use it in that hole.
Kicked in the face and a right hand from Joe connects.
And Joe will be penalized his final rope break for using the closed fist.
Joe did not appreciate the kick to the face from Nigel and fired back with a right hand, costing him his final rope break.
Let his temper get the best of him and used the second closed fist. And referee Todd Sinclair called for that final rope break. The ropes are now in play for Nigel McGuinness. If he wants to cinch in a submission hold with Samoa Joe tied up in the ropes, has his arm trapped up in those ropes, it's perfectly legal.
Super kick from Nigel, staggers Joe to the corner. Runs in and he's caught and just planted by Joe.
See if Joe can capitalize here. Big offensive maneuver from the champion.
So Joe trying to shake some life back into that arm. It's kind of dangling at his side there. I don't know how much more he can do with that left arm. It has been punished by Nigel so far here.
McGuinness doing the headstand in the corner. Joe came charging, looking to go for the boot to the face. Nigel baited him into that position. He's in the ropes, but they're in play from Nigel McGuinness right here.
So nothing Joe can do to escape the hold. He has to find a way to counter it or he's going to have to give up because the ropes are in play for Nigel.
Wrenching up on that arm. Sinclair getting in there to see if Joe needs to give it up. Not encouraging Samoa Joe to hang in there. McGuinness changing it up. Still with the arm trapped in hammerlock position. Joe tosses him over top. Launches into the boot.
Nigel up and over. Headstand in the corner, and he's caught with a boot to the face.
This time Samoa Joe connects with the maneuver. Nigel couldn't work his way out of the headstand in time to save himself. Both men feeling the effects. Sinclair administering the double count.
Crowd starting to get behind the pure champ.
Back to his feet is Samoa Joe.
Look at that left arm. Obviously favoring it. It's just sitting at his side. He's unable to do anything with that arm as he just finds a series of slaps to the face of Nigel McGuinness. He's got him up top. He's going for the muscle buster.
Can he get it? Nigel wiggles his way out of that position.
I think the arm gave out.
Way on the arm is Nigel. Right upside the head with the kick from Samoa Joe.
Charging and misses the knee, does Joe. Nigel has Joe set up top. He might be going for the Tower of London here.
Oh, and he came down right on that arm. Cover.
Joe's in the ropes, but it doesn't matter.
We have a new pure champion, and it's Nigel McGuinness. Samoa Joe's leg on the bottom rope out of instinct on that cover, but he was out of rope breaks. The ropes couldn't save
your title can change hands on a disqualification or a count. You both understand these rules. I want you to shake hands and go to your corners and wait for the bell.
Ring of Honor senior official Todd Sinclair calls for the opening bell as the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, the ROH World Champion, takes on the pure champion, Nigel McGuinness.
Title versus title here. We wanted something special for the Weekend of Champions. This is a first ever matchup here, title versus title, under pure title rules.
Backed up against the ropes, looking for the clean break right here. And immediately Danielson going for the crossface chicken wing, but works his way out of it too early to go for a signature hold such as that on Nigel McGuinness.
Danielson definitely trying to throw it out there early on to get it inside the head of Nigel McGuinness, that finish could come at any minute.
Not only is this a first time ever matchup between these two men, but it's the first time in ROH history that we have had a title versus title match. And now Danielson staying down on the canvas, trying to bait Nigel McGuinness into a position where that Danielson can get the advantage, maybe take him off his feet or lure him into a trap. But this time it's McGuinness luring Danielson into the trap. And he's trying to turn the tables on Nigel right here. Two excellent scientific wrestlers trying to get the cross arm breaker, but he's got those hands locked.
Good job by McGuinness clasping his hands together, denying Dragon the opportunity to cinch that hold in. Now turns him to his stomach. Dragon still hanging on, but now McGuinness able to slip out. Great finding the legs, handful of hair. Now just trying to drive the crossface into the nose of Bryan Danielson. Now on his stomach, trying to crawl around, looking a way to free himself from the hold.
Without having to grab hold of the ropes and lose a rope break, and he rolls forward, back to his feet.
Very wary here in the early going. To the center of the ring.
Collar and elbow tie up, side headlock grabbed by the world champion.
Danielson giving up a little bit of size to McGuinness. Back heel trip. Danielson though hanging on to the side headlock. McGuinness trying to wrench down on the wrist, looking for the hammerlock, but Danielson fights him off. Coming back to their feet. Side headlock takeover as McGuinness elevated it.
Nigel McGuinness defeated Samoa Joe at the Dragon Gate Invasion event on August 27th, 2005. Danielson beat James Gibson at Glory by Honor 4 on September 17th, 2005 to earn their championships. Both men have defeated an all-star list of challengers, including Austin Aries, Roderick Strong, and Christopher Daniels. Danielson has also defeated Steve Corino, Aonichi Marufuji, AJ Styles, and more. Nigel's defeated Samoa Joe in a rematch, Jay Lethal and Claudio Castagnoli. Both of these men, true champions here in ROH.
Finally, McGuinness able to grab the head scissors of driving the elbow to the back of Bryan Danielson. Point of the elbow is legal, right to the back. Todd Sinclair right there. Danielson still trapped in the head scissors.
Trying to work his way out of it, but Nigel trying to keep the head scissors applied. As Bryan tries to turn it over, free himself, but nothing doing. Still within the grasp of Nigel McGuinness.
Danielson tried to turn him. Nigel kept rolling, used his momentum against Danielson and able to keep that head scissors. Danielson now trying to climb his way out, it looks like. And he does. And slapping the pure champ right in the mouth. Twice.
Doing whatever it takes, and grabs hold of the side headlock on McGuinness. You know, earlier this weekend, Nigel McGuinness said that he was going to prove to everyone that he is the best champion here in Ring of Honor by the end of this weekend, that he's going to walk away with both the Pure and the World title. Will he do just that here tonight, as one of these two men will walk away with not one, but 2 belts at the end of the night?
Momentary escape by McGuinness. Right back into the side headlock by Danielson, now grinding the fist into the forehead of Nigel McGuinness.
Trying to keep the man grounded, wrenching up on the head, doing damage to the neck, and again, grinding the knuckles right into the forehead.
I have till 5.
And he does have until 5, referee.
Both athletes so far in this match are doing a good job of keeping themselves in the middle of the ring, avoiding having to use a rope break at any point in the match so far. Neither man really in danger of having to go to the ropes. Side headlock now into a cravat by the world champ.
Really wrenching that neck of Nigel McGuinness, holding his head in position for the knee strike.
Both these guys very adept at the European style. McGuinness breaks the cravat with a forearm shot right back to the wrist. But Danielson reverses, arm drag and twist. Side headlock right back into another cravat.
Not only the European style, but just American style wrestling. Both have competed extensively in Japan as well. They're masters of various styles of wrestling and can change it up depending on their opponent. As Danielson rolls through, goes underneath, holding onto the wrist lock. Into the side headlock, he goes back to the cravat.
Danielson's actually going for his 3rd belt tonight. He is, of course, currently still the Full Impact Pro Heavyweight Champion as well. Scooping a slam possibly here by McGuinness. Yes, but hanging on to the head is Danielson. Nicely done. Shoulders down, only able to get 1.
Yeah, relentless. He had that cravat, was able to hold on to it all the way through that attempted slam and keep the hold.
Nigel up to a knee, trying to get back to his feet, alleviate a lot of the pressure because he has the height advantage on Danielson. Bryan, though, cranking down on the neck. Again, Nigel went for that forearm shot to break the cravat, but this time Danielson able to outsmart him and go right back to the hold.
He broke it for a split second, but Danielson quickly went right back to it. Kicks Nigel off into the ropes. Holding press. Only 2. Gets hold of the ankle. Cartwheel from McGuinness back to his feet. Single leg takedown. Cartwheel by Danielson. Both men back up. Side headlock takeover by the world champion.
See a perfect example of just how evenly matched these two are when they try to go hold for hold with one another. Neither man able to gain a clear-cut advantage for more than a split second.
Changes it up a little bit, does Danielson. Referee trying to get in the perfect position to check on the shoulders.
Claiming that he's grabbing the tights.
Bryan Danielson trying to do whatever he can to take advantage of the official and put him to his advantage.
Again, trying to get back to his feet. For the back heel trip again is Danielson as he hangs onto the cravat. McGuinness refusing to go down though, but gets caught with a European uppercut that rocks the challenger.
Measures them and connects with yet another. Again, back to the cravat goes Danielson. Nigel, though, takes him down, but Danielson again, relentless. Able to keep control of the cravat. Bridging up to keep his own shoulders off the canvas as Nigel reaching toward the ropes, but thinks better of utilizing one of his rope breaks.
Again, McGuinness doing a good job, as is Danielson, of staying in the center of the ring. You want to avoid the ropes at all costs. You see McGuinness reaching there, but I don't know if he really wants to utilize one at this juncture in the match. He's not in a great deal of trouble here.
I think he's just considering it, but choosing not to utilize one of his rope breaks. As again, Danielson very effectively for about the past 2 minutes utilizing that cravat. Hard forearm strike, and he dishes it right back out, does Danielson. Down goes McGuinness, and back to the cravat.
Quick flurry between these two, and Danielson again goes right back to the head of McGuinness.
Hey, if the maneuver works, stick with it. And again, he's trying to take Nigel off his feet, but again, maintaining his ground is the pure champion.
And sound strategy on the part of Danielson. If you control the other athlete's head, you control his body. So you can pretty much dictate when and where this match goes if you control the head. Again, Nigel very close to the ropes.
And
almost
again,
like Danielson's taunting him to use the rope break, and he does.
This time he actually made the decision that it would be in his best interest to utilize one of his rope breaks and grab hold of the ropes just to free himself from that cravat.
Actually, if you look at the look on the face of Nigel McGuinness, a little bit frustrated, I think, that he had to use that rope break. He was doing a relatively good job of avoiding having to use one for quite some time.
And now it's turning into a shoving match between these two men. Backed into the corner is Danielson. Referee trying to get between these two men.
Looking for the clean break. Sinclair between the two of them. Deep shot from McGuinness.
Oh, that was a close fist from McGuinness. The referee didn't see it, but Danielson retaliating with one of his own, and that's going to be a warning.
Another right hand from McGuinness. And again, Danielson throws a punch in front of the referee, and this time it's going to cost him a rope break. Nigel McGuinness using the rules of the pure title to his advantage right there, and now taking control on Bryan Danielson.
Well, as the pure champion, Nigel McGuinness has mastered the art of using the referee to his advantage, of waiting for the referee to be out of position to miss closed fists, or utilizing that iron in the past against his opponents to gain the advantage. And he was able to lure Danielson into the trap of the referee seeing him utilize closed fists in retaliation and missing those done by Nigel.
Right now have used one rope break apiece. As Nigel locks in the front face lock and elevates Danielson, or at least attempts to. Danielson gets his feet up to try and block it, but gets driven to the canvas. McGuinness snapping on the arm of Danielson.
The tide of the match is turned in favor of McGuinness now, as he loves to go after the arm and the shoulder of his opponents. And once again, Danielson down on the canvas, trying to wait for Nigel to get into a position where he can gain the advantage. He stomps away on the leg of Danielson and picks him back up.
Dragon twist and steps on the back of the leg. Driving him down to the canvas one more time, and a right hand to the midsection.
Kicking away at the back, trying to take Nigel off his feet with some shots to the leg. But Nigel not going down. Both been very cautious as Danielson trying to kick away at the midsection. Swats away that leg, and now it's going after the arm. Once again is McGuinness.
Is that arm in hammerlock position. Smart move on the part of McGuinness not to rush right in. And a lot of people make the mistake when Danielson goes down like that of being too aggressive because he's trying to lure them in. Nigel took his time and was able to grab the hold. Still controlling the arm.
His legs wrapped around the body while keeping control of the arm. Again, very close to the ropes, trying to bait Danielson into possibly utilizing a second rope break here.
Look at the angle of the elbow there of Danielson.
And now elbows to the side of the head, something that Danielson loves to do to put away his opponents. He had no choice but to grab hold of that bottom rope and force a break.
That's the second rope break used by the world champ. McGuinness with a clear advantage now.
And again, very good strategy in a pure title rules matchup to apply a hold such as that very close to the ropes to force your opponent to utilize the rope break.
Forearm shots to the back by McGuinness. Right to the front face lock as he drives the champ to the canvas.
Grabbing hold of the head, Danielson trying to turn it around.
Chin lock by Danielson as he's riding McGuinness here.
Almost like a modified sleeper hold from this position as he rolls back. And back to the arm goes McGuinness, turning the tables on Danielson.
Has that arm captured.
Danielson trying to keep his shoulder up off the canvas here in this position.
Danielson grabbing at the ear, McGuinness grabbing at the nose.
Draws a warning from the official. Really wrenching up on the neck and doing more damage to the arm.
There's a top wrist lock from a seated position as Danielson tries to go for a head scissor to free himself. McGuinness fights him off, still controlling that wrist.
Also raking his boot along the side of the ear and the face of McGuinness.
The fans starting to get behind the world champ.
Again, trying to keep control of Danielson down on the canvas. Working his way back to his feet. Keeping hold of the arm, elevates him. But Danielson on his feet connects with a drop kick.
Danielson right on the point of the chin with that drop kick. Look at him though, that left arm causing him all sorts of problems as he made his move to McGuinness. Couldn't follow up effectively, and McGuinness goes right back to that wrist lock.
Yeah, as soon as Nigel saw that opening, he grabbed hold of the arm once again, and he's got the world champion back down on the mat.
Danielson trying to clasp his hands together at one point there to try and force the break of the hold. But McGuinness wrenches down. Now has that arm trapped between the legs.
Not giving it up, though, as Todd Sinclair gets right in there. Bending the fingers back now.
Dragging very close to the ropes. You got to wonder if he's going to try and utilize that third rope break to free himself from this predicament. But that would put him in a very bad way, but he is very close to the ropes. McGuinness takes him right back down.
With everything that Bryan Danielson has done to make sure, to ensure that he has retained the world title through all of his title defenses thus far, to utilize his third rope break at this point in the matchup would put him at a severe disadvantage against someone who has held the pure title as long as Nigel McGuinness.
And he's still cranking back on that arm, using his feet for extra leverage as he rocks back. Danielson right in the center of the ring. Got to be careful his shoulders don't hit the mat for the count as well. Struggling to his feet one more time as Danielson spins his way out to a side headlock, but quickly reversed to a hammerlock. Very close to the ropes. Is Danielson going to use his break here? He is very close to the ropes, and McGuinness is wrenching down on that hammerlock.
Danielson may be thinking about it, but he has not grabbed the rope. He doesn't even have his hand outreached toward it. I think he knows that he needs to save that last rope break until he's in a dire position where the title could change hands. But he's not in a very devastating hold where the title could change hands at this very moment.
Normally Danielson would take the easy way out there and use the ropes, but with only one rope break remaining, he's got to hang on to it.
He has to adapt to the rules of this matchup. He's never had to put the pure title or the world title on the line with pure title rules. Going for the surfboard. Look how determined Danielson is. Can he get the arms of McGuinness?
Trying to fight him off, keeping that left arm in front. But Danielson having trouble grabbing that with his own left arm. That's the arm that's been worked over for much of this match, and instead he's going to drive his feet right to the back of the knees, and there you see again the pain etched on the face of the world champ.
Wasn't able to get the surfboard due to the injury to the arm, but he was able to do a lot of damage to the knees of McGuinness.
McGuinness near the ropes, but not grabbing onto them. Not any danger of using a rope break, but he's getting driven back. And again, snaps that arm down. Tremendous pressure and force on the elbow and shoulder of Danielson.
And Nigel feeling the effects on his knees of Danielson's offense, now kicking away at Danielson. Out to the apron and all the way out to the floor he goes. Trying to shake off the effects on that arm.
Actually, this might be the best thing for Bryan Danielson right now. Utilize the referee's count. He has till 20 out on the floor. And again, Nigel McGuinness right there breaking the count, giving Danielson, probably should have used a little bit more time there in my opinion.
Looking to suplex him back inside the ring, but Danielson stays on his feet. German suplex with the release.
And that may buy him some time as well, as Nigel McGuinness just gets dumped on the back of his head.
Double count administered by the referee. Danielson a little bit of time to shake out that arm, but Nigel slowly getting up himself.
Crowd starting to get behind both athletes. McGuinness to his feet first. Hammerlock on Danielson by McGuinness.
Grabs hold of the head though. Trying to use those ropes for some leverage. Stays on his feet, off the ropes he comes, ducks the clothesline, and a big lariat.
McGuinness though pops right back up into the corner, trying to shake the cobwebs. Danielson with a running forearm shot.
Pulls him out of the corner. Getting a flurry of offense here. Blocking the suplex attempt is McGuinness twice. Solid forearm shot. And snaps him down.
Very determined look on the face of the world champ as he makes his way to the outside.
He's got McGuinness down. Maybe going for that diving headbutt off the top. Dragon connects. Covered.
McGuinness able to kick out and right into the crossface chicken wing.
In the center of the ring as well.
Nigel inching his way towards the ropes, could be using his second rope break here. He is very close to the ropes.
He's thinking about it.
This is the perfect opportunity. This is exactly what you want to use those rope breaks for. Very much in danger of losing the matchup when you get caught in a hold like that. McGuinness uses the ropes and gets the break.
That is rope break number 2 for Nigel
Rope break number 2 for Nigel McGuinness as again Danielson checking on his own arm and explaining to the referee just what the problem is.
Come on, Nigel, huh?
Oh, what a slap! And again!
Series of open hand slaps.
It's gone from a wrestling match to just pissing off the world champion. Elbow to the face, headstand in the corner by McGuinness. Comes charging into the drop kick.
McGuinness right back onto Danielson though.
We see
Elevates
the
him.
Tower of London possibly.
Looking for it, but Danielson almost blocked it, but still gets dropped on that shoulder. Gets his foot on the ropes and utilizes his third and final rope break.
Ropes are now in play for Nigel McGuinness. Danielson shoves McGuinness off, connects with a drop kick, down he goes. Danielson now through the ropes and out to the apron. Looks like he's going back up top.
McGuinness up to his feet. Crotches Danielson on the top. He's going to the Tower of London one more time. But Danielson lands on his feet.
He's got the arms. Could be going for cattle mutilation once again. Can he get it? Danielson flips over with the bridge. This could be it, but very close to the ropes. Will he tap her, or can he reach the ropes to force a break?
He's inching his way over. He does get that foot on the bottom rope.
And that is the third and final rope break for Nigel McGuinness. Both men have used all of their rope breaks. The ropes are in play. And we must also note that Bryan Danielson, if caught using another closed fist, will be disqualified.
McGuinness trying to shake off the effects on the apron there. Struggling to get back to his feet. Danielson up. That left arm almost limp at his side. Firing away with a forearm shot. Make it 2 and a third. Danielson off the ropes. McGuinness on wobbly legs. Hard forearm shot. McGuinness is hanging on to the top rope.
Hanging on for dear life. Off the ropes comes Danielson once again. This time, shoulder block to the midsection of the world champion. Looking to suplex him to the floor. Both men go crashing down to the wooden floor. Both men lifeless, laying next to one another on the floor. Who's gonna get up first?
Danielson landing hard on that elbow when he hit the floor as well. You see him reaching for it as McGuinness struggles just to get to a knee. Danielson still flat on his back. Nigel hanging on the guardrail. Both titles on the line here.
Both men want to prove that they are the best champion here in Ring of Honor. European uppercut from Dragon. Nigel firing back.
Driving Danielson to the barricade.
And the referee applying the count. Keep in mind, pure title rules.
20 count on the floor.
Clearing off the table. Nigel gonna put that table to use as he's laying it down across Danielson. Danielson rolls back inside the ring just at the last split second.
Todd Sinclair had gotten to 19. Danielson somehow able to, the last second, get out from underneath that table and make it into the ring.
And we are over 22 minutes in, so you have to start thinking of the 60-minute draw possibility between these two men. We know that Danielson can go the limit.
Trading European uppercuts, both men getting rocked right in the center of the ring.
Men staying on their feet, though. Another European uppercut, 2 of them from Nigel McGuinness. Countered this time, backslide. 2.5. 1.5 from Dragon.
Back to their feet, ducks the clothesline. Roaring elbow from Dragon, and he gets caught with a lariat from McGuinness. Nigel crawling over.
Can he go for the cover? Cattle mutilation. And the ropes cannot save Nigel McGuinness. He's got his foot on the ropes, but he's out of rope breaks. Nigel refusing to give up and slides all the way out to the floor, maneuvering his body underneath the bottom rope and out of harm's way.
What guts by McGuinness. That's how much the world title means to both of these guys, refusing to quit. Staggering out on the floor. Dragon looking to fly.
Well, so much for being out of harm's way. American Dragon goes soaring and takes Nigel down to the floor and the steel ramp. Still favoring that arm is Bryan Danielson. Nigel back up though, firing away with forearms.
Unbelievable hard on the part of McGuinness. Caught in the cow mutilation for almost a minute. And now sent over the guardrail to the floor. Crashing through chairs and fans. But still somehow struggling to make it back to his feet.
Danielson back inside the ring. Nigel over the barricade in the crowd.
Todd Sinclair counting. Springboard dive by Danielson, but McGuinness got a chair up.
Cracked the champion, the world champion in the head with the chair. Nigel McGuinness back to his feet. Referee administering the count. Nigel trying to crawl over that barricade.
Both men in a heap out in the crowd.
But Danielson, the one a chance and paid the price.
Todd Sinclair still applying the count as both men struggling to try and make it to their feet. Danielson is down. He's not even moving. McGuinness struggles to his feet. Hanging onto the guardrail, he's able to make it to his feet. Somehow crawling his way towards the ring.
Referee Todd Sinclair clarifying the rules. It was under pure title rules. The pure title can change hands on a countout, but not the world title. Nigel wins the match, but not the world title. What does using a chair have to do with pure wrestling? Is Nigel the best champion in ROH? Nothing has been settled between these two. It's main event time as Nigel McGuinness and the American Dragon Bryan Danielson follow the code of honor and shake hands in the center of the ring. A rematch from our last event here in Cleveland, the Weekend of Champions Night 2. But here tonight, only the ROH World title is on the line between the pure champion Nigel McGuinness and the world champion Bryan Danielson.
Yeah, Dave, it doesn't get much bigger than that. Champion versus champion. Standard rules in this matchup with the World Championship on the line. Bryan Danielson and Nigel McGuinness locked up center of the ring, and it's the larger man, the challenger right now, looking to have the advantage.
Danielson back to his feet though. Kicks away one hand of the knuckle lock, goes after the leg of Nigel McGuinness, twisting away on the ankle. Takes Danielson off his feet. First in their first matchup back in April, it was Nigel McGuinness getting the victory via countout. As the match was held under pure title rules, it was title versus title. But of course, the world title cannot change hands via countout, so both men retain their respective titles on that night. And later on in the evening, Nigel McGuinness hitting Bryan Danielson with the pure title after declaring himself the rightful world pure champion. But here tonight, Nigel McGuinness gets the opportunity to unify the belts, if you will, and take the world title from Bryan Danielson.
Certainly would be a very historic moment in the history of Ring of Honor should Nigel McGuinness walk out tonight as both the pure champion and the world champion.
Keeping control of the leg of Nigel McGuinness, but he's got Danielson's leg. And able to scurry out of Danielson's grasp. And both men back up to their feet.
Both of these men very aggressive on the mat. Danielson, nice takedown there. Once again going after that ankle.
They're twisting away on that leg in both directions. Nigel won the pure title on August 27th, 2005 in the Dragon Gate Invasion event by defeating Samoa Joe. He has defeated Christopher Daniels, Homicide, Roderick Strong, Austin Aries, Jay Lethal, a virtual who's who on the ROH roster. It was September 17th of 2005 that Bryan Danielson won the world title from James Gibson at Glory by Honor 4. Of course, Bryan Danielson has defended the title against a virtual who's who himself, AJ Styles, Steve Corino, Chris Sabin, Naomichi Marufuji, Roderick Strong, Austin Aries, both of these men, great champions in their own right. We have yet to see a title change here in Ring of Honor during year 2006. The question is, which title will change hands first out of the three championships?
Well, as you very thoroughly exemplified, Dave, both of these men's title reigns have been extremely impressive. But there could only be one top find a way to unify the titles. But right now it's under regular rules. It's for the world title. And Bryan Danielson on the mat with Nigel McGuinness in control with the hammer.
Hey, you never know. We could go the full year without seeing any title changes in Ring of Honor.
Very possible. All the champions in Ring of Honor have been so impressive, have been so dominant. No title changes yet in the year 2006. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that doesn't change anytime soon, Dave.
Both going back to their feet. A rivalry has certainly developed between these two champions over who is the best champion in Ring of Honor. As both men feel very strongly that they are the superior wrestler between these two. Driving the knees of Nigel McGuinness down into the canvas. Both men have talked about unifying the title, wanting to be the man to do just that.
Both men, Dave, have shown a lot in the ring, and both men have talked a good game. But here we have it, one-on-one for the World Championship. Let's see who the better man is.
Both men are being very cautious here as they come face to face, forehead to forehead, center ring. A bit of a shove from Nigel McGuinness.
When the two face off like this, you can clearly see that Nigel is both the taller and wider man in this matchup. Will he use his power advantage to perhaps secure the World Championship here tonight?
Let's hope he doesn't utilize a chair again like he did last time. As the head scissors applied on Danielson, he'll work his way free. Maneuver his way out of the hole. Nigel maintaining the head scissors. Danielson changes up his position.
Danielson's still trying to find a way out of this head scissors. Perhaps he could try to use a headstand to get out, and now instead, upside down he goes, unable to escape.
Utilizing that bridge, brings it right around on Nigel, tying up the legs. Still with the legs tied up. McGuinness trying to reach toward the ropes, but not within his grasp as Danielson snaps down to the canvas, applying maximum pressure to the leg lock.
McGuinness in a very vulnerable position here. Danielson once again snaps back, putting so much pressure on the legs and knees of Nigel McGuinness, and Nigel finally able to grab that bottom rope to free himself.
Bryan Danielson has until 5, taking full advantage of the referee's count before releasing the hold.
Well, everyone has until 5, but Bryan Danielson is very vocal about the fact that he has until 5. And now Nigel McGuinness looks a little hesitant here, trying to stay away from Danielson. Danielson went for a single leg and was unsuccessful.
Both men are being very cautious here. Neither wants to make a big mistake because they know it's all on the line here in this rematch.
We saw Danielson shoot in once again, was not able to take down McGuinness.
Single-handed knuckle lock. Nigel brings him down with the top wrist lock.
Nice leverage maneuver there from Nigel McGuinness, using the wrist lock takedown. Now just digging that wrist into the mat.
Danielson trying to keep his right shoulder up off the canvas. Sinclair right on top of things. Holding onto the wrist lock is Nigel. Both men back to their feet. Danielson rolls forward. Swats away the hand. Takes out the leg. And has him tied up. And like I said, you'll notice that both men are being very cautious, being very methodical. Neither wants to make any mistakes here in the early going. Danielson is someone who likes to take his time in that ring as he snaps the leg of Nigel McGuinness down to the canvas. Again, this is for the world title, which means we have a 60-minute time limit. And we've seen Bryan Danielson go upwards of 50 minutes in the past, and before becoming world champion, has gone over an hour in the squared circle here in Ring of Honor. He'll take his time, and we have set quite the pace that this thing could go very long.
Well, Dave, both of these men prefer to keep it on the mat. Both of these men are obviously very evenly matched. It could go 60, and if not, you never know what's going to happen in a world title match. Anything is possible, but both of these men seem intent on not making a mistake, staying cautious here, and not leaving an opening for their opponent.
Well, Nigel's taking full advantage of the opening and going to work on the arm of Bryan Danielson. 3 maneuvers in succession, and now utilizing his leg strength to put pressure on that arm of Danielson.
Very unique submission here, using his legs to try to break the arm of Danielson.
Forcing the shoulders down for a near fall as well. And he grabs a single-handed knuckle lock, trying to power the shoulders of Danielson against the canvas, but he bridges up. Now holding both hands down with the knuckle lock. Danielson trying to maintain that bridge to keep his shoulders up. Rolls the shoulder off the canvas. Nigel trying to put all of his body weight down on that shoulder, rolls the other shoulder down. Again, back up with the bridge. Trying to break that bridge, but Danielson maintains it.
What a show of strength here from the ROH World Champion, the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, maintaining that bridge.
Wrapping his legs around the body now. Trying to trap the head of Nigel McGuinness. Goes after the leg. Turns him over. Looking for that Mexican surfboard once again. Will Nigel give up his arms? Danielson is fighting for him. He wasn't able to get them earlier and drove the knees of McGuinness into the canvas. This time he's got hold of the arms as he rocks backward. He grabs hold of the chin lock, stretching the body of McGuinness backward.
Dragon sleeper with McGuinness turned totally upside down. And now the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, going right back after that leg. And McGuinness in so much pain, he may not realize how close to the ropes he is.
Danielson has tied up the legs of McGuinness once again. But yes, McGuinness is very close to the ropes. And Danielson must release the leg lock. But he has done damage. Trying to pull McGuinness back toward the center of the ring and away from the ropes. Twisting away on the leg. You should be comfortable in your seat wherever you're watching this DVD. He's working for a long one here as Nigel gets full contact with the side of the face of Bryan Danielson with that boot. Back to his feet.
Yeah, Danielson now stalking Nigel McGuinness. And Nigel once again, very wary here. Avoids the takedown once again.
Going back to his standing position. Again, very cautious.
You're starting to see Danielson a little more aggressive. Almost has no choice, as Nigel McGuinness has been very stubborn and definitely wants to counter wrestle here. Someone's got to make the first move. There it is. Drop kick right to the face. Takes down Nigel McGuinness.
Trademark American Dragon right there. Gets all the drop kick. Back to work on the arm of McGuinness. Holding on to the wrist lock. Nigel rolls forward. Right back to his feet. Snapmare. Kick to the spine. And basically allowing Danielson to get back to his feet. Comes charging and drives McGuinness into the corner.
McGuinness able to hold his ground though. And the turnbuckles help keep McGuinness on his feet. What a vicious headbutt. I think the referee was calling for a clean break, but either way, that was anything but clean as he headbutted him apparently right in the nose.
Oh, what a smack from Danielson, and again! Nigel trying to cover up, and Danielson is getting very aggressive here. Nigel puts on the brakes in the corner, gets the elbow. Headstand in the corner. Kick to the back and driving the forearm down across the chest. Cover! Way too close to the ropes.
Both men now, Dave, starting to let loose a little bit. Starting to open up their offense a little bit more. We saw a defensive stalemate for the opening minutes of this matchup, but now it's been a complete 180 as both men very aggressive.
Looking for the Tower of London here now. Placing him up top. Here he's going for it. But Danielson stays on his feet, going for the cross-face chicken wing. But McGuinness reaches the top rope. German suplex.
Nice show of strength there from Bryan Danielson to take over Nigel McGuinness.
Either man able to lock in one of their trademark finishing holds on their opponent.
Charges in with the forearm. Snaps him over with the suplex.
There's Nigel down. Danielson fronting up top. They're going to take a risk, but Nigel's getting back to his feet inside the ring. Missile drop kick, gets all of it. Nips right back up to his feet. Nigel out on the floor. And the Dragon flies.
Suicide dive from Bryan Danielson. Takes out Nigel McGuinness on the floor. And you can see it in the face of Bryan Danielson. Starting to get fired up here as he picks up Nigel McGuinness.
Two very risky maneuvers by the world champion in succession. The missile drop kick followed by the dive to the floor. They both pay off.
Danielson on the second rope. Flying European uppercut knocks down the challenger.
Goes for the cover, but not hooking the leg, man. Only two. Maybe looking for cattle mutilation. It's going after the arms. And bridges forward. But Nigel able to roll over. Trying to block. Danielson fighting for it. He's got it cinched in once again. But Nigel not worn down enough to fall victim to the hold. Able to turn it over.
And Nigel clearly has a very effective counter to the cattle mutilation. And Bryan Danielson may have to change up his game plan here.
He's got it once again. Doesn't quite have the hands locked as he'd like to, and Nigel reaches the ropes with his boot.
Danielson breaks the hold, shakes it off. Seems almost like he's in disbelief that he wasn't able to pick up the win with the cattle mutilation. But McGuinness is still down, and McGuinness obviously injured here. Can Danielson find a way to finish him off?
Nice European uppercut from Danielson. Crowd here in Cleveland a little bit split. Nigel went for that headstand. Danielson got all of the kick in the corner. And now places him up top. Looking for the superplex is Dragon. All the way to the top rope goes Danielson. Nigel all the way up top as well. Superplex. Not going for the cover, instead Danielson back out to the apron, looking to take another chance. Dragon going for the diving headbutt, but Nigel gets the knee up. And Nigel's nose has been busted open at the hands of Danielson.
Not quite sure what caused the blood game. May have been the drop kick in the corner as Nigel was upside down and had absolutely no way to protect himself. But now starting to come back. European uppercut sends Danielson into the corner. Nigel has him set up.
Big running European uppercut in the corner. Great momentum. Possibly a broken nose sustained by Nigel McGuinness, but he's continuing the battle. He wants to unify these titles. He wants to walk away with both the World and Pure Championship here tonight.
He's lucky it's not worse than a broken nose if a broken nose is what it is, as he was left completely exposed upside down in the corner, and Bryan Danielson could have very easily broken his orbital bone with that drop kick.
Danielson not going down, dishing out European uppercuts himself. Going for the backslide. Danielson lands on his feet, ducking the clothesline, but a big lariat from McGuinness. Cover! No, Dragon gets his shoulder up. Did you see the sweat, the perspiration fly off of the body on impact? Got all of it, but can't put him away.
But McGuinness still on the offensive here. Going after Danielson once again, has him hooked. Sends him up to the top turnbuckle.
Forearm shot from Dragon, and again. Sends McGuinness down. Dragon back up. Nigel back up, takes away his balance, and crotches the world champion on the turnbuckle. Tower of London! He gets it! He nails the Tower of London on the world champion! Hooks the leg! But too close to the ropes. The leg of Bryan Danielson saves his title.
And Dave, we almost had a new ROH World Champion. How close was that? McGuinness hit the Tower of London, and Bryan Danielson just barely got his foot on the bottom rope. But Danielson still could be hurt here as McGuinness drags him into the center of the ring.
Cover again, no. Looking for the submission here.
He's got the Kimura locked in. Will the champion tap out?
Todd Sinclair asking if he's had enough. Dragon trying to reach toward the ropes. And he makes it. Elbows now from McGuinness. A trademark of Bryan Danielson. Delivering the elbows to Danielson's head. Turns it around. And now elbows from Danielson on McGuinness. Trying to get the arms hooked. Looking for the crossface chicken wing. This could be it right here.
He's got the crossface chicken wing. He's got the body scissors. McGuinness is trapped. Will he give it up here?
He's made a lot of guys tap to this hold right here. Will McGuinness be able to hang in there? Headbutt delivered by McGuinness. And a headbutt in retaliation from Dragon. Oh, their skulls just colliding with one another. Vicious headbutts back and forth between these two men.
Both men trying to cause as much brain damage as possible.
Both staying on their feet, though. Drives the shoulder into the midsection of Danielson. Snaps the rope. A huge lariat by McGuinness, but Danielson able to get his shoulder up.
McGuinness was set upside down, but was able to recover and hit the huge lariat. Both men still down.
The ROH World title hangs in the balance. Will McGuinness do as he said and unify the titles here tonight? He says that he's the world pure champion, that he's the better of the two champions here in Ring of Honor.
Well, he certainly has his chance to prove it here, Dave, as McGuinness now could be heading up top, but no, Danielson with a forearm strike, and back comes McGuinness. Both men climbing now.
Forearm shots from Bryan Danielson. Both men up on the turnbuckles in the corner. More forearm strikes from American Dragon. Oh, big slap from McGuinness. And another headbutt. Another vicious lariat, got all of it, and drove Danielson off of that top rope down to the canvas, and Danielson rolls all the way to the floor, possibly saving his title. Danielson going underneath the ring. Nigel McGuinness crawling toward Bryan Danielson, who's escaped underneath the ring. Oh, he came out the other side. Bryan Danielson sneaks under the ring and gets a small package and retains the world title. next defense will be August 5th in Edison, New Jersey. It will be the fight of the century when Bryan Danielson faces Samoa Joe.
Introducing first to my right, from Aberdeen, Washington, weighing 185 pounds. And even better than the Beatles. He is the Ring of Honor World Champion, American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. His opponent to my left, from London, England, weighing 235 pounds, he is the Ring of Honor Pure Wrestling Champion, Nigel McGuinness. Bryan Danielson, Nigel McGuinness. Here are the rules of this match. You each get 3 rope breaks to break up a pinfall or a submission attempt. Once you use those 3 rope breaks, the ropes are in play and can be used by your opponent, but they cannot be used by you to break up a pin or a submission. There is a strict 20 count on the floor. There are to be no close fist strikes to the face. On the first close fist, you'll be issued a warning. On the second, you'll be penalized a rope break. And if you have no rope breaks left, you will be disqualified. And in this match, both the Pure title and the World title can change hands on a countout or a disqualification. In the event of a double pin, double countdown, or double disqualification, the match will be restarted. Do you both understand these rules? Yeah. Please shake hands, go to your corners, and wait for the bell.
And it is time for your main event on this very historic evening, the first ROH event in the United Kingdom, and you will see a very historic main event for this card, a title unification match, guaranteed to see the first title change in Ring of Honor during 2006, as the world champion, the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, does battle with the pure champion, Nigel McGuinness.
Dave, what an amazing match we have on our hands here. Two men, two championships. Winner takes all. Under any circumstance, there will be a title change here tonight. The titles will be unified. Any sort of draw will result in a restart. There's no way around it, Dave. There will be one champion after tonight.
The world title can change hands in this matchup on a countout or disqualification, as this is under pure title rules.
Nothing pure about a slap to the face.
Not at all. Nigel McGuinness here, wrestling in front of his home country, his home crowd. Bryan Danielson has spent a good portion of his career, several years ago, wrestling in Europe, particularly in England.
Whether you like Bryan Danielson or you hate him, there's no denying that he's a fighting champion. To go into England to defend against Nigel McGuinness, and not under regular rules, under Nigel McGuinness's pure title rules.
Well, both of these men feel that they are the best champion in Ring of Honor. Danielson has called himself the best in the world. Another open hand strike, a slap across the face. Nigel giving Danielson a receipt right there. The title unification challenges have been issued over the past several shows, and now we get the matchup between these two men. Nigel McGuinness won the pure title at the Dragon Gate Invasion event on August 27th of 2005, has successfully defended the title against the likes of Jay Lethal, Samoa Joe, Claudio Castagnoli, Tony Mamaluke, Austin Aries, Christopher Daniels, Homicide, Roderick Strong, Colt Cabana, and many others as well. Bryan Danielson, on the other hand, won the world title at Glory by Honor 4 from James Gibson on September 17th, 2005. Danielson has successfully defended the world title against such men as Steve Corino, Chris Sabin, Roderick Strong, Christopher Daniels, Naomichi Marufuji, AJ Styles, Jimmy Rave, Alex Shelley, Lance Storm, Jimmy Yang, nice drop kick right there from Bryan Danielson. Colt Cabana, Delirious, Homicide, Sanjay Dutt, Samoa Joe, you name it. Bryan Danielson has taken on all comers. Tonight, one man will walk away as the lone champion here in Ring of Honor.
Dave, try to take a second to catch your breath after naming all the people that Danielson and McGuinness have defended against. It's an unbelievable list for both men, but there can only be one champion after tonight. So much at stake.
Danielson going to work on the arm of Nigel McGuinness, holding on to the wrist lock. McGuinness, though, going forward, right back to his feet. Snapmare brings Dragon down to the canvas and a kick to the back. Danielson back to his feet, trying to shake it off. Nigel McGuinness asking him to meet him in the center of the ring here.
We talked before about the challenges that we've heard over the past couple of months. We've heard the challenges, we've heard the rumors. Honestly, Dave, I never thought it would happen. All the politics involved, to have a unification of the pure world title, I can't believe it's actually happened.
It's the one way to determine who is the better wrestler, who is the better champion between these two men. This is the third match between these two competitors. The previous two both took place in Cleveland, Ohio. The first at Weekend of Champions Night 2, and the second at the last Cleveland event. Generation Now is the title. Nigel won the first matchup via countout after utilizing a chair as Danielson springboarded into the crowd, only to get met with the chair and be counted out as Nigel crawled back inside the ring. Danielson won the second matchup with a small package. Nigel kicking away at the back now is Bryan Danielson.
Each man has defeated the other under the respective rules that the titles may hold. So it's got to be a psychological advantage here for McGuinness. He's already faced Danielson under pure title rules, and he's beaten him.
Danielson going to work on the arm of McGuinness, something that Nigel likes to do to his opponents, work over the arm.
Danielson twists away at the arm of McGuinness. Now brings the arm down across the shoulder, arm breaker.
More damage done. Want to work on the shoulder as well.
Arm breaker by Danielson. And a shoulder thrust. Takes down McGuinness.
Keeping him down on the canvas and bending the fingers back as well as the wrist. And very close to the rope, trying to bait Nigel into utilizing a rope break here. Also takes him down by the arm. And again, bending back on the wrist and the fingers. Stepping over and really wrenching on that arm.
No, sir. Still don't want to get. No, sir. No, sir. Still no, sir.
Pulling back now on the hand of Nigel McGuinness.
Nope.
McGuinness inching toward the ropes. Will he utilize a rope break right here? Standing on the side of the face of McGuinness. Nigel works his way back to his feet. Danielson backs him up against the ropes, sends him off. Connects with the drop kick. The world champion in control of the match. Only gets a near fall though.
Danielson picks up McGuinness, butterflies the arms. McGuinness uses his power to bring Bryan Danielson into the corner, but Danielson able to spin him around. Nice European uppercut by the world champion.
Both of these men throw some very hard-hitting European uppercuts. Very precise. Pulling McGuinness out of the corner, butterflying the arms. Butterfly suplex from Danielson. Going to work on the arm here. Will McGuinness use a rope break? He does. His foot reaches the bottom rope to force a break of the hold. Danielson has until 5, and McGuinness only has 2 rope breaks remaining.
Danielson now allowing himself to be distracted here by the crowd in Liverpool. Needs to focus on his man and get back on the attack.
The first 2 matches between these 2 men have been absolute classics. This is becoming a true wrestling feud between these 2 men. Kick to the back and down across the chest with the arm.
We're seeing the final chapter of 2 classic trilogies, as we just saw the 3rd match between Aries and Strong and the Briscoe brothers, and now we're treated to the 3rd match between McGuinness and Danielson.
Driving down onto the arm of Bryan Danielson. Without a doubt, this show focused on bringing the hottest feuds of Ring of Honor to the UK and having the championships defended here in Europe. Tomorrow night, we will bring you some unique matches with some of the international talent against the stars of ROH. There's McGuinness all the way across the ring with the European uppercut.
Speaking of international talent, not only have we seen tonight some of the top stars from the UK, we also saw Suwa and Go Shiozaki from Pro Wrestling Noah of Japan. It'll be interesting to see what matchups they have tomorrow night.
European uppercut from McGuinness. Danielson trying to stay on his feet and shake off the effects. Another hard European uppercut sends Danielson down.
McGuinness in it to win it as always. Measured up his man and knocked him down with the European uppercut. And now opting to go for a Cobra clutch on the ground.
Tempting Bryan Danielson to utilize the ropes here, use up one of his rope breaks. Even allowing Danielson to inch his way toward the ropes just so that he might put it to use. While still doing damage with the hold. Danielson thinking about using that rope break. Trying not to. Trying to figure out maybe a different way to get out of this hold without using a rope break. Works his way back to his feet. Going for the short arm clothesline. Step up enziguri from Dragon.
And we've seen McGuinness many times use that Cobra clutch, spun into a clothesline, but Danielson had it very well scouted, was able to duck under and counter with that kick right to the back of the head.
Danielson going to work on the legs now. Maybe looking to cinch in the Mexican surfboard. Fighting for the arms of McGuinness. Rocking backward.
Screw you people.
And instead drives the knees of McGuinness down into the mat.
Up and down goes Danielson onto the knees and the hamstrings of the pure champion Nigel McGuinness. And Nigel McGuinness is in obvious pain here.
Kicking away at the back of McGuinness. Elevates McGuinness to the top turnbuckle. Danielson maybe looking for a superplex. All the way to the top goes Danielson. And McGuinness up top as well.
Let McGuinness think about it.
Superplex. McGuinness on his back. Danielson quickly to the top. Diving headbutt. Hooks the leg. No, he gets his shoulder up. Grabs hold of the arms. Cattle mutilation. Nigel uses his second rope break to escape cattle mutilation.
That is rope break number 2 for Nigel McGuinness.
He has one rope break left. And then the ropes cannot save him any longer, and the ropes are in play for Bryan Danielson.
Bryan Danielson feeling pretty good about it. He's caused McGuinness to use 2 of his rope breaks.
McGuinness right back to his feet, takes away Danielson's balance on the top. Tower of London! And Danielson gets his foot across the bottom row. And now, what's Nigel doing? He's using cattle mutilation on Danielson. He beat Delirious with his very hold. Danielson struggling and reaches the bottom rope.
That is rope break number 2 for Bryan Danielson.
And that is the second rope break used by Bryan Danielson. Both men with one rope break remaining. And you have to watch the 20 count on the floor in these matches held under pure title rules.
On the outside is where things work to the advantage of Nigel McGuinness. He's proven to be a master when it comes to causing countouts. And he could win the world title tonight with a countout.
Putting on the brakes. And drives McGuinness face first into the table. And once again, McGuinness laid out on the table. And standing on the side of the face and the throat of McGuinness, just choking away. Look at the expression on the face of the champion. The world champion, that is.
And you notice, David, the chairs and tables here in England don't seem to break as easily as the United States.
Oh, and now Bryan Danielson utilizing the table to keep Nigel down on the floor. And this is a tactic that we saw Nigel McGuinness try to put to use against Bryan Danielson in Cleveland to try to keep him down on the floor and utilize the countout to his advantage. Danielson now trying to use the same strategy against McGuinness. The pure title is in jeopardy. Can McGuinness get in the ring? He does. Both men back inside. Forearm shot from Danielson. McGuinness fires back with one of his own. Back
Back and forth they go. Comes roaring. McGuinness ducks and connects with the lariat. Cover. Only two. Didn't hook the leg. Nigel McGuinness has got to be asking himself, what is it going to take to put away Bryan Danielson and secure the ROH World Championship? And as I say that, it looks like Nigel McGuinness is bleeding from the mouth now. Headstand in the corner, drop kick to the head of McGuinness. Right forearm, cover. No, he gets his shoulder up. Danielson going for cattle mutilation, changes it up, looking for the cross-face chicken wing. This is how he won the world title from James Gibson. He's got the cross-face chicken wing locked in perfectly in the center of the ring. Will Nigel McGuinness tap out? He's got the body scissors. This could be it, Dave. He's got it cinched in. Will McGuinness tap? McGuinness uses his third and final rope break. The ropes cannot save Nigel McGuinness, and they are now in play for Bryan Danielson. Look at the confidence on the face of the world champion. Champion may be a little overconfident here. German suplex throws McGuinness on his head. And perhaps Danielson could be setting him up soon for a cattle mutilation. There's no rope breaks left for McGuinness. Danielson certainly in the driver's seat of this match. All the way up top. The Dragon flies. But McGuinness gets the boot up and blocks the attempt of the diving headbutt. Both men feeling the effects, double count administered by the referee. Who's going to make it back to their feet first? McGuinness on his knees. Danielson back to his feet. Exchange of open hand strikes. Danielson charges with the leaping forearm in the corner. Going for the Dragon suplex, but blocked. McGuinness places Danielson on the top rope. Uses his third and final rope break. The ropes cannot save either man. They are in play for both individuals. Both titles at stake in this matchup. Who's going to walk away with both titles? And now for both men, getting caught in a submission is beyond extremely dangerous. No rope breaks, as you said. And you gotta think Danielson's gotta try to go for the cattle mutilation, and we may even see McGuinness go for the cattle mutilation once again. McGuinness slowly climbing up top. Danielson back to his feet, forearm shot to the bloodied mouth of Nigel McGuinness. Dragon looking for the superplex. McGuinness trying to fight it off. Headbutt, down goes Dragon. Back to his feet. Drop kick. Danielson out to the apron. What could he have in mind? The ropes are in play. He can lock in the cross-face chicken wing on the ropes. He's got extra leverage on the hold up on the ropes
here. McGuinness has nowhere to go in this position. Will he give it up? Will he tap?
He could be trapped here, Dave. No, he got his arm free, battling out of it.
Tower London! Only two! Every fan in this building on their feet.
The buzz in the air is unbelievable as both men continue to battle, and Danielson goes shoulder first into the ring post.
Oh, and he just pulled the head. Oh, and again. The head of McGuinness colliding with the ring post. Oh, he's busted open. He's got to have a concussion. The blood pouring down the face of Nigel McGuinness. Not only the bloody mouth, but the ring post busting his head wide open. Danielson off the ropes. Baseball slide drop kick sends McGuinness into the front row. How can Nigel make it back into the ring? He could lose the pure title here by count out. Danielson poised. That's gotta be it for McGuinness.
This is awesome!
Danielson needs to get back inside the ring.
The somersault plancha from Bryan Danielson completely wiped out McGuinness, but somehow McGuinness manages to get back to his feet. Unbelievable.
The blood pouring down his face. His eyes are glazed over. I wonder if he knows where he's at. Danielson tumbles over the barricade, back to the ringside area. Nigel trying to struggle, back over the barricade himself.
There's no question, Dave, from the eyes of McGuinness. He definitely has a concussion, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get back into the ring. And even if he does, what will McGuinness have left?
See the blood of Nigel McGuinness on the back of Bryan Danielson. Kicking away at McGuinness, sending him back over the guardrail. That counts at 12. Danielson back inside the ring. 14. Himself on the apron, drives the shoulder into the midsection of Danielson, snapping back on the ring rope, right into the eyes of the world champion, and another headbutt. Danielson hanging out of the ropes, another headbutt.
Danielson looks totally out of it, Dave.
Headbutt from Danielson. Nigel scores the lariat! These English fans getting behind Nigel, they want him to win the belt! His blood all over the canvas! Can he go for the cover? Danielson is out! Hooks the leg! Cattle mutilation! Nigel's out! Nigel's out! That's it! The ref stops the match! A good decision from Tessero Jung, stopping the match. Nigel could not continue. He was out at the hands of those elbows from Bryan Danielson. This crowd does not like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your winner and
But a great decision from the official. He had to stop the match for McGuinness's well-being.
He had no choice, Dave. McGuinness was totally out.
He was out. We have one singles champion in Ring of Honor, and it is Bryan Danielson. I am speechless. We'll see you tomorrow as the UK tour continues. Ring of Honor can now call England home.
I've had since I became champion. Now, I'm not doing this to appease all these idiots, but Nigel, I think you deserve one more shot at the now unified ROH World Imperial Championship. So Nigel, if I get past whoever I have to fight tomorrow, I will give you one more title shot. What do you say? Liverpool, England. What do you say? One more time. I'll kick this Yankees ass. You want it? He wants it. I want it. Sunshine, you got it. Let's go. ROH
The code of honor is followed as we are ready for your main event of the evening, the ROH World Title on the line once again between Bryan Danielson, the American Dragon, and Nigel McGuinness. This time, 2 out of 3 falls.
And Nigel McGuinness looks so focused here, Dave, in the early goings. Stalking the champion here. Repeated shots to the back of the head.
Danielson with the side headlock, pulling him to the center of the ring, and Nigel breaks free and tries to brush it off a little bit. This will be Nigel McGuinness's final chance at the ROH World Title during Bryan Danielson's reign. If he can't get the job done tonight, he's got to wait until someone else is holding onto that title in order to get another shot.
Overhand clubbing blow to the chest by Nigel McGuinness.
Oh, what a slap from Nigel. Danielson grabbing the headlock. Nigel dumps him over, down to the mat, and out to the floor goes Danielson.
And Nigel challenged Danielson to slap him back, and instead Danielson went for the headlock. And I don't blame him for not wanting to get into a slapping contest here with Nigel McGuinness.
You don't want to do that. Both of these men know what their opponent brings to the table from their previous matches. Of course, their first battle for the world title was supposed to be a unification matchup in Cleveland, Ohio at the Weekend of Champions Night 2. Ended in a count-out victory for Nigel McGuinness. The match was held under pure title rules. And though he was able to win the match, he was not able to win the ROH World Title because it could not change hands on a count-out. So right now, Bryan Danielson with the side headlock, bringing McGuinness all the way down to the mat. They did battle in another matchup again in Cleveland, Ohio at the Generation Now event, which Bryan Danielson won with a small package. And some people are calling it Mr. Small Package these days. After crawling underneath the ring, taking Nigel off guard, crawling out the other side, and getting this quick small package for the 1-2-3. And of course, it was at Unified in the UK that Danielson unified the Pure and the World Title against Nigel McGuinness.
And what a match that was, Dave. A definite match of the year candidate. And you got to think Nigel was so disappointed to not walk away with the World and Pure titles there. But he has a chance tonight to walk away with the World title.
Trying to get the atomic drop right there, but Bryan Danielson maintaining the side headlock and bringing McGuinness down, raking the forearm across the side of the face of Danielson. Of course, that match with the unification of the 2 championships took place just 2 weeks ago. Nigel still feeling the effects of his head being rammed right into the steel ring post. It busted him wide open, caused the blood to flow, and ultimately caused him to lose that matchup to Danielson. Danielson defeating McGuinness sort of on Nigel's home turf of the UK. Can Nigel get the best of Danielson back here in the States?
Danielson here with a unique position as he scissored the legs of McGuinness while maintaining that headlock. And McGuinness has absolutely nowhere to go, Dave.
Forearms from Nigel McGuinness trying to work his way out of the side headlock, but Danielson relentless, maintaining the hold and keeping McGuinness down on the canvas, actually forcing his shoulder down for a near fall there. But Nigel repeatedly rolling his shoulder up off the canvas.
And these men have met in the past.
Some of these fans here in St. Paul getting on Bryan Danielson's case for maintaining this side headlock here. But Danielson not being intimidated by these fans. Nobody tells him how to wrestle. He thinks that the headlock is going to wear the man down. That's what he's going to do. And bridging forward, keeping the head and the neck trapped. Nigel breaks that bridge with a shot to the midsection.
But still holds on to the cravat as both men back to their feet.
Nigel shots to the midsection of Danielson, tosses him down. Right back to his feet and right back to the headlock.
That's right.
You know, a little bit of Bryan Danielson on any given night when he goes out there to perform in that ring. he's out there to sometimes try to get underneath the fans' skin a little bit, try to piss them off, because he plays by his own rules. And it has worked very well for him as he has held on to this championship for almost a year now.
Well, Danielson takes a lot of pride in the fact that he does things his way, doesn't care what anybody thinks, and he's going to wrestle the match however he wants to.
Keeping that side headlock. Nigel trying to roll out of it.
Nope.
But no, Danielson maintains it.
No way. I'm not leaving this headlock for 60 minutes.
Wrenching up on the headlock once again. Danielson in control of not only the headlock and his opponent, but the fans here in St. Paul as well. Keeping hold of the head of Nigel McGuinness, maintaining the advantage. Nigel, though, turns it around on Dragon, grabs a headlock of his own, but just as quickly he was able to get it, Danielson grabbed the headlock once again on Nigel.
What an escape that was from Nigel McGuinness. Danielson so quickly back to the headlock.
Nigel trying to break free, sends him off the ropes. Shoulder tackle, but neither man going down. Can't take McGuinness off his feet. Side headlock takeover, keeping control of the headlock. Nigel again trying to squirm his way out of it. Fans again getting on Bryan Danielson's case for utilizing the headlock. But hey, it's a strategy that has worked many times in professional wrestling to wear the opponent down.
Switch to the cravat and now takes down McGuinness.
He's got his leg wrapped around the face. Leg scissored right there on the head. Putting a lot of pressure on the neck of McGuinness. Maintaining the head scissors. Referee Todd Sinclair checking to make sure it doesn't turn into a choke. Keeping that head scissors applied. A lot of pressure put on McGuinness.
Ready to give up, Nigel? Come on.
Just talking some trash. Again, 2 out of 3 falls in this particular matchup between Danielson and McGuinness.
And Danielson doing a very good job here of wearing down the challenger and trying to soften him up for that first fall.
Headstand from McGuinness. Ooh, but a quick little pile driver of sorts. Just putting a whole lot of pressure on the neck of Nigel McGuinness, driving his head into the canvas. Maintaining the head scissors, keeping him down on the mat, looking to take away all of Nigel's energy, both with the side headlock, the cravat, and now with the head scissors. Nigel trying to break free. And he's able to, grabs the side headlock for about a second, and then Danielson grabs a headlock of his own once again. I don't think Nigel is going to fare too well going after a headlock on Bryan Danielson. It's clearly Danielson's night for the side headlock.
Nigel now trying to work his way back to his feet. Has not been able to find a successful strategy to counter the headlock. Taking over once again.
Keeping control of the head once again. This time on a standing position with the side headlock on McGuinness. Back to the center of the ring they go. Wrenching away on that head. Side headlock takeover, bringing him down to the mat. And right in the middle of the ring, nowhere near the ropes. Rolling the shoulders of Bryan Danielson back against the canvas for a near fall.
And all the pressure to the side of the head of McGuinness. It's got to be taking its toll by now, Dave. As Danielson has repeatedly squeezed on that head for several minutes.
And going into this match, Bryan Danielson knows that Nigel McGuinness has those lingering head injuries from their match in the UK. And working over the head and squeezing away on the head of Nigel McGuinness is just doing further damage. Right back to his feet is Danielson. Right back to the side headlock takeover. Side headlock prevails. And most of these fans are appreciating the fact that Danielson has been able to maintain this side headlock, and it's working for him.
Danielson certainly has his fans wherever he goes, has some detractors as well. Nice back suplex from the champion. Drops Nigel McGuinness right on his head.
Only gets 2.
Headlock!
Do the fans want to see another headlock? Kick right to the back. Again, no one tells Danielson how to wrestle. The fans wanted a headlock, and Danielson rejected their request and drove down with the knee. Keeping control of the chin lock. And striking away on the neck as well, and twisting on the neck and the head is Bryan Danielson, doing more damage to the head region of McGuinness. Nice strategy.
Neck fights there from the champion. And a knee drop right to the side of the head.
And right back to that chin lock he goes. And we can safely call Nigel McGuinness the greatest pure champion ever. He held the belt just a few weeks short of a year and defended it against the likes of Samoa Joe, Christopher Daniels, Homicide, Austin Aries, Roderick Strong, Jay Lethal, Delirious, Colt Cabana, and others. We saw Bryan Danielson come out with the pure title, and that has to get in Nigel's head a little bit. Kick to the back from Danielson and driving down with the knee once again, back to the chin lock. Early portion of this match, he was going back to that side headlock repeatedly. Now he keeps going back to the chin lock. Both have been effective for the champion.
These men have met in the past, as we've stated. But when they've met before, Dave, they were both champions. That is not the case tonight, and that has got to give Bryan Danielson some extra confidence.
And has to make Nigel want the victory all that much more. Going for the crossface chicken wing. Nigel backs him into the corner and drives back with the head. Going for it again, but Nigel works his way out of it. Arm and hammerlock position and gets him with the back heel trip.
You saw McGuinness clutching his neck there. He's taken so much damage. Nice hammerlock takedown. May have separated the shoulder of the champion.
Very smartly, Danielson rolls to the floor, but Nigel follows. Oh no, this is the exact position that busted the head of Nigel McGuinness open in the UK. Nigel trying to get revenge on Bryan Danielson and do it to him. Oh, drives the shoulder of Bryan Danielson into the ring post. Nothing but steel on shoulder right there. As Nigel looking to do damage to the champion.
I think it may have seen a little bit of blood on the side of the mouth of Nigel McGuinness.
And Danielson very cautious here as Nigel came approaching him once again as the arms of Bryan Danielson now, bringing him down to the canvas. Switches it up to a crossface. Of course, there's a different strategy in a 2 out of 3 falls matchup. You can't afford to suffer an injury in the early going because it will cost you later in the matchup. You need to last out there for potentially 3 falls.
Yeah, definitely, Dave. You may find yourself in a situation where you might submit to a hold that you wouldn't normally submit to because you don't want to risk a major injury that could cost you future falls.
Careful right there for Nigel McGuinness, keeping control of the arm in hammerlock position. Snapmare brings Danielson down, kick to the spine. Lateral press from Nigel. Danielson kicks out, back to the headlock. Brings the fans to their feet. Going to work on the arm and that shoulder of Danielson.
Top wrist lock takedown by Nigel McGuinness.
Only gets a 1 count.
Drove the arm of Danielson right into the mat and back to the hammerlock. goes Nigel McGuinness.
Staying on that arm.
Ask him if he gives.
Bryan Danielson has been arguably the greatest 2 out of 3 fall. Has been in arguably the greatest 2 out of 3 fall matches in Ring of Honor. 2003 saw the epic encounter against Paul London. Of course, in 2004, 75-minute matchup against Austin Aries at Testing the Limit. And interestingly enough, Danielson lost both of those 2 out of 3 fall matches. Could we see the world title change hands here in a 2 out of 3 falls format?
Nice takedown from Nigel McGuinness. Back to the hammerlock he goes. Trying to put his body weight on the champion to put extra pressure on the hammerlock.
Danielson,
Going to the head once again, try to counter.
Reaching back, trying to get that head once again. It's worked so well for Danielson so far. As Nigel with forearms to the upper back, keeping the arm in hammerlock position. Gotta wonder how much damage was done to the shoulder. Bryan Danielson being sent to the ring post. As he's sent to the floor now. Nigel out to the floor himself. European uppercut from McGuinness.
Yes!
Keeping control of the arm. And driving the shoulder of Danielson into the steel barricade. More damage done to the shoulder.
Good strategy here from the challenger. To really try to pick apart the shoulder of Bryan Danielson.
You see Nigel McGuinness go to the floor quite a bit during his pure title reign. He's very comfortable out on the floor. And he knows how to gain the advantage and ultimately win matches through his actions on the ringside floor. It was what made him such a great pure champion, at least in terms of retaining the title. He's a great pure wrestler, but he also used the pure title rules to their fullest in terms of the champion retaining the title based on countouts. A lot of that was doing damage to his opponent on the floor.
He's done a lot of damage here to the shoulder of Bryan Danielson on the floor and sends the champion back inside the ring.
Of course, no countouts here tonight. This is held under traditional ROH rules, world title rules. Holding on to the single-handed knuckle lock on Bryan Danielson, twisting away on the arm, trying to do more damage to the shoulder. And stepping through. As the arm trapped, a whole lot of pressure put on Danielson's shoulder, forced down to the canvas, and now pulling up on the face.
The fingers in the nostrils, and now mocking Bryan Danielson, saying he has till 5.
He does have until 5. Everybody has until 5, not just Bryan Danielson. Snapping the leg of McGuinness down to the canvas. Beautiful job getting out of that hold by Danielson. Pulling McGuinness back up. Goes right back to work on the arm again, and all the impact on the shoulder of Danielson as he went right down to the canvas.
Forearm twist takedown by McGuinness.
Really wrenching up on the head, has the arm trapped as well.
Anaconda Vice here from Nigel McGuinness, pulling back on that arm.
This is Nigel's last shot at the world title during Bryan Danielson's reign. He needs to make the most of it.
Very smart move to use here by McGuinness. Not only does it choke your opponent, it also wrenches back on the arm.
No referee. No referee.
Danielson trying to work his way back up and out of the hold. And he frees himself. Stomps away on the side of the face of McGuinness. Another stomp from the champ.
Yeah, that one to the back of the head. But McGuinness comes back with the shot to the stomach.
Picks up the leg of Danielson. Back to work on the arm goes Nigel.
No.
The winner of this one will be faced with KENTA on the 16th of September as ROH makes its debut at the Grand Ballroom of the Manhattan Center in New York City. Danielson sent head over heels into the corner. More damage done to the arm. Just whipped him over by the arm, did McGuinness.
What a leverage takeover there from Nigel McGuinness. And now back to the hand and arm he goes.
Danielson trying to shake some life back into his arm as Nigel has focused on that body part. Colt Cabana has to be watching this match very closely as well. If Danielson is successful here tonight in retaining the world title tomorrow night in Chicago, it will be 2 out of 3 falls with the title on the line. Keeping the arm barred is McGuinness, putting more pressure on the shoulder of the champion.
So many possibilities here, Dave, in the world title picture. We know KENTA's got that shot coming up in September. Who will he be facing? Will it be McGuinness? Could be Danielson, and could be Colt Cabana, as you said.
Danielson works his way back to a standing position once again. Sent into the corner. Through the legs of McGuinness. Nice drop kick. Out to the floor goes McGuinness. And Danielson flies, sends McGuinness into the steal, and basically lands on the top of the barricade. Danielson getting very aggressive. A big risk taken right there, and it paid off.
He's up top looking for another risk.
Missile drop kick. And nips right back up to his feet. McGuinness back up himself. Running forearm strike in the corner. As the head trap takes him over with a suplex. Favoring that arm. A lot of damage has been done, but trying to not let it affect him. As Danielson to the top rope.
Diving headbutt connects from the top. No, not quite enough. As Nigel McGuinness managed to get the shoulder up. But Bryan Danielson picked him up. Nigel fighting back.
Back to the headlock.
Very wisely, right back to the headlock to slow the momentum of McGuinness.
But he works free of the headlock. Danielson lands on his feet. Duck of the clothesline. Does press, takes him down. And goes to work on the arm of McGuinness now.
Nigel!
Grabs hold of the face lock as well. Todd Sinclair asking Nigel McGuinness if he's had enough.
Come on, Nigel.
Trying to squirm toward the ropes.
It's only one fall. It's
only one fall.
Nigel reaches the ropes to break the hold.
1, 2, 3. Break it up. The ropes.
He does have until 5, and he took full advantage of the referee's count before releasing it. Look at Danielson shaking out his arm. Whole lot of damage has been done to that body part, as well as the shoulder. He's basically a one-armed man wrestling this matchup. So we're still in your first fall here. Over 20 minutes into the matchup, as Danielson up to the second rope, climbing all the way up top. Could we see a superplex? Superplex from the champ. Cover. Nigel gets his shoulder up. Going for the crossface chicken wing.
Got him center of the ring. Nigel about 3 or 4 feet away from the rope. Will Nigel tap out here?
Is he worn down enough? Nigel trying to inch his way toward the ropes here. Danielson trying to maintain the hold.
He may have no choice but to tap out here, Dave.
He reaches the ropes though.
1, 2, 3.
Like I said, in a 2 out of 3 falls matchup, in order to save yourself from a whole lot of damage being done by your opponent during the first fall, you might want to submit to a hold such as that just to save yourself, save your energy for the second and third falls.
Danielson looked very, very disappointed there when McGuinness reached the ropes. Nice chin breaker there from McGuinness.
Shots to the midsection, into the chest of Bryan Danielson. McGuinness off the ropes. Roaring elbow attempt, ducked. Lariat from Nigel. Cover. Danielson kicks out. He's pinned a lot of men with that very lariat, but Danielson with enough to kick out. Set into the buckle hard. Nigel comes charging, headstand. Heel kick connects. Cover. 1, 2. Danielson kicks out again. Nigel needs to follow up right here.
Yeah, both men slow to get to their feet. Nigel up first. Danielson still down. Both men feeling the effects of all the wear and tear, all the damage they've taken in this match. And it's only going to get worse. We're only still in the first fall here, Dave.
Danielson into the buckle. Nigel charges into the boot. Catches the leg of Bryan Danielson. Forearm strike, and again from the American Dragon. Backflip lands on his feet. Small package!
1, 2, 3.
And that's why they call him Mr. Small Package. Bryan Danielson with a quick inside cradle on Nigel McGuinness and is up 1-0 here in this 2 out of 3 falls bout.
Best wrestler in the world!
Still trying to shake out that arm is Bryan Danielson, but he's up 1-0.
And Dave, now Nigel is forced to play comeback here. He's down 1-0. And should we not have another fall, 1-0, Danielson will be the winner.
Yeah, that's very true. 30-second rest period between falls. And Daniel's taking his 30 seconds to mouth off to some of the fans here in St. Paul.
Really, when you think about it, Dave, 30 seconds, not a very long rest period after such a grueling fall there.
And again, you can tell Bryan Danielson holding that arm close to his body. He was basically wrestling with one arm, but at least he does have the 1 fall advantage. Danielson taking his time, trying to set the pace of this match, as he's been known to do.
And really, up 1-0, it's in his best interest to take his time. Nigel really is going to have to find a way to press the action.
Put a side headlock on the fan. Come on. It's do or die time for Nigel McGuinness. He's got to come back and get a fall here to tie the match up. This is what he's worked his entire career for. For so long, Nigel McGuinness felt that he was the best champion in ROH. Now that there's only one singles championship, Nigel McGuinness needs to win that belt in order to really, truly be known as the best wrestler in the world, which Bryan Danielson has no shame in claiming that he is.
He backs it up night in and night out. He finds himself now up 1-0 against Nigel McGuinness.
Bridges back. Drop kick from the champion. Still favoring his arm. Into the chinlock goes Danielson. He's successfully utilized both the side headlock as well as the chinlock during the course of this match to maintain the advantage against McGuinness. And if he's got Nigel in a side headlock or a chinlock, it keeps Nigel away from the arm and the shoulder of Danielson to inflict more punishment. Danielson trying to break his nose, just strikes to the face, and that just pissed off Nigel, and blood trickling out of the nose of McGuinness from that strike. Face to face they come. Slap across the face from Nigel, and again, that just pissed him off.
Yeah, Dave, I think McGuinness has had enough of the games of Danielson. What a running forearm from Nigel McGuinness.
2 matches in a row against Danielson that Bryan Danielson has busted open Nigel McGuinness. Cravat takes him down to the canvas. Back to the chinlock. Danielson really showing the poise that has made him such a great champion thus far. Won the title at Glory by Honor 4 in Long Island, New York on September 17th of 2005. Drives the knee down to the side of the head, has really defended the belt successfully against a who's who in professional wrestling. As right now, Nigel McGuinness sending Danielson chest first into the corner. Kick to the back and drives down across the chest to follow up. Cover. Danielson able to kick out. Trademark maneuver of McGuinness right there.
And McGuinness may not have been able to secure the fall there, Dave, but he's starting to turn the momentum in his favor. Staying on the attack here on the champion. Hammerlock into a slam.
More damage done to the arm of Bryan Danielson. But it only gets Nigel a count of 2. He needs to stay on that arm in his quest to gain a fall here and tie this match up, as now it's Nigel going to the chin lock. Crossface right there from McGuinness, trying to do the same thing to Danielson that Danielson did to him. Maybe break his nose.
But he can't allow the tactics of Danielson to change his strategy. He had a good path there, Dave, going after the arm of Danielson. He needs to continue the attack on the arm of the champion.
Just measures McGuinness for the European uppercut. As Nigel in the corner. Shot right across the chest. Nigel with a shot, but Danielson fires right back with another chop. And another European uppercut. Pulls him out of the corner. Butterfly suplex. And back to the chin lock goes Bryan Danielson.
New variation of the headlock here from Bryan Danielson. Crossing both arms across the side of the head.
Among the men that Bryan Danielson has been able to successfully defend the world title against, Austin Aries, Steve Corino, Roderick Strong, Chris Sabin, the Fallen Angel, Christopher Daniels, Rocky Romero, Chris Hero, Naomichi Marufuji has come over from Noah to challenge for the championship, brought Lance Storm out of retirement and was able to defeat him in defense of the world title. Jimmy Yang, Delirious, Colt Cabana, Alex Shelley, Sanjay Dutt, AJ Styles.
The list is absolutely
Sua.
Dave. You know you have a good reign when you beat like 3 or 4 Chris's alone.
And another chop, but a forearm from McGuinness trying to fight his way out of the corner. Slap across the face. And again. That's just going to piss Nigel off. Fans here in St. Paul getting behind McGuinness. And he takes out the leg and goes back to the side headlock down on the mat. It's a near fall out of it, but Nigel rolls his shoulder up. Might have been a lot of controversy surrounding Nigel McGuinness during his pure title reign and some of the tactics that he put to use to retain the pure title, but he has certainly earned the respect of the wrestling fans. And they want to see him take the championship from Danielson.
May not have liked his tactics, but the impressive reign that he had, you have to respect him. And Danielson still holding on to the head. Very determined and stubborn attack here from Bryan Danielson.
Still holding onto a side headlock here. Squeezing away on the head, that injured head of McGuinness. Into the cravat. Holding the head in position with the cravat for the knee strike.
The knee caught McGuinness right under the chin.
Another slap. This match has been so physical. It's really taken its toll on both men as the blood continues to pour out of the face of McGuinness. Those slaps don't help. Look at the perspiration fly off their bodies as they strike with each chop, with each slap. Both men putting it all on the line for the world title. And another shot to the face from Danielson.
And Dave, that'll water the eyes of McGuinness. It'll make it hard to breathe. We already saw the blood coming from the nose. McGuinness could be in a lot of trouble here if Danielson continues to attack his nose.
He's keeping control of the head, be it with the side headlock or the chin lock. And it's leaving Nigel's face in perfect position to dish out more punishment, more strikes to the face if he so chooses. But Nigel back to his feet. Shots to the midsection of Danielson. This drop kick sends Nigel right back down to the mat. Cover. Only 2. Tying up the legs, maybe looking for the surfboard. Trying to get the arms of McGuinness. Nigel trying to fight it off.
And you've seen Danielson, each time he's had McGuinness in the center of the ring, he's found a new way to keep him grounded. He's gone for the headlock time and time again, but he's found 10, 12, 15 different ways to go for the headlock. And just wearing down the challenger, and not only that, wearing down the clock.
Very true. Unable to get the arms of Nigel for the surfboard, drove the knees into the canvas, and now figure 4 leg lock applied by the American Dragon.
McGuinness reaching back, about 4 or 5 feet away from that bottom rope.
Todd Sinclair checking to see if McGuinness has had enough. One more fall and Bryan Danielson retains the championship.
And the longer this match goes, the more it could favor Danielson. Not only is he up 1 fall to nothing, but for all we know, McGuinness' nose could be broken.
Using the ropes for leverage out of the line of sight of senior official Todd Sinclair.
The referee didn't see it. Might not like it, but a smart move there from Danielson. And as I said, McGuinness could have a broken nose. And if that nose is broken, it could be so hard to breathe. And as the longer this match goes, the more trouble he could be in.
Very good point. Able to turn the figure 4 over and reverse the pressure. Bryan Danielson went 60 minutes to a draw against Samoa Joe earlier this month. Wrestled almost 60 minutes, over 55 minutes against Roderick Strong back at the Super Card of Honor in Chicago. So you do have to watch the clock when you're talking about a Bryan Danielson matchup. A testing the limit match, 75 minutes.
Bryan Danielson, he can do it all, Dave. You certainly can make a case that he is the marathon man here in Ring of Honor, and continuing to go after McGuinness, pushing down on the back of the head, despite the fact that McGuinness was in the ropes.
We're almost 40 minutes into this matchup. Nigel's got to do something here to get a fall to tie this match up. This is Nigel's opportunity to get the world title. It's his last shot as long as Danielson's still champ. Works his way out of this position, does Nigel.
And Danielson maybe made a mistake there going for a big risk maneuver instead of trying to keep things on the mat.
Electric chair position up on the shoulders of Nigel McGuinness. All the way up to the second rope he goes. And down goes the champion. Electric chair off the second rope. 1, 2, 3. But Dragon kicks out. Nigel going back to the arm and that shoulder. Submission predicament for Bryan Danielson. This could tie the matchup right here if Danielson taps.
He's got the key lock locked in perfectly. Will Danielson give it up to maybe save his arm to keep fighting in another fall? But no, gets to the ropes. And how close was that, Dave? You got to believe a few more seconds and Danielson would have had to tap.
Without a doubt, so much damage has been done to the shoulder and the arm. And Danielson now, he's crawling underneath the ring.
We've seen him do this before, Dave.
Yeah, that's how he took him off guard at Generation Now. Crawling underneath the ring, crawling out the other side and getting that small package for the 1, 2, 3. And he's doing the same thing now. Nigel, turn around. Danielson up top. This is a drop kick to the back. Big lariat, but only 2. Has the arm trap once again. Could we see a submission from Danielson? He taps. This match is tied.
Here is the winner of the second fall, ending the match at 1 fall apiece, Nigel McGuinness.
We have just over 20 minutes left. Nigel McGuinness has that much time to earn one more fall, another arm submission potentially, or a pinfall in order to walk away from St. Paul, Minnesota, wearing the ROH World title.
And Dave, it's a new ball game now. It's tied. Danielson has the injured arm. Who knows how much damage was done with that key lock. It's had to be significant as it forced him to tap out. And can McGuinness find a way to get back on that arm quickly and walk out of here tonight as the Ring of Honor World Champion?
Danielson just trying to stay out of harm's way as Nigel goes back to work on the arm. This could be it. This could be it.
McGuinness has the guard. He's going for the key lock once again. This could be it. We could have a new champion, Dave. Danielson trying to struggle to get out, and he does. How close was that?
And he goes after the leg of McGuinness, keeping his own shoulder out of the reach of Nigel from this position. Unable to do more damage to the champion.
Had the leg bar, and it looked like he was going to go for a heel hook, and now instead going for a chin lock with the legs crossed.
Really wrenching back on it and bends him backward over the knees. Still with the legs tied up, the American Dragon. The next fall will end this matchup and decide who leaves St. Paul wearing the title.
And what a war it's been, Dave. Back and forth. It's tied 1-1. As McGuinness picked up the second fall with that key lock. And now trying to reach for the ropes, and instead Danielson wrenches all the way back on the leg and knee of Nigel McGuinness.
Danielson again favoring that arm. He's having the referee hold on to the arm. He's trying to pull his shoulder back into place. Well, Danielson doing whatever it takes in order to continue to be able to fight in this match.
No.
And the arms of Danielson now trapped by McGuinness.
No.
What could he have in mind? Pedal mutilation. Danielson's own hold, but too close to the ropes. Nigel trying to use Bryan Danielson's own signature maneuver against him in order to win the belt.
Nigel McGuinness wasting no time here, going right back after Danielson and pulls the arm into the rope.
Toss out of the corner. Sends him into the opposite corner. Forearm strike from McGuinness. Another Beal out of the corner, putting a lot of pressure on the shoulder with that throw.
Back elbow caught the champion upside down, goes McGuinness.
Headstand in the corner, but a headbutt from Danielson takes Nigel off his perch and sends him down.
And Nigel could be knocked out. You saw his eyes rolling to the back of his head. Can Danielson make a cover here?
Able to kick out. We saw such vicious headbutts between these two during their matchup in England.
And Dave, that was just a couple weeks ago. They could both still be feeling the effects from those headbutts.
And we know that Nigel's head has seen better days as a result of that matchup as well.
Brain injuries are nothing to mess around with, Dave. We could have a back suplex here off the top rope.
And you don't want to get dunked on your head from that high. But that's exactly what Danielson does to McGuinness. And now goes for the cover. Nigel able to get his shoulder up. Danielson now looking for cattle mutilation. He's got the arms hooked. And bridges forward. Cattle mutilation. This could be it. No. Too close to the ropes. Good ring presence right there from Nigel McGuinness. Knew where he was at. Extended the toe across the bottom rope to force a break.
And Danielson contemplating his next move. A little hesitant to go back after McGuinness. Picks him up. Could be looking for a suplex here.
Vertical suplex. Gets his shoulder up. Unable to keep McGuinness down on the canvas. Nigel McGuinness's fans getting behind him here in St. Paul, trying to give him that energy, that burst of energy he needs.
Danielson certainly has his contingent as well. The fans split here. What a slap to the face of Nigel McGuinness. And Nigel looks like he could be out on his feet.
He's slapping back. Look at the sweat fly as each man connects. Snapmare. Back to work on the face. Doing more damage to that potentially broken nose of McGuinness. Back to the chin lock. Danielson trying to slow things down, keep McGuinness off his feet. Nigel cannot afford to let that happen if he wants to win the title here.
McGuinness back to his feet here, trying to forearm out. Here he comes.
With sleeper hold goes Danielson. This is where the chin locks and the headlocks that Danielson has been putting to use really pay off. And he turns it around on Danielson. Sleeper hold him his own.
McGuinness has it cinched in. Oh, what a counter by the American Dragon. Jawbreaker, center of the ring, breaks the hold.
The leg. McGuinness gets his shoulder up. Nigel's got to keep fighting here. This is what he's waited his whole career for, to represent as the world champion, the best wrestler in the world. Can he prove that he is against Danielson finally here tonight? He's one fall away from doing just that.
Nigel, come on.
And he reaches the ropes to force a break, and Danielson taking full advantage of the referee's count. Throwing the knee of McGuinness into the canvas.
Danielson going back after that knee. Spinning toe hold, drops down.
Throwing up those legs, submission hold. And he's got it in the center, nowhere near the ropes for a rope break. Open hand strike from McGuinness across the chest, but more pressure put on the legs by Danielson. Decides to change it up a little bit. Still with the legs tied up. Danielson bridging back for maximum pressure to be put on the hold. You got to worry about Nigel's shoulders in this hold, as well as the pain, which could force a submission.
Now has McGuinness totally tied up like a pretzel here in the center of the ring.
Do you give up, Nigel? Nigel, do you give up?
Danielson's been putting on a technical wrestling clinic throughout this whole match, seemingly inventing new moves as he goes along. New variations of different holds that he has utilized in the past. Headlocks, chin locks, ways to go into a headlock or a chin lock.
Both men slapping away now. All the technical wrestling thrown out the window.
Nigel still on his feet, firing back. He just blew snot on him, and that'll piss Nigel off. Another slap. European uppercut from McGuinness, and again. Off the ropes he comes. Up and over, but stays on the apron, does McGuinness. Forearm from Danielson, hits the ropes. Drop kick, sends McGuinness up against the steel barricade. Danielson off the ropes. Baseball slide drop kick, sends McGuinness into the crowd. Danielson has been known to take a chance from this position. And Danielson took that chance. It didn't pay off. Nigel again got the chair up to connect with the head of Bryan Danielson, just like in their first match in Cleveland at the Weekend of Champions Night 2.
And this could be a huge turn of events for Nigel McGuinness.
He's got to get him back in the ring and go for the cover. He can't win by countout in this match.
Come on, man.
He needs to follow up, stay on the man. Drops Danielson on the top rope. McGuinness up to the second. Huge lariat! Cover him, cover him! This is gonna be it! New champion! No! Danielson able to kick out! And Nigel needs to follow up!
Dave, what is it gonna take to put Danielson away? What a huge lariat that was! And somehow Danielson kicked out!
He has yet to go for the Tower of London. Headbutts from Danielson from McGuinness, but he headbutts back! Brutal exchange, crosses the arms, cross-arm German! Only two! All the impact right there was on the head and the neck of McGuinness.
And Dave, what unbelievable action we're seeing back and forth between these two amazing athletes. Danielson has McGuinness in the corner, slaps him right in the face, and now has him perched on the top turnbuckle. What could Danielson be going for here?
Superplex possibly, but Nigel fighting it off. Another headbutt, down goes the champion. Back to his feet. Drop kick from Danielson.
And caught him right under the chin.
Danielson now, Tower of London on Nigel! Using Nigel's own hold against him! Cover! McGuinness kicks out! We saw earlier Nigel going for cattle mutilation on Danielson. Now it's Danielson using McGuinness's own signature hold against him.
Snap butterfly suplex there from the champion. Takes down McGuinness once again as Danielson looks to be heading up top.
Possibly the diving headbutt from Danielson. Connected earlier in the matchup successfully. But this time, Nigel McGuinness.
The head connects, but it connects right to the knee. Cattle mutilation. Cattle mutilation by McGuinness.
Will Danielson tap to his own hold? He's got cattle mutilation in the middle of the ring. Todd Sinclair asking Danielson, do you need to give it up? Trying to squirm toward the ropes, and he makes it. 1, 2, 3. McGuinness releases the hold, but so much damage has been done to the shoulder of Bryan Danielson throughout this match.
McGuinness trying to clear the cobwebs, gets back to his feet first. Has to get back on the attack on Bryan Danielson. He's got him hooked.
Can we see the Tower of London?
Yes.
Blocks the attempt. Danielson going for cattle mutilation once again. There it is. But Nigel works free. Drops him up on the top rope.
1, 2, 2.
Tower of London, but Danielson kicks out. This crowd can sense that Nigel is on the verge of becoming the ROH World Champion. One more fall, and he is wearing the gold.
McGuinness gets back to his feet first, but Danielson seems to still have his wits about him. What's it gonna take for McGuinness to put him away?
He's setting him up for another lariat. Up to the second rope comes McGuinness, but this time Danielson blocks the attempt, catches the arm, and cattle mutilation once again. Can Nigel McGuinness hang in there? Will he tap?
He's got to try to find a way to reach the rope, Dave. The hold is cinched in.
Danielson changes it up. Rolls him to the middle of the ring. Going for it again. Cattle mutilation cinched in.
And Danielson took a chance there, releasing the hold, but it paid off because he's got it locked in again, and he's got him in the center of the ring. Will McGuinness tap out? Will Bryan Danielson retain the Ring of Honor World Championship here?
This is what Nigel has fought his whole career for, this very moment. He can't give it up. He needs to hang in there. Danielson maintaining that bridge. But McGuinness reaches the ropes once again.
Both men still down. What is it going to take for someone to put away their opponent in this match? Both men have taken so much punishment. It's amazing that either one of them can even stand.
Nigel, the first one back up, but Danielson kicking away at the chest. Catches the leg. Forearm shot from Danielson, and again. So close.
Key lock, that's it, one on the second floor. We could have a new champion there.
So much damage has been done to the shoulder and the arm of Bryan Danielson. He could give it up right here.
Bryan, what do you say?
You can see it in his eyes. Danielson's almost out just from the sheer pain of the hold. But he doesn't want to give it up.
All the pressure put on the shoulder and the arm of Bryan Danielson. He makes the ropes.
1, 2.
Less than 5 minutes remain, Dave. Nigel McGuinness has to find a way to put away Bryan Danielson. It's his last shot at Danielson during Danielson's reign. You see the eye of McGuinness starting to swell. You can see it in his face. He can feel it. It's crunch time here.
And Bryan Danielson in that matchup against Roderick Strong back to the Super Card of Honor, he was able to get the victory at the 56-minute mark. It's the last 5 minutes of the match. Will Danielson be able to get Nigel McGuinness in a pinning predicament or a submission predicament within the next 5 minutes? Or will Nigel McGuinness be able to win the ROH World title? He's got less than 5 to get the job done.
These men, Dave, have been through a war. Literally any move can put them away at this point. Who's it gonna be? Slapped to the face by McGuinness.
And again, Danielson out on his feet. Series of strikes from McGuinness takes down Danielson. He nips right back up and lands with a slap of his own. McGuinness trying to shake off the effects.
Both men just running off adrenaline, heart, and determination. European uppercut by McGuinness, but somehow Danielson stays on his feet.
And he's firing back, European uppercut of his own.
The next man to fall could be the loser here.
Another European uppercut for the American Dragon. Slap from McGuinness, slap from Danielson. It's all about the ROH World title. Danielson fires away again. Both men still on their feet. Danielson getting fired up, series of slaps. And now McGuinness firing up on Danielson. Roaring elbow. Another. Lariat. Cover. 1, 2. He kicked out. Going for cattle mutilation on Danielson once again. McGuinness has got it. Can the shoulder and the arm of Bryan Danielson withstand the pain?
Right in the middle of the ring. Things don't look good for Danielson here, Dave.
2 minutes remaining in the time limit. 2 minutes.
And what a textbook bridge here from Nigel McGuinness, doing everything he can to try to secure the ROH World title. Under 2 minutes left, Dave. Can McGuinness find a way? Can he beat Danielson in under 2 minutes? Both men worn down so much. Both men, it doesn't even look like they can reach their feet.
McGuinness back to his feet, though. That shows how much he wants the world title. Looking to follow up here. Maybe another Tower of London. He's got the legs draped on the ropes. He gets it! Tower of London, cover him! He needs to roll over and go for the cover! He does! 2! Only 2! Back to the submission. He's trying to get that arm trapped.
He's got the key lock once again, and he's using his body to block the ropes. Will Bryan Danielson tap out and lose the ROH World title here in St. Paul? McGuinness pushing with all his might, but Danielson counters out of nowhere.
Oh, elbows to the side of the head. That's how he unified the titles. The referee's got to think about stopping this match.
McGuinness looks like he could be out. What a tough call this is for the referee.
He's out, he's out. Sinclair not stopping the match. More elbows repeatedly to the side of the head of McGuinness from Danielson. Oh, Nigel, he's fighting out of it.
Where is he getting this from? Headbutt! Headbutt!
Nigel now with elbows of his own. Elbows of his own to the side of the head of Danielson.
He's got Danielson's head trapped against his knee. There's nowhere for the head to go. Repeated elbows right to the side of the head. Is the champion unconscious?
There's the bell. Did Nigel win or did time run out?
Ladies and gentlemen, the 60-minute time limit has expired.
Oh, come on.
And with each wrestler winning one fall apiece, this match is ruled a draw.
It came right down to the wire. Repeated elbows to the side of the head of Bryan Danielson didn't render him unable to continue before the 60-minute time limit expired. One fall to one fall. Tied 60 minutes. Danielson retains the ROH World Championship. What a classic we just witnessed between these two men, and it all leads to Chicago tomorrow night. Bryan Danielson, for the second night in a row, will put the ROH World title on the line. 2 out of 3 falls against classic Colt Cabana.
At this time, I will read the title match declaration. I hereby agree that the match of the 10th GHC Heavyweight Champion Naomichi Marufuji against challenger Nigel McGuinness takes place at Manhattan Center on September 16, 2006. Is GHC Heavyweight Championship authorized by GHC Committee under the GHC official rule. It is dated September 16, 2006. Introducing first to my right, the challenger from London, England, weighing 235 pounds, Nigel McGuinness. To my left, from Japan, he is the new GHC Heavyweight Champion, Marufuji
And referee Paul Turner asks for the code of honor to be followed for this historic match, not only for Ring of Honor, but for professional wrestling as a whole. The code of honor is followed for a GHC heavyweight title match, the first ever in the United States. Naomichi Marufuji to defend against Nigel McGuinness.
What an honor this is for ROH to host this match. Naomichi Marufuji's first defense, having won the title just 1 week ago against Jun Akiyama at Budokan Hall in Japan. And NOAH officials offered this match to ROH, and ROH jumped at the opportunity to host a GHC Heavyweight Championship match.
And putting the title on the line against Nigel McGuinness, a wrestler who has competed in Pro Wrestling NOAH in the past, is about to leave for Japan once again to go on yet another tour for Pro Wrestling NOAH. The question on the minds of all the fans here tonight is whether or not he will go back wearing the championship. Some nice work right there from Marufuji, taking Nigel off his feet and holding onto the arm.
Case could be made, Dave, that this is the biggest match of Nigel McGuinness's life. You win this match, you are now known worldwide, all over the place, big money coming all over. And Naomichi Marufuji, a lot of people think it's a fluke that he's the champion, and he wants to prove those doubters wrong. The doubters say he can't beat larger men, and I think it's appropriate that his first defense is against a man the size and height of Nigel McGuinness.
It's the head scissors on Marufuji, trying to work his way free. Really keeping him down on the canvas, keeping the head scissors applied. Should be noted that there are countouts in GHC heavyweight title matches. We have a 20 count on the floor. This match held under GHC title rules.
And the match, if should end in a countout, the title can change hands on a countout, Dave.
Very good point. Works his way free of the head scissors and back to his feet. Marufuji showing what he's made of here as Nigel back to his standing position himself.
And what an unbelievable 2006 Naomichi Marufuji has had. It was just earlier this year that he was competing for the GHC Junior Heavyweight Championship. And here we are, he's the heavyweight champion. Absolutely unbelievable turn of events and the career of Naomichi Marufuji.
Back to his feet once again with the nip up now. Jockeying for position right here on this top wrist lock. McGuinness trying to power him down. Marufuji trying to stay on his feet. Grabs hold of the top rope. And uses the rope for a little bit of leverage to turn it around on McGuinness. Into the wrist lock goes Marufuji. Nigel rolls forward, back to his feet himself. Snapmare brings Marufuji down to the canvas, grabbing hold of the chin lock.
And Dave, Marufuji not alone, being seconded by more wrestlers from Pro Wrestling Noah. He's got Muhammad Yone in his corner. He's got Takashi Sugiura, and he's got Takeshi Morishima, And you got to think that not only is he representing Noah, he's representing Japan here against Ring of Honor. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of Naomichi Marufuji.
And getting a whole lot of support in the corner. How about that confrontation earlier this evening between Morishima and Samoa Joe? Certainly going to come to a head in Ring of Honor in the future.
Those are two big bad boys, Dave.
Certainly a match that every wrestling fan wants to see, and Jimmy Bauer, a historic night, making his way into the broadcast booth.
Oh, you know I had to jump in during this one. I just want to thank NOAH officials for making this match possible. Wes, we got a forearm exchange, back and forth. Call the action, Dave. I'll come back.
Just as things start to heat up, a very important night, an important show, an important match. And a big match in the career of Nigel McGuinness as well. Holds onto the ropes. Elevating Marufuji up and over. He lands on the apron though. Lands a shot on McGuinness. Going after the leg. Pulls it through the ring ropes. Going for the dragon screw leg whip. And nowhere for Nigel to go as the rope stopped him and just did more damage to the leg.
As I was saying, I just want to quickly thank the NOAH officials for making this match possible. It's such an honor to have the GHC heavyweight title defended here. One of, if not the most important belt in all of wrestling, right next to the ROH world title. And what a picture that was before, and we saw Bruno Sammartino, Marufuji, and Bryan Danielson with their belts all together. Great champions all around. This is what ROH is made of.
Well, thank you, Jimmy Bauer, for your comments. As Nigel McGuinness with control of Marufuji in the corner here.
And Dave, the case to really be made, one of the most impressive double main events I've ever seen in my life. The GHC Heavyweight Championship and the ROH World Championship defended back to back.
1, 2.
And it's very significant that the ROH World title is going on second on this given evening. The GHC Heavyweight Championship taking a backseat to the ROH World title as we are here in New York, and it is a Ring of Honor event. Kicking away at the leg of Nigel McGuinness.
Kicks to the hamstring. Maybe trying to Charlie horse that leg. Very focused attack here from Marufuji. We've seen Marufuji's style kind of change over the last 8 to 9 months. He's obviously added a lot of mass to his frame as he's made his transition to being a heavyweight.
Doing damage to the leg of Nigel McGuinness, driving it right into the ring post.
You saw right there, Dave, still retaining a lot of the quickness that made him such a successful junior heavyweight.
3.
The leg of McGuinness once again doing even further damage to the leg.
5.
Referee applying the count on Marufuji. Again, a 20 count on the floor in GHC heavyweight title bouts. And again, going for the leg whip, just driving the leg of McGuinness into the ring post with great force. Goes back inside the ring. And Nigel with a shot to the midsection of Marufuji.
And now Marufuji going right back after that leg. Pulls McGuinness away from the ropes. Could be going for a figure four here, Dave.
Spinning toe hold and cinches in the figure four leg lock right here, trying to wear down McGuinness. We've seen that Nigel McGuinness can last when his opponent tries to wear him down, going 60 minutes against Bryan Danielson. Great pure title reign for Nigel McGuinness, really showing what a great scientific wrestler he is. Earning the fans' respect through his great pure title reign. Utilized some shady tactics along the way to retain that title during his reign, but he also showed what a great wrestler he is.
Yeah, some of his strategies may not have been too admirable, but you got to give the guy credit. His reign as pure champion, so impressive. And you know, sometimes you got to do whatever it takes to win.
And Nigel, through his pure title reign, was able to master the use of the 20 count to his advantage in order to win and retain the pure title. The 20 count in this matchup, you got to think that Nigel McGuinness has an advantage going into this just in terms of a game plan.
And Dave, what's so interesting, Marufuji having won the GHC Heavyweight Championship 1 week ago, but that match almost did not take place, as during that tour in Japan, Marufuji had to face off against other heavyweights, and if he had lost any of those matches, he would have forfeited his shot for the title.
Further damage done to the leg of McGuinness. He had the leg draped over the bottom rope, go down with all of his body weight on the leg, going for it once again. Of course, Nigel McGuinness showed great heart at Unified in Liverpool. Match of the Year candidate against Bryan Danielson, which saw Danielson unify the World and Pure Championships here in ROH.
Marufuji now sends McGuinness into the buckle.
And sidesteps a charging Marufuji. Shoulder first into the ring post he goes. And he is down on the floor. Trying to shake out that shoulder and that arm. He did damage to the leg of McGuinness utilizing the ring post earlier, and now it's Nigel using the momentum of Marufuji against him and driving him into the ring post. Nigel favoring that leg.
Hammerlock now. Maybe looking to send him into the guardrail. There he goes, shoulder first. And if you're McGuinness, you want to try to use your height and your reach to your advantage. I do believe that McGuinness is the tallest man that Marufuji has ever faced in singles competition.
Headbutting the shoulder now, doing more damage to that body part. Before bringing the action back inside the ring.
You see the Noah contingent there, Muhammad Yone with the nicely puffed out afro.
Nigel back inside trying to walk off the injury. As Marufuji has focused on the leg thus far in the matchup. Drops the leg across the arm and the shoulder. A lot of pressure put on that body part with this hold as Paul Turner checks to see if he needs to give it up. As the shoulder's forced against the canvas with the pain of the maneuver for two near falls. McGuinness holding onto the wrist of Marufuji. Single-handed Greco-Roman knuckle lock, both men back to their feet. Maintaining control of the arm as he tosses him overhead by the arm.
What a feat of strength there from Nigel McGuinness.
You can see Marufuji favoring the arm while kicking out of the pin attempt. McGuinness looking to follow up. Picking him back up off the canvas.
And while these two men battle for the GHC Heavyweight Championship, it's worth noting that Takashi Sugiura, who's standing at ringside, currently holds the GHC Junior Heavyweight Championship and the GHC Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Championship.
More damage done to the arm right there by McGuinness. Lateral press, but not hooking the leg. Able to kick out. They're trying to force the shoulders against the canvas. Making Marufuji exert that energy. He hooks the legs this time, but he still kicks out. Making him use up that energy just to kick out of the three attempts at pinning the shoulders down to the mat.
Nigel McGuinness picking up Marufuji, going right back after that arm, hammerlock.
Kicking takes away the legs. More damage done to the shoulder.
Nice takedown there from McGuinness.
Softening him up. Of course, Nigel McGuinness likes to put the Tower of London to use to put away his opponents, gripping their legs across the top rope and driving them face and shoulder first down to the canvas.
And Marufuji's signature moves, known for the Shiranui, which ROH fans may know as the slice bread #2. And also in recent months, Marufuji has been utilizing what I believe he calls the perfect inside cradle, a very, very quick small package, which is what he used to win the GHC Heavyweight Championship just 1 week ago.
Nigel able to kick the side of the face of Marufuji and send him into the corner. Nigel trying to shake some life, some feeling back into that leg. While Marufuji still favoring the arm.
And Nigel back to his feet. Marufuji still down in the corner.
Both wrestlers have done a great job of focusing on one body part on their opponent during this match thus far. Huge international event, Samurai TV here to cover this matchup, and of course, your main event still to come this evening between Bryan Danielson and KENTA. A big night for not only Ring of Honor, but for professional wrestling as a whole.
Yeah, such a unique situation, Dave, to have two title matches like this with international interest all over the world. People are interested in both of these title matches. And, you know, still to come, Danielson and KENTA, you know that one's going to be a classic. And McGuinness and Marufuji right now. Marufuji trying to fight out. Oh, they get spun right into the lariat.
Nice short arm lariat from Nigel McGuinness. Takes him down as he had him in that modified version of a Shinanamaki, the Cobra Clutch. Looking to take away his oxygen, take away his energy. Got him down on the canvas, wrenching up on the head and the neck right here. Perfect position for referee Paul Turner to see if there needs to be a submission right here.
Not only is he trying to choke the life out of him, he's putting his body weight on top of Marufuji as well, wearing him out in two fashions, but now Marufuji gets back to his feet.
Going for another short arm lariat. He ducks the attempt this time, hits one of his own, but Nigel stays on his feet. Ducks the attempt, kicks away at that bad knee of Nigel McGuinness. Running clothesline. Cover. McGuinness gets his shoulder up. Again, favoring the arm is Marufuji. As you see the other Noah wrestlers watching on, giving some moral support to the GHC Heavyweight Champion. Pulls McGuinness into the center of the ring, looking for possibly a German suplex, but elbows his way out of the attempt. Reversal of the whip, McGuinness off the ropes. Got great momentum, hitting the ropes himself before connecting with the clothesline. But only two.
One of the things you're starting to see in Pro Wrestling Noah right now, Dave, is the younger generation starting to take over. The champion Marufuji, you see at ringside we have Yone and Morishima, two big stars that are going to be on top of Noah for years to come. But right now McGuinness fighting back with those double thrusts, able to duck the clothesline, and another lariat takes down Marufuji.
Almost had him right there, got great impact on the lariat. Nigel has been known to finish off several of his opponents with the vicious lariat from several different positions. Certainly going to use that hold again during the course of this match.
Marufuji reverses, sends McGuinness
headstand,
yeah.
And the mule kick. That's all of it. Cover. Able to kick out.
McGuinness starting to get a little frustrated here. Hit the mule kick perfectly, but was not enough to pick up the victory.
Marufuji trying to get back to his feet. Nigel now positions him up on the top rope. He said he likes to use that lariat from different positions, including from right here.
You called it, Dave, that he would go for the lariat again.
But he ducks out of the way. He saw it coming. Marufuji gets the top rope snapped right into his eyes. Both men on the apron now. A kick to the side of the head. Oh! Shiranui to the floor! High impact maneuver right there. He's got to get him back inside the ring.
Referee counting. Normally we would not have a count if it was an ROH title match. Marufuji back in the ring.
He can win by countout right here. Nigel can't get back up. Nigel trying to regain his bearings. Just driven into the floor here at the Manhattan Center.
But Dave, Nigel certainly no stranger to 20 counts. All that experience in the pure title matches that he has.
He barely gets to his feet.
Yeah, he looks to be out on his feet here, Dave.
Crawling toward the ring. Marufuji trying to get the count-out victory here, but Nigel trying to continue fighting. Up to a count of 17. He's back inside the ring. Cover. Gets a shoulder up. Too much time passed between the impact of the maneuver and going for the pin.
Now he has Nigel in the corner, lifting him up. Nigel planted on that top turnbuckle.
All the way up top. Nigel with a couple of shots to the midsection and has him hung up once again. Another big lariat from McGuinness, but only gets two. He can't believe it.
Now McGuinness absolutely beside himself here, Dave. Hit that lariat perfectly off the ropes, but Marufuji found a way to kick out.
Think of the prestige at stake in this one. Who's going to walk away with the belt here in this first defense? Fans here in New York a little bit split. Tower of London. He gets it, but he's back to his feet. Fighting spirit. Cheering away. But can't roll over to go for the cover right away. Too much has been taken out of Marufuji thus far.
And Marufuji able to temporarily block out the pain and hit the Shiranui, but both men are down now. As Yone, Morishima, and Sugiura cheer on their man at ringside, trying to will him on. Who will make it back to their feet first?
Nigel trying to dig down for a burst of energy. He knows this is his opportunity to make history. Marufuji back to his feet. Exchange of strikes between these two men. Series of forearms from McGuinness. Backs him into the corner. Trying to get out of harm's way, but he connects. Running uppercut from McGuinness. It's met with the elbow. So close. About took his head off with that lariat. But Marufuji able to kick out.
Marufuji may have been able to kick out, but can he stand up? Trying to crawl his way to his feet. And collapses every time he's just about to get to his knees.
And the fans here in Manhattan love the action here. GHC heavyweight title on the line. McGuinness back to his feet. He has the advantage for the moment.
And Dave, think about all the great men that have held the GHC title. Can Nigel McGuinness add his name to that list? Misawa, Kobashi, Akiyama, Takayama.
No, what's this? Tower of London on the apron. Unbelievable. Both men laying on the floor once again. Putting it all on the line. Both wrestlers have hit high impact moves off the apron and down to the floor now.
And Marufuji crashed face first on the edge of the ring. The hardest part of the ring, Dave. There's no give. It's wood on wood.
And we have the 20 count on the floor. Referee Paul Turner administering the count. Both men are down. Nigel McGuinness looks to be in a little bit better shape at this point in the match, trying to regain his own bearings. Just executing a maneuver like that took a lot out of him. He went spilling to the floor as well.
But it may have been worth it, Dave. He may have knocked out Marufuji. Marufuji barely moving.
14. Watch the count. Nigel back in. 15. 16. And he's back in. Cover. You'll notice he cradled that leg. He saw good ring positioning by Nigel McGuinness. Saw the leg was very close to the ropes and hooked that leg tight to pull it away from the ropes. Slap from Marufuji. Back and forth they go.
To his shoulders.
Gets kicked right in the face mid-headstand. And now Marufuji with McGuinness. Looking to pull him into the tree of woe in the corner. So McGuinness is helpless. Marufuji has been known to soar all the way across the ring from corner to corner. As McGuinness placed on the ropes.
Could be set him up for the top rope Shiranui. He's got him in position.
GHC Heavyweight Champion, Marufuji.
Marufuji retains the GHC Heavyweight Championship in his first defense of the belt, and it's right here in Ring of Honor. History has been made in Manhattan. What a great effort from Nigel McGuinness during that matchup. Who knows what's next for McGuinness? His future certainly looks bright.
Congratulations, champ. Not yet, not yet. Don't touch it.
Champion, American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, and the current world champion, Takeshi Morishima.
As we start this main event here tonight, I've just been handed a note, Dave, by Artie, our producer. It seems that after the incident earlier this evening, Mark Briscoe has suffered a major concussion. He has been taken to a New York City area hospital for further evaluation. If we hear anything further on the condition of Mark before we go off the air tonight, we'll be sure to pass it on.
We haven't seen the last of that issue between Steen and Generico and the Briscoes, but right now it's KENTA and Bryan Danielson jockeying for position with this Greco-Roman knuckle lock.
Both these athletes very evenly matched physically, but right now it's the leverage advantage by KENTA, trying to force the shoulders of Danielson to the canvas. But look at the strength of Danielson, still holding the bridge while supporting the weight of KENTA on top of his thighs, unable to get his shoulders to the canvas. And now it's Danielson using a monkey flip and takes KENTA off his feet.
Launching him overhead. These two men have been their toughest opponent in ROH competition. Bryan Danielson is the only man to defeat KENTA thus far in ROH since KENTA's arrival last year. They had a very memorable singles contest right here in Manhattan at Glory by Honor 5, Night 2.
Tremendous matchup, certainly worth going out of your way to see. And right now it's KENTA again taking command, driving the boot to the midsection. All of his momentum coming off the ropes, drove the foot to the stomach of Bryan Danielson and takes the former champ off his feet. And Danielson looks a little bit frustrated.
And Danielson making the tag to the world champion. Takeshi Morishima steps through the ropes, and he wants Nigel McGuinness.
KENTA looking at his partner, makes the tag. McGuinness said earlier tonight he's throwing his hat in the ring. He wants the world champ. He wants a title match. It's not going to be tonight, but it is going to be soon. He is hot on the trail of Takeshi Morishima.
We saw what Morishima brings to the table in that matchup to start off tonight's event against BJ Whitmer. He hits very hard. He dumps people on their heads.
Crowd very evenly split for their support of both these athletes. Again, McGuinness with a head of steam, but he bounces right off the big world champ.
Unable to take Morishima off his feet, it was Nigel McGuinness that came the closest out of anyone in defeating Morishima during the month of April at Fighting Spirit in Edison, New Jersey. Let's see what he can do here in this tag team format.
Absolutely brutal matchup between these two athletes, and this situation between Nigel McGuinness looking for the world title is far from over. Danielson from behind rolls him up. Smartly though, McGuinness rolls to his stomach to avoid the pinning combination. What a rivalry these two have had as well.
Yeah, they had 4 great singles matches last year, including the title unification, the world title, and the Pure Wrestling Championship at Unified in Liverpool, England, between these two men as Nigel reaches the ropes and Danielson must break the hold. They also wrestled to a 2 out of 3 falls, 1-hour draw at the Epic Encounter 2 in St. Paul, Minnesota as well. These two very skilled scientific wrestlers, and of course McGuinness has that British style as part of his repertoire.
Yeah, the scientific style, the trademark of the Pure title, a belt that Nigel McGuinness held for over a year before losing it to Bryan Danielson in that epic matchup in Liverpool.
And of course Bryan Danielson is returning from shoulder injury suffered during his 15-month world title reign, where he proved that he really was the best wrestler in the world, as he loves to proclaim.
European uppercut, though, from McGuinness, rocks the former champ, sends him to the canvas. McGuinness staying right on top of him, though, elevates him up onto the top turnbuckle. Todd Sinclair right there, trying to get these two to break. McGuinness unable to execute any further maneuver as Danielson able to fight him off momentarily as the world champ makes his presence known. Distracting McGuinness just long enough for the best wrestler in the world right there to come off the top.
The European uppercut just diving off the ropes. Danielson very proud of himself, but a headbutt from McGuinness takes Danielson off his feet. And Morishima from behind, clubbing away on Nigel McGuinness. But in comes KENTA with a big boot. Duck of the clothesline, KENTA off the ropes, and it takes Morishima off his feet. Dragon screw leg whip from Danielson. All 4 men in a stalemate.
Listen to this crowd here in Manhattan as Todd Sinclair trying to restore a little bit of order here. KENTA coming to the aid of Nigel McGuinness, giving up a lot of size to Morishima, but not a lot of heart. He will refuse to back down from a man the size of Morishima.
Senior official Todd Sinclair saying 1 man in, 1 man out on the apron. This is a tag team matchup. Only 2 wrestlers in the ring at a time. And we've got Danielson and McGuinness once again, collar and elbow inside the ring.
Danielson forces McGuinness into his own corner, tagging in the champ. Right hand to the midsection by Morishima. Brings him to the center and fires him off the ropes. Hip attack right to the chest, elevating the 290 pounds of the champ right into the midsection of Nigel McGuinness.
We got a good look at KENTA, Morishima's top rival in Japan. Just putting the boots to Nigel in the corner and standing on the throat, making it very, very difficult for McGuinness to breathe from this position.
And to carry all the way to the champ on his throat as Bryan Danielson tags back in, and one more time now. On the weight of Bryan Danielson on the back of Morishima as well, right on the throat of McGuinness. Todd Sinclair counting.
And reminding the referee he has until 5 to do damage. Taking full advantage of the referee's count. The ROH World title has a rich history as it has been defended from England to Japan, Canada to Mexico, and has been held by the likes of CM Punk, Homicide, Austin Aries, and of course there was the famous 21-month reign by Samoa Joe as ROH World Champion.
You talk about CM Punk, a guy who is not without his bit of controversy around the ROH World titles. We see a cover by Danielson, only a near fall there as McGuinness able to get the shoulder up, but no controversy about Samoa Joe, the man who really elevated this title to world title status with that legendary 21-month reign. Joe really is the Babe Ruth of Ring of Honor.
Without a doubt, he is the ROH legend, and you can check out all of the title defenses throughout the history of the ROH World title at ROHWrestling.com. As right now, Bryan Danielson trying to cut off the oxygen of McGuinness, with the stretch plum choke variation from this position, and rolls all the way back with it. Todd Sinclair asking McGuinness if he's had enough. Danielson trying to make him pass out in the center of the ring or just give it up.
Yeah, by going to the seated position here, he gets an awful lot more leverage to the hold. Smartly, though, McGuinness rolling him onto his shoulders, using his body weight to get a 2 count.
And Danielson quickly back to his feet. Danielson likes to put the cattle mutilation to use, where he hooks both of his opponent's arms, bridges forward, a lot of pressure on the shoulders, forcing submissions in the ring. As right now Morishima gets great momentum off the ropes and just drives with his posterior region right into Nigel McGuinness, leveling him in the center of the ring. And now using the ropes for some extra leverage and standing on the midsection of McGuinness. Morishima certainly knows how to use his size to his advantage. That's why he's the ROH World Champion.
Nigel McGuinness struggling to catch his breath there. All of the weight of Morishima driving the air out of the chest cavity of McGuinness.
Takeshi Morishima won the ROH World title from Homicide on February 17th in Philadelphia as part of the 5th Year Festival.
5th Year Festival, a big series of shows to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Ring of Honor.
And right now Danielson just choking away on McGuinness in the corner as Nigel needs to fight his way out of this corner, work his way across the ring, and get KENTA tagged legally into the matchup.
Morishima effectively taking Todd Sinclair momentarily out of the situation, allowing Danielson to attack McGuinness from the outside, doing more damage. Dropping down to the floor, and now it's a variation of the camel clutch here from Morishima, really wrenching back on the chin. Tremendous damage again done to the back of Nigel McGuinness.
Morishima putting all his body weight into the back of McGuinness while pulling back on the chin lock. You know, Morishima did defend the ROH World title in Japan against KENTA. World title matchup in front of over 13,500 fans in Budokan Hall in Tokyo.
Budokan Hall, basically the Madison Square Garden of Tokyo. The main event on that show, the ROH title, really is truly a world title.
And Danielson just standing on the back of the knees and driving the knees of McGuinness into the canvas. McGuinness feeling the effects. Danielson looks to be just toying with him at this point, kicking away at the head, but McGuinness firing back.
Hard kick to the side of the face from Danielson, and McGuinness though fires himself up, but gets caught one more time by Danielson as he drives the boot again to the side of the face, but McGuinness refusing to stay down.
Danielson with McGuinness. Irish whip, into the buckle he goes. The American Dragon comes charging across the ring. Kick to the back and driving down across the chest. In comes Morishima. Rebound, duck of the clothesline, and a lariat from McGuinness.
Morishima able to avoid the jawbreaker, but gets caught with the second one on the way back. Nigel needs to make the tag, and he does to KENTA.
KENTA, the legal man.
Peppering Bryan Danielson with kicks, sends him to the ropes. Big boot connects.
Takes Danielson off his feet. KENTA's all fired up. He's been waiting quite a while to get back into the ring. Springboard missile drop kick.
Right on the chest, cover.
Only gets 2.
KENTA quickly back to his feet, goes behind, looking for the belly to back, but Danielson lands on his feet. Forearm shots to the side of the head. Drops down, Danielson up and over.
Nice drop kick right there from Kenta. Quickly into the cover, but Danielson able to kick out. Kenta known to put the go to sleep to use, a fireman's carry into a knee strike. And he also likes to utilize the Busaiku knee strike. Great momentum off the ropes and drives the knee into his opponent.
Well, he staggered him with that open hand palm shot. He sent Danielson to the corner. Running boot right to the side of the face.
And has Danielson slumped in the corner.
Danielson didn't look like he knew who he was for a second there, but able to gather his composure, runs up the ropes, and catches him with a backbreaker. Right over the knee, and Danielson crawling toward his corner and tags Morishima back in. Morishima now with Kenta. Backed into the corner, shoots him across the ring. Great agility shown by Morishima. I don't think I've ever seen a man the size of Morishima move that quickly, and now he's going all the way up to the top. Look at the agility of the world champ. Missile drop kick off the top.
A man of that size soaring through the air and connecting with the chest of Kenta sent him all the way across the ring into the opposite corner. This is why Morishima is such a dominant world champion, looking for the backdrop driver. Kenta blocks.
Able to use the elbows, but he gets caught with a side slam.
Driving Kenta right into the mat. We saw Morishima dump BJ Whitmer right on his head with the backdrop driver. He'll be looking to hit that maneuver to earn the victory in this matchup as well. Big boot from Kenta. Morishima off the ropes. Oh, power slam!
What strength taking the big man off his feet. Does not go for the cover, instead makes the tag to Nigel McGuinness.
The fresh McGuinness tagged into the matchup. And now European uppercut, shot to the throat. More European uppercuts and thrust to the throat from McGuinness. Has the champion backed into the corner.
Well, you can see that power slam took its toll on Kenta delivering it, and he had to go out to the floor to catch his breath. Had a Steen from McGuinness, European uppercut. What impact in the corner.
Trying to elevate Morishima up to the top rope to go for the Tower of London. His opponent on the top rope and then driven face first into the canvas.
Short arm lariat, but Morishima able to get out of the way. Once again looking for the backdrop driver, but McGuinness fights him off. Big boot.
McGuinness on his back as Morishima stands tall. Contemplating his next move, he's going to take another risk. He's going to climb up top once again. McGuinness trying to come to his senses. Back to his feet inside the ring. Morishima flies. Another missile drop kick, but Nigel back to his feet. Big lariat cover. Only two. Morishima gets the shoulder up.
What impact on that clothesline. McGuinness absorbed that drop kick and was still able to bounce right back up.
Even though he was able to absorb that missile drop kick, the fighting spirit in McGuinness, he still had enough in his tank to dish out that lariat and stay in this contest.
Reversal by Morishima. McGuinness hits the buckle. One more time, going for that car wheel into the corner. Gets caught with a lariat cover.
Only two. Morishima able to get his shoulder up off the canvas, and you can see a little bit of frustration setting in with McGuinness.
And both Nigel and Kenta realize if they can pin Morishima in this matchup, they will be in line for a world title shot down the line.
Oh, all four of these men want to wear the ROH world title with pride. And right now that man is Morishima as Danielson kicked to the floor by Kenta. Those two battle out on the floor. Meanwhile, McGuinness and Morishima on the turnbuckles in the corner.
Kenta hits the guardrail, courtesy of Bryan Danielson. Sunset flip by McGuinness, but Danielson hanging on to Morishima. He can't get him off his feet.
All of the way to Morishima, down across the chest of McGuinness. But give the assist to Bryan Danielson.
Well, that kind of weight coming down across your chest could break a rib.
It could crush his sternum. Danielson this time set into the steel barricade, courtesy of Kenta on the floor.
Morishima now just waiting in the center of the ring, looking to pounce on McGuinness, who's having trouble getting to his feet. Kick sends McGuinness to the ropes. Jawbreaker lariat blocked. Backdrop driver.
Right on his neck. That could be it right there. Two. Kenta makes the save, diving in at the last split second, but just gets pitched to the floor by the world champion.
Morishima looking to turn his attention back to McGuinness one more time. And again, the big man looking to take a chance. Going to the outside, but it's Kenta on the apron grabbing on the leg.
Now McGuinness placing Morishima up top, looking for the Tower of London. He hits it. Tower of London, but too worn down to go for the immediate cover here.
Nigel trying to get his bearings and see where he is. Still struggling on his back to even get to his feet.
Senior official Todd Sinclair administering the double count on both athletes. Kenta and Danielson waiting on the apron for their partner to make the tag.
Yeah, both Nigel and Morishima need to make the tag here. Need to get the fresh man in. McGuinness to his feet first, makes the tag, but Morishima tags in Danielson.
Big boot from Kenta. Forearm shot, forearm exchange. Back and forth. Headbutt from Danielson off the ropes. Boot from Kenta.
He caught Danielson right in the throat there. Sets him across the ropes. What impact on those kicks?
Kenta all the way to the top. Flying knee strike.
Right on the back of the neck. Cover. 1, 2. Danielson gets the shoulder up.
Everyone wants to come out the winner of the main event of the first ROH pay-per-view. And Kenta now with a combination, setting up for the go to sleep. But a forearm from Danielson. Dragon suplex.
1, 2.
Only 2. Looking for cattle mutilation. Can he hook the arms? No. He's going for the cross-face chicken wing.
He won the world title with this maneuver here.
He's got it cinched in. Cross-face chicken wing in the center of the ring. Will Kenta give it up?
There is nowhere for Kenta to go. He is right in the center of the ring. You see him trying to pull the legs from around the midsection and alleviate some of the pressure of the hold. Able to get to his knee, but Danielson relentless, refusing to let go.
Kenta using the turnbuckles, trying to break free, but Danielson's
shoulders were down. He almost got pinned himself there. It only takes 3 seconds to come out the victor, and he was just that close. Danielson now kicking away at Kenta.
Looking to place Kenta on top. Danielson known for the belly-to-back superplex. That could be what he's looking to go for right here, as he has Kenta in a bad position, all the way on the top turnbuckle, and Danielson climbs up himself. But right there is McGuinness. He's got Danielson. Powerbomb.
Morishima in, Kenta off the top, but he's caught and dumped.
Suplex from Morishima as McGuinness places Danielson on the top rope. McGuinness now.
Big impact on the lariat, he turned him inside out.
Morishima now with McGuinness set to the floor.
Danielson down, Kenta down, McGuinness on the floor, and Morishima going to work on McGuinness.
Morishima sends McGuinness back inside. No, rebound, and another lariat on the floor.
Nigel is trying to pummel Morishima with lariat after lariat, and he sent the champ to the floor.
He's trying to chop the big man down with all these lariats, and now dumping the world champion over the barricade and into the front row. McGuinness now back inside the ring, and he's climbing up top, gonna take a huge chance.
McGuinness wipes out Morishima. But suffers some damage himself. It looked like his elbow came down across that chair as he made his way to the floor. Snap suplex by Danielson on Kenta.
Danielson in control inside the ring. McGuinness rolling back in himself. Danielson in a standing position. And the rivalry is back on once again between McGuinness and Danielson, face to face here in New York City. Look at the intensity between these two men as they exchange European uppercuts. Back and forth they go, neither man going down. Danielson blocks. Lariat blocked. And he's going to work on that injured arm.
Well, he just kicked away at the elbow of McGuinness. Nigel immediately going out to the floor. The boot of Bryan Danielson connecting right on the elbow capsule of Nigel McGuinness. I don't know if he dislocated his elbow or what, but McGuinness immediately went out to the floor.
The dragon up top, he flies, going for the diving headbutt, but Kenta saw it coming and got the boot up. Kenta now with Danielson, combination, kick to the side of the head, off the ropes, Busaiku knee, cover! Only 2!
Danielson quickly able to get the shoulder up.
Looking for the go to sleep.
original go to sleep. Morishima breaks it up.
The fireman's carrying to the knee strike, but Morishima right there to save his partner. Uranagi suplex. And Nigel McGuinness, he's taping up that elbow. Diving headbutt from Danielson connects on KENTA.
Well, obviously, McGuinness looking to do whatever he can to get back in the matchup. He's got the trainers out there taping him up.
KENTA able to kick out. Yeah, McGuinness refusing to give up. He's going to tape up that elbow and continue to fight. That shows the heart of Nigel McGuinness.
Obviously in a lot of pain out on the floor, but willing to do whatever it takes to get back in this matchup because KENTA is in serious trouble.
Roaring elbow from Danielson. Morishima just held him in place. Lariat from the champion. Danielson goes for the cover. Oh, how did KENTA kick out?
What hard on the part of KENTA, getting the shoulder up. McGuinness again on the floor, getting that arm taped, looking to make his way back in. Danielson looking to get some help from his partner, telling him to get KENTA up and put him up on his shoulders maybe here, as Danielson goes to the outside.
McGuinness struggling to get back inside the ring now, but Morishima and Danielson double teaming KENTA. And there's McGuinness to make the save for his partner.
Oh, McGuinness refusing to stay down. Oh, look at the pain on his face with that elbow. That left arm almost useless. Sent to the ropes.
Jawbreaker! Top rope Falcon Arrow! But only two!
Danielson able to get the shoulder up.
All four men are down!
What athleticism and heart are on display here in the main event. This is what pro wrestling is all about. This is what ROH is all about.
Pro wrestling as a sport, all four men giving it their all for the victory. Todd Sinclair surveying the wreckage inside that ring. All four of these men putting their bodies, their well-being on the line for the sake of the victory.
Danielson trying to use the ropes just to get to his feet. KENTA on a knee, now able to get to his feet. Two men up. Forearms from KENTA, not a lot of steam on that. Both these men showing the wear and tear, refusing to go down. Trading right hands in the center. Roaring elbow.
Oh, he stayed on his feet.
Crossface chicken wing. He's got it locked in again. KENTA to the ropes.
All the way up top, could Danielson get that belly to back superplex this time? Both men all the way up top, and he hits it.
Did you see the angle on that suplex? The back of KENTA's neck folding up as it hits the canvas. Danielson with a cover. No!
KENTA kicks out. Got the arms. Going for cattle mutilation. There it is. Will KENTA give it up?
How much punishment can KENTA take? Submission hold after submission hold, and he refuses to give it up.
Danielson maintaining control of the arms of KENTA, getting them in position, and now driving with elbows to the side of the head, repeatedly going to work on KENTA.
Oh, we've seen him knock people out with those elbows before, but KENTA has him up on his shoulders. Go to sleep.
Blocked. A near fall with the Tiger suplex, still with the arms hooked, cattle mutilation once again.
McGuinness trying to make the save, but Morishima cut him off.
Can KENTA hang in there? Will he be forced to give it up? Cattle mutilation still cinched in. Morishima working over McGuinness. KENTA is forced to tap. And Nigel McGuinness, and this is a #1 contenders matchup.
These two athletes know each other so well. It could come down to whichever athlete makes the first mistake in a matchup like this.
This crowd in Philadelphia is split in terms of who they are cheering for in this particular matchup.
Drop toe hold by Dragon. Nigel trying to sit his way out before Dragon can gain the advantage. Both men jockeying for position. Neither men able to gain that advantage. Nigel makes his way to the ropes. We're going to get a clean break here. Nigel back to his feet. Dragon pushing back on Nigel McGuinness. Todd Sinclair asking for the break.
And we do get the clean break from Bryan Danielson. As you said, these men know each other so well. They've squared off on numerous occasions in ROH competition. Back during the time period where Bryan Danielson was world champion and Nigel McGuinness held on to the Pure Championship here in Ring of Honor, a belt that has since been retired. They had a unification match in Liverpool, England at the event Unified, which many called the match of the year. As right now, Nigel McGuinness trying to control the head of Bryan Danielson, but he works his way free and has Nigel by the arm.
Danielson controlling the wrist of McGuinness. Looking at him twisting on that wrist and elbow, really bending it back against the grain. With the pain on the face of Nigel McGuinness.
Really bending that arm unnaturally. As referee trying to get in perfect position, but McGuinness able to use his legs to work his way free of the hold. Now has the head scissors on Danielson, who's trying to bridge up to free himself, and he does with the legs of Nigel tied up.
Tremendous strength in the neck of Bryan Danielson. They're able to bridge out with all the weight of Nigel McGuinness, forcing him down, still able to escape. Now still cranking down on the knees and the ankle of Nigel McGuinness. Knees into the back.
Perhaps looking for the bow and arrow from this position. And across the jaw of McGuinness with the legs still tied up, stretching out the back over the knees, but Nigel right on top. Near fall for McGuinness. Both men ready to go here.
It's a very difficult maneuver to apply to someone who is so much larger than you, and Nigel does have a distinct height advantage on Danielson, and that enables him to escape the hold and get a near fall.
Side headlock applied by Nigel. McGuinness cranking away on it as Danielson backs McGuinness up against the ropes and shoots him off. Shoulder tackle, down goes Dragon.
McGuinness using all of his momentum as he drove the shoulder into the chest of Danielson and forced him down to the canvas. Smartly, Danielson backs into the corner to try and slow the momentum and the pace down. Danielson is an athlete who likes to dictate the pace in his matches. He's not afraid to go 60 minutes if he needs to.
Collar and elbow tie-up. Just jockeying for a position here, as right now it's McGuinness with the side headlock on Danielson once again. Again, Dragon shoots him off the ropes. Tries to sweep the legs of McGuinness, but a shoulder tackle once again. This time Danielson takes out the legs of McGuinness, who's trying to cover up as Danielson trying to strike.
Well, it's a very effective defensive position being used by McGuinness right here. He's got the guard around the hips of Bryan Danielson, blocked those blows as Danielson attempted to throw them, and now closed the gap. But look at Danielson smartly using the fist to just drive it into the cheekbone. Tremendous pain inflicted with that damage, trying to open McGuinness up for a big right hand, but again, McGuinness able to avoid that shot. Tremendous defensive wrestling on display here by Nigel McGuinness.
Trapping the head of Bryan Danielson, who's just waiting, trying to get in a position where he can strike. Greco-Roman knuckle lock, and now Danielson with McGuinness, again grinding those knuckles into the temple and the ear of McGuinness. Trying to strike, but Nigel moves his way out of that position and now has the arm of Bryan Danielson.
The key lock, trying to get into a pinning combination. That's something you normally see out of that hold. The key lock is a submission maneuver, but Nigel tried to flip Danielson onto his shoulders and get a pin out of it.
And Bryan Danielson extending the hand, but a slap across the face.
Well, I said he's not afraid to take a shortcut, and he just showed it right there. We got the opening match handshake, but the second one was used just to kind of sucker McGuinness in, and he paid the price for it right there.
Snapmare brings Nigel down to the canvas. Hard kick to the back. Follows up with a knee drop. Danielson getting more aggressive here as he knows that the winner of this matchup will get a world title shot.
Just drove that knee right to the temple, really stunned McGuinness.
Hard kicks to the chest now. But Nigel back to his feet and a slap of his own. Face to face they come. Both men very serious and determined. Another slap from Danielson.
Hard open hand slaps to the ear, definitely affecting the equilibrium of McGuinness. Headstand in the corner. Danielson charges but runs into the feet of McGuinness.
The mule kick from McGuinness. Danielson pays the price as he just came charging.
You see Nigel checking the jaw Those series of shots to the face, obviously having an effect. But he's looking to take control again of the arm of Danielson. Just drives that shoulder down to the canvas.
Modification of the divorce court right there, focusing on the arm and the shoulder. As now he's putting pressure down on that shoulder of Bryan Danielson, keeping control of the arm. And driving down, a lot of pressure put on the arm and the shoulder from this position, as now fighting for the other arm of the American Dragon. Danielson trying to not allow it, but it's Nigel McGuinness now with the other arm of Danielson and bending it backwards behind the body. Danielson was out for 5 months with an injured shoulder, and this could re-aggravate it right now.
And you saw how quickly Danielson looked to get out of that position. The pain on his face, that shoulder was really bent back against the grain, and now he's got the chin lock while he has the one-leg grapevine. Version of the Japanese stranglehold now as he's pulling back on the arms. McGuinness trying to get to his feet. Back heel trip now by Danielson.
And snaps the back of McGuinness over the knees while still keeping the stranglehold applied. You know, we mentioned the rivalry between these two. For more information on that and the history of Ring of Honor, check ROHWrestling.com. Really pulling back on the stranglehold is Danielson.
Look at McGuinness, his mouth wide open as he's gasping for air here. Very difficult to breathe as he's being pulled back with his own hands, basically, while the knee is placed firmly in the small of his back.
Nigel trying to work his way back to his feet. He does. Trying to free himself from the stranglehold here. Jockeying here. Who's going to get the next maneuver? He turns it around. Short arm lariat connects.
Big impact on that lariat. Danielson feels it and goes right out to the floor to try and buy some time. Deep breath there from Danielson as that move obviously knocked the wind out of him, and McGuinness smartly going out to the floor to follow up.
European uppercut on the floor from Nigel. You know, we've talked about the lariats of McGuinness. They are some of the most lethal maneuvers in his repertoire, particularly that jawbreaker lariat, rebounding off the ropes for extra momentum to deliver the lariat to his opponent.
Shots right to the chest. Already starting to welt up as Bryan Danielson. Red marks on the chest, courtesy of Nigel McGuinness, with a head of steam on the outside. Driving the forearm up into the jaw with the European uppercut.
Danielson feeling the effects in that chair. As McGuinness trying to control the head, but Danielson with a European uppercut of his own, dishing it right back out. Chop right across the chest. Another European uppercut.
Danielson really reached back far for that one. Slamming McGuinness headfirst into the timekeeper table.
And now just putting the boots to McGuinness. Danielson with the chair, just throwing it at Nigel.
Oh, with a shot at the world title on the line, they're going to pull out all the stops, no doubt about it.
And the timekeeper's table right onto the head of McGuinness.
Nigel with a dazed look on his face from the impact of that table. A stern warning for Bryan Danielson from Todd Sinclair out on the floor.
The Bryan Danielson supporters getting behind him here in Philadelphia as Todd Sinclair tells him, bring the action back inside the ring. Another European uppercut here on the floor.
Nigel hanging onto the guardrail just to keep his balance. Rebound lariat!
Danielson went to send him back inside the ring. Nigel caught himself and was able to connect with the lariat, and that sent Dragon into the front row. Nigel back inside the ring. Danielson still in the crowd, trying to pull himself back up, but Nigel climbing up to the top rope. those fans here in Philly getting behind him as he pitches Dragon over the rail and back toward the ring.
Tremendous impact from that dive as Nigel flew from the ring all the way out to the crowd. Danielson still feeling another European. Rocks him against the guardrail. Nigel trying to create some space here. Looking for another head of steam. But Danielson closed the gap. What's he doing? He's telling the fans to move out of the way. Oh, he's going to try and suplex him out.
Nigel McGuinness's back just bent. It folded over the steel barricade. That could have broken the back of Nigel McGuinness, and he is clutching that back in a world of pain.
Very serious impact on the top of the guardrail.
And Danielson knows that he has this match in command as he stands on the ring apron.
If he can get McGuinness back into the ring right now, he may have this match won.
Trying to pull Nigel McGuinness. Now he's going to suplex him over the barricade onto the floor.
More damage done to the already injured back of Nigel McGuinness by the best wrestler in the world.
That's what he loves to call himself, but he needs that world title to really be able to credibly say that he is the very best. And if he can win this match, he will get a title shot. Cover, but Nigel able to kick out.
Yeah, but look at the pain on Nigel immediately grabbing at the back. It took everything he had right there just to kick out, asking Danielson for a break for a moment, but Danielson's going to have none of it.
Driving the knee right into that injured back. And yet again, Danielson focusing on that body part. From the other side as well, and raining down with an elbow drop as well.
He's got the crossface locked in.
Trying to do as much damage as possible. Looking to wear down Nigel McGuinness. This is putting a lot of pressure on the back of McGuinness. And changes it up, driving more knees into the spine.
Trying to further soften it up, and again, using that fist. We saw it earlier as he grinded that fist into his ear. Now he's doing it right into the lower back. That's exactly where he hit on the guardrail. And look at the pain of McGuinness.
And forcing the face of Nigel into the canvas. Pressured down from that elbow and the forearm across the back of the neck and the head.
And reminding the official that he has until 5 to break the hold. And he used every bit of that count before doing so.
And just standing on the side of the face of McGuinness, and that is just giving him more determination to get back to his feet and turn the tide of this match.
And Danielson not afraid to break the rules.
Raining down across the face, perhaps across the nose of McGuinness with that strike right there.
Very hard clubbing blow to the bridge of the nose, bending him back in position again. And one more time, driving the forearm right into the nose of Nigel McGuinness. You know, when you get hit in the nose like that, it makes it very difficult to see. The water starts to flow. It makes it hard to breathe. It could break your nose very easily with a maneuver like that.
Again, just standing on the side of the face of McGuinness.
You see Nigel trying to get to his feet and shake the cobwebs here. Todd Sinclair trying to get in between them as Nigel made it to the corner.
Forearm strike from Nigel. European uppercut in retaliation from the American Dragon. Pulling him out of the corner now, twisting that neck and that head, and a headbutt delivered by Dragon.
Right on the jaw.
Kicking away at the side of the head. Very confident and cocky is Bryan Danielson at this point. Another slap right across the face, and again!
Oh, but McGuinness looks to be taking this all in stride, not going down. He's asking for more!
This is just firing him up! Asking for more! European blocked! But connects with the lariat!
But still worn down the back, still causing him problems. Can't go for the cover.
What a great atmosphere here in Philadelphia! They're driving Nigel to keep the fight coming to Bryan Danielson. Combination of thrusts to the throat and European uppercuts. Combination in the corner. All the way across the ring comes McGuinness. Head of steam and another European uppercut.
Well, that definitely wobbled the legs of Danielson. You see him shaking the head and immediately clutching his jaw.
McGuinness with Danielson, Irish whip. Danielson, backflip, lands on his feet. Duck of the clothesline, super kick, glancing blow, but the lariat takes him down. Cover! Only two. He just chops you down with those lariats. Nigel McGuinness with such great force. A man can only take so many of those before he stays down for the 1-2-3.
Reversal by Danielson. McGuinness hits the corner. Dragon charges, but McGuinness able to avoid it. Kick to the back, and a shot to the chest sends Danielson down to the canvas.
Both men feeling the effects of this matchup. Danielson clutching away at his own back.
Danielson smartly trying to get to the opposite side of the ring, away from McGuinness.
And you'll notice that Nigel is also clutching his back after that damage done on the steel barrier outside.
Trying to set him on the top rope. He's having trouble. He can't get Danielson off his feet.
Because of that bad back, and that back is driven into the turnbuckles in the corner there. Danielson charged right into the boot. Back heel kick from the American Dragon. Kick to the side of the head.
Again, another blow right to the ear. Only able to get two. You get hit in the side of the head like that, it completely blows your equilibrium out of whack.
Measures him, European uppercut from Bryan Danielson. Down goes McGuinness, pulling him away from the ropes into the center of the ring. Bryan Danielson now looks like he's ready to finish him off.
Might be time for the diving headbutt.
Nigel McGuinness down on the canvas, dragging to the top rope, but Nigel back to his feet, takes away the belts, looking for the Tower of London.
Dragon fighting him off, forearms to the back of the head.
To the top rope. Sunset flip off the top, but rolls all the way through does Nigel.
And for that ankle lock, but he cartwheeled his way out. Up and over, leapfrog caught, hit powerbomb.
Great counter of the leapfrog, caught him out of midair and powerbombed him to the canvas, and now the half crab cinched in by Nigel McGuinness. Referee Todd Sinclair asking if Danielson has had enough.
How deep that Nigel was sitting. Danielson trying to crawl his way through. Well, looks like Nigel might be having trouble holding Danielson in position here. The fans in Philadelphia showing how much they appreciate the effort and how much they're enjoying this tremendous athletic contest between two great wrestlers.
Danielson trying to inch his way toward the bottom rope. Will he give it up? No, he's got the bottom rope, and Nigel must release the half crab.
And look at exhaustion on McGuinness as well. You know, just executing that maneuver because of the way you have to squat down took even more toll on the already injured back of McGuinness.
These two men just doing battle with one another for the sake of being granted a world title opportunity here in Ring of Honor. Thrust to the throat by McGuinness, all the way across the ring with momentum, sidestepped by Danielson. This time Danielson counters the headstand into the mule kick in the corner with a drop kick, taking Nigel off his perch.
Another kick to the back. McGuinness hung up in a bad position here. Dragon's following him up on the second, now all the way up to the top rope.
He's got his balance, perhaps looking for the belly to back superplex. All impact on the back of Nigel McGuinness. Cover! Nigel kicks out. Danielson though,
looking for the chicken wing, the crossface chicken wing. That's the move he won the world title with. He's got it locked in.
Sits down with it, wraps the legs around the body. Will Nigel McGuinness tap out or pass out in the crossface chicken wing?
McGuinness struggling. Todd Sinclair right there, asking him if he wants to give it up, but McGuinness won't do it.
Trying to fight his way out of the hold. Danielson trying to keep it cinched in. Back to his feet once again and drives Danielson into the corner to break the hold. Nigel McGuinness now with Danielson, trying to get him up for the Tower of London, but that bad back, he can't get him up.
Still fighting though, he won't quit.
He He's got him up. Tower of London.
He's got to cover him.
A last-ditch effort that took all of the energy of Nigel McGuinness to get him up. He hit the Tower of London. Danielson, face and shoulder first into the canvas, but he can't go for the cover. He's so worn down by the action of this match.
Both athletes still on their backs. Todd Sinclair with a double count. McGuinness trying to dig down. The crowd trying to rally both of these athletes to their feet.
Which of these two men will earn a world title shot here in Philadelphia tonight?
Nigel back to his feet first. Forearm shots from the left side. Series of them on Danielson. Danielson almost looks out on his feet.
McGuinness placing him up on the top rope. We say Nigel likes to hit lariats from several positions. This is one of them. Connects with the lariat.
Smartly trying to pull Danielson away from the ropes before the cover. But Danielson able to get the foot on the ropes.
Not quite enough. If he would have pulled him just a few more inches away from the ropes before going for that cover, Nigel could have had this match won.
He was able to trap the free arm and stop him from grabbing the rope, but he couldn't stop the foot.
Danielson so worn down. Nigel on his feet, looking to follow up and pull him back to the center of the ring, but Dragon has hold of the ropes.
Refusing to let go here.
Enziguri upside the head. And that takes Nigel down. Both men really feeling the effects of this battle. Down on the canvas, struggling for breath, struggling to get back to their feet and continue to fight.
This crowd is split in their support for both of these athletes.
Nigel up to a knee. Danielson trying to get up himself. Head to head they come. Face to face. Shoulders are down. He still has the arms of McGuinness as the blood pours down the head. Elbows. Repeated elbows to the side of the head of McGuinness. Cattle mutilation cinched in by Danielson. Will Nigel tap?
Nigel's out. The headbutts and the elbows put him out. Sacrificing his own head for a shot at the world title.
Bryan Danielson is your winner with cattle mutilation. What an atmosphere here in Philadelphia. What appreciation these fans have for these two athletes that just left it all in the ring for a chance to fight for the world title. In your next contest, it's the American Dragon Bryan Danielson teaming with his unlikely partner Nigel McGuinness to take on Naomichi Marufuji and the ROH World Champion Takeshi Morishima.
It was back at the All-Star Extravaganza 3 where we saw the ROH All-Stars take on the Dragon Gate All-Stars, but here tonight it's ROH against No, and like you said, the unlikely team of Bryan Danielson and Nigel McGuinness representing Ring of Honor here tonight.
Yeah, Bryan Danielson and Nigel McGuinness agreeing to team up just because both of them want to get in the ring with Takeshi Morishima. They're all coming after the belt. Everybody wants a shot at the ROH World title, and Morishima has been dominant as champion.
Bryan Danielson controlling the arm of Marufuji, using his quickness to try and get an escape here. He does just that and connects with the dropkick.
A rematch from Final Battle 2005, where Bryan Danielson successfully defended the ROH World title against Marufuji. As they lock horns once again here in Dayton, Ohio.
Elbow tie-up, waist lock by Danielson, takes Marufuji off his feet. Control of the rear chin lock.
This is truly an all-star matchup. I mean, just take a look at who's in the matchup. Former world champion Bryan Danielson, Nigel McGuinness, the battles that they have had against one another over not only the world title, but the pure title as well. Naomichi Marufuji, former GHC heavyweight champion. Takeshi Morishima, the ROH world champion, the very best in the business today, all in one contest.
These are four of the best athletes you'll find anywhere in the wrestling business here in one matchup. And then you see Danielson stepping up on Marufuji to get the escape. Leapfrog as Marufuji goes off the ropes. Turns Danielson around. Danielson looking for a backslide. Marufuji, though, blocks. Danielson up and over, lands on his feet. Both men go for a drop kick, and neither man successful. It's a standoff.
Both wrestlers demonstrating why they're two of the very best in the world.
And also demonstrating how they've been in the ring with each other on several occasions and have a good idea what the other person likes to try and do. You see them on the same page at the same time there. And McGuinness now makes the tag in, and he has his eyes set on the behemoth ROH World Champion, Takeshi Morishima.
Nigel McGuinness took Takeshi Morishima to the limit at Fighting Spirit. Put up one hell of a fight in search of becoming the ROH World Champion, but didn't have quite enough on that evening. But Nigel McGuinness put up such a strong fight in that matchup, and now he gets his hands on the champion once again.
Yeah, he certainly has his sights set on the world title. This is his first chance to get back in the ring with Morishima, and he's looking to take advantage of that right here. Shoulder tackle, neither man backs up an inch.
Nigel McGuinness looks so focused here. Collar and elbow tie-up. To the side headlock goes McGuinness. Morishima backs him up against the rope, sends him off. Shoulder tackle, and again, neither man going down.
McGuinness had the momentum, but then bounced off Morishima. Took a couple of steps back, but did not go down. Nigel a little bit frustrated there. See him kicking at the bottom rope. Two circle each other one more time in the center. Collar and elbow tie-up. Side headlock by the champ. McGuinness backs him to the ropes. Sends Morishima off. Shoulder tackle this time. McGuinness does go down. Off the ropes goes Morishima. Waist lock by McGuinness. Goes for the O'Connor roll. Penny predicament here. Goes for the bridge.
2.5, almost had the shoulders of Morishima against the canvas for the 3 count.
There's a slight hesitation there in completing the bridge. I think if he had been able to get the bridge fully in one smooth motion, he may have been able to pin Morishima right there.
Both men back to their feet. They lock up once again. Morishima backs Nigel into the corner. Referee looking for the clean break. And a solid shot from the world champion.
But McGuinness does not back up an inch.
Telling him to bring it on. And Nigel taken off his feet with a shot from the champion.
One forearm sent Nigel reeling into the corner. But Bryan Danielson's telling him to go after him.
Trying to give him some advice. Nigel very cautious here.
Circle each other one more time. Nigel grabs the head of Morishima. European uppercut backs the big man up a step. One more time, grabs the head, and again the European backs the champ up just a bit. And finally takes him down to the canvas. Cover!
Took several of those hard-hitting European uppercuts to get the champion off his feet and down on the mat.
Well, it's something we've seen with Morishima since his debut here in ROH. He is so big that oftentimes it takes an accumulation of blows to be able to get him off of his feet.
And now Danielson tying up the leg, but you'll see Morishima, such a large competitor, his other leg reached the ropes. The first time that Bryan Danielson and Takeshi Morishima are in the ring against one another, one-on-one here.
Former world champ against the current world champ. And the European uppercuts from Danielson not nearly as effective as the ones thrown by his partner, Nigel McGuinness. So he winds up one more time, but no effect whatsoever.
Big forearm. And down goes Bryan Danielson, and Marufuji tagged back in. There's Danielson's own arms around his throat. Stranglehold applied by Marufuji. Danielson down on his knees as well. Referee Paul Turner asking if he's had enough.
Smart move on the part of Marufuji here, trying to cut the oxygen of Danielson. One of his greatest strengths as a wrestler is his cardiovascular conditioning. So if you can cut the oxygen down, you might slow him down just enough to do some damage. And a headbutt now from McGuinness as he makes the tag. European uppercut sends Marufuji down to the canvas.
Nigel McGuinness, more European uppercuts, and back and forth they go now. Chops from Marufuji and uppercuts from McGuinness.
McGuinness getting the better of it. Sends Marufuji to the corner, now brings him over. Danielson with the knee up.
Danielson back inside.
Driving the forearm into the face of Marufuji. Paul Turner asking for the break. Danielson finally does so before the 5 count. Marufuji off the ropes. Well-placed knee from Danielson right to the midsection. Is that arm trapped?
Submission predicament right here. You can see Marufuji give it up. Danielson going to work on that arm and the shoulder.
They drive him down to the canvas. Pinning combination here. Marufuji able to slip out.
Another European uppercut from Dragon.
Well, that one sends Marufuji reeling. But he fires out of the corner with a shot to the midsection. Danielson responds with a European. Marufuji answers with a chop.
Pulls him out of the corner. Trying to elevate him, possibly for the slingshot.
Marufuji sitting down, trying to block the momentum. Danielson closer to the ropes. Tried to suplex him out to the floor, but Danielson lands on the apron.
Unable to drop kick Danielson off of the apron and down into the steel, and there's Morishima whipping him right into the barricade.
Morishima seizing the advantage with Danielson out on the floor, stunned from the drop kick. Danielson's head crashes into the steel.
Just squashed between the barricade and the body of Morishima. Again into the steel goes Danielson.
Bryan Danielson taking an awful lot of punishment out on the floor. McGuinness and Marufuji have the referee tied up.
All 4 men now out on the floor. Plus the referee trying to restore some order to this match. Danielson rolled back inside. Marufuji goes for the cover. Only 2.
Smart move on the part of Morishima to quickly go for the cover after the damage inflicted on Danielson out on the floor by Morishima. But Danielson able to get the shoulder up, and another tag now to the world champ, Takeshi Morishima. Clubbing blows on Danielson. Now puts the boots to him. Asking Paul Turner to check on McGuinness, who's in the corner right where he should be.
Meanwhile, the champion putting all of his body weight on the throat of Bryan Danielson.
As well as the body weight of Naomichi Marufuji on his back.
Making it very difficult for him to breathe. The champion just standing now on the midsection.
Morishima utilizing the referee's count to his fullest extent. That's something we've seen Bryan Danielson do on so many occasions here. Chop to the back. Danielson trying to dig down as the champion kicks away yet again. See the welts on the back of Danielson from hitting the guardrail. As Morishima continues to club away at the American Dragon, who fires back, but one blow sends him crashing back down to the canvas.
There's the tag. Back in comes Marufuji. Going to work on Bryan Danielson. The Pro Wrestling Noah duo trying to cut the ring in half, keep Danielson away from Nigel McGuinness now.
Great impact on that elbow right to the jaw. Danielson once again gets the shoulder up. Marufuji though quickly ties up the legs. Now pulling back up on the head. Submission predicament here. Marufuji needs to watch his shoulders, though.
And the referee right on top of things, checking both the shoulders of Marufuji as well as Danielson's condition.
Very tough position for Paul Turner to be in. He has to watch two things at once, but he's doing a good job, and Nigel McGuinness makes the save.
I get three things at once as Nigel comes charging to break it all up.
Dragging very close to his corner, but Marufuji puts the boots to him and stops any attempt at the tag to McGuinness.
Trying to reach, not quite close enough. As now into the corner he goes, back in comes Morishima.
Right hand from the champ to the midsection of Danielson. Sets him in position, off the ropes he goes. Head of steam and just bowls the American Dragon over. 290 plus pounds crashing down across the face of Bryan Danielson. Cover, and again only able to get two.
All the momentum of the champion. Just crushed Bryan Danielson, and now he's trying to cut off his oxygen, choke him out, make him pass out here. Can Danielson hang in there? He's slowly starting to fade.
Yeah, you see the eyes rolling back in his head there for a second. The sleeper locked in.
Referee checking his condition. His arm falls twice, one more, and Noah has won, but his arm falls on top of the bottom rope.
And it may have just been the ring positioning there that saved Bryan Danielson, because he looked like he was on his way out. But he lives to fight on as the tag to Marufuji, knee to the midsection. Forearm shot in the corner. You look at Danielson, he just doesn't look right. But he's firing back anyway. Elbows to the champ and forearms to Marufuji. Put a boot to the midsection, stops him in his tracks.
Trying to fight his way out of their corner and over toward Nigel. Backflip lands on his feet, and a backbreaker right over the knee. And that has Marufuji down. Bryan Danielson needs to get to his corner and tag in Nigel, and he does.
Nigel quickly in and goes to work. Karate thrusts and European uppercuts on Marufuji. Backs him into the corner. Series of shots to the throat and the chest of Naomichi Marufuji. Forearm shot from McGuinness and an elbow.
Nice combination. Comes charging. Lariat. Cover. This is a rematch of Glory by Honor 5 Night 2 between McGuinness and Marufuji. Clubbing away on the back. Irish whip reversed. Nigel into the buckle. Sidesteps him. Kick to the back and then down across the chest.
It's the leg, but only able to get two.
Nigel McGuinness has been leveling people with that jawbreaker lariat, formerly known as the rebound lariat. All that momentum coming off of the second rope and then connecting full force with the jaw of his opponent. Now looking for the Tower of London.
Marufuji, though, trying to fight him off. Shoves McGuinness out of the corner. Up to the top goes Marufuji. Super kick from McGuinness.
Kicks him out of midair. Cover. So close, but able to kick out.
That super kick, normally an offensive maneuver. You saw McGuinness use it there in the defensive stance. Catching his opponent coming off the top, but just as effective. Off the ropes, chop.
Jawbreaker ducked. Kicks away at the knee. And comes charging with the clothesline himself. Makes the tag. Back in comes Morishima.
Backs McGuinness into the corner and brings him out. Irish whip. Cartwheel into the avalanche in the corner. Off the ropes. Oh, he wants McGuinness back up.
Just waiting for the right moment as Nigel pulls himself back up.
Nigel on a knee. Morishima off the ropes one more time. Forearm shot from McGuinness. Stops the champ in his tracks. Side slam.
Only two. You see Bryan Danielson keeping his eye on the action very closely.
He's looking for the backdrop driver.
Nigel sees it coming. Elbows to fight his way out of that position. Danielson up top. Missile drop kick. Freed Nigel from that position.
Nigel needs to try and make the tag, and he does.
Danielson, the legal man.
Back up to the top he goes. Missile drop kick again, connects right on the chest of the world champion. And McGuinness makes his way out of the ring while Danielson starts to assert himself here.
Right back up to his feet and firing away on the champion.
Almost no effect, it seems, on Morishima. Backs him in the corner, reversal the Irish whip. Danielson through the legs, using his quickness, but the hip right into the chest of Bryan Danielson, and a tag to Marufuji.
Marufuji with Danielson. Sends him into the buckle. Comes charging. And connects off the ropes. But Danielson with the elbow. Takes his head off.
Just turned Danielson inside out with that lariat. And once again, Danielson able to kick out at 2.
Back and forth they go with the forearm strikes. Dragging off the ropes. Sunset flip. Only an ear fall. All about leverage and positioning here. Back and forth they go. Either man able to get a 3 count. Drives the knee into the chest of Danielson.
Yeah, it stunned him. Looking for the Shiranui. Danielson fights him off and sends him off the ropes. Roaring elbow. McGuinness with a forearm sends the champ down to the floor.
Nigel trying to direct some traffic here.
This is ROH and Noah at its finest.
Headstand in the corner. And the mule kick right into the grasp of Dragon. German suplex with a bridge. Only 2.
Well, you see the look on the face of McGuinness. A little bit frustrated there. He thought that was going to be it. Another double team here from McGuinness and Dragon. Ducks the double clothesline. Super kick for both athletes. Shiranui. But McGuinness there to save his partner.
We see the Tower of London.
With some help from Danielson.
Cover. But there's Morishima to make the save.
Clubbing away on Danielson and now going to work on McGuinness in the corner.
Nigel sent out to the floor. Going for the Dragon or for the Tiger suplex. Assisted Shiranui. But he can't follow up with an immediate cover after hitting the maneuver on Bryan Danielson. Both men are down as Paul Turner administers the double count.
This Dayton crowd is seeing something special and they know it. McGuinness and Morishima both tag in. McGuinness ducks the clothesline. Go for the sunset flip, but Morishima sits down.
All of his body weight on the chest of Nigel McGuinness.
Marufuji connects on Danielson and sends him to the floor. McGuinness sent to the corner. Morishima charges, as does Marufuji with the help from his partner.
Some excellent teamwork from the Noah tandem. Big boot from Morishima.
Oh, the champion connects squarely on the jaw of McGuinness with that. Backdrop driver!
Headset! Cover! Danielson makes the save.
Just in the nick of time, Danielson breaks it up. Nigel McGuinness just got dumped on the back of his head.
Oh, it's just a matter of time before Morishima puts away Nigel McGuinness. Perhaps another backdrop driver as Dragon and Marufuji battle on the floor.
Nigel on the second. Morishima follows him up. Oh, he's going for the backdrop driver off the second.
Super backdrop driver. But Danielson right there to save his partner and sends the champion to the floor. McGuinness to the top rope.
Nigel putting it all on the line to bring ROH the victory.
Huge crossbody off the top and to the floor, and it pays off for McGuinness. 4 men are down. Nigel trying to pull himself back up. As these fans encourage these athletes to continue to fight.
McGuinness to his feet first, out on the floor. Grabs hold of Takeshi Morishima, but Morishima fires with a forearm shot. Jawbreaker from McGuinness. Rolls him back into the ring. Needs to go for the cover here. Hooks the leg. But Morishima gets the shoulder up.
Only 2, and you can see that Takeshi Morishima has been busted open. It looks like the nose of Morishima pouring blood. McGuinness following up now.
Morishima gets the boot up, catches McGuinness. Went for that drop kick, nobody home. McGuinness grabbing the leg. Has that single leg right into the Boston Crab.
Half crab cinched in. Meanwhile, Danielson.
Counter mutilation.
Can Team Noah hold on in 2 submission holds?
Morishima makes it to the ropes. Marufuji rolls out to the floor.
But both of those maneuvers took its toll on the Pro Wrestling Noah competitors, as now Bryan Danielson and Nigel McGuinness on the same page look to double team the world champ.
Double headbutts. Can they get the big man up?
For the double suplex.
Morishima blocks. What power by the world champ!
Morishima to his feet. His nose pouring blood. He's trying to not let it stop him, though. To the top rope goes Morishima. But Danielson back to his feet himself.
Danielson now going up to the top as well.
Trying to get a superplex.
Just clubbed down, though. Coast to coast!
Nigel back to his feet. Tower of London. He gets it. Cover. So close.
Marufuji able to break up the pinfall, but then quickly pitched out to the floor by Danielson.
And Dragon follows, sending him into the barricade. No reversal, and Danielson shoulder first into the barricade. Meanwhile, inside the ring, Nigel McGuinness with Morishima. Combination from McGuinness in the corner. All the way across the ring with momentum with the European uppercut.
Morishima felt that one. McGuinness ducks the clothesline. Lariat!
He's not going down. Roaring lariat. Still on his feet. Super kick.
Off the ropes.
Super kick. Jawbreaker.
From London, England, weighing 240 pounds, Nigel McGuinness. His opponent to my right, from Tokyo, Japan, weighing 149 kilos, he is the Ring of Honor World Champion, Morishima Takeshi.
It's main event time here in Tokyo. The ROH World title on the line. Takeshi Morishima set to defend against Nigel McGuinness. The World Championship has now been defended from the United States to the United Kingdom and back here in Japan, and for the first time on an ROH event here in the land of the rising sun.
Well, these two athletes, no strangers to one another. Nigel McGuinness has been hot on the trail of the world title for some time, and back in Dayton just a month or so ago at United We Stand during a tag team match, it was Nigel McGuinness teaming with the American Dragon Bryan Danielson to take on Morishima and Naomichi Marufuji, and it was Nigel handing Morishima his first pinfall loss within ROH, courtesy of the Jawbreaker Lariat.
Fans supporting Nigel McGuinness here in Tokyo as they lock up, and Morishima grabs the side headlock.
Shoulder tackled by the champ. McGuinness goes down hard off the ropes. Big boot. McGuinness looking for the Jawbreaker Lariat right off the bat, but blocked. Backdrop driver reversed.
Both men know what one another bring to the table. They did meet back at the Fighting Spirit event during the month of April. It was a very hard-hitting matchup that saw Morishima just barely escape, still wearing the ROH World Championship. Nigel McGuinness put up one hell of a fight in that match.
Oh, and also back at the first pay-per-view, respect is earned. Nigel McGuinness was again able to hit the Jawbreaker Lariat, but could not get the pinfall. So if he is able to hit that maneuver tonight, you gotta know he has to feel his chances of becoming the world champion are extremely good. Forearm shot from the champ, headbutt by McGuinness right to the arm of Morishima, and he's feeling it backed against the ropes.
And you know that Nigel McGuinness loves to work over the arm and the shoulder of his opponents, and he has done damage early on here to that arm, delivering that headbutt, and now he's targeting the arm of Morishima. Great strategy on the part of Nigel McGuinness, and he's focusing on that body part here very quickly.
Driving the arm right into the shoulder, forcing it down to the canvas, now has that arm hammerlocked. Also, more importantly for McGuinness, he has the near 300-pound world champion flat on his stomach on the canvas, completely eliminating the size advantage that he holds over McGuinness.
As much as Nigel McGuinness wants to win the ROH World title, you know that Morishima wants to successfully defend it on the first ROH event here in Japan, his home country. As more damage done to the shoulder of the champion, courtesy of Nigel McGuinness.
A hammerlock version of the divorce court drives Morishima down to the canvas. You see the big man having trouble getting to his feet because of the pain in that arm. The European uppercut from McGuinness. And the champion out on the apron trying to buy some time, but McGuinness not giving him a chance, snapping that arm over the top rope.
Taking advantage of the position of Morishima. Sunset flip attempt to the floor, but Morishima able to hold his ground and drop down with all of his body weight right on the upper chest of Nigel. Morishima with McGuinness. Set into the barricade. Back first. And now grabbing a chair.
Morishima quickly going out after McGuinness. Setting that chair in the corner on the opposite side. Big running boot.
And now he's got McGuinness bringing him to the other side. And places him in that chair. Morishima now looking to get some momentum as he comes charging. Grabbing with all of his body weight once again into McGuinness. In that seated position.
Impact not just to the chest, but to the back as well. Same thing with that sunset flip attempt. Morishima coming down on the chest, but the back hitting the ring apron as well.
Trying to shake some life into that arm that Nigel McGuinness has targeted thus far in the contest as he tries to get back to his feet on the floor. You'll notice several wrestlers at ringside from both the Pro Wrestling Noah as well as the Ring of Honor rosters here showing their support, watching the title matchup here in your main event.
Well, it's a tradition that's been carried out through the years here at Pro Wrestling Noah for the GHC title defenses. That just shows you the importance of a matchup. The athletes want to be at ringside to witness it firsthand.
Thrust to the throat from McGuinness, but a kick in retaliation from the dominant world champion here in Ring of Honor.
Snapmares Nigel McGuinness back to the center of the ring. driving all of his weight down on the back of the neck of McGuinness while controlling the head. Version of a sleeper here. McGuinness has to be very wary.
Trying to cut off the circulation of Nigel McGuinness here. The referee making sure that it is not a chokehold.
You know, Bryan Danielson definitely watching this one very closely. He's challenged the winner of this matchup for a shot at the world title.
As now this time it is Nigel McGuinness rolling out to the apron and out to the floor. And the champion follows. Out to the apron himself. Big shoulder tackle off the apron.
Just turned McGuinness inside out as Morishima hurdled that 300 pounds through the air.
You know, for a man the size of the world champion, he can fly. He is quite the agile wrestler. Rebound there from Nigel, able to connect with the lariat on the floor.
Not going to be able to pin the champion with that outside the ring, but if he can hit it between the ropes, we might have a new world champion here tonight.
Just waiting for Morishima to get back to his feet on the floor as Nigel climbs up top.
Well, now Nigel may be looking to take a chance.
Big crossbody off the top. Takes Morishima down once again. Nigel putting it all on the line for the world title here. Trying to pull himself up off the floor. Took a risk and it paid off. He's back to his feet.
A move like that takes its toll on both athletes, but McGuinness looking like he's going to be able to shake it off a little bit sooner than Morishima.
Nigel, a very determined wrestler here tonight. He wants so very badly to represent Ring of Honor as the world champion. Goes for the cover. But Morishima able to kick out. Covers him once again, trying to force those shoulders against the canvas. But again, Morishima staying in the matchup.
You see Morishima was trying to shake some life still into that left hand. McGuinness obviously saw it and went right back, targeting his attack on the left arm of the world champion.
Telling Morishima to get up and slapping him across the face. Disrespect right there from McGuinness as he fires away with forearms. Off the ropes he comes, but one forearm from Morishima takes all of the momentum away from the challenger.
Yeah, but still unable to follow up. You see him pulling on the wrist, trying to feel it. I don't know if there's a problem with the tendon in his wrist. He's trying to bend it back. You see some of the Tokyo fans here actually booing Morishima. Doesn't seem to faze the champ, though.
Used all of his momentum, looking to do it once again, just bowling over Nigel McGuinness. And letting the fans know he doesn't really care what they're thinking.
He doesn't care if there's no hometown advantage in this matchup. He's the world champ, and it doesn't matter whether you boo him or whether you cheer him.
And now Nigel McGuinness at the mercy of the world champion. Again, putting all that body weight across the back of the neck, while the second rope is across the throat of Nigel, making it very difficult for him to get a breath.
Now you see him giving the fans the thumb down, also just mocking the fans here at Differariaki, who have been very vocal in their support of Nigel McGuinness in this matchup.
Now doing the very same thing, but this time against the turnbuckle in the corner. Draws a warning from Todd Sinclair, the senior official here in Ring of Honor. And now just sandwiching Nigel between himself and the turnbuckles. Nigel's just worn out in the corner as the champion just kicking away at the chest. Boot right across the throat now.
Everything he does trying to sap the oxygen from McGuinness. Back to their feet. McGuinness sent to the corner. And for the cartwheel splash, but McGuinness able to avoid him. Kick to the back. And a clothesline sends the champion down.
Trademark combination of McGuinness. Trying to dig down for some energy, maybe get these fans here in Tokyo behind him even more so. They're giving him that burst of energy he needs. Pulling Morishima back to his feet. European uppercut, thrust to the throat. Another European, another thrust. Combination, series of them in the corner by Nigel McGuinness.
Nowhere for Morishima to go in the corner, but Nigel looking for a head of steam. Charges. Running European in the corner.
Morishima still on his feet. 2.
Nigel a little bit frustrated with the count there, was hoping it was going to be 3.
Nigel back to his feet, looking to follow up.
As Morishima in the corner one more time, brings the champion out, reversal. Nigel with the headstand in the corner.
Big boot right to the face, and a lariat for Morishima.
Nigel was almost out on his feet after the boot, but the lariat may have done the trick, and now Morishima going to the top.
Nigel trying to work back to a standing position inside the ring. Another thrust to the throat of the world champion by McGuinness. And again, looking for the Tower of London. Tower of London hooks the leg. But no, only gets 2.
Didn't have all of his body weight across the chest, the massive chest of the 300-pound world champ. And Morishima was able to get the shoulder up. The crowd continues to urge Nigel McGuinness on. They feel they may be looking at something special happening here in Tokyo. Reversal. McGuinness to the corner again with a headstand. Connects with the mule kick. Morishima right back up and bowls him over.
The shoulder block takes Nigel off his feet, and once again, it looks like Morishima going to take a chance. Wasn't able to hit a maneuver off the top earlier. Can he this time? Nigel back to his feet. Morishima, missile drop kick.
And Nigel right back up, lariat. Cover. These fans know the world title is on the line, and they want to see a title change here tonight.
They could be witnessing history if Nigel can unseat Morishima here in Tokyo.
He may just be one rebound lariat away from achieving his dream of becoming the ROH World Champion.
Trying to pull Morishima back up off the canvas. Nigel McGuinness gets forearmed by Morishima. Big boot. Rebound. Going for the jawbreaker lariat. Blocked.
Drop driver. He just got him right on his head, but he can't follow up.
So much has been taken out of Morishima that he can't go for the cover right away. Both men are down as Todd Sinclair administers a double count.
These fans know the importance of the world title and the absolute historic significance of what they'd be seeing should that title change here tonight. Backdrop driver attempted again, but McGuinness goes to the ropes.
Referee trying to call for the break. Nigel into the ropes. Sunset flip attempt. Moves out of harm's way as Morishima looked to drop all of his body weight down on Nigel's chest again. Super kick. Still on his feet. Another super kick. Make it 3. He's still up. A fourth. Couldn't get it. Forearm. Back fist. Lariat.
Just that quickly, the champion puts a stop to the momentum of Nigel McGuinness. And the challenger once again finds himself flat on his back, with the massive 300-pound world champion standing over his limp body.
Morishima looking to place Nigel up on the top rope now. Looking for a high-impact maneuver off the ropes. Trying to get him in position, maybe a backdrop driver off the top rope.
Nigel trying to fight his way out. Driving the elbow to the back of the neck. Morishima straddling the top rope.
Keep your eye on McGuinness.
Great impact on the lariat, but unable to put Morishima away.
Nigel McGuinness, a master of hitting that lariat from several different positions in that ring. Very known for hitting that lariat with his opponent seated on the top rope. In a position such as that, he connects, but only gets 2. What is he gonna do to put Morishima down?
Well, he's looking to take another chance climbing up to the top here. But again, Morishima back to his feet. Right hand in the midsection, and the champ follows him up. Looking for a superplex here.
Nigel trying to hang on and block the attempt. Shots from McGuinness. Who's going to be able to get the maneuver? Both men placed up on the ropes now. Nigel now. Tower to the floor.
Morishima able to stop the momentum somewhat, but still crashed down on the ring apron.
No matter how you look at it, Morishima still tumbled from the top rope all the way to the apron and to the floor, and both men are feeling the effects.
A tremendous impact, nothing but steel and wood on the side of the ring apron, and Morishima's body bounced off of it before hitting the floor from the top rope.
McGuinness back to his feet, rolling back underneath the bottom rope, as Morishima still down on the floor.
Can McGuinness actually get Morishima back into the ring to attempt a pin at this point?
It's exactly what he needs to do. He wants to earn that world title. He's got to do it inside the ring. Morishima struggling to get back up, rolls inside himself.
Cover, but only two.
Hooked that leg, but got the shoulder up, did Morishima. Nigel McGuinness back to a standing position as his fellow ROH wrestlers encourage him on at ringside. Nigel McGuinness with Morishima looking to place him up on the top rope once again in position for the lariat. Can a second do the job and earn him the world title? He ducks this time. Morishima saves himself. Both men out on the apron now.
Morishima slumped over the top rope, almost lifeless. But he may have suckered McGuinness in.
Going for the backdrop driver. Nigel sees that coming and hooked his arm around the ropes.
Side slam off the apron to the floor.
Huge impact on that maneuver, and you see the world champion is down. Nigel McGuinness is down. What a war we are seeing here in Tokyo for the ROH world title. Both men just physically exhausted from the punishment their opponent has dished out.
Just one high impact move after another. If you thought Fighting Spirit was brutal, that was nothing compared to what we're seeing here tonight.
Nigel, the expression of pain on his face as he tries to sit up and get back to his feet. Morishima back inside the ring already.
And continuing to have trouble with that wrist.
Nigel rolls back inside. Morishima going for a cover right away, but ring positioning saved Nigel right there as he grabbed the bottom rope.
Morishima looking to follow up though, picking Nigel back up. Out of the corner, he sends him to the ropes, charges, connects with the lariat in the corner. Clubbing blows lefts and rights to the head of McGuinness.
Just boxing the ears of Nigel, and down goes Todd Sinclair. Nobody gets in the path of Morishima. He goes for the cover, but we don't have a referee in position because Sinclair just got wiped out.
Sinclair failing, you see him grabbing at his head as he gets back to his feet. Backdrop driver!
Right on his head. Nigel kicks out.
Oh, listen to the crowd showing their support for McGuinness as he continues to fight back.
The backdrop driver has put away so many competitors in ROH world title matches, and Nigel absorbed it and was able to kick out. Now it's Morishima waiting for Nigel to get back up. Lariat ducked. Nigel, combination of maneuvers, can't take him off his feet. Jawbreaker lariat. Morishima survives!
And Nigel McGuinness can't believe it. This crowd can't believe it. They want to see a title change.
Nigel McGuinness realizes he still has Morishima down on his back. The title is within his grasp. Nigel looking to follow up. Waiting for the right moment. Off the ropes. Jawbreaker again. Blocked. Go for the backdrop driver. Blocked. Inside cradle. Only two.
Again, Morishima able to power out just in the nick of time. Both these athletes struggling to get to their feet. Forearm shot from Morishima, but McGuinness fires back.
between these two competitors. Who's going to walk out of Tokyo wearing the title?
Who wants the title more? McGuinness may be spent. Lariat doesn't phase the champ. Lariat from the champ.
Nigel down on his back. Morishima standing over the challenger, looking to successfully defend the championship in his home country.
Very determined look on his face.
Huge lariat up the ropes. McGuinness refuses to stand up. Backdrop driver.
Here is your winner and still Ring of Honor World Champion, Takeshi Morishima.
Two backdrop drivers was just too much for Nigel McGuinness. Takeshi Morishima retains the world title in your main event. What a show we've seen here in Tokyo. We'll see you tomorrow night in Osaka. What's Bryan gonna do?
This is my belt. Not yours. My belt. What the fuck is your problem? You want to do that? This is your belt.
One of the greatest rivalries in Ring of Honor history. American Dragon Bryan Danielson versus the ROH World Champion Nigel McGuinness. Of course, the world title not on the line in this matchup. First round of Survival of the Fittest 2007. That's just how the cards fell. Random drawing, and they get to see Danielson versus McGuinness here in the first round of the tournament.
Both men jockeying for position against the ropes. Todd Sinclair looking for a clean break. Are we going to get it? Yes, we do.
Such a rich history between these two competitors, going back to their series of bouts in Cleveland, Ohio, back to the Generation Now event. Of course, their battle at Unified to unify the World and Pure Championships in Liverpool, England. It's Nigel back to his feet. That epic matchup at Driven, that many are calling Match of the Year for 2007.
And that 1 hour match at Epic Encounter 2. These two know each other so very well, and what a matchup here in our last opening round matchup in the Survival of the Fittest tournament for 2007.
Two world-class athletes here.
Trying to determine who will be the last entrant into that elimination match.
Of course, Danielson is one of those men who has captured Survival of the Fittest championship victory in the past. He won the very first Survival of the Fittest, defeating Austin Aries in the finals.
In addition to wanting to become a two-time Survival of the Fittest winner, you know how desperately Bryan Danielson wants to regain the ROH World title. He claims he's the best wrestler in the world, but he knows in his heart of hearts he needs that belt around his waist to validate that claim, and he wants Nigel McGuinness, and he wants the world title back.
And, you know, if he can defeat him in this match, he's not going to win the world title back, but it certainly sends a message, and it gets into the head of Nigel McGuinness that Bryan Danielson can defeat him. And of course, the winner of the Survival of the Fittest tournament will be getting a title shot in the future. It's Danielson back to his feet.
So if Nigel wins, he gets to wrestle himself?
Yes.
Or maybe he just gets the night off.
Gets the night off. Gets the payday for the challenger and the champion.
Men back to their feet, collar and elbow tie-up. Side headlock by McGuinness. Really cranking down on Danielson's neck as Danielson backs into the ropes and fires McGuinness off. Shoulder tackle. McGuinness with the momentum sends Danielson down to the canvas, and Nigel, very confident look on the face of Nigel McGuinness. Not really a look, he's always been a guy with an air of confidence around him, but ever since he won the title, you can see a little bit different look in the face of Nigel McGuinness. The way he walks around the locker room, the way he carries himself in and out of the building. A very confident Nigel McGuinness now that he's finally realized his dream of becoming the ROH World Champion.
He's at the top of his game, the pinnacle of his career here as World Champion. He knows that no longer does he have to win the championship, but in order for someone to take it from him, they have to beat him. And so he is in the driver's seat.
No, ref.
Much different position for Nigel McGuinness now as the hunter becomes the hunted. Bryan Danielson knows that position all too well as he was the ROH World Champion for 15 months himself.
Neither man wanting to give an inch here. As Nigel McGuinness comes up with a cross arm breaker, and very quickly Danielson reaches his feet to the bottom rope to force a break. A whole lot of damage done right there.
Nigel used the strength in his legs to take Danielson down and lock in the cross arm breaker. Fortunately for Danielson, he was very close to the ropes. And that maneuver, when it's cinched in, can do a great deal of damage in a very short period of time, and normally ends in a dislocated elbow for the person on the receiving end. And you can see Danielson clutching at that left elbow, already giving him some problems.
It was thanks to the ring positioning right there that Danielson was able to get to the ropes as quickly as he did after Nigel got full extension on the cross arm breaker. Now it's Danielson controlling the leg of McGuinness.
No ref.
A wrestler knowing where they are in the ring at all times, and their ring positioning is the mark of a very studious athlete, someone who studies tapes and studies positioning and knows where they are at all times, and very aware of their position and where their body is each and every second they're in the ring, and that's something that has been a hallmark of Bryan Danielson throughout his career.
Releases the hold before the referee's count of 5. Nigel trying to get back to his feet here.
It's fine.
A little bit of a smirk on the face of American Dragon.
Very confident smirk. Again, all our first round matchups have a 20-minute time limit. These two, like we said before, have gone an hour before, so a little bit different strategy, knowing that you only have 20 minutes to get the victory. You can't really pace yourself for a long match, and long matches were a hallmark of the Bryan Danielson title reign. And in a matchup like this, where you know you're on a truncated time frame, you've got to pick up the pace, and Bryan Danielson looking to do that right now as he has McGuinness hurt and under the bottom rope.
Trying to pull him into the center of the ring away from the ropes. But no, he drapes the leg of McGuinness across the bottom rope and drives down with all of his body weight to do damage to that leg. Nigel chopping away at the chest. European uppercut from Dragon.
Danielson went downstairs to deliver that blow. Very effective. Sent Nigel sprawling. And one more time, that leg draped on the bottom rope. Sinclair issues the count, and once again reminded by Danielson that he has until 5. Danielson off the ropes, all his weight down across the ankle.
That was very painful. That maneuver right there not only had enough momentum to come crashing down on the leg, but so much that it took the foot off the bottom rope as well, and all the way down to the canvas, and now really wrenching up on that leg.
Pressure on both the knee and the ankle from this position. McGuinness trying to grab the head of Danielson and force it back towards the canvas to escape. But Danielson really cranking down on the ankle.
And in a tournament like this, you can't afford to sustain a serious injury during your first round matchup because, again, it's an elimination match in the finals. You're going to have to last until the very end to come up the winner. And so Nigel McGuinness can't afford to have Bryan Danielson pick apart that leg anymore in this match, or he will be a crippled man going into the finals.
We have to get through 5 other guys to win the finals. McGuinness again feeling the pain in that left leg as it's slammed down to the canvas by Danielson. Now Bryan just stalking McGuinness as he struggles to his feet in the corner. Wraps the leg around the second rope one more time. Excuse me, Dave. Let me just step on you there.
Really pulling back on that leg, using the rope for extra leverage to do more damage and kicking at the knee.
Sets him in position again and drives the boot into the hamstring. Trying to knock the largest muscles in the leg up. Make it very difficult for McGuinness to stand with only one good leg. And a Steen again. A drop kick to the inside of the thigh.
And Bryan Danielson knows that he is in full control of this match. Nigel McGuinness unable to put any weight on that bad leg at this point. He could be one leg lock away from being forced to give it up. But now it's Nigel going after the shoulder of Bryan Danielson. Needs to keep dragging away from that leg.
It was the shoulder of Bryan Danielson that kept him out of action for several months here in Ring of Honor after losing the ROH World title. It was a shoulder injury that plagued him for several months during his title reign.
Fighting through the injury to successfully defend the World Championship before taking some time off after losing it and coming back better than ever.
Bryan Danielson is a guy who's always been able to fight through injuries. Of course, it was the very serious eye injury suffered against former world champ Takeshi Morishima. Broken orbital bone in his face. Detached retina, came back with surgery and an eye patch. He still has blurred vision even to this day, but continues to go out each and every night to prove he is what he says, and that is the best wrestler in the world. But right now, he is just tied up by the current world champ, Nigel McGuinness.
Trying to wear down Bryan Danielson. He's trying to squirm his body towards the ropes to force a break. As Nigel has both of the arms trapped. Changes it up, though. To the hammerlock he goes on Danielson.
Jesus.
Once again, has that arm trapped in a hammerlock position. Bryan trying to fight him off. Now it's the other arm being bent back against the grain as well. Danielson screaming in pain.
Well, as much as Danielson was working over the knee of Nigel McGuinness just a few moments ago, now it's Nigel McGuinness with Danielson in a world of pain, focusing on that shoulder as Nigel now bridges back, putting even more pressure on Bryan Danielson.
All of his body weight on the one arm of Danielson, but quickly reversed into a single-legged crab. But fortunately for McGuinness, very close to the ropes, able to grab the bottom rope and get the break.
Pulls him to the center of the ring. Tying up the legs once again, looking for the bow and arrow. Can he cinch the maneuver in? Rocks back with it, bow and arrow. Submission predicament. See if Nigel McGuinness is forced to give it up. This does put pressure on the legs. Nigel hanging in there. And snapping back with the legs still tied up.
Danielson continuing to focus on the injured leg of McGuinness. Reaching down on the ankle. Back to his feet, looking out over the crowd and snapping down to the canvas one more time. Trying to get into the head of McGuinness here.
Pulling away at the ear as well. So adding insult to injury. Nigel trying to free himself somehow. And fight off Danielson, continuing to go to work as he bridges back. Cinches in the Muda lock. Legs tied up, grabs the chin lock. Nice bridge from Bryan Danielson.
Nigel grabbing at the face of Danielson, trying to free himself. Momentarily does. but still trapped in the leg lock, and now the hands grabbed by Danielson, who is being driven back as McGuinness traps the arms.
He overpowered Danielson, you know. Nigel focusing on that shoulder earlier in the match. Had more strength in his own arms than Danielson does, and now it's American Dragon in a world of pain.
The muscles in the shoulder of Bryan Danielson really being stretched.
He's trying to get to the ropes, and he's got the bottom rope. That took a lot out of Bryan Danielson, but that exchange, Nigel McGuinness as well. Both of these men just dishing out the punishment to one another, focusing on one body part.
Nigel unable to get to his feet, finally uses the ropes to help himself up. Both these guys favoring their injured body part. McGuinness trying to keep that leg away from Danielson, who's trying to keep the left shoulder away from McGuinness.
Goes after the leg of McGuinness once again, trying to kick Danielson off, and he does, boot to the side of the head. But Danielson with a running kick to the back.
McGuinness now cries out in pain.
Danielson with Nigel. Measures him for the kick to the chest. And another. And that's just making Nigel more determined. He's trying to shrug it off.
Back to his feet.
Back to the leg goes Danielson.
Quickly to the single leg, now trying to go for the figure four.
He's got it.
Right in the center of the ring, and is locked in.
Nigel McGuinness could give it up right here. So much work has been done on that knee. Danielson has softened him up to this point. Nigel might be forced to submit.
Also needs to be aware of his shoulders lying on the canvas as he feels the pain in his legs. Sometimes you lose sight of the fact that your shoulders are on the mat. But McGuinness trying to turn Danielson here.
Trying to reverse the pressure of the figure four by turning it over. But Danielson maintains the figure four. And again, Nigel's shoulders flat against the mat for an ear fall.
Danielson in great position here as Nigel again grabs the foot to try and help him turn Danielson over, and he does it.
The pressure is reversed, and Danielson grabs hold of the bottom rope as Todd Sinclair tries to separate the legs of both competitors. Nigel barely able to stay on his feet as Danielson continues to go to work on that leg.
European uppercut from McGuinness. And a second. Knife edge chops now. Nigel with a burst of adrenaline here, firing away in the corner. Series of strikes. Oh, McGuinness unable to make the charge out of the corner. Not a lot of steam. He normally gets a lot more velocity as he charges.
Lariat to the back of the neck. Cover. Only two.
That's got to make me ask the question, will he be able to hit the jawbreaker lariat? Will he get anything on that as he tries to use his body for momentum coming off the ropes?
You might be thinking about the Tower of London to finish off Danielson, but he can't get it. Danielson has got the arms. Nigel turns it around. Hammerlock divorce court. More damage done to the shoulder of Bryan Danielson.
Does not hook the leg and only gets two.
Both men feeling the effect of this battle. The shoulder of Danielson, the knee of McGuinness. Forearm strike, Nigel off the ropes. Roaring elbow from Dragon.
For the jawbreaker lariat, but the leg drop kicked out from under him.
To the half crab goes Danielson. Nigel trying to crawl to the ropes. He's got it. Danielson pulling him back up. Has the head trapped, snapping him over with a suplex.
Oh, the pain in the shoulder, though, as he dragged the body of Nigel McGuinness up and over. And I got to expect one of these guys to start picking up the pace soon, because I don't have a clock in front of me, but we got to be getting close to the 20-minute time limit here. And Danielson looks like he knows that that clock is ticking as he climbs to the top. Looking to finish McGuinness off, diving headbutt, but Nigel gets the leg up.
Still clutching his knee.
Well, he got the bad leg up, unfortunately for McGuinness. Very effective in blocking the headbutt, but did damage to himself as well.
As you mentioned, the time limit, it was last year, Danielson and Samoa Joe going to a 20-minute draw in the first round of Survival of the Fittest to eliminate both men from the tournament. So he knows that he has to put Nigel away here in order to work his way into that elimination match.
Achilles tendon hold now from Danielson, and focusing on a different part of the injured leg now.
Nigel, do you get? Come on, Nigel.
Nigel reaching for the ropes.
Nigel, no.
Unable to reach them so far, trying to twist his body, and able to get to his feet instead.
He freed himself. Belly to back suplex right on the shoulder of Danielson.
Both men down, double count applied by Todd Sinclair.
Both of them very slow to get up as a result of the punishment.
And McGuinness is up first, connects with the European uppercut. Danielson with the reversal. Nigel gingerly hits the buckle. Headstand in the corner after the elbow. Connects with the mule kick. Danielson to the far corner. Nigel charges. Runs into the boot of Danielson.
Flying kick out of the corner from Danielson, and both men are down. That took every ounce of energy in the body of Bryan Danielson to come charging and connect with that maneuver.
Crowd urging both these guys back to their feet again.
1 minute remaining in the 20-minute time limit.
The time is winding down. It's do or die time for these two men. Cattle mutilation. He's got it.
McGuinness rolling towards his back.
Elbows. Repeated elbows from Danielson. But he's in the ropes.
What's the time? Time.
Asking the referee how much time is left. Placing him up top. Belly to back superplex possibly.
All the way up top goes Danielson. McGuinness trying to fight him off with elbows.
And he does.
Gets underneath Bryan and now behind him. Crutches him on the top rope.
What could Nigel have in mind here? Perhaps another Tower of London.
Oh, and there's the bell.
Right before Nigel's about to go for the Tower of London, the bell rings. 20 minutes have elapsed. And both men are eliminated from Survival of the Fittest, but what a match!
Fans asking for 5 more minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, 20-minute time limit has expired. This match is ruled a time limit draw. Therefore, both men are eliminated from Survival of the Fittest.
You hear the ring announcer, Bobby Cruz. Both men eliminated from Survival of the Fittest.
Listen, these people didn't come here to see a tournament and go, I want 5 more minutes. Gentlemen, you want 5 more minutes. Let's give the people what they want.
Nigel wants 5 more minutes.
You people want 5 more minutes.
Looks like we're gonna get 5 more minutes. Nigel knew he was close to winning, and he finally wants to defeat Danielson.
5 more minutes between Bryan Danielson and Nigel McGuinness to determine who is the better man.
Nigel quickly hooks in a submission.
Danielson's tapping, but the referee didn't ring the bell.
Well, Nigel is finally going to score that elusive win over Danielson.
Danielson's rolling out to the floor. holding his arm. Oh, he knew he was going to be beat. He tapped. He's clutching his shoulder.
No, he couldn't beat me in the time.
Oh, this one's going to go down in the record books as a draw, as both competitors have been eliminated.
It's main event time here in New York City, ROH's 6th anniversary show, and we have a huge, big fight atmosphere between Nigel McGuinness, the ROH World Champion, and the challenger, American Dragon, Bryan Danielson.
Referee Paul Turner calls for the opening bell, and what is arguably ROH's most classic rivalry has another chapter here for the world title. And you have to be here live to experience an atmosphere like this for yourselves, folks.
Bryan Danielson with the wrist lock. Nigel rolls forward. Tries to take out the leg of Danielson, but holding his ground. And takes Nigel down. Controlling the arm of McGuinness.
It was a very big matchup for both these athletes, not just because Bryan's trying to become the first ever two-time ROH World Champion, considering he main evented the first ROH show 6 years ago to the day. That would be quite a feat for him to win the title for a second time here in Manhattan. But Nigel has something at stake here in this matchup as well. He has never beaten Dragon in a singles match in the middle of the ring, and they've had some classic battles.
He wants to prove that he can do just that here tonight and retain the ROH World title successfully.
Every time these two get in the ring together, it is indeed a great matchup. Dragon with a great drop kick to the knee. Takes out the legs of McGuinness. Like I said, they've had great matches each and every time they've stepped in the ring together. There's a very determined look on the face of the champion in the corner. Back at Weekend of Champions, Generation Now, Unified, Driven, the Epic Encounter 2, and their most recent singles matchup back at Survival of the Fittest 2007, a match that went to a 20-minute draw between these two great athletes.
Of course, earlier tonight, Nigel McGuinness, fearful of the head injuries that he has sustained in recent months, thinking about concussions and their lasting effects on professional wrestlers. Maybe he shouldn't get in the ring with someone like Bryan Danielson that focuses so much on attacking the head and blows to the head of his opponents. Bryan Danielson assuring McGuinness that he will stay away from the head during the course of this matchup and just try and win the title a second time here tonight without attacking the head and causing Nigel to suffer another concussion during the course of this world title battle.
Right now doing just that by controlling the legs of McGuinness, passing the champ chest first against the canvas. Paul Turner checking on him, and Danielson maybe looking to lock in the bow and arrow here as he's got his knees firmly placed into the spine of the ROH World Champ and turns him right into position. Submission predicament for the champ.
Just stretching Nigel McGuinness over the knees. And Danielson doing a good job of keeping his own shoulders off the canvas. And not in a predicament right there as Nigel almost wound up on top of Danielson. As now it's just a battle of strength as Danielson tries to force the arms of McGuinness against the canvas and the shoulders down. But only two.
Nigel able to power that left shoulder off the canvas. Work his way back to his knees. But now the arms trapped right around the throat.
Into the Japanese stranglehold goes Danielson. Trying to take away the breath of McGuinness. He's trying to work his way back to a standing position. He does. The champion trying to back Danielson over, takes him overhead. And listen to these fans. A boo as he turns the tables on Danielson into a stranglehold of his own. Going for a lariat, but Danielson escapes the attempt.
Yeah, you heard the fans booing Nigel there when he had the advantage on Danielson. It seems like we've undergone a bit of a divorce between Nigel McGuinness and the fans here after Nigel's actions earlier this evening, basically threatening to walk out without wrestling tonight.
A little bit of a disconnect between Nigel and the fans here.
And the USA chant from the fans here in Manhattan, just once again trying to get under the skin of the world champ.
Many fans showing their support for Danielson, many detractors for McGuinness. As they lock up, collar and elbow once again. Nigel into the side headlock on Dragon. Holding on to it as Danielson backs him up against the ropes. Shoots Nigel off. Shoulder tackle, down goes Danielson. Back to his feet, side headlock takeover by the champion.
He used all his momentum coming off the ropes. He has the size advantage, able to take Danielson off his feet and then grab the side headlock, and now just driving the forearm right across the bridge of the nose of the challenger.
Danielson gets the head scissors on McGuinness. They're not striking the head, but keeping it trapped. Trying to cut off the oxygen, wear down McGuinness with this hold right here.
Also has
to the foot as well.
Exactly, using multiple body parts to attack his opponent here. Really wrenching down, almost a variation of a half crab while trapping the head. Really pulling down with all of his weight on McGuinness.
Danielson, a master of just stretching his opponents in different ways. A very unique predicament. Into a half crab he goes. And the referee asking Nigel, he's had enough, but he positions his body so that he can grab hold of that bottom rope to force a break. Releases before the count of 5.
A break from the challenger as the champion looking a little bit frustrated against the ropes as Paul Turner asks him back to his feet.
And Danielson giving Nigel the opportunity to get back to a standing position. And again, encouraging some of these fans who are trying to get under Nigel's skin with that USA chant.
Nigel taking his time before locking back up here. I think a little bit agitated at this point as he drives the shoulder to the midsection. He caught Danielson coming in. And some words for the fans here in Manhattan.
European uppercut from the champion. Danielson staggered into the corner. Another hard European uppercut.
Well, Nigel reached way back before delivering that blow. A lot of force behind it. Has the arm trapped on the rope.
Oh, and now mocking Danielson. Trying to get under Danielson's skin.
As well as the fans here in Manhattan who like to chant, "I've got till 5" along with Bryan.
That as well. Reversal of the whip. Headstand in the corner. And Danielson comes charging with a drop kick to the body of McGuinness, not the head like usual. And goes soaring through the ropes, connecting with the dive.
Once again, it's the body of McGuinness crashing into the barricade. As again, Dragon doing a good job of keeping his vow to stay away from the head of McGuinness.
His crowd encouraging Danielson as he goes to the top rope. Nigel to his feet. Missile drop kick from Dragon, and right back to his feet he comes.
Oh, the crowd giving Danielson a big burst of energy here. He has the advantage. Nice reversal, though, by McGuinness. Danielson lands on his feet.
Belly to back suplex, and Nigel grabbing the back of his head upon the impact there. There's the belly to back suplex, dropping you across your shoulder blades and your neck, but it looked like the back of his head did bounce off the canvas. It wasn't intentional on Danielson's part, though. But Nigel out to the floor, holding his head and complaining to the official. And these fans trying to get under Nigel's skin.
Well, this is unbecoming of the ROH World Champion.
No, this is unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Paul Turner has disqualified Nigel McGuinness. He awards the bout as a result of a disqualification to American Dragon Bryan Danielson.
You wankers wanted your title match, well now you've got your title match, screw you.
Well, he told the fans earlier they were going to get the world title match, and he just said, there's your world title match.
He's leaving.
Wait a second. You wait a second. You know something, Nigel McGuinness? Myself and all the previous ROH World Champions have been busted our ass and put everything on the line so you can disrespect the belt like that. So we're going to give you an ultimatum. You get back in that ring, defend that belt with honor, or you got to get through all of us.
Well, he's offended the entire locker room.
Aries and Strong standing side by side. That's how much the ROH World title means to the locker room. They're not going to let Nigel walk out. Where's Nigel going to go? Bryan's got him, chopping away at the chest.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ring of Honor President Kerry Silken has stated this match must be restarted.
The match is back on. Knee to the midsection by McGuinness. Driving the head of Danielson into the turnbuckle. Kick to the back and then down across the chest. This is a total disconnect between Nigel and the fans of Ring of Honor.
Drives Danielson's shoulder first, right into the turnbuckles. Going right back to work on the arm. All the way through to the post.
Shoulder first to the ring post.
What an exchange of hatred here in New York between the ROH World Champ and the fans.
Oh, they are letting him hear it. Kicking out in the legs of Bryan Danielson after going to work on that shoulder. Look at the intensity on Nigel's face as he scissors that arm with the legs.
Yeah, intensity on the face as well as disdain for the fans here in Manhattan.
As he does damage to Danielson, continuing to yell at the fans.
The fans continue to chant USA as McGuinness tells them no one's going to stop him.
Just smacking Danielson and talking some trash. He's kicking back. But he takes out his leg. See that leg bandaged up on Bryan Danielson. So now boot right across the throat of the challenger.
Just completely ignoring the warnings of referee Todd Sinclair so he can continue to dialogue with the fans here in Manhattan.
Fans encouraging Bryan Danielson. European uppercut from Nigel. All the way across the ring. European in the corner.
Well, the bigger story developing here, though, not the disconnect and the divorce between McGuinness and the fans, but the challenger, Bryan Danielson, is in big, big trouble right now. He's been taking punishment ever since this match has been restarted.
He's clutching that shoulder, and every time he gets in a standing position, Nigel takes out his legs. Nigel's using some dirty tactics now, wrapping that arm around the rope. We haven't seen Nigel act like this since he was pure champion.
He's got Danielson in the corner. That arm wrapped around the post.
Mocking the fans while doing more damage to Bryan Danielson. Still with hold of that arm. Into the ring post.
Trying to soften up that arm of Danielson for that arm submission.
Back up on the apron, very confident. Steps through the ropes back inside the ring.
Pulls Danielson out of the corner. Drives the arm down to the canvas one more time.
Now that shoulder of Danielson driven right into the mat. Continuing to pick apart that arm. And twisting away on the head as well.
Pressure on the arm. Now as well as the neck and the shoulder of Danielson.
Look at Nigel glaring at these fans.
Blowing kisses to the fans here in Manhattan as they continue to urge the challenger back to his feet.
European uppercut from the champion. It's safe to say everyone in this building at this point wants to see Bryan Danielson become a two-time ROH World Champion tonight, but he can't get in a standing position here.
Another European from McGuinness drops him to the canvas, drags him right back up, and connects again, sending Danielson almost limp to the canvas.
The situation between Nigel and the fans has been developing for months. Slowly, some of the crowd turning on him. And now it is exploding here in Manhattan. Another European uppercut, but blocked. Lariat ducked. Big kick from Danielson. Digging down. They want to see Danielson become a two-time world champion.
Kick to the midsection. McGuinness sent to the ropes. Danielson charges and drives the knee to the solar plexus. McGuinness right back up one more time, sent to the ropes. Again, Danielson charges and takes him out with a knee.
Oh, what a kick to the spine of the world champion.
Oh, he just measured him and drove the boot right between the shoulder blades of McGuinness.
Now Danielson with such a look of determination on his face. Nigel out to the apron, grabbing the back of his head. Big running start from Danielson right to the back once again.
McGuinness on the floor out against the apron, trying to buy some time. But Danielson reaches through and drags him up to the apron.
We're gonna bring him back inside. Car getting behind Dragon. Nigel trying to block the attempt at the suplex. Suplexes Danielson to the floor.
McGuinness with a little more energy at this point in the matchup, able to reverse that attempt and sent the challenger crashing out to the floor.
More disrespect for the fans here in New York City from the champion. The hard European uppercut on the floor.
There's one more for you, fruitcakes.
McGuinness now, running start. Another European uppercut levels Bryan Danielson.
Oh, the impact just drove Danielson between the guardrails, almost out into the front row here. Great momentum on that blow from McGuinness. He had a running start from one end of the ring to the other. Knife edge chop to the chest sends Danielson crashing down to the timekeeper's table.
Oh, you dragon.
A reversal of the whip, and the champion back first into the steel barricade.
And a determined look on the face of the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, as he realizes he is very much back in this world title match.
Tried to rebound right there. Danielson ducked and basically backdropped Nigel into the crowd, telling the fans to move out of the way. The Dragon can fly. Back inside the ring. This is the man that put ROH on the map 6 years ago to the day, and now he is trying to win the ROH World title for a second time.
Dumps the champion rather unceremoniously back towards the ringside area. And just that quickly, the tide has turned into the favor of Bryan Danielson as he pitches the champion under the bottom rope. Quickly makes his way to the apron, and now all the way to the top rope as McGuinness struggles to his feet. Danielson on top. Caught by McGuinness.
Has hold of the legs of Danielson. Going for the triangle choke. Nigel escapes. Lariat!
Right across the jaw of Bryan Danielson.
These fans getting on the case of McGuinness. Look at Bryan clutching his face after the devastation to the jaw right there. Double count now administered by senior official Todd Sinclair. The champion now goes for the cover. Danielson kicks out.
Both men slow to get back to their feet, but it is McGuinness back first. Has control of Danielson in the corner. Sets him on the top.
Going for the Tower of London. Danielson trying to hold on and block.
Bryan brings his feet back inside the ropes and shrugs McGuinness off.
Body scissors takes Nigel McGuinness over the top and to the floor.
Great body control on display by Danielson right there. Able to take the champion out to the floor.
Nigel back to his feet. Here comes Dragon. But an uppercut as he went through the ropes there. Tower of London. To the floor. The Tower of London to the floor. And Nigel grabbing his head upon the impact of that as well.
Both men down on the outside.
Do it for the Irish.
Feeling the effect of that maneuver. McGuinness grabbing his head.
Oh, he's been busted open. Look, maybe they might have knocked heads when that maneuver was delivered.
Blood beginning to flow from the head of the champion, but doesn't seem to faze him right now as he goes for the cover.
That was a devastating blow to the head, and it's not really having much of an effect on McGuinness.
Maybe Nigel's head's a little bit better than he's letting on. But he turns his attention back to the challenger. He's got the arms humped. He's going for cattle mutilation here.
Using Danielson's own hold against him. Cattle mutilation from McGuinness draws the boos of these fans here in New York City. Can Dragon hang in there? That shoulder took a hell of a beating earlier in the match.
Right in the center of the ring, McGuinness has him trapped. See blood flowing from the head of Danielson as well as McGuinness.
Oh yeah, they did crack heads, and both men were busted open. Danielson on top. Only two.
Couldn't keep his body weight across the chest of McGuinness for that third count.
Nigel, the first one to his feet, just waiting for Danielson to get up. Going for the jawbreaker lariat. Danielson ducks. Goes for that knee strike, but Nigel moved out of harm's way, and now it's Danielson hung up on the top rope. Nigel getting him in position for the lariat.
He likes to utilize that lariat when his foe is perched on the top rope. And Nigel in the corner on the second. Lariat!
He gets it! Danielson back to his feet, but he's out on his feet.
Just instinct right there as Danielson didn't want his shoulders on the canvas, but he's up on the top one more time. Tower of London!
You gotta hand it to Bryan Danielson.
Well, it just shows you how badly he wants to be the ROH World Champion a second time.
And going to work on that arm and that shoulder once again. Arm submission cinched in by Nigel McGuinness. He's won several matches with this hold before, and he has picked apart that arm and that shoulder. Look at the pain on the face of Bryan Danielson, trying to hang in there.
Refusing to give it up and makes it to the ropes.
Nigel forced to release the hold. That took a lot out of Bryan Danielson, though. Going back to the hold once again is McGuinness. Once again cinches it in, but Danielson takes out the legs. Almost three.
Not enough energy to hold him down once again. Another near fall for the challenger.
Both men back up. Ducks the lariat. O'Connor roll. Chaos Theory. Nails with the German suplex rolling all the way through. He needs to follow up.
So worn down though at this point. Pain coursing through his body. You see him grabbing at his shoulder. Blood flowing from the head. And the crowd continues to urge the challenger back to his feet.
Favoring that arm. Both men back up. Shot to the midsection. Chop. A hard exchange between these two men. Bryan using body shots, still avoiding going to the head. A shot to the throat from the champ.
Danielson keeping his word, even after McGuinness tried to weasel his way out of this.
Sidesteps him, kick to the back. Danielson now with McGuinness placed up top. Perhaps thinking about the belly-to-back superplex.
Nigel trying to hang on, he's hooking his legs. Elbows to the back of the head, trying to free himself. Dragon hanging on.
Both men to the top. Superplex.
Needs to go for the cover here. Hooks the leg. No.
He's got the arms. Going for cattle mutilation. He's got it.
Nigel doesn't tap. Bryan's got him in position for the elbows. He's got him wide open.
He's holding back. He's staying away from the head. Staying true to his word. Tiger suplex. 2 3/4.
Again, McGuinness gets the shoulder up. Shots to the rib cage again.
More body shots. Elbows this time, but not to the head. To the ribs. Repeatedly for Bryan Danielson. Going after the arm. Nigel refuses to tap. Triangle choke.
Again, the head was exposed for Danielson to throw those elbows, and he wouldn't do it. Nigel's starting to go out.
He's fading. The referee checking on him. No, he's still in this match, and the crowd voicing their displeasure. Danielson trying to really cinch it in.
Really cranking down on the head.
Trying to wear out McGuinness. Is he out?
One more. And again, McGuinness fights his way through.
Danielson trying to keep hold of him, but Nigel reaches the bottom rope, and Danielson must release.
You got to give McGuinness credit.
This is what the world title means after 6 years. Both men back to their feet. More body shots from the challenger.
It's Danielson who looks the fresher of the two, firing away in the corner.
Tell him to count him out.
He's got a 10 count.
Nigel's up. More body shots from Danielson. Again, avoiding the head. Oh, a headbutt from Nigel, using his head as a weapon.
Danielson is staying away from the head the entire match, and McGuinness is using his head as a weapon.
You gotta wonder if Nigel's head might be a little bit better than you think. He just headbutted the bad eye of Bryan Danielson. Oh, they knock heads with one another.
Like battering rams.
Again to the bad eye of Bryan Danielson. He's clutching his eye after the impact of that headbutt.
Hey. Nigel, come on, back up.
Nigel complaining about his head, and now he goes after a weakness on Danielson, that bad eye that sidelined him.
And he uses his head as a weapon to do it. This is all a plan. I don't know what's going on. Danielson's eye's in trouble.
He's up!
Lariat from McGuinness. Goes behind, traps the arm. He's got him set. Elbows to the head. He's attacking the head of Danielson.
Right to the eye! Elbow right to the eye, and now back to the arm submission!
Bryan's out!
Here is your winner and still Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel. Introducing first to my left, the challenger from Aberdeen, Washington, weighing 185 pounds. And proud to be a part of this company for 6 whole years. American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. His opponent to my right, from London, England, and the new best wrestler in the world, weighing 242 pounds, he is the Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
It's main event time here in New York City, ROH's 6th anniversary show, and we have a huge, big fight atmosphere between Nigel McGuinness, the ROH World Champion, and the challenger, American Dragon, Bryan Danielson.
Referee Paul Turner calls for the opening bell, and what is arguably ROH's most classic rivalry has another chapter here for the world title. And you have to be here live to experience an atmosphere like this for yourselves, folks.
Bryan Danielson with the wrist lock. Nigel rolls forward. Tries to take out the leg of Danielson, but holding his ground. And takes Nigel down. Controlling the arm of McGuinness.
It was a very big matchup for both these athletes, not just because Bryan's trying to become the first ever two-time ROH World Champion, considering he main evented the first ROH show 6 years ago to the day. That would be quite a feat for him to win the title for a second time here in Manhattan. But Nigel has something at stake here in this matchup as well. He has never beaten Dragon in a singles match in the middle of the ring, and they've had some classic battles.
He wants to prove that he can do just that here tonight and retain the ROH World title successfully.
Every time these two get in the ring together, it is indeed a great matchup. Dragon with a great drop kick to the knee. Takes out the legs of McGuinness. Like I said, they've had great matches each and every time they've stepped in the ring together. There's a very determined look on the face of the champion in the corner. Back at Weekend of Champions, Generation Now, Unified, Driven, the Epic Encounter 2, and their most recent singles matchup back at Survival of the Fittest 2007, a match that went to a 20-minute draw between these two great athletes.
Of course, earlier tonight, Nigel McGuinness, fearful of the head injuries that he has sustained in recent months, thinking about concussions and their lasting effects on professional wrestlers. Maybe he shouldn't get in the ring with someone like Bryan Danielson that focuses so much on attacking the head and blows to the head of his opponents. Bryan Danielson assuring McGuinness that he will stay away from the head during the course of this matchup and just try and win the title a second time here tonight without attacking the head and causing Nigel to suffer another concussion during the course of this world title battle.
Right now doing just that by controlling the legs of McGuinness. Passing the champ chest first against the canvas. Paul Turner checking on him, and Danielson maybe looking to lock in the bow and arrow here as he's got his knees firmly placed into the spine of the ROH World Champ and turns him right into position. Submission predicament for the champ.
Just stretching Nigel McGuinness over the knees. And Danielson doing a good job of keeping his own shoulders off the canvas. And not in a predicament right there as Nigel almost wound up on top of Danielson. As now it's just a battle of strength as Danielson tries to force the arms of McGuinness against the canvas and the shoulders down. But only two.
Nigel able to power that left shoulder off the canvas. Work his way back to his knees. But now the arms trapped right around the throat.
Into the Japanese stranglehold goes Danielson. Trying to take away the breath of McGuinness. He's trying to work his way back to a standing position. He does. The champion trying to back Danielson over, takes him overhead. Listen to these fans. A boo as he turns the tables on Danielson into a stranglehold of his own. Going for a lariat, but Danielson escapes the attempt.
Yeah, you heard the fans booing Nigel there when he had the advantage on Danielson. It seems like we've undergone a bit of a divorce between Nigel McGuinness and the fans here after Nigel's actions earlier this evening, basically threatening to walk out without wrestling tonight.
A little bit of a disconnect between Nigel and the fans here.
And the USA chant from the fans here in Manhattan, just once again trying to get under the skin of the world champ.
Many fans showing their support for Danielson, many detractors for McGuinness. As they lock up, collar and elbow once again. Nigel into the side headlock on Dragon. Holding on to it as Danielson backs him up against the ropes. Shoots Nigel off. Shoulder tackle, down goes Danielson. Back to his feet, side headlock takeover by the champion.
He used all his momentum coming off the ropes. He has the size advantage, able to take Danielson off his feet and then grab the side headlock, now just driving the forearm right across the bridge of the nose of the challenger.
Danielson gets the head scissors on McGuinness. They're not striking the head, but keeping it trapped. Trying to cut off the oxygen, wear down McGuinness with this hold right here.
Also has
to the foot as well.
Exactly, using multiple body parts to attack his opponent here. Really wrenching down, almost a variation of a half crab while trapping the head. Really pulling down with all of his weight on McGuinness.
Danielson, a master of just stretching his opponents in different ways. A very unique predicament. Into a half crab he goes. And the referee asking Nigel, he's had enough, but he positions his body so that he can grab hold of that bottom rope to force a break. Releases before the count of 5.
A break from the challenger as the champion looking a little bit frustrated against the ropes as Paul Turner asks him back to his feet.
And Danielson giving Nigel the opportunity to get back to a standing position. And again, encouraging some of these fans who are trying to get under Nigel's skin with that USA chant.
Nigel taking his time before locking back up here. I think a little bit agitated at this point as he drives the shoulder to the midsection. He caught Danielson coming in. And some words for the fans here in Manhattan.
European uppercut from the champion. Danielson staggered into the corner. Another hard European uppercut.
Well, Nigel reached way back before delivering that blow. A lot of force behind it. Has the arm trapped on the rope.
Oh, and now mocking Danielson. Trying to get under Danielson's skin.
As well as the fans here in Manhattan who like to chant, "I've got till 5" along with Bryan.
That as well. Reversal of the whip. Headstand in the corner. And Danielson comes charging with a drop kick to the body of McGuinness, not the head like usual. And goes soaring through the ropes, connecting with the dive.
Once again, it's the body of McGuinness crashing into the barricade. As again, Dragon doing a good job of keeping his vow to stay away from the head of McGuinness.
This crowd encouraging Danielson as he goes to the top rope. Nigel to his feet. Missile drop kick from Dragon, and right back to his feet he comes.
Oh, the crowd giving Danielson a big burst of energy here. He has the advantage. Nice reversal, though, by McGuinness. Danielson lands on his feet.
Belly to back suplex, and Nigel grabbing the back of his head upon the impact there. Where's the belly to back suplex, dropping you across your shoulder blades and your neck, but it looked like the back of his head did bounce off the canvas. It wasn't intentional on Danielson's part, though. But Nigel out to the floor, holding his head and complaining to the official. And these fans trying to get under Nigel's skin.
Well, this is unbecoming of the ROH World Champion.
No, this is unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Paul Turner has disqualified Nigel McGuinness. He awards the bout as a result of a disqualification to American Dragon Bryan Danielson. You wankers wanted your title match, well now you've got your title match, screw you.
Well, he told the fans earlier they were going to get the world title match, and he just said, there's your world title match.
He's leaving.
Wait a second. You wait a second. You know something, Nigel McGuinness? Myself and all the previous ROH World Champions have been busted our ass and put everything on the line so you can disrespect the belt like that. So we're gonna give you an ultimatum. You get back in that ring, defend that belt with honor, or you gotta get through all of us.
Well, he's offended the entire locker room.
Area Aries and Strong standing side by side. That's how much the ROH World title means to the locker room. They're not going to let Nigel walk out. Where's Nigel going to go? Bryan's got him, chopping away at the chest.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ring of Honor President Kerry Silken has stated this match must be restarted.
The match is back on. Knee to the midsection by McGuinness. Driving the head of Danielson into the turnbuckle. Kick to the back and then down across the chest. This is a total disconnect between Nigel and the fans of Ring of Honor.
Drives Danielson's shoulder first, right into the turnbuckles. Going right back to work on the arm. All the way through the post.
Shoulder first to the ring post.
What an exchange of hatred here in New York between the ROH World Champ and the fans.
Oh, they are letting him hear it. Kicking out in the legs of Bryan Danielson after going to work on that shoulder. Look at the intensity on Nigel's face as he scissors that arm with the legs.
Yeah, intensity on the face as well as disdain for the fans here in Manhattan.
As he does damage to Danielson, continuing to yell at the fans.
The fans continue to chant USA as McGuinness tells them no one's going to stop him.
Just smacking Danielson and talking some trash. He's kicking back. But he takes out his leg. See that leg bandaged up on Bryan Danielson. He's now boot right across the throat of the challenger.
Just completely ignoring the warnings of referee Todd Sinclair so he can continue to dialogue with the fans here in Manhattan.
Fans encouraging Bryan Danielson. European uppercut from Nigel. All the way across the ring. European in the corner.
Well, the bigger story developing here, though, not the disconnect and the divorce between McGuinness and the fans, but the challenger, Bryan Danielson, is in big, big trouble right now. He's been taking punishment ever since this match has been restarted.
He's clutching that shoulder, and every time he gets in a standing position, Nigel takes out his legs. Nigel's using some dirty tactics now, wrapping that arm around the rope. We haven't seen Nigel act like this since he was pure champion.
He's got Danielson in the corner. That arm wrapped around the post.
Mocking the fans while doing more damage to Bryan Danielson. Still with hold of that arm. Into the ring post.
Trying to soften up that arm of Danielson for that arm submission.
Back up on the apron, very confident. Steps through the ropes back inside the ring.
There's Danielson out of the corner. Drives the arm down to the canvas one more time.
That shoulder of Danielson driven right into the mat. Continuing to pick apart that arm. And twisting away on the head as well.
Pressure on the arm. Now as well as the neck and the shoulder of Danielson.
Look at Nigel glaring at these fans.
Blowing kisses to the fans here in Manhattan as they continue to urge the challenger back to his feet.
European uppercut from the champion. It's safe to say everyone in this building at this point wants to see Bryan Danielson become a two-time ROH World Champion tonight, but he can't get in a standing position here.
Another European from McGuinness drops him to the canvas, drags him right back up, and connects again, sending Danielson almost limp to the canvas.
The situation between Nigel and the fans has been developing for months. Slowly, some of the crowd turning on him. And now it is exploding here in Manhattan. Another European uppercut, but blocked. Lariat ducked. Big kick from Danielson. Digging down. They want to see Danielson become a two-time world champion.
Kick to the midsection. McGuinness sent to the ropes. Danielson charges and drives the knee to the solar plexus. McGuinness right back up one more time, sent to the ropes. Again, Danielson charges and takes him out with a knee.
Oh, what a kick to the spine of the world champion.
Oh, he just measured him and drove the boot right between the shoulder blades of McGuinness.
Now Danielson with such a look of determination on his face. Nigel out to the apron, grabbing the back of his head. Big running start from Danielson right to the back once again.
McGuinness on the floor out against the apron, trying to buy some time. But Danielson reaches through and drags him up to the apron.
We're gonna bring him back inside. Car getting behind Dragon. Nigel trying to block the attempt at the suplex. Suplexes Danielson to the floor.
McGuinness with a little more energy at this point in the matchup, able to reverse that attempt and sent the challenger crashing out to the floor.
More disrespect for the fans here in New York City from the champion. The hard European uppercut on the floor.
There's one more for you, fruitcakes.
McGuinness now, running start. Another European uppercut levels Bryan Danielson.
Oh, the impact just drove Danielson between the guardrails, almost out into the front row here. Great momentum on that blow from McGuinness. He had a running start from one end of the ring to the other. Knife edge chop to the chest sends Danielson crashing down to the timekeeper's table.
A reversal of the whip, and the champion back first into the steel barricade.
And a determined look on the face of the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, as he realizes he is very much back in this world title match.
Tried to rebound right there. Danielson ducked and basically backdropped Nigel into the crowd, telling the fans to move out of the way. The Dragon can fly. Back inside the ring. This is the man that put ROH on the map 6 years ago to the day, and now he is trying to win the ROH World title for a second time.
Dumps the champion rather unceremoniously back towards the ringside area. And just that quickly, the tide has turned into the favor of Bryan Danielson as he pitches the champion under the bottom rope. Quickly makes his way to the apron and now all the way to the top rope as McGuinness struggles to his feet. Danielson on top. Caught by McGuinness.
A hold of the legs of Danielson. Going for the triangle choke. Nigel escapes. Lariat!
Right across the jaw of Bryan Danielson.
These fans getting on the case of McGuinness. Look at Bryan clutching his face after the devastation to the jaw right there. Double count now administered by senior official Todd Sinclair. The champion now goes for the cover. Danielson kicks out.
Both men slow to get back to their feet, but it is McGuinness back first. Has control of Danielson in the corner. Sets him on the top.
Going for the Tower of London. Danielson trying to hold on and block.
Bryan brings his feet back inside the ropes and shrugs McGuinness off.
Body scissors takes Nigel McGuinness over the top and to the floor.
Great body control on display by Danielson right there. Able to take the champion out to the floor.
Nigel back to his feet. Here comes Dragon. But an uppercut as he went through the ropes there. Tower of London. To the floor. The Tower of London to the floor. And Nigel grabbing his head upon the impact of that as well.
Both men down on the outside.
Do it for the Irish.
Feeling the effect of that maneuver. McGuinness grabbing his head.
Well, he's been busted open. Look, maybe they might have knocked heads when that maneuver was delivered.
Blood beginning to flow from the head of the champion, but doesn't seem to faze him right now as he goes for the cover.
That was a devastating blow to the head, and it's not really having much of an effect on McGuinness.
Maybe Nigel's head's a little bit better than he's letting on. But he turns his attention back to the challenger. He's got the arms hooked. He's going for cow mutilation here.
Using Danielson's own hold against him. Cattle mutilation from McGuinness draws the boos of these fans here in New York City. Can Dragon hang in there? That shoulder took a hell of a beating earlier in the match.
Right in the center of the ring, McGuinness has him trapped. See blood flowing from the head of Danielson as well as McGuinness.
Oh yeah, they did crack heads, and both men were busted open. Danielson on top. Only two.
Couldn't keep his body weight across the chest of McGuinness for that third count.
Nigel, the first one to his feet, just waiting for Danielson to get up. Going for the jawbreaker lariat. Danielson ducks. Goes for that knee strike, but Nigel moved out of harm's way, and now it's Danielson hung up on the top rope. Nigel getting him in position for the lariat.
He likes to utilize that lariat when his foe is perched on the top rope. And Nigel in the corner on the second. Lariat!
He gets it! Danielson back to his feet, but he's out on his feet.
Just instinct right there as Danielson didn't want his shoulders on the canvas, but he's up on the top one more time. Tower of London!
You gotta hand it to Bryan Danielson.
Oh, it just shows you how badly he wants to be the ROH World Champion a second time.
And going to work on that arm and that shoulder once again. Arm submission cinched in by Nigel McGuinness. He's won several matches with this hold before, and he has picked apart that arm and that shoulder. Look at the pain on the face of Bryan Danielson, trying to hang in there.
Refusing to give it up and makes it to the ropes.
Nigel forced to release the hold. That took a lot out of Bryan Danielson, though. Going back to the hold once again is McGuinness. Once again cinches it in, but Danielson takes out the legs. Almost 3.
Not enough energy to hold him down once again. Another near fall for the challenger.
Both men back up. Ducks the lariat. O'Connor roll. Chaos Theory. Nails with the German suplex rolling all the way through. He needs to follow up.
So worn down though at this point. Pain coursing through his body. You see him grabbing at his shoulder. Blood flowing from the head. The crowd continues to urge the challenger back to his feet.
Favoring that arm. Both men back up. Shot to the midsection. Chop. A hard exchange between these two men. Bryan using body shots, still avoiding going to the head. A shot to the throat from the champ.
Danielson keeping his word, even after McGuinness tried to weasel his way out of this.
Sidesteps him, kick to the back. Danielson now with McGuinness placed up top. Perhaps thinking about the belly-to-back superplex.
Nigel trying to hang on, he's hooking his legs. Elbows to the back of the head, trying to free himself. Dragon hanging on.
Both men to the top. Superplex.
Needs to go for the cover here. Hooks the leg. No.
He's got the arms. Going for cattle mutilation. He's got it.
Nigel doesn't tap. Bryan's got him in position for the elbows. He's got him wide open.
He's holding back. He's staying away from the head. Staying true to his word. Tiger suplex. 2 3/4.
Again, McGuinness gets the shoulder up. Shots to the rib cage again.
More body shots, elbows this time, but not to the head, to the ribs. Repeatedly for Bryan Danielson. Going after the arm. Nigel refuses to tap. Triangle choke.
And again, the head was exposed for Danielson to throw those elbows, and he wouldn't do it. Nigel's starting to go out.
He's fading. The referee checking on him. No, he's still in this match, and the crowd voicing their displeasure. Danielson trying to really cinch it in.
Really cranking down on the head.
Trying to wear out McGuinness. Is he out?
One more. And again, McGuinness fights his way through.
Danielson trying to keep hold of him, but Nigel reaches the bottom rope, and Danielson must release.
Well, you got to give McGuinness credit.
This is what the world title means after 6 years. Both men back to their feet. More body body shots from the challenger.
It's Danielson who looks the fresher of the two, firing away in the corner.
Tell him to count him out.
He's got a 10 count.
Nigel's up. More body shots from Danielson. Again, avoiding the head. Oh, a headbutt from Nigel, using his head as a weapon.
Danielson has stayed away from the head the entire match, and McGuinness is using his head as a weapon.
You gotta wonder if Nigel's head might be a little bit better than you think. He just headbutted the bad eye of Bryan Danielson. Oh, they knock heads with one another.
Like battering rams.
Again to the bad eye of Bryan Danielson. He's clutching his eye after the impact of that headbutt.
Hey. Nigel, come on, back up.
Nigel complaining about his head, and now he goes after a weakness on Danielson, that bad eye that sidelined him.
And he uses his head as a weapon to do it. This is all a plan. I don't know what's going on. Danielson's eye's in trouble.
He's up!
Lariat from McGuinness. Goes behind, traps the arm. He's got him set. Elbows to the head. He's attacking the head of Danielson.
Right to the eye! Elbow right to the eye, and now back to the arm submission!
Bryan's out!
Here is your winner and still Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
Did he fool us all? Well, we want to thank you for 6 great years of ROH action. I don't know what's going on here. Hopefully we'll find out soon, but we've got a big 7th year ahead here in Ring of Honor.
25 pounds. He is representing the Age of the Fall, Tyler Black. His opponent to my left, from London, England, weighing 242 pounds, he is the Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
Well, you know, Lenny, we neglected to mention during the opening contest, because Nigel was in the booth and sort of took us off guard, that each of the 4 men in the 4-corner survival tonight to determine who would get the shot actually won qualifying matches on previous ROH events to earn a spot in the 4-corner survival. Whoa! Shoulder first into the ring post.
Tyler Black made a mistake a lot of young wrestlers make. They turn their back on their opponent right at the bell, and he paid the price. Shoulder first, the champ, send it right into the ring post, and right back to the arm he goes.
Oh, he's going right to work on that arm. Nigel McGuinness loves to target the arm of his opponents, and not even 1 second into the matchup, Tyler Black is in a bad way.
Well, he's got that arm just pinned against his body, trying to keep McGuinness away from it. He might be in serious trouble here.
Nigel realizes the title is on the line. It's in jeopardy.
Oh, there's an obvious shot at the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, with an I have till 5 line.
But Tyler Black kicking away at the midsection. Not having much of an effect. A European uppercut from McGuinness takes Black off his feet.
And the champ just taunting the crowd here as he continues to punish the challenger in the corner.
Come on, McGuinness. 1, 2.
Just pulling up on the chin of Tyler Black, caught up in the ropes. Draws a warning from Paul Turner, the official assigned to this main event contest.
Black having trouble getting to his feet. It's Nigel with a handful of hair. Black trying to shove him away, doing anything he can to keep Nigel McGuinness at bay. The clubbing blow down across the back. as Nigel again stares out at the crowd here in Philadelphia.
McGuinness with Tyler Black. Irish whip right into the buckle, and he just collapses. Some more words for the fans here in Philadelphia as Nigel is in full control ever since that arm was injured, hitting the steel ring post.
We called Tyler Black the Cinderella story of the year, and that Cinderella story started back when he won that qualifying match to earn his shot here in that four-corner survival earlier on tonight. Nobody expected him to even be in that matchup alone, let alone the main event here tonight, but the clock may have just struck midnight for Cinderella.
McGuinness continuing to jaw with the fans here and continues to go to work on the arm of Tyler Black.
This is for you, wanker.
Takes him down to the canvas by the arm.
Anything else to say, Shane?
And we saw in our last match how effective working over the arm of your opponent can be, an arm submission. Nigel McGuinness has been putting an arm submission to use as of late during his matches. Before he left the broadcast booth, he mentioned that it was called the London Dungeon. So you gotta watch out for that, as he has targeted that body part on Tyler Black.
Chop to the chest, sends Black to the corner, and Black's gotta do just that. Uses agility to his advantage, lands on his feet, back body drop by the challenger. Knife edge chop sends the champ down to the canvas, and a boot to the midsection. Black needs to pick up the pace here.
Vertical suplex from the challenger. Despite the injury to the arm, the injury to the shoulder, he's giving it all he's got here. Trying to battle through the pain as he stomps away on the world champion.
Held him in position before driving down with all of his weight right to the side of the face. Single leg pickup by McGuinness, turns him to his stomach, and it stomps right on the back of the head. And just that quickly, the momentum that was seemingly in the favor of Tyler Black switches right back in the camp of the champ.
Nigel McGuinness in full control of this matchup. You can see he's very confident.
Well, you know, if Bryan Danielson can make Austin Aries submit to an armbar earlier tonight, you know that Nigel can make Tyler Black submit to the London Dungeon here.
But Tyler firing back. The European uppercut from McGuinness. Another chop from Tyler, who's driven down to the canvas, shoulder first. Expression of pain on the face of Tyler Black as the referee checks on his condition.
A very confident look on the face of Nigel McGuinness. And it has pretty much all been Nigel McGuinness since the opening bell.
It was very surprising that Tyler Black was able to pull out the win in that four-corner survival. But look at that athleticism, the great height on the drop kick by Tyler Black. Now going for the cover. You know, as surprising as it might be because of his relative inexperience, a newcomer to professional wrestling, Tyler Black has so much potential. Nigel said that, you know, the Phoenix Splash might have earned him the victory in the four-corner survival, but tonight is not the night that the Phoenix rises for Tyler Black. But will he rise to the occasion here with his world title shot?
Now once again, he gets driven shoulder first, this time into the turnbuckle, and he continues to try to shake some feeling back into that left arm. Virtually useless at his side. He's keeping it very close to his body, but to no avail, as every time Nigel McGuinness turns his attention to Tyler Black, he immediately goes to the arm. But right now, he's got his attentions on the fans here in Philadelphia.
Nigel needs to remain focused on his opponent rather than the fans in attendance. You can't underestimate someone with the potential that Tyler Black has. Slapping him across the face, and that just fired up Tyler Black, who dished out that chop, but another European uppercut takes him off his feet.
One hard blow from the champ, and immediately Black goes down to the canvas. And you gotta wonder if Tyler Black has the answers for Nigel McGuinness, and right now, I gotta say he doesn't. And a lot of that has to do with the experience of Nigel in big matches. He's had so many big matches in his career here in Ring of Honor. And really, this is Tyler Black's first big shot on the large stage, and you never know how a young athlete is going to react when put in that position for the first time.
Oh, that's very true. You see it all the time. You can either succeed or you can fail miserably. It's true here in wrestling and in other sports as well. Sent hard into the steel barricade, courtesy of the world champion. course, no countouts on the floor here in Ring of Honor. But you can be disqualified if the referee determines that you've been on the floor for too long and don't take the action back inside.
Determined look on the face of Black as he's almost willing himself back to his feet, but he's ended up right back into the hands of the world champ, who drags him over to the corner against the barricade. European uppercut. Back to his feet one more time. Nigel creating some space. Charges and drives another forearm right to the chest of Tyler Black, and one more time he crashes into the steel.
And Nigel just standing over Tyler Black, who can't even get to his feet at this point. And I also have to take into account the fact that Nigel hasn't had to wrestle already this evening, while Tyler had to take on 3 opponents.
Nigel's got a chair. Now, this isn't necessary. He's totally controlling this matchup.
A super kick by Tyler Black, just as Nigel was going to put that chair to use. Tyler saved himself and did damage, connecting with the chair and connecting with Nigel McGuinness.
Tyler Black has to capitalize here now. This is his first real opportunity in this matchup. He's got to make it count.
He's got to put it all on the line. He's got to take a chance. Waiting for Nigel to get to his feet. Tyler Black, poised and ready.
He just hit him with the chair.
He took that big chance, put it all on the line, but epic fail for Tyler Black as we take another look at it. Springboard and the chair connecting.
Tyler Black is still down. He hasn't moved since he got hit with that chair.
Paul Turner, the referee, has a decision to make. He is on his back on the floor, and he could be out. You got to wonder if he can continue at this point. You know, we're in the main event of a pay-per-view. You don't want to see it ended like this, but if the man can't continue, the referee has a judgment call to make right now. Tyler Black is down, and he looks to be out.
And that's exactly what Nigel is saying as he's standing in the ring looking down at Paul Turner, who's still checking on Tyler Black, finally starting to show some signs of life out on the floor.
And he's moving a little bit. See what Paul Turner decides here. He's telling Nigel to stay in the ring and allow Tyler Black the opportunity to pull himself up off of the floor and try to continue this match if possible.
You see him trying to shake the cobwebs out, blinking a couple times there, as somehow looks like he's going to try to get back to his feet here.
But even if he can get back to his feet, even if he can get back inside the ring, this match is over. Look at the condition that Tyler Black is in. He can barely get up. Can't stand. He just collapsed again.
This crowd is getting behind Tyler as they see the effort he's putting forth to get back to the ring.
You gotta hand it to Paul Turner. He was checking on him as he made it to his feet, if he can continue. And Tyler struggling his way back toward the ring. He wants to continue. He wants to be able to pull out the victory here, to realize his dream and get the victory in the main event of an ROH pay-per-view and win the world title.
Yeah, but how much is even left in the tank at this point? He's got a rested and determined world champion in Nigel McGuinness in the ring. And at this point, Tyler Black looks like he's about finished. You know, it might just be time to chalk this one up as a learning experience and move on.
You gotta hand it to Tyler Black. Able to get his shoulder up as Nigel went for the cover. Don't count him out yet. Nigel McGuinness going back to work. Go for the lariat, but roll up.
Almost a flash pin there by Tyler Black. A shocked look on the face of McGuinness.
And successfully avoiding a lariat from McGuinness. Those are lethal in Nigel's repertoire.
Of course, the jawbreaker lariat. He puts everybody down with that.
That's how he won the ROH World title.
European uppercut by McGuinness. Black slumped in the corner as Nigel charges. Running European right on the button.
Tyler's still on his feet, but he's out on his feet. Lariat! The first lariat to connect during this match.
Maybe the last. He kicked out again.
Nigel can't believe it. The determination of Tyler Black here.
See a small trickle of blood on the chest of Nigel McGuinness. Maybe lacerated earlier on. He's going for the London Dungeon. That's it. He's trying to put this kid away right now.
Oh, he's focused on that arm, on that shoulder for the entire match.
Oh, this crowd is firmly behind Tyler Black as he gets his foot on the bottom rope and earns a break.
They also can't stand Nigel McGuinness and his attitude. You can feel the hatred in the air here in Philadelphia. And you can hear the hatred as well.
Elevates Black to the top turnbuckle. And again, Black just dead weight in his arms, going for the Tower of London.
Tyler feels it coming. He's fighting it off.
Clubbing down across the neck of McGuinness, who has to release. Tyler up top. He rolls through. Jawbreaker. Able to avoid it. Big running kick.
Now can Tyler Black follow up? He avoided the jawbreaker lariat of McGuinness and connected himself. He's got the champion down as Paul Turner administers a double count. Tyler Black has to dig down deep now. Work his way back to his feet and continue the fight.
Oh, it's time for Tyler Black to seize the moment that's been given to him here. He has it. Nigel McGuinness stunned for pretty much the first time in this matchup.
Look at the determination of the champion as he delivers another European uppercut. Tyler fires back with a chop.
But another European from Nigel right on the button.
It's those chops that probably cut the chest of Nigel McGuinness. Lariat ducked. Connects with a kick right upside the head.
Oh, I caught him right on the ear. Paroxysm. Cover.
Nigel able to kick out. It's unbelievable that Tyler Black is able to dish out this punishment to McGuinness.
We talked about potential in Tyler Black. So many athletes in other sports get labeled as can't-miss prospects. And for every LeBron James and Derek Jeter, there's a Brian Bosworth and a Tony Mandarich. Now is the time for Tyler Black to decide what path his career is going to take with the opportunity of a lifetime in front of him.
He's all fired up. Tyler Black charges.
Kick to the back of the lariat. Cover.
So close, but Tyler Black able to kick out.
Absolute shock on the face of Nigel McGuinness. No idea what continues to drive Tyler Black.
Nigel out to the apron, glaring at these fans. And now it's Nigel that's going to take a chance, climbing to the top rope. This could be desperation from the champion here. Tyler Black firing away on Nigel McGuinness. Trying to get the advantage as both men now standing on the turnbuckles. Tyler all the way to the top.
Continuing to fight back. Superplex right to his feet.
Holds on. Fireman's carry. Nails it. Cover. The atmosphere here is indescribable. You know that these fans can sense a title change might take place here tonight in Philadelphia.
Well, that was as close to 3 as you could possibly get. He's got him in position for the Phoenix Splash. Nigel flat on his back. Tyler climbing the turnbuckles. That left arm still dangling useless by his side.
All the way to the top, but Nigel's to his feet and takes away the balance of the challenger.
Oh, Nigel may have suckered him in right there and played possum.
Getting Tyler in position, or trying to. He's got him up. Tower of London.
Right down on his head. Black may be out. Cover.
He kicks out yet again, and look at Nigel McGuinness. What does he have to do to put Tyler Black away? Can anything put Tyler Black away?
Oh, he even had a handful of tights, and that wasn't enough to keep him down. But it might just be time for the jawbreaker lariat, and that might be enough to finish him off.
Tyler Black lifeless down on the canvas. Nigel McGuinness, handful of hair, pulling him up. Chin breaker. Jawbreaker lariat. Countered. Small package driver. He's going for the Phoenix Splash. Nobody home.
London Dungeon.
This could be it right here. Will Tyler Black be forced to give it up? How much pain can he withstand? Nigel still with the hold cinched in. Tyler Black refusing to give it up.
He's fighting with everything he's got. Hooks the leg.
Only two.
Dave, you can tell with each passing near fall, the atmosphere in this building, the fans know they're one step closer to seeing a star made here tonight.
History could be made here for Tyler Black. Will he walk out of Philadelphia wearing the ROH World title?
The fans chanting his name as Nigel elevates him and places him on the top rope.
One of the many positions Nigel likes to hit his lariats from, right here. Tyler Black up top. And knocked right down.
Nigel says that's it. Hooks the leg. He can't put him away, Dave.
Yet again, Tyler Black absorbs a vicious maneuver from the world champion, but continues to kick out.
And Nigel McGuinness is absolutely beside himself.
Looking to follow up now, Nigel McGuinness pulling Tyler Black back up. What could he be thinking? Oh, he spit right in the face of Nigel McGuinness.
Telling him to bring it on. Nigel traps the arm. Lariat!
Oh, that's it. Cover. Tyler Black refuses to stay down for three.
But how much more can he take? Nigel just glaring at him.
Oh, kick to the head.
Nigel's to the ropes. Jawbreaker.
Survives the jawbreaker lariat.
All these people want Tyler Black to win so badly. You can hear the air almost come out of the room when Nigel hit the jawbreaker, but Tyler Black will not die.
This crowd behind Tyler Black back to his feet. Lariat takes him back down. The London Dungeon cinched in once again.
How much more can Tyler Black take? He's right in the center of the ring. Look at the pain on his face. He's forced to tap.
Nigel McGuinness retains the ROH World title.
Yeah, but Dave, we witnessed something very special here tonight. Tyler Black went from a potential star to a Ring of Honor star here in one night tonight.
Be sure to join us as Ring of Honor comes to Hartford, Philadelphia, Dayton, Ohio, Chicago, Detroit, New Jersey, Virginia, Manhattan, Cleveland, Boston, Orlando, and who knows where else. Keep checking ROHWrestling.com for more information, and we will see you next time here on Ring of Honor Pay-Per-View.
Thank you for joining us. Low. And the ROH World title match is underway. A rematch from 7 days ago in Edison, New Jersey.
Introducing first the challenger from Maryville.
Nigel winning that matchup against Kevin Steen in controversial fashion. Using the ropes during the pinfall, ROH officials immediately granted Steen a rematch here tonight. Once again rejoined by Dave Brazak. You had to get out of there in a hurry.
So much for formal introductions, Lenny. World title on the line as Mr. Wrestling, Kevin Steen, chopping away at the chest of the world champion.
Forearm from behind by Steen on McGuinness. We mentioned that match a week ago in Edison. That night started out with Nigel McGuinness looking to send a message to Kevin Steen by attacking his partner El Generico earlier in the evening. And then, as I mentioned, hanging on to the world title using the ropes.
Tactics unbecoming of a world champion here in Ring of Honor. So very quickly, the officials of ROH giving Kevin Steen another title shot here tonight in Chicago.
These two were involved last night in Detroit in a tag team match. Nigel McGuinness trying to injure Kevin Steen in that match, knowing he had him here with the world title on the line tonight in Chicago. He targeted the shoulder of Kevin Steen in that matchup, and you gotta wonder if that's gonna give Steen any issues here tonight with the title on the line.
Right now it is Kevin Steen with the advantage, though, kicking away on McGuinness, who's able to pull himself to his feet. And it's Steen pounding away on the back. To the midsection from Nigel in the European uppercut, chopping away at the chest of Steen. Nigel off the ropes, right to the forearm from Steen.
He's going for the jawbreaker, but it's Steen closing the gap in a hurry with the drop kick, sending McGuinness out to the floor and a big splash off the apron.
A splash to the floor from the challenger.
Steen obviously very cognizant of the jawbreaker lariat. Nigel has won so many matches with that maneuver. He was aware that it was coming and was able to basically stop Nigel in his tracks with that drop kick. Out on the floor now. McGuinness sent to the steel.
So Nigel trying to actually get back inside the ring, but Steen wanted to continue the battle on the floor first and use the steel barricades to do some damage.
Kevin Steen earned his original shot at the world title in Edison by winning that 8-man one-night tournament back at Eye of the Storm to originally earn that title shot.
Nigel, shut up!
And he's looking to make the most of a second shot here tonight. Having some words for the one or two McGuinness fans here in attendance, but that slight distraction with the fans cost him right there.
Yeah, it gave Nigel the opening to kick away at that bottom rope right into the lower extremities of Steen, and now set into the ring post as well, and Steen is now clutching at that shoulder.
That was the left shoulder that McGuinness targeted last night in Detroit, and it looks like that shoulder is once again going to become a concern for Kevin Steen here in Chicago.
And it gives Nigel McGuinness a giant bullseye on Kevin Steen, a body part to focus on as he drives that shoulder down to the floor.
What are you going to say about it now, you freak?
McGuinness with some words for the crowd here in Chicago.
I'm still the best.
Majority of whom do not have much love for the world champion.
Certainly behind Kevin Steen tonight. Want to see a title change here in Chicago.
That arm in hammerlock position, and again driven right into the steel this time. And Kevin Steen's in trouble. You can see that left arm just dangling now at the side of Mr. Wrestling Kevin Steen.
Driving the arm into the barricade. And now Nigel deciding to take it back inside the ring. After the damage was done on the floor.
Nigel now stalking Steen. Drags him back to his feet. Top wrist lock by the champ. Takes Steen off his feet and drives him down to the canvas by the arm one more time.
Come on, Steen.
Just measuring him for that kick right to the back. But Steen's back up and firing away. One shot from McGuinness though. And Steen's once again clutching the bad shoulder.
You can already see a welt forming on the biceps of Steen, where it's made contact with the steel on multiple occasions here. Takes him up and over by the arm.
Making him support all of his own body weight on that arm and that shoulder on the way over.
Steen trying to get to the ropes to buy a little bit of time. And again, McGuinness mocking Bryan Danielson by telling the referee he has until 5. You should think he's got a little more thing to worry about here with Kevin Steen in the ring than taking a shot at Bryan Danielson, who's not even here tonight.
You would think. Holding that arm in hammerlock position and tripping up Kevin Steen, all of his own body weight crashing down on his arm.
Just a disdainful look on the face of McGuinness as he glares out at the crowd here in Chicago.
Gonna wear him out here, cut off the circulation. Referee Paul Turner checking on Steen's condition, but showing that he still has some fight left in him.
Shinamaki locked in by McGuinness. Steen trying to go to the eyes, anything he can to free himself from the hold. McGuinness wrenching back. Crowd trying to urge Steen on here. Very aggressively driven down to the canvas is Steen, and again.
Still with the hold cinched in, just repeatedly driving him down, but this time he rolls all the way through, and now a series of elbow drops from the challenger. Goes for the front flip leg drop, nobody home, but a roll up, and stepping through, sharpshooter. Can he turn him over?
Nigel trying to inch his way to the ropes. Able to get to the ropes and force the break. But Nigel knew he was in serious trouble right there and did everything he could to avoid being turned over by Kevin Steen. Now ripping at the face of McGuinness. Throws a warning for referee Paul Turner.
Still favoring that shoulder that Nigel has targeted thus far in the match. A hard chop across the chest by Steen.
The crowd urging him on, but he walks right into a chop from McGuinness. Fires back with one more of his own.
He's just biting him.
Very simple but effective. Biting away at the chest of McGuinness.
Well, yeah, Kevin Steen has until 5 as well. And goes at him once again.
Fans here again imploring Kevin Steen and letting the official know that he doesn't still have until 5.
Got Nigel McGuinness by the arm, into the buckle he goes. Favoring that shoulder, comes charging. Clothesline in the corner by Steen. Nigel tumbles down. Seated position in the corner. As Steen charges. Cannonball in the corner, but Nigel moves out of harm's way.
Right into the cover again with his feet on the ropes. Paul Turner right there saw it.
Nigel will take any shortcut in the book to try to retain a world title. He'll be looking for the Tower of London here as he has Steen placed up top.
They'll try and drive him right down on that shoulder, but Steen lands on his feet. Double leg pickup. Looking for the sharpshooter one more time. Can he turn him over? He does.
Sharpshooter applied by Kevin Steen. Will Nigel be forced to tap here?
Very close to the ropes, and Nigel able to reach out with the left arm and get the break. Steen has had several submission victories with that hold in the recent past here in ROH.
They're holding that bad shoulder. He's got Nigel McGuinness up against the ropes. Irish whip, but Nigel holds on, turns it around. Hammerlock divorce court. Right down on that bad shoulder.
Looking for the lunge and dungeon.
He's got it. But Steen quickly backing himself up so that his foot is across the bottom rope, and Nigel must release the hold.
Both men able to apply submission maneuvers, but both of their opponents just as quickly able to make it to the bottom rope and force the break. The sharpshooter by Steen, the London Dungeon by McGuinness. But it's Nigel with the advantage as he backs Steen into the corner. Measures the challenger with a knife edge chop to the chest.
And taunting these fans. Continues to focus on Kevin Steen, but a reversal of the whip. Nigel headstand in the corner. Steen charges. Nigel going for the mule kick, but Steen's got him up on his shoulder. Power slam.
Steen right back to his feet. Back senton across the chest of McGuinness. Nigel rolls to the corner. In perfect position for the cannonball.
This time Nigel couldn't get out of harm's way, and all of the body weight of Kevin Steen came crashing down on the chest of Nigel McGuinness in the corner. Referee administering a double count as Steen trying to pull himself up by the ring ropes. Nigel pulling himself up in the corner as well.
Both men back to their feet. It looks like McGuinness is a little bit more the worse for wear at this point. Steen getting fired up, charges. But crouched on the top rope by McGuinness. Quickly to the second rope goes Nigel. Lariat turns him inside out. Cover! Only two.
Steen able to kick out. Nigel getting frustrated, but Steen still with that shoulder up off the canvas, his arm up in the air, showing he's still in this fight.
Maybe time for Nigel to go back to the jawbreaker lariat. He went for it once, unable to connect. Got Steen in the corner. Takes his time, European uppercut right on the button.
All the way across the ring, Nigel McGuinness charges with the uppercut in the corner. Lariat! Steen kicks out.
McGuinness wastes no time, though, hooks the arm. London Dungeon.
Cinches it in once again. Steen was very close to the ropes, and Nigel pulling him back toward the center, but loses hold of the arm. Sharpshooter once again by Kevin Steen.
This time it's McGuinness who finds himself in trouble.
Will he be forced to tap?
Steen sitting very deep in the hold. Nigel reaching for the ropes. And able to make it to force the break.
You can tell that took a lot out of Kevin Steen, just trying to maintain the sharpshooter with only one good shoulder, one good arm. Kick to the side of the head of the world champion. Kevin Steen with Nigel McGuinness, but Nigel holds onto the arm. Steen with a knee strike. Pump handle, neckbreaker over the knee.
Nigel on his back as Steen goes to the outside. The big man looking to take flight all the way to the top. Swanton connects. Doesn't go for the cover. Instead goes to the opposite corner. One more time to the top. Goes Kevin Steen. The world title in his sights. Frog splash. Cover. We're gonna have a new champ. No.
Nigel able to get the shoulder up. Two big maneuvers off the top rope by Kevin Steen, but it's not enough to earn him the world title.
Say what you want about Nigel McGuinness. He's cocky. He's arrogant. He has disrespect for the fans, but the title, even the way he treats it, means a lot to him, and he's not going to give it up without a fight.
He can absorb a whole lot of punishment and continue to stay in this matchup. We're seeing that here from McGuinness. But Steen pulling himself up as well. He's back to his feet. Forearm strike from Steen. Nigel dishes it right back out.
Steen back to the ropes, comes off a little momentum, connects with a forearm, and again McGuinness fires back.
Forearms connecting, but both men staying up. European blocked. Lariat ducked. Waistlock, standing switch. Sleeper. Chin breaker. Jawbreaker lariat. Super kick. Cover.
Again, only two. The second time McGuinness has gone for the jawbreaker lariat, and the second time Kevin Steen has been able to stop him in his tracks. Could be time for the package power driver.
Nigel felt it coming and drove Steen into the corner. Charges in to the elbow from Kevin Steen. Got the legs of McGuinness. Steen with his feet on the ropes.
Turnabout fair play for Kevin Steen, but unable to keep him down for three. Package pile driver. Nails it.
He's got to go for the cover. Hooks the leg. Ring positioning. Nigel gets the boot across the bottom rope.
3 feet further away from the ropes, and we're looking at a new world champion, but it's not to be as Nigel McGuinness gets his foot just across the bottom rope to break up the pin attempt.
And you can tell he is hurt. He is underneath the bottom rope, out on the apron now. Not in a position where Kevin Steen can go for a cover again.
Steen trying to contemplate his next move. Joins McGuinness out on the apron, very close to the timekeeper's table.
Very dangerous position out on the apron here.
Oh, he's looking for a package pile driver right on the apron.
Or the table right next to it.
McGuinness grabbed the ropes to stop him, but a right hand from Steen. Face first to the post. Kick to the back. Clothesline, Steen through the table.
I don't know how Kevin Steen is going to be able to get back up to his feet after that. He went crashing through the table. If his shoulder wasn't shot prior to that fall right there, the rest of his body is broken at this point. Nigel McGuinness just needs to bring him back inside and go for a cover, and he has this match won.
You can see the impact of that maneuver, giving a shot of adrenaline to McGuinness, a very confident look on his face now. He knows it's just all but over at this point. Just needs to cover Steen as he throws him back on the bottom rope. McGuinness makes his way back up to the apron.
Steen trying to struggle to his feet. I wonder if he knows where he's at right now.
Oh, just going on instinct alone here is Kevin Steen, just willing himself back to his feet as McGuinness is poised in the center of the ring waiting. Lariat! Cover!
Kevin Steen kicks out!
How badly does Kevin Steen want to be the world champ?
This is really you righteous.
Nigel going for Kevin Steen's own move, the package pile driver.
Can't get him up. Backdrop. Steen hooks the legs.
So close right there, but only two. Takes out the legs of McGuinness, steps through. Sharpshooter, can he turn him over?
He's got him in the center of the ring and he can turn him over, but McGuinness going to the eyes. Momentarily blinding Steen. Force him to release the hold. McGuinness to the ropes. Forearm. Jawbreaker lariat. Cover. He's got the tights.
And that's three.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner and still Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
Well, Nigel.
Introducing first, to my left, the challenger, from the United Banks of Switzerland, weighing 239 pounds, Claudio Castagnoli. His opponent to my right, from London, England. Weighing 242 pounds, he is the Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
It's main event time here at the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City. The ROH World title on the line. Nigel McGuinness defends against Claudio Castagnoli.
It was just 2 months ago, back at Double Feature in Dover. Claudio Castagnoli pinned Nigel McGuinness in a non-title match with the Ricola Bomb. And he's here in Manhattan to try and take that belt from around his waist.
He extends the hand to follow the code of honor. Exchange a few words, and Nigel does shake the hand. Face to face they come. Two very serious athletes here to battle over the World Championship.
Very serious and determined look on the face of Claudio Castagnoli. None of the usual smiles and haze to the audience here at the open of the matchup. He is very focused as the opening bell is rung by referee Todd Sinclair.
Claudio does look to be all business as they lock up. Trying to go for the headlock, but unable to get it right away.
Nigel trying to grab hold of the arm. Claudio with the waistlock. Nigel turns around and drives an elbow to the top of the head, but a European uppercut from Castagnoli sends McGuinness immediately to the ropes to try and buy some time.
You know, perhaps Claudio a little bit more serious, not only because he knows that the title is on the line, but Nigel McGuinness made the comment that Claudio hasn't proven anything to him, that he is worthy of even getting a title shot, and that really got under the skin of Claudio Castagnoli. I mean, these two men have been partners in the past.
Inside cradle, another near fall for Claudio, and he immediately makes his way back over to Nigel, who's against the ropes again, trying to buy some time. You saw Nigel kind of make a mocking gesture, going for the hay on his own, and Claudio just waved him forward with a wave of the hand, saying, let's bring it on. This is serious business here. The world title is hanging in the balance.
We've seen Claudio take Nigel off his feet with a European uppercut already. We've seen that quick inside cradle. Claudio could just be one little roll-up like that away, one Ricola Bomb away from being crowned ROH World Champion here at the first ROH event here in the Hammerstein Ballroom.
Collar and elbow tie up one more time, and once again, Claudio takes control of the wrist of Nigel McGuinness. The arm drag and twist has the wrist lock. Nigel somersaults his way through back to his feet. Claudio still maintaining the wrist lock. Nigel trying to escape, clasping both their hands together, and now it's Nigel ducking through, but Claudio relentless, hanging onto the wrist of the champ. Hammerlock position now. Nigel using his foot and able to escape and controls the arm of Double C.
Goes forward, gets back up to his feet, and ringing away on the arm of Nigel now, holding onto the wrist lock, but Nigel backs Castagnoli into the corner. Referee trying to get a break here.
Both men jockeying, neither one wants to give an inch here.
I don't blame them. Finally they're separated, but in the center of the ring as they continue to struggle all the way out of the corner.
Claudio finally just shrugging Nigel off, shoving him backwards. Once again, they lock up, collar and elbow. Two very evenly matched athletes physically, both about the same height. Very similar body styles put together the same way. So this could be a matchup where it comes out whoever's going to make the first mistake is going to come out on the short end of the stick. Nice waist lock and a takedown by Double C.
Evenly matched up and somewhat similar backgrounds, both of them building their reputation initially outside of the United States and came here for the opportunities presented to them by Ring of Honor. Nigel McGuinness has become world champion. Claudio wants to represent this company as world champion.
The crowd here in Manhattan getting on the world champion.
Not a whole lot of Nigel McGuinness fans any longer. Collar and elbow tie up once again. Side headlock grabbed by Castagnoli. Nigel with a couple of shots, trying to break free. As Castagnoli sends him into the ropes. Shoulder tackle, down goes the champ. Step over by Castagnoli. Leapfrog from McGuinness. Gets the arm drag.
Nigel very pleased with himself. The best wrestler in the world, yet another knock on the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. He's got his hands full with Claudio Castagnoli. He better keep his mind on the match at hand here.
Claudio takes advantage right here, has hold of the head of Nigel McGuinness, but he backs Castagnoli against the ropes. Again, Todd Sinclair looking for a break. We get it for a moment, but Nigel able to connect with the mouth of Claudio. Snapmare. Off the ropes comes McGuinness with momentum. Shoulder tackle. Steps over Castagnoli. Leapfrog from Claudio this time. And gets the arm drag. Drop kick to follow up. Claudio looking very good here. He is fully prepared for this title matchup. And we get a hey out of Castagnoli. And that just infuriated McGuinness. Grabs hold of the leg and pulls him to the floor.
Sends him crashing into the barricade and then looks out disgustedly over the crowd here in Manhattan. He turns his attention back to the challenger. Claudio trying to fight his way up from his knees. McGuinness drags him to his feet. European uppercut sends Castagnoli back to the barricade. Hard chop to the chest from McGuinness in response to the European from Castagnoli. Shoulder first to the ring post goes the challenger.
And Nigel McGuinness loves to pick apart the arm and the shoulder of his opponents. And being set into the steel like that did a whole lot of damage to Castagnoli.
And the first big opening in the matchup may have been created right there by Nigel McGuinness. We got to see how this is going to affect Claudio Castagnoli here.
It gives him a weakness on the challenger to focus on.
It also creates problems for Claudio and his offense. Needs to utilize both of his arms to execute the Ricola bomb. If that left arm is weakened to the point where he can't get McGuinness off his feet, that's a big part of Claudio's game plan right out the window.
Right to work on the arm goes the champion. Driving down right into that shoulder. Keeping the arm trapped.
Sorry, David, you got to know that right in the forefront of the mind of Nigel McGuinness has to be the London Dungeon, the arm submission he's won so many matches with here recently.
Grabs hold of the leg of Castagnoli, still with the arm trapped now, basically in hammerlock position.
Just flipped Castagnoli's body completely over and changed the focus of the impact of the maneuver into a hammerlock position now.
Claudio trying to hang in there despite the pain. As now Nigel reaches forward, traps the other arm, has it behind his own back. A world of pain for Claudio, and now even more as Nigel just bridges back to apply maximum pressure.
You can see the strain put on the shoulder of Castagnoli there. And he's trying to free himself. An elbow, a short one right to the jaw, and rolls through, traps the legs, looking for the big swing.
Nigel saw it coming and kicked at that shoulder to free himself.
Immediately, Claudio shaking some life back into that arm as he makes his way to the corner.
You've seen Claudio do a whole lot of training in preparation for this matchup. Giant swing on a big log in the park, you know, whatever he can get his hands on to prepare for a wrestler such as Nigel McGuinness.
Claudio in the best shape of his career right now. He has all the attributes to be the world champion. He's got the size, the speed, the agility, the strength. Is tonight the night Claudio puts it all together and realizes his goal of becoming the world champ. Suplex with a bridge. Only able to hold him down for two.
Claudio off the ropes. Uppercut right to the back of the neck. Hooks the leg. But only gets two. Claudio needs to keep McGuinness away from further damage to that arm and that shoulder. European uppercut from the challenger.
Nigel staggers into the corner, and Claudio smartly looks to continue the assault. Another European in the corner, looks to bring him out for the ride. Hard Irish whip to the buckle by Castagnoli, charges the corner.
Pipasso avoids him. Kick to the back, clubbing down across the chest.
And he collided right into that turnbuckle before the kick to the back and pounding down on the chest, courtesy of McGuinness.
Just that quickly, the short offensive spurt being put forth by Castagnoli is thwarted by the world champ.
As the arm trapped, hammerlock position. Takes out the legs, and all of Castagnoli's body weight came crashing down on his own arm. A kick for good measure from McGuinness.
See the pain etched on the face of Castagnoli after that kick to the back. Pain just shooting through his body. Now pitched out to the floor by McGuinness. It was out on the floor that Nigel gained the advantage in the matchup in the first place by driving that shoulder into the ring post, and he's back out on the floor looking to do more damage to Castagnoli.
Hops off the apron, and before Nigel could do anything, Claudio tried to get a shot in. Trying to get some elbows into the midsection across the chest. Nigel fires back, but Claudio digging down, taken off his feet. Back to the arm goes Nigel, just driving it down across the floor.
Continue the attack, has him set up against the barricade, then drives the wrist right into the steel. And it has been all Nigel McGuinness for the past several minutes here.
Connects with the uppercut.
Use the momentum coming off the ropes.
Connects with the knee to the back of McGuinness out on the floor. Another European uppercut from Castagnoli.
Nigel against the barricade. Claudio charges and drives another European uppercut into the chest of the world champ.
One more for good measure. Trying to maintain the advantage now out on the floor, but rebounds right there as Claudio was trying to send Nigel back inside the ring and connects with the lariat on the floor. And some of the fans that feel that Nigel does too many lariats trying to get on his case. And Nigel has said time and again, the lariats work, they wear out his opponent, and they earn him victories. He has held on to the world title with that maneuver.
Yeah, his point is made. If a boxer wins all of his fights by having the best left hook, is he going to stop throwing left hooks? And you know, I got to tell you, he's kind of got a point.
The action back inside the ring now. Just slapping Castagnoli, that's just going to fire him up. That's going to infuriate him. The kick sends him right back down.
Nigel just towering over Castagnoli and drags him back to his feet. Snap bears him down to the canvas. Hammerlocks the arm one more time, steps through to the front. There's a wide base as he has that hammerlock.
Oh! Just drove the knee into the shoulder. More damage done to that body part. And has hold of the leg of Castagnoli while having that other arm trapped.
Claudio trying to keep his shoulders off the canvas here. Todd Sinclair checking. Claudio fighting his way free. Submission predicament here. Fans trying to rally behind him. Gets the arm free, but McGuinness still traps the leg. Single leg crab.
Claudio trying to inch his way toward the ropes to maybe force a break. But Nigel has the arm across Claudio's own throat now. And pulling him up to a kneeling position. Stretching him over the knees now. Pressure put on the legs as well. Those knees into the back, pulling back on the chin lock.
Wearing out Castagnoli here as Claudio trying to get some energy, trying to free himself, rolls through. Nigel still controls the arm, goes for that short arm lariat, misses. European connects. Nigel looking for the jawbreaker.
Bicycle kick from Castagnoli before Nigel can connect with the lariat. Claudio took a chance. Elbow suicida through the ropes, and it pays off.
Can he block out the pain in that arm and continue the attack here? Going to the top. Claudio looking to take a chance here.
Big crossbody! But only gets 2. Nigel with the shoulder up.
Tried to hook the leg with that injured arm and couldn't hold him down for the 3 count. Nigel powered through. Reversal of the Irish whip. Claudio hits the buckles. Nigel charges, misses. Chest first. Claudio quickly to the top.
Great balance shown. 2.5. Nigel gets the shoulder up. And you can tell Claudio having to dig down for some extra energy here. Battling through the pain in that shoulder and that arm. Fans getting behind Claudio. Forearm from McGuinness. But Claudio elevates him. Face and chest first. Cover. Now only 2.
Claudio switched up and used his arm that hasn't been worked over so much in this match to hook the leg, but Nigel's still able to kick out at 2. And Claudio once again going to the top here. A little unusual for Claudio. You'll see him do it once or twice, but not this many times, and it may have cost him right there.
And to the Tower of London. He hits it. Shoulder first to the mat.
Yeah, he came right down on the arm cover, but only 2.
Able to survive the Tower of London. Claudio Castagnoli really digging down here.
All of the body weight of Castagnoli landed right on that shoulder when he hit the canvas. You see him grabbing at it again in the corner as Nigel looks for momentum. Charges, running European connects. Took his head off with a lariat, but again, Claudio kicks out at 2.
He got all of that lariat. And Claudio may be realizing just how much of a bad way he is in. Rolls underneath the bottom rope out to the apron, a position where Nigel can't go for an immediate cover or follow up right away.
Nigel actually backing away for the moment there. Sign of sportsmanship we're not used to seeing from him lately. Goes right back to work, traps the arm. Spins him through, misses the clothesline.
Going for that springboard European uppercut, but Nigel one step ahead, just sent Claudio to the floor before he could spring off the ropes.
And the back of Castagnoli cracking on the ring apron and the frame before he hit the floor, favoring it there as he's thrown back into the ring by the ROH World Champion Nigel McGuinness.
Nigel's got him back up, standing position, going for that short arm lariat again. This time he hits it. Cover. Only 2.
Once again, Claudio has enough left in the tank to dig down and get that right shoulder off the canvas.
Claudio wants so very badly to be ROH World Champion. The London Dungeon cinched in by McGuinness. So much work has been done on that shoulder, but too close to the ropes.
Claudio still a good job of being aware of his positioning in the ring. Was able to get that foot on the bottom rope and force the break. But a very confident world champion stands over Claudio Castagnoli here and drags him back to his feet one more time. Looking to continue the punishment. Judo throw takes him off his feet, right back to the London Dungeon.
And he's got it in the middle of the ring this time too. He's got the London Dungeon. Claudio pull him to the center, but he takes out the legs of Nigel McGuinness. Could we see the big swing?
Is that arm in trouble enough that he can get him off his feet? No. Nigel kicks away, but going right back to it. Open hand slaps.
What a shot! Big swing! He's got him! Is it that Castagnoli, despite all the damage done to that arm, done to that shoulder, was able to get so many rotations on the big swing? It's incredible. He's fighting through the pain.
Well, it just shows you what kind of a great athlete Claudio Castagnoli is. He's the caliber of athlete you want as a world champion.
Maybe thinking about the Ricola bomb. Does he have the strength to get him up? He was able to get the big swing. Hammerlock divorce court. Shoulder first to the canvas.
Once again, the shoulder driven. All the body weight of Castagnoli down, and he goes right back to the London Dungeon.
He's got it cinched in. Will this be it? Can Claudio hang in there? Referee Todd Sinclair asking if he's had enough, as Nigel really has the hold cinched in and nowhere near the ropes. Claudio has nowhere to grab a rope to force a break. He's trying to maneuver himself out of the hold if he can. Take out the legs of McGuinness. Look at the strength of Claudio. He's got Nigel up on his shoulders. Claudio's got him up and drives him into the corner.
Give Claudio credit for resiliency. Hoisted him up, all the body weight on the back of Castagnoli, and drove him into the corner to free himself. But you also have to give Nigel credit for a great game plan, going right back to work on the arm of the submission.
Headstand in the corner, mule kick connects with Castagnoli, takes him off his feet. Nigel feeling the effects. Claudio's back up. Pop-up European. Only gets two.
Again, couldn't hold McGuinness down for that elusive third count. We were so close to a new world champ right there.
Claudio maybe thinking about the Ricola bomb once again.
He's got the arms trapped.
Driven into the corner though, as soon as Nigel realized he was in that position, freed himself. European uppercut in the corner from the challenger. Delivers another.
Not as much steam on those Europeans as there were earlier in the match. He's taking so much punishment here.
Has Nigel placed up on the top rope. Claudio Castagnoli ascends to the second rope himself. Maybe looking for a superplex.
Nigel hanging on the ropes to block. He also hooks that leg under the second turnbuckle.
Firing away on Castagnoli. Able to knock him off the ropes. Nigel, seated position up top. Claudio looking to walk those ropes, but he's trapped up top. Nigel hits the lariat. Cover. Claudio kicks out.
Castagnoli was looking to run up the ropes and get that head scissors off the top. He likes to execute, but the elbow from McGuinness stopped him in his tracks, and the lariat gets a near fall.
Nigel McGuinness looking to follow up here on Castagnoli. Looking to elevate him to the top once again. Maybe another Tower of London. Maybe a superplex. He's got him positioned up on the top rope. All the way to the top. Superplex. And right there was a double pin situation. Both men's shoulders flat against the canvas.
Both guys had the same idea at the same time, trying to hook that inside cradle. But a double count by Todd Sinclair as both men are down.
Up to a count of four. Who's going to be able to get to his feet here?
Then to their knees. McGuinness up first, clutching at his back. Claudio still having pain, shooting through that left arm. European from the champ. Claudio fires back.
These fans behind Castagnoli with every uppercut, blocks that attempt, ducks the clothesline, springboard European, jawbreaker. He kicked out of the Ricola bomb. The maneuver that beat Nigel McGuinness in the past in Dover, this time can't put him away.
Castagnoli back to his feet. Grabs a hold of McGuinness. Chin breaker. Single leg pickup. Look at the figure four. Claudio kicks him off. Drops down. Nigel puts on the brakes. Clubs him the back of the head. Traps Claudio. DDT.
Oh, right on his head. Claudio just got dumped. And McGuinness now goes for the cover. Hooks the leg, but Castagnoli kicks out.
Great job of improvising on the fly by the champ. Put on the brakes and turned the tables very quickly and got himself a 2 count.
And now Nigel looking to capitalize, looking to follow up. Forearm strike. Off the ropes he comes, bicycle kick. Jawbreaker, ducked. Full Nelson broken. Claudio on top. Nigel's got him. Back and forth they go. Another near fall for Castagnoli. What does he have to do to put him away?
This record-breaking crowd here in Manhattan wants a new champ.
And Claudio so very badly wants to be the world champion here tonight. Ricola bomb once again. Can't get him up. Lariat! But Claudio's back up. Splash Mountain variation. Blocked. Lariat. Only 2. London Dungeon turns him over.
Here is your winner by submission and still Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
Nigel retains the title, and it's Jimmy Bauer here in the booth.
I just had to come into the booth here at the end of this night. It's such a great atmosphere, not only in the building, but in the locker room. Everyone is so proud of this event, so proud of what we accomplished here tonight, and it's all thanks to all the people out there, a record-breaking crowd, and really, I'm just trying to convey how special this night is for Ring of Honor as an entire company, and we just can't thank you enough. Thank you.
Introducing first challenger number 1 from Aberdeen, Washington, weighing 185 pounds, American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. Challenger number 2 is representing the Age of the Fall and is a co-holder of the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Championship, Tyler Black. Challenger number 3 from the United Banks of Switzerland, weighing 239 pounds, Claudio Castagnoli. From London, England, weighing 242 pounds, he is the Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
It is main event time here at Death Before Dishonor 6th in New York City. A four-way elimination match with the ROH World title on the line. The champion Nigel McGuinness to face Tyler Black, American Dragon Bryan Danielson, and Claudio Castagnoli.
The ROH World Champ doesn't look like he's willing to start the match inside the ring. He's out on the apron. It leaves three men to decide which two are going to start things off.
Well, that is a smart move on Nigel's part. I mean, come on, if he wants to walk out of this match still the champion, he needs to be the man left standing at the end of this contest. He needs to last until that last pairing. So let the other guys eliminate one another. As long as he's standing at the end of the matchup, he will retain the title.
A handshake between Claudio Castagnoli and Bryan Danielson. Two men who know each other extremely well. And Claudio Castagnoli has said recently that if he doesn't win the Ring of Honor World title, that there's nothing left for him to accomplish here in ROH.
Some of the fans kind of getting on Claudio's case as of late, maybe feeling that he's, whining a little bit because of his lack of success, lack of being able to obtain the ROH World title. As Danielson quickly back to his feet.
These two guys have a more recent history with one another. Danielson and Castagnoli coming off a split in their series of two singles matches. First back at Vendetta 2 in Chicago, and then the Northern Navigation Show in Toronto. Two very competitive matches, each one winning one of those contests.
They're two very skilled scientific wrestlers, and Claudio with a height advantage, or perhaps a strength advantage right here, powering Danielson down to his knees.
Definitely a leverage advantage, which that height really gives him the advantage in a hold like that, because he can drive his opponent down towards the canvas, but the quickness of Danielson able to escape right away and try to trap the legs, and Claudio immediately crawls towards the bottom rope to force the break.
And immediately back to his feet he comes. Shaking out that leg just a little bit.
We've seen these two athletes put on absolute wrestling clinics in those first two singles matches, and I would expect their participation with one another in this match to be no different. Line tag by the world champion, clothesline for Danielson, but Nigel, I don't think, saw the tag by Tyler Black either. A drop kick right on the button sends the champ out to the floor.
Uppercut right there from Castagnoli. And another. He's got Tyler Black set to the ropes. Ducks the clothesline. And wipes out Danielson while Claudio wipes out Nigel. Two big risks by both Tyler Black and Claudio Castagnoli here.
Well, the ROH World title hangs in the balance in this matchup. All four guys who desperately want to be the world champion, and they're going to do anything and everything in their power to make sure they're left standing the winner of this matchup at the end.
And Paul Turner has quite the task of keeping control of this four-way elimination matchup and making sure that the legal men are involved as he forces Castagnoli back out to the apron as Tyler Black and Nigel McGuinness renew their rivalry right here.
What a match the two of them had back at Take No Prisoners. Really the match that put Tyler Black on the map as a star here in Ring of Honor. Lands on his feet, what agility, backdrop.
Went for the drop kick, Nigel put on the brakes, and Tyler able to catch himself. What a great athlete he is. He came so close back at Take No Prisoners to becoming ROH World Champion. He could realize that goal here tonight at the Hammerstein Ballroom.
Nigel makes the tag to Bryan Danielson. He and Tyler Black stare each other down here.
These two did battle back at the Breakout event in Dayton, Ohio, as well more recently at the New Horizons pay-per-view taping.
That was just a week ago, and that pay-per-view premieres on September the 26th on cable systems across North America, as well as the Dish Network. Check your local listings 4 times in your area.
Just putting the boots to Tyler Black, stomping away, and there's the tag, and the world champion Nigel McGuinness steps back inside the ring. Referee Paul Turner forcing Dragon back out to the apron. An uppercut from Nigel McGuinness. Tyler trying to fight back. Chop across the chest.
And immediately another tag by Nigel McGuinness to Claudio Castagnoli. Quick roll-up on Tyler. Only gets 2, and that's the second time. There's another show of power right there by Castagnoli with a gut wrench. Another lateral press and another 2 count by Castagnoli. But the second time in this matchup that McGuinness has been tagged by Tyler Black, and he immediately tagged out of the matchup.
Like I said earlier, at the beginning of the contest, if you are the champion going into this matchup, it is key that you last. And if that means staying on the apron and allowing the other men in the contest to score the first few eliminations themselves, if you're on the apron, you can't be eliminated.
Elbow from Tyler Black takes Castagnoli off his feet very aggressively. Sets him in position and drives the knee right across the chest of Claudio, who's trying to gasp for some air as referee Paul Turner checks on his condition.
Got Castagnoli head first into the top turnbuckle he goes. Delivers the elbow to Tyler Black, has him staggered a little bit. Continues to fire away on Castagnoli in the corner.
Claudio staggering out of the corner. Looks like he has much equilibrium right there, and there's a tag by McGuinness. And Nigel very effectively picking his spots, it looks like, in this matchup. What a drop kick right on the button by the champ. Of course, these two, a very recent history between one another as well, and Claudio has taken Nigel McGuinness to the limit. Coming so close to taking the belt away from Nigel. But the one thing we've seen from McGuinness here, and he is now the third longest reigning champion in Ring of Honor history, where most champs would start to be slowing down at this point in their reign, Nigel just seems to be picking up steam and getting stronger as each and every title defense goes by the boards.
Well, without a doubt, he's got more and more momentum with every successful title defense. As back out to the floor he goes, and in steps Bryan Danielson once again with Claudio Castagnoli.
Claudio a little tentative coming out of the corner there as they get ready to lock up one more time. Greco-Roman knuckle lock and another. Claudio had some success with this maneuver against Danielson earlier. Back heel trip, trying to force the shoulders down, but a great show of strength in the neck by Danielson holding that bridge. Claudio takes the feet out, but right back to the bridge goes Danielson, now supporting all of the weight of Castagnoli and still not breaking the bridge.
An excellent display of the balance, the neck strength of Bryan Danielson right there to maintain that bridge, and the monkey flip sends Claudio soaring.
Very determined look on the face of Bryan Danielson, European uppercut, taking a page out of the book of Castagnoli, and another European connects, but Claudio fires right back and backs up Danielson.
The European uppercut duel between these two competitors. Nigel throws some mean European uppercuts as well.
And Nigel can throw from pretty much any position as well. Always something you need to be on the lookout for, but right now it's Danielson coming out on the better end of the exchange, and he caught him right on the point of the jaw with that spin kick.
Danielson here tonight can become the first two-time ROH World Champion if he can pull out the win in this four-way elimination matchup. Castagnoli into the corner. Tyler follows him in with the clothesline. Snapmare brings him down. Up to the second rope goes Tyler Black and snaps the neck of Castagnoli.
Right into the cover, hooks the leg, but can't keep Claudio down, and there's the tag by McGuinness. Once again, the champ picking his spots.
Coming in when he sees someone is in a weakened position, he saw that Tyler had the advantage against Castagnoli right there. A big backdrop for Claudio.
Claudio came down very hard on the small of his back, trying to make the tag for Danielson, but very smartly, McGuinness knocked Bryan off the apron. Nobody for Castagnoli to tag there.
Took a cheap shot at Danielson physically. You see him taking so many verbal cheap shots at Danielson during his matches. Reminding the referee he has until 5, calling himself the best wrestler in the world.
This time it's Tyler Black getting knocked off the apron, and again, no one for Castagnoli to tag here.
And the champion looks very pleased with himself right now.
So Nigel's got every reason in the world to be confident. He is the world champion.
There's an uppercut, dishing it right back out as Castagnoli takes Nigel off his feet, looking for the tag, but Danielson just hops off the apron. Now Nigel's going to have to do battle with Claudio. Tyler Black off the apron as well. And now a flurry of uppercuts from Castagnoli. And takes Nigel down.
Claudio with a burst of energy here, but a headbutt to the midsection. And a knee to the midsection in return by Castagnoli. Face first to the canvas goes the champ. Cover!
Nigel able to get the shoulder up. Claudio controlling the arm, going for the Alpamari water slide. He's Got him up. And dumps him. Hooks the leg. No. What a shock it would be if we see Nigel eliminated first in this matchup. That would guarantee a new champion crown here tonight.
Nigel trying to buy some time here. Goes to the corner. Asking referee Paul Turner to back Castagnoli up. Give him a chance to get to his feet, but Tyler Black from behind, drop kick. Sends Castagnoli sprawling out to the floor, and then Black elevated over the top by the champ.
He turned his back on Danielson. Missile drop kick off the top rope, and right back to his feet.
Now, this one's starting to break down a little bit here.
The champion down in the corner, and Bryan Danielson looks focused. All the way out to the floor goes McGuinness, though. I don't think Danielson realizes Castagnoli from behind. German suplex, but Dragon lands on his feet. Head scissors takes him over, but Claudio had his shoulders down for an ear fall. Tyler trying to pull himself up on the floor. Meanwhile, Castagnoli with Danielson up in the torture rack. Backbreaker. Big boot to the side of the head of Castagnoli by Tyler Black. Here comes McGuinness, DDT.
Oh, he planted him. He just dropped Tyler Black right on his head. This is the clothesline German suplex by Danielson. All four men are down.
All four men trying to dig down for some energy as Paul Turner checks on the condition of all four competitors here in this matchup. Who's going to be able to get up first?
Black's in the corner, trying to pull himself up on the ropes. He does, as does Castagnoli pull himself up as well. They trade European uppercuts, and Danielson and Nigel in the corner. And right now we've got a rekindling of what many people call the greatest rivalry in Ring of Honor history between McGuinness and Danielson.
Meanwhile, Tyler Black working over Castagnoli. Nigel takes his attention to Tyler, who was climbing the ropes. Trying to get him in proper position here for the Tower of London. But here comes Danielson.
Oh, he threw him right into that kick. Danielson looking for counter mutilation. He's got it.
Will the champion tap out? Keep your eye on Tyler Black to the top rope. Big crossbody on Claudio. Only two. Danielson still controlling the arms of McGuinness.
Nigel in a seated position, trying to get to the ropes. Danielson still has him. Elbows.
Elbows to Castagnoli now. German suplex with a bridge. Only two.
Why would Castagnoli save Nigel McGuinness right there?
Tyler Black with an ear fall on Claudio. Claudio seemed to want to go after Bryan Danielson.
Black's looking for God's last gift.
That small package driver, but countered.
Irish whip to the corner. Claudio charges, runs into the boot of Tyler Black. Runs up the ropes, kick to the side of the head.
Danielson with Claudio. Going for the cross arm breaker. No, into the triangle choke. Could this be it for Castagnoli? Danielson needs to watch his own shoulders.
Claudio's trying to fight his way free. Danielson really clamping down on the hold. Claudio starting to fade here, but he's very
ropes.
It was very close to the ropes and got the break.
Nigel McGuinness with Tyler Black. Places him across that top rope, getting him in position for the lariat. One of Nigel's many. He connects!
Oh, did you see the head of Tyler Black just snap off the top rope? Fortunately for him, he rolled out to the floor, unable to be pinned right there, but that could have been it.
Hey, turn around, Nigel. Danielson's right behind you. European uppercut. Back and forth they go.
Their last singles meeting was back at the 6th anniversary show. Rebound, went for the jawbreaker, no, but gets a clothesline instead.
Danielson trying to pull himself up, Nigel trying to stay on Dragon. Danielson backflip, lands on his feet, off the ropes, ducks the clothesline, and takes down McGuinness. Out to the floor he goes.
Great momentum on that running elbow from Danielson. And Bryan, the only one left standing inside the ring. Nigel almost out on his feet. Drop kick, and Nigel over the top of the barricade out into the seats.
Keep your eye on Bryan Danielson, waiting for the right moment to strike as he looks into the crowd and at Nigel McGuinness. The dragon flies.
Danielson springboarding about 5 rows into the crowd, wiping out McGuinness, who is flat on his back.
The ROH World Champion down in the crowd on his back. How's he going to be able to walk out of this matchup still the champion?
Danielson back to the top rope as Claudio trying to get back to his feet. He does. Catches Dragon. Looking for the big swing.
Round and round he goes with Danielson, taking away his equilibrium. Danielson, no counter! Almost eliminated Castagnoli.
Oh, you can't come any closer than that. Claudio just barely slipped out. European uppercut. Danielson fires back.
The crowd firmly behind Danielson. Off the ropes he comes. Pop-up European. He got him!
Claudio Castagnoli has been eliminated.
What a counter by Danielson.
Castagnoli, the first man eliminated.
He looks absolutely shocked.
And that's what a great wrestler Danielson is. Well, some of the fans that have been on the case of Castagnoli telling him, hey, 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 goodbye.
Serenading Claudio, who's asking Paul Turner if indeed that was 3. Turner answers in the affirmative, and Claudio needs to leave the ring as he has been eliminated. Wait a second. I want to put your hands on a ref.
You can't put your hands on Paul Turner here. Is this it for Claudio and ROH? He said if he can't win the belt, there's nothing left for him here.
The crowd's really getting on him now. Danielson offers his hand. These two have had some great competitive matches and a great show of respect between these two tremendous athletes. Claudio has been eliminated.
Come on! Claudio has snapped! Ricola bomb on Danielson and shoving the referee, and now just pounding Danielson. He's been eliminated from the matchup. There's absolutely no call for this.
And look at the look on the face of Nigel McGuinness. He looks like the cat that just swallowed the canary.
Yeah, one of his 2 remaining opponents in this matchup is being laid out by Castagnoli, and now we have wrestlers from the locker room. Security trying to pull him off.
Claudio's absolutely lost it.
The frustration of not being able to win the ROH World title and achieve his goal. And he just took it out on American Dragon.
Paul Turner checking on the condition of Danielson.
Oh, Claudio with the chair! What's he gonna do? Stomping the chair into the head of Danielson.
You are looking at a broken man right there.
And once again, pulling him off. Trying to. Castagnoli's tossing everyone aside.
Claudio is just beraged.
He has lost it. It's taking several men to pull him away from the ring right now.
McGuinness back inside the ring as they finally drag Claudio away from the ringside area and up the aisle.
But the damage has been done, and now it's McGuinness looking to follow up on Danielson, who is out at the hands of Castagnoli.
Yeah, there's nothing to follow up. Bryan Danielson is practically unconscious in the hands of McGuinness.
There's the lariat.
American Dragon Bryan Danielson has been eliminated.
And Danielson eliminated by McGuinness. Look at the expression on Nigel's face.
Well, Danielson was eliminated by Castagnoli. Absolutely shocked, and a heinous attack by Claudio Castagnoli. No provocation whatsoever. He just snapped.
I just can't believe it. And it is down to Nigel McGuinness and Tyler Black now. Tyler Black just waiting for the right moment. Nigel more focused on Danielson. Springboard lariat from Tyler.
Nigel's dazed. You can see the look on his eyes. Didn't look like he was all there. Black getting fired up in the corner. Running forearm connects. Head of steam off the ropes. Elevated but lands on the apron. Shoulder block to the midsection by Black. Twisting leg lariat takes McGuinness down. Blocks the clothesline. Neck breaker.
Cover. Only two. Tyler Black came so close to winning the world title at Take No Prisoners. Could tonight be his night?
The fans certainly want to see it.
He could be one Phoenix Splash away from being ROH World Champion.
All the way to the top. Nigel flat on his back.
Phoenix Splash! No! Goes for the frog splash. Nobody home. Nigel moved out of the way.
Good awareness right there by the champ. Wait a second, we got a very interested onlooker in Naomichi Marufuji apparently.
Definitely has his eyes on the prize. He wants the ROH World title. And Nigel McGuinness trying to go for the Tower of London. Tyler trying to fight it off. Shot to the throat.
McGuinness gonna climb up to the second. Front face lock on Black. Looking for the superplex. Tyler fighting him off. Headbutt. Repeated headbutts from Tyler Black, and down goes McGuinness. Another thrust to the throat by Nigel.
Tyler still trying to fight him off. Another headbutt. Nigel on his back. Hits the frog splash. But McGuinness kicks out. Tyler needs to stay on him. Maybe go for God's last gift, that small package driver. Maybe set him up for the Phoenix.
He's got Nigel stunned. Forearm shot, backs the champ to the rope. Nigel puts on the brakes, hammerlock.
The hammerlock divorce court. Tyler kicks out. Trying to shake out that arm and that shoulder. A lot of damage done.
And Nigel perhaps looking to soften him up for the London Dungeon as well. Traps the arm. Short arm lariat. Cover. Couldn't keep him down. Nigel hooked that far leg very, very deeply, but Black still enough left to put the shoulder up off the canvas.
Tyler Black, a star on the rise. With every outing, he gets better and better. Tonight could be his night. New world champion crowned in Manhattan. Tower of London.
Nails it. Black went limp when he hit the canvas. Cover. No.
He kicks out. And Nigel beginning to get frustrated here.
Well, the one thing we saw in their first matchup back at Take No Prisoners is Tyler Black has an uncanny ability to take punishment and continue to kick out, to continue to fight back, and we're seeing another example of that here tonight.
Nigel took too much time. Tyler delivers the chop. Nigel telling him to bring it on. Forearm shot from McGuinness. Black with a forearm of his own. McGuinness off the ropes. Drop kick. Jawbreaker. Countered.
What power by Black! Power bomb into the turnbuckles. Is the world title coming to the edge of the fall?
So close right there, but McGuinness kicks out.
They already have the World Tag Team titles.
Jimmy Jacobs has to be watching very closely on the monitor in the locker room as Tyler Black, so close to holding the ROH World Championship here. He could be one big maneuver away from winning the title.
Nigel to his feet first. Black up as well. Trying to dig down, charges, Nigel gets the boot up. Black goes down, Nigel to the outside. Not something we normally see. Nigel going to the top. Took too much time and Black caught him.
Tyler now, forearm strike on McGuinness. Another. To the second rope, now all the way up top goes Tyler Black. Superplex coming up. He hits it. Holds on to the head.
Paroxysm! Cover! Again, only two.
What a combination of maneuvers. Can't keep Nigel down.
Nigel's dazed. Nigel may be out.
What an atmosphere here in New York City.
The Hammerstein Ballroom is the place to be.
Tyler Black. What's going through his mind right now? What does he have to do to win the title?
Well, you know he's got to absolutely know it's just within his grasp right now. It is so close. He has to almost be able to taste it as he drags McGuinness to his feet. Chin breaker. Oh, the champ is resilient. Lariat.
Tyler with the shoulder up again.
McGuinness in shock. He thought that was going to be three. Caught Black with the lariat, but couldn't hold him down. He's got the arm.
London Dungeon.
Trying to turn him, but blocked. What a kick.
Kick to the head. Jawbreaker. Countered. God's last gift.
You can't get any closer than that. Give McGuinness credit. He got the shoulder up.
He's got to think about the Phoenix Splash. Nigel's on his back. Tyler climbing to the top.
He hits it. We're going to have a new champ.
Nobody home.
Great presence of mind by McGuinness. Lariat.
Got all of it. Cover. Only two, says Paul Turner. These fans want to see a title change.
McGuinness with Black in the corner. Once again, places him up top. Going for another Tower of London. Nails it. Nigel to his feet. Head of steam. European uppercut. Lariat!
Tyler Black survives another combination of maneuvers from the world champ. McGuinness back to his feet.
Almost a puzzled look on the face of McGuinness, as if he can't comprehend what is driving Tyler Black here. What keeps him going when Nigel dishes out punishment the way he has in this matchup? Reversal. Nigel hits the buckle. Avoids Black charging. Kick to the back. Clothesline down to the canvas. Tosses him back to his feet.
Places him again on the top rope. He's hit this clothesline once already. Nigel in the corner. Up to the second. Black avoids the clothesline. Kick to the head.
Went for the springboard, got lariated out of midair.
Survives again. Got the arm. London Dungeon.
This is how Nigel retained the title and take no prisoners. Will he be forced to tap once again? Roll up. No. Lariat ducked. Connects with the kick.
Black off the ropes, lariat!
Nigel all fired up. Another huge lariat! Cover!
Tyler Black has been eliminated. Here is your winner and still Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
I did it! I beat everybody you threw at me! I beat them all! There's nobody else! I'm gonna stay the Ring of Honor champion forever! And there is nothing anyone can do about it!
What a performance by Tyler Black! But Nigel McGuinness picks up the victory and continues to gain momentum as the ROH World Champion. The fans are obviously not happy with the result, but what a night we've had here tonight at the Hammerstein Ballroom.
Face to face they come, the ROH World title on the line. Nigel McGuinness to defend against El Generico.
Very confident look on the face of Nigel McGuinness. Perhaps a bit of overconfidence on the face of Nigel McGuinness here.
We saw the series of world title matches between Kevin Steen, the partner of El Generico, and Nigel McGuinness. Nigel successfully able to retain the title in each of those, although he did have to use shady tactics in order to retain the title on a couple of those occasions, grabbing a hold of the tights, grabbing a hold of the ropes for leverage, and he wanted to prove that he could defeat both halves of the established tag team duo of Kel Steen-Erico, Kevin Steen and El Generico. So he gets the title shot here tonight, a big opportunity for El Generico here against McGuinness.
Oh, and he's the best wrestler in the world. Another shot at Bryan Danielson, and if you ask me, that tells me that Bryan Danielson, he's got me thinking about Bryan Danielson now. That tells me that Nigel McGuinness could perhaps be looking past El Generico, and if that's the case, he's making a very big mistake here tonight.
He's more focused on other things, more focused on thinking about Bryan Danielson rather than his opponent, his threat to the ROH World title tonight in El Generico.
Generico is a vastly popular athlete here. He's been pretty successful as a tag team wrestler. They certainly have their sights set to he and Kevin Steen on the World Tag Team titles, but as a singles competitor, he's made it to the finals of the Race to the Top tournament. He's had great singles matches against the likes of Kota Ibushi back at Return Engagement. Now, he hasn't always had the greatest singles won and loss record, but he's a guy who on any given night can beat anyone who is standing across the ring from him, and if Nigel McGuinness is taking El Generico lightly, he he's going to walk out of Cleveland 12 pounds lighter in his gym bag because it's not going to have the world title in it when he leaves.
And El Generico is one of those wrestlers that can really feed off of the energy and the support of his strong fan base to give him that encouragement, that extra edge that he needs to pull out the victories when he can in singles competition. And tonight, it could be the deciding factor. These fans showing their support for a wrestler like El Generico, just push him that much closer to get that 3 count after maybe hitting the brainbuster on the top turnbuckle to win the ROH World title.
Just a dismissive shove from the world champion, just kind of pushing Generico in the face there as they got a clean break out of it. Now taking Generico off his feet, controlling the arm, is the world champion. And I'm not taking anything away from Nigel McGuinness. He is a tremendous, tremendous fighting champion. He puts the belt out on the line each and every time out. He's held the belt now, the 3rd longest reigning Ring of Honor world champion in history, and he seems to be getting stronger and stronger with each title defense.
That was very true. Oftentimes, you've seen in the past another cheap shot at Bryan Danielson, which we've seen in the past. But with previous ROH World Champions like a Takeshi Morishima, and to an extent with Bryan Danielson with his shoulder injury during his title reign, the longer the reign goes, the more and more you see the champion start to fade, start to slow down a little bit, start to weaken. But as of late with Nigel, as his title reign progresses, we see him get more and more strong and more dominant as world champion. He's picking up more and more momentum as the weeks go by.
Generico trying to escape, does so, grabs control of the arm of the world champion. Hammerlock position, but a well-placed elbow from McGuinness catches Generico on the side of the head, clubbing blow to the back. He's telling him he's in the ring with the world champion. He knows he's in the ring with the world champion. He wants the world title.
He wants this opportunity, without a doubt. Nigel just trying to get that psychological advantage by trash-talking Generico. Firing back on McGuinness. That just fired up the challenger.
Forearms in the corner, now shots to the midsection. Nigel trying to cover up. Referee Todd Sinclair backs Generico out of the corner. Nigel charges, runs into an arm drag, right back to his feet, goes for the lariat, avoided, waistlock. O'Connor roll blocked. McGuinness hanging onto the ropes. Generico, though, clotheslines the champ over the top and to the floor.
And Generico, when the time is right, can take to the air. He could be thinking about it right now. Wipes out McGuinness on the floor.
Generico putting his body on the line. The world title is within his grasp here tonight. He's going to pull out every stop to make sure that world title ends up around his waist.
He's got the champion out on the floor. Nigel puts on the bricks before hitting the barricade. Brains. But turned his back on his opponent, uppercut from El Generico. And now Nigel with a seat. Generico continues to fire away.
Oh, that one tagged Nigel right there on the jaw. His head just snapped back. And the chant of Ole, Ole rings out through the building here in Cleveland.
And it's that support of the Ring of Honor fans that is going to fuel Generico during the course of this contest.
Nigel sent to the ring, no. Jawbreaker avoided by Generico.
Takes another big chance, leaping off the apron and drives the back of McGuinness into the steel. And you can see Nigel grasping at his back after colliding with the barricade. A lot of damage was done to the back of the champion right there by Generico. Still clutching his back as Generico back up over the barricade and bringing the action back inside the ring.
Quickly goes for the cover and hooked the leg, and a rather easy kick out for the champ, despite the damage done to the lower back. Front face lock by Generico drags McGuinness back to his feet. Forearm smash. Nigel makes his way to the corner. Generico looks to follow up. Another forearm connects.
McGuinness, it's on the brakes. Arm in hammerlock position. A hammerlock divorce court driving the shoulder of the challenger down to the canvas with great force, trying to weaken that body part so that Nigel can potentially get the submission victory to retain the title with the London Dungeon.
Immediately goes back to the left arm of Generico. Drives him down to the canvas again, the shoulder of the challenger crashing down.
Back into the corner. Just pulling on the arm as it's wrapped around the top rope, using the ring to inflict more punishment to that body part.
Come on, pal.
Again, just a dismissive shove to the back of the head, and it just chopped him in the face.
And Nigel with a big smile on his face. You know, I think he is taking Generico way too lightly here.
Knee to the midsection. Hammerlock one more time, back heel trip. Generico comes crashing down on that arm. Cover. Does not hook the leg, and Generico able to power his way out at 2. Nigel taking his time here. He obviously feels like he has this match well in control at this point in time. He's not going to do anything that would cause Generico to have an opportunity to get back in the matchup. Generico's going to need to make his own break, and I think he's done so right there. Side headlock, though, grabbed quickly by the champ. Off the ropes he goes. Sunset flip. Generico rolls through.
Nigel covers up. Generico's behind you. Drop kick to the back of the head. And that sends McGuinness out to the apron. And now to the floor. Holding the back of his head. Maybe a little bit surprised at El Generico's offense here. You can't take this guy lightly.
Well, if nothing else, he's surprised at the resiliency, I think, of El Generico. I think the fact that he now has a chair in hand outside the ring shows that perhaps McGuinness is starting to take his challenger a bit more seriously.
And now Generico with a chair of his own. Referee taking a chair out of the arms of McGuinness, and now it's a chasing game. Around the ring they go. Where it stops, only Nigel knows. He pulls the announcer's table right into the midsection of Generico. And shoulder first into the steel ring post.
You like that? That's Nigel McGuinness. That's one, the world champion.
A lot of damage done to the shoulder right there, being set into the ring post.
And down across that timekeeper's table. Pain etched all over the face of El Generico. As McGuinness continues the attack out on the floor. Chop right to the shoulder.
Sends him back inside. And now Nigel confident once again after the damage has been done to the shoulder, using the ring post to do it.
Strutting around on the outside like a peacock. Snapmare by McGuinness. Kick to the back.
Decides to go for the cover, but Generico with enough to kick out. Continuing to kick out. Not going to have an easy job of retaining the title here, because Generico is one of the most determined wrestlers to pull out a win that you will find anywhere in the locker room.
Still a lot of resiliency on the part of Generico. Firing back, overhand chop. Another chop to that shoulder by McGuinness. And immediately Generico stops in his tracks. Back heel trip. Nigel stepping over the shoulder.
Putting a lot of pressure on that shoulder, just sitting down on it while keeping control of the arm and pulling the other arm. Stretching Generico's arms.
Generico might have to tap here. Not that he has a free hand to do it with.
The referee can hear him. He needs to give it up, though.
He's got the tights.
Had the shoulders of Generico against the canvas with the tights for extra leverage, but still, Generico was able to get his shoulder up off the mat. We saw Nigel McGuinness use the tights and use the ropes for leverage during the first 2 matches against Kevin Steen for the ROH World title, and now trying to use those cheap tactics unbecoming of a world champion once again against Steen's partner, El Generico, tonight.
And full of the mask as he drives him into the far corner one more time. And again, another chop just targeting the left shoulder with those strikes. Normally we see an athlete use the chop as an offensive weapon, and it's to the chest and the sternum of his opponent. But this time McGuinness using it to continue to inflict damage onto the already injured shoulder of El Generico.
Trying to pull himself back to his feet. Nigel continuing to talk trash. What a chop by Generico. Forearm brings him down to a knee.
Gets right back to his feet. Overhand chop from Generico. Nigel tells him to bring it on, but a single leg pickup. Steps on the elbow to grab control of the wrist.
Going back to work on the arm and the shoulder, raking the boot across the face. It's disrespectful. Drives down across that shoulder once again, keeping the arm tied up.
Going to the eyes now.
Get off the mask.
Poking through the eye holes in the mask of El Generico.
Drags Generico back to the other side. And again has the arms trapped. Behind the back of McGuinness. More pressure put on the shoulders. Generico just being bent and twisted like a pretzel here. But able to make it to the ropes.
Don't say it. Don't do it. Good. I was going to say he had until 5.
He didn't say it, but he still used every second of that count to his advantage. But look at Generico. No quit in El Generico.
Oh, he wants to walk away from Cleveland with the belt.
Nigel again telling Generico to bring it on. And the fans trying to rally El Generico here.
Trying to give him that encouragement to fire him up. Delivers the elbow. Kicking away at the chest of McGuinness. To the top. Flying head scissors.
Nigel all the way out to the floor. Trying to get his bearings on the outside. All the way up the aisle. Generico back to his feet.
Bad shoulder or not, he's going to take a chance.
Springboard acai moonsault.
He took the chance and it certainly paid off. He needs to get Nigel back inside the ring. Go for a cover, try to follow up.
And if Nigel McGuinness came into this match thinking he was going to have himself a light workout, or perhaps a bit of an exhibition for the fans here in Cleveland before taking his belt and going home, I think he realizes now he was sadly mistaken. Crossbody by Generico, hooks the leg!
Only gets 2.
Couldn't keep McGuinness down, and Nigel trying to shake the cobwebs out.
Continuing to go to work on that shoulder, driving him shoulder first to the mat.
Well, ever since he hit the ring post, a giant bullseye on the shoulder of El Generico for the champ. Blue Thunder powerbomb. And another 2 count for the challenger.
Basically a one-armed wrestler at this point as a result of all the damage that McGuinness has done to the arm and the shoulder.
Generico in the corner waiting for McGuinness. The crowd urges him on. He charges. Big Yakuza but nobody home. Kick to the back, clothesline combination. Trademark combo from McGuinness, cover in the corner. But Generico kicks out at 2.
Trying to pull it together here. El Generico. Irish whip coming up. No, reversed. Nigel puts on the brakes in the corner, delivers the elbow. Headstand. Mule kick. Takes Generico off his feet.
They caught him charging. McGuinness goes for the cover, hooks the leg. Again, able to get 2. But definitely not a cocky cover this time by McGuinness. I think he realizes finally what he is up against in the person of El Generico here. Another chant of Olay by the fans in Cleveland. Tower of London by McGuinness.
Elbows, though, from Generico.
Trying to fight it off. Shot right to the throat, and a chop. Another double thrust to the throat of the challenger. Nigel trying to get Generico in the right position for what he has in mind. I'll keep you thinking about the Tower of London to the floor. Down across the edge of the ring frame and tumbles to the floor. Shoulder first right into the steel and the wood of the ring frame.
And El Generico's quest to become the ROH World Champion may have just come to a screeching halt out on the ring apron. Cover, this might be it. No!
Generico refuses to stay down. And these fans encouraging him to dig down for some energy, get back to his feet, and continue to fight.
Well, the fans appreciative of the effort put forth here tonight by El Generico.
Plays across that top rope. Nigel loves to hit the lariat from various different positions, including this one. What a counter!
He got the boot up as Nigel came off the top. Headstand again by McGuinness. Yakuza by Generico. Cover!
Very close right there, but McGuinness with the shoulder up. Before Nigel could nail that mule kick this time, it was Generico nailing Nigel right in the head with the Yakuza kick in the corner. Listen to these fans.
While that Yakuza kick may have knocked Nigel McGuinness nearly senseless, it has brought this crowd alive. Front face lock by Generico.
Going for the brainbuster.
Yeah, blocked by McGuinness, however. Headbutt to the midsection. Lariat ducked. Nigel off the ropes, forearm shot. Looking for the jawbreaker. Boot to the face. Roll up.
Very close, but not quite three. Gotta hand it to El Generico. He saw the jawbreaker lariat coming and was able to maneuver out of that path and get that roll up on McGuinness.
And listen to this crowd. Generico off the ropes. Oh, lariat from McGuinness. Nigel goes for the cover and again gets two. Generico never saw him coming.
Still with enough in the tank to kick out. Nigel beginning to realize just how tough El Generico is. Trying to set him up for maybe another Tower of London, this time inside the ring.
He's got him on the top. Nails it. Generico, though, stays off his back. He's in the corner, but tagged with a European uppercut. Peekaboo lariat.
2.5. El Generico kicks out.
And the face of the Ring of Honor World Champion right there tells the entire story. What was once a confident smirk on the face of Nigel McGuinness now shows the warrior of a champion who knows his title's in jeopardy. London Dungeon.
The London Dungeon cinched in, all that damage done to the shoulder. Can Generico hang in there?
Kevin Steen out at ringside encouraging Generico here. Urging him on to make it to the ropes.
Encouraging El Generico to continue fighting, despite all the pain shooting through that shoulder. And now Nigel allowing Kevin Steen to take his attention.
Nigel out on the outside, looking to go to the top. Caught with a boot right to the face.
Nigel hung upside down in the corner.
Generico out to the apron. The crowd comes to their feet. Generico to the top. Coast to coast.
So close. Brainbuster. He hits it.
McGuinness gets his foot on the bottom rope. 3 inches further outside of the corner he was in, and we're looking at a new world champion.
Generico thought that was it, but ring positioning saved McGuinness.
But it might just be for the moment that McGuinness is saved. Placed up on top by Generico.
Now he's going for the brainbuster on the top turnbuckle. It could earn him the Ring of Honor World Championship.
Nigel trying to block, however. Clubbing blow to the kidneys. Forearm shot. And another. Generico hanging on.
Brainbuster. Nigel trying to block yet again.
Crotches him on the top rope. Nigel on the second. Lariat, he landed right on his head.
He kicks out. This time Generico unable to counter that attempt. He absorbed the maneuver, but still kicked out.
And listen to this crowd. Not one person is in their seat here in Cleveland. Lariat! McGuinness is beside himself.
You have to admire the determination of El Generico as his tag team partner, Kevin Steen, encourages him on. Back to his feet. Slap across the face of McGuinness.
Not a lot of steam on that blow. Nigel off the ropes. Another lariat from the world champ. This one might be it. Hooks the leg. No!
Going back to work on that arm. London Dungeon. Takes out the leg. Roll up.
He's got him.
So close. Fans want to see the title change pulled off by El Generico here tonight in Cleveland. He's back to his feet.
Boot to the face, Nigel into the ropes. Jawbreaker lariat.
Grabs hold of the arm. London Dungeon right in the middle of the ring.
Can Generico hold on one more time? The pain must be excruciating, and he's forced to tap.
Here is your winner by submission and still Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
What an effort by El Generico. He came so close to becoming ROH World Champion tonight. But once again, Nigel McGuinness successfully defends his championship and continues with momentum as ROH World Champion with each and every title defense. We'll see you tomorrow night in Chicago. Thank you for joining us.
was close, Nigel. Oh, close, but no shit!
Between the ROH World Champion and former World Champion, ROH's greatest rivalry has come to Japan.
Lock up collar and elbow, jockeying for position. Both men immediately go to the corner. Either looks to be able to gain a clear-cut advantage here. Sinclair trying to get a break between these two, and we do get one. A very determined look on the face of Bryan Danielson. He's got him here in a non-title match, but you know he has his sights squarely set on a pay-per-view main event with the belt on the line.
Bryan Danielson looking to become the first wrestler in ROH history to be a two-time Ring of Honor World Champion. In order to do that, he needs to get through everyone that Nigel McGuinness has beaten on pay-per-view and get that shot on pay-per-view against Nigel and then pull out that win.
McGuinness controlling the hammerlock as Danielson back to his feet. This is an effective hold for McGuinness with that leverage advantage due to the height advantage he enjoys over Danielson. And Danielson backs him to the ropes, trying to get the break, but a reversal by McGuinness. It's Danielson now against the ropes. Does McGuinness give him the clean break?
3, 4.
We do. Clean break from Nigel, and he has until 5, referee. You know, even though Nigel McGuinness has defended that belt against a variety of different challengers from around the world, pretty much no matter who he's wrestling, he will always try to get in a slight little dig at Bryan Danielson during the course of the match.
Even all the way here in Japan.
And even when his opponent is Bryan Danielson.
Just trying to get in the head of Danielson at any opportunity. Danielson controlling the legs now of McGuinness. Taking the champion off of his feet and working over the ankle.
As you saw in that video package, such a storied history between these two men over the past several years and throughout the world. And now here in Japan, seeing this matchup, this pairing, live and in person, a great treat for the fans here in Tokyo.
McGuinness still in a great deal of pain right there as Danielson working over the ankle one more time. And the story is told right there by the face of Nigel McGuinness. As Danielson snaps back down one more time.
No. Yes.
These two men showing off their technical skills right here. Danielson still with the legs tied up, reaching back and grabbing hold of the wrists as well. Danielson has the shoulders of McGuinness against the canvas for a near fall right there. Still with the legs tied up, into the Muda lock he goes.
Submission predicament for McGuinness. Trying to free himself. Danielson still has it locked in, and McGuinness grabs hold of the head of Danielson, trying to free himself. He's got the chin lock.
Almost like a dragon sleeper position.
Danielson still has the legs of McGuinness tied up.
And now he's got the arm of McGuinness as well. Just back and forth exchanging the advantage, all the while their legs tied up with one another. As Nigel crawling toward the ropes to force a break.
Great display of counter wrestling by both of these guys as they continue to be tied up, and Todd Sinclair trying to extricate Bryan Danielson.
Yeah, his leg is trapped. He can't release the hold. What's he supposed to do? Okay, he has until 5, referee.
Nigel visibly slowed here as Danielson very cautiously looking to maintain the advantage. McGuinness back to his feet in the corner. It's one thing you got to be careful about with McGuinness in the corner. He likes to lure people in and do damage, and it's now face-to-face. Danielson and McGuinness with the uppercut, however, from Danielson.
Come on, Nigel, huh?
Trying to get in the head of Nigel McGuinness a little bit. You know, both men love to call themselves the best wrestler in the world as well. Nigel's the one who can actually back up that claim because he does have the title belt. It would mean a lot for Bryan Danielson's claim if he could pull out a win here in this non-title match. Tomorrow night, Bryan Danielson has the opportunity to go for the GHC Junior Heavyweight Championship against Kanemaru.
Nigel firing back on Danielson, who's down on a knee, and Nigel telling Danielson to bring it on. He quickly grabs hold of the leg, takes McGuinness off of his feet. Nigel trying to escape, however,
Danielson puts a stop to it.
Oh, God.
Almost like a variation on a half crab by Danielson, as he has the foot right behind the knee of McGuinness, who rolls to his back. Danielson, however, sits down, wrenches back on the ankle, but the crossface by McGuinness just punishing Danielson here. Was able to free himself and wrench back down on the legs.
Once again, we find these two great scientific wrestlers, hold-for-hold wrestlers, down on the mat, exchanging the advantage and applying a lot of pressure, doing a lot of damage. And now slaps across the face. Amidst all this great wrestling, it still comes down to their temper sometimes.
Well, there is a deep, deep rivalry. We mentioned it earlier. And a lot of times it's not just a battle of skill, it's a battle of wills.
Ooh, forearm strike from Danielson.
Shoulders down to the canvas, only one. Forces him down again, and once again it's a 1 count.
And Nigel has got the leg of Bryan Danielson. Turns it around, chest first down on the canvas, has the leg tied up, as well as the chin lock applied.
That's the 3rd or 4th time since the open of this matchup where one guy has had control of the other, and there's been a great counter just out of nowhere and allowed the advantage to be taken back by the other athlete.
Danielson maintaining control of the leg of McGuinness and turns it around on him. But Nigel reaches the bottom rope with his other foot, and Danielson releases the hold.
Danielson cautiously releases the hold and makes his way back to his feet, and again, never taking his eyes off of McGuinness for a moment.
And lock up, and it's McGuinness able to back Danielson into the corner, who does escape. Danielson sandwiched between McGuinness and the turnbuckle. Not a clean break right there from the champ. Drives the elbow into Danielson, and once again.
That one knocked Danielson down to the canvas. He's clutching his jaw as McGuinness grabs him by the hair and drags him back to his feet. Scoop up by McGuinness and a hard slam. First real high impact maneuver of the matchup.
Again, handful of hair from Nigel McGuinness. He's got Danielson back up. Another body slam, plants him. Just jarring that back of American Dragon. Went for a cover, but kicking out at 1.
McGuinness not relinquishing the advantage for even a second as he quickly drags him back to his feet. Went for another slam and a roll-up by Danielson. It's a near fall himself and then quickly rides McGuinness, who smartly stays off of his back. But unfortunately, when you stay off your back and try to stay on your belly, you give your limbs to Bryan Danielson, who is very adept at punishing the arms of his opponent.
He's got one arm trapped in hammerlock position, trying to get the other, but Nigel trying to protect his arm from being in control of Bryan Danielson, and he's got it now.
Very similar to a maneuver that Nigel McGuinness likes to use on many occasions as well. Normally Nigel has his back across his opponent's arm on top, bending it back against the grain, but Danielson content to just step on it and force it to the canvas.
Same pressure with both versions of that hold. And Danielson able to get the near fall right there twice. Trying to roll Nigel McGuinness against his back, but Nigel doing a good job of keeping himself away from being in a pinning predicament once again. And now Danielson into the front chancery. Both men back to their feet. Wrenching up on the front chancery is Danielson.
Yeah, it's difficult to get a lot of pressure on that hold when you're giving up that much height. And it was rather easy for McGuinness to escape the hold right there. And then down drives the knee right between the shoulder blades of Danielson.
Making it very difficult for Danielson to breathe from that position. Rolling him to his chest once again.
Nigel floats over to the front face lock as Danielson trying to get to his knees and break the hold. But again, McGuinness jockeying for position, traps that arm. Danielson contemplates his counter to this maneuver. Back to his feet, but a quick back heel trip by McGuinness sends Danielson down to a knee and then down to the canvas hard.
Todd Sinclair right on top of things. The shoulders were not against the canvas for a near fall right there. Though Nigel is controlling Bryan Danielson and wearing him down quite a bit with this hold.
No.
Third time down, but this time a reversal by Danielson, and he's got the hammerlock on McGuinness. Nigel went to the well one time too many. Danielson was ready this time, and another great counter by Danielson to McGuinness.
Holding on to the hammerlock, Nigel back to his feet. Chest first into the corner. Referee looking for a break here from Bryan Danielson. Controlling the arms of McGuinness. Trying to drag him to the center of the ring, but Nigel drives Danielson into the turnbuckles, back first. Elbow into the midsection. Thrust to the throat from Nigel.
Nigel now starting to get a little more aggressive in the corner. Reversal though by Danielson. Nigel puts on the brakes, catches him with another elbow. Headstand in the corner, mule kick. Sends Danielson back to the center of the ring. And another cover, hooks the leg. No.
Danielson able to kick out. Pulling Danielson back up. The ROH World Champion has Danielson backed into the corner.
Jockeying for position here, Sinclair again trying to get a clean break. And doesn't get it yet again. Thrust to the throat by McGuinness.
Sends Dragon back first. He tumbles out of the corner after colliding with the turnbuckles with great force. Back first, and now it's Danielson clutching at that back.
Danielson very slow to try and get to his feet. McGuinness now starting to taunt him. Danielson backing towards the corner. Looks like he's getting fired up here. Nigel brings him back out. European uppercut. Danielson lands in the corner, but does not leave his feet. Slowly dragged out to the ring by McGuinness. Another European right on the button. Nigel starting to assert himself here. Knife edge chop to the chest. Another European. Knife edge chop from McGuinness. He's starting to pepper Bryan Danielson in the corner here.
What a combination of maneuvers from the ROH World Champion. And now all the way across the ring with the European uppercut. Danielson is in a bad way right now. Snapmare out of the corner. Kick to the back. The upper back of Danielson. Lateral press by McGuinness, but Danielson kicks out. Nigel not hooking the leg on that pin attempt. Both men back to their feet. Side headlock grabbed by Nigel McGuinness. Danielson, though, forearm shot to the rib cage. Sends Nigel into the corner. Danielson charges, but Nigel moves out of the way. Kick to the back and down across the chest with the arm.
A trademark combination right there by McGuinness. Hooks the leg again very deeply, but Danielson able to power out at two. Single leg by McGuinness trying to turn Danielson here. Looking for the half crab, can't get him. Nigel still hanging on to the leg of Danielson.
Still trying to maybe get that half crab, but Danielson looking for a counter, and they wind up in the ropes. Nigel McGuinness, though, still holding onto the leg of Danielson, who's now got the second rope. Who's going to be able to get the advantage here? Danielson has hold of the top rope. Back to his feet, Enziguri. Butterflies the arms of McGuinness. Butterfly suplex. Cover. Only two.
Great counter right there again by Danielson. Gets a near fall. As McGuinness had to dig down to get the shoulder off the canvas. Danielson on the attack now. As the head of McGuinness headbutt right to the side of the neck. Nigel in the corner, set for the ride. Puts on the brakes, headstand. Couldn't hit the mule kick this time. Got tagged with a drop kick by Danielson, who quickly goes to the top. McGuinness trying to get his bearings. Missile drop kick from Danielson.
Beautiful drop kick from Bryan Danielson. Nigel to the floor, and Danielson back to his feet inside the ring.
Second win here by Danielson. It's McGuinness on the floor. Bryan looking to take a chance.
Nigel put a stop to it. He's got Danielson's head. Tower of London to the floor. The Tower of London to that hard floor. Danielson took the chance of going for that dive, and Nigel put a stop to it. Grabbed hold of the head of Bryan Danielson, hit the Tower of London to the floor, and now back inside the ring. Cover.
1, 2.
No, only 2.
Great job by Danielson, able to kick out right there as McGuinness didn't give him a chance to recuperate on the floor whatsoever. Immediately went for the cover inside the ring, but didn't have enough to put him away. But the half crab might slow him down a little bit more here. Nigel sitting very deep in the hold.
Danielson with all the strength in his body trying to crawl toward the ropes to break the hold. He's so close, but Nigel really sitting back with it.
Danielson continuing to crawl as Nigel drags him back to the center one more time. Is Danielson going to give it up here? Sinclair says no.
Changes direction a little bit and reaches the bottom rope. Forces a break of the half crab, but that maneuver took a lot out of Bryan Danielson, clutching at his back once again. Nigel McGuinness with Danielson. Off the ropes comes Nigel, but Danielson with the forearm. Jawbreaker, but a rolling elbow from Danielson.
Knock McGuinness all the way back to the corner. Series of strikes now from Danielson attacking the midsection.
Danielson all fired up.
Telling him to count him out.
2.
Danielson might have a knockout victory here.
3.
That big combination of strikes in the corner.
5.
Can Nigel make it back to his feet?
6.
Having trouble breathing in the corner.
7.
Up to a count of 8.
He's up.
9, Nigel's back up. Running forearm strike from Danielson. Waistlock. German suplex for the bridge.
2.
Only 2. He's got the arms of Nigel. We see cattle mutilation. No, he doesn't have it.
Nigel rolled through, used his momentum to avoid the submission hold right there, but Danielson's got him trapped. Elbow. Another elbow. Just driving down to the neck and head. Repeated elbows from Bryan Danielson.
Wearing out McGuinness, still controlling those arms. He's got him back in a standing position, driving Danielson into the corner, trying to break free of this hold. Nigel forced down to his knees. Danielson with the arms. Cattle mutilation. He's got it. No, he had it for a second. Nigel, though, dragon sleeper position.
It's Danielson back to his feet now. Elevated by McGuinness. Tower of London. What a counter.
Cover. Hooks the leg. Oh, only 2.
McGuinness and Danielson have wrestled each other on so many occasions. I don't think I've ever seen that particular counter to the cattle mutilation by McGuinness.
And able to immediately convert into the Tower of London as well. Both men digging down for energy to continue to fight here to get the victory here in Tokyo.
Just measured him for that slap from the left side.
Come on.
Telling Danielson to bring it on, and he does.
Oh, what a slap. An exchange of open hand strikes by both Danielson and McGuinness.
Oh, a knee strike by McGuinness, and Danielson went down in a heap.
Nigel placing Danielson across the top rope. Chop across the chest. Nigel loves to hit a lariat from this position. Can Danielson get out of harm's way? Nigel hits it.
Oh, Danielson went down hard on that knee. Cover.
2.
No.
Able to kick out, but yeah, how much damage was done to his knee right there? As he came off the top rope, he came right down with all of his body weight on the knee as well.
He immediately grabbed at it when he hit the canvas.
He's hurt. Nigel to his feet. The ROH World Champion with the advantage here in this non-title matchup.
Nigel not wasting any motion, being very deliberate here in his offense with the advantage.
Danielson looks so worn down. Nigel with momentum off the ropes. But maybe playing a little possum was Danielson. Rolls him up, bridge. 2.5.
Oh, very, very close right there. But McGuinness slipped out the back door. Single leg pickup. Nice counter by Danielson. Back to their feet, drop down. Up and over goes McGuinness. Elbow from Danielson. Danielson off the ropes with momentum. Elbow from McGuinness. Both men face to face. European from Danielson. And one right back from McGuinness.
Measures McGuinness for a European uppercut of his own. Both men staying on their feet, though. Danielson, another European uppercut of his own. Nigel still up. Who's going to go down?
European from McGuinness. Both men obviously worn down here from all this punishment. Another European. Nigel right back. Neither man wants to back down here. That one blocked. Lariat avoided.
Nigel on top. Sunset flip by Dragon. Nigel, he's got him down. Danielson with the cover. Back and forth they go with leverage. A series of near falls. Both men exchanging them. Right there, it all came down to positioning.
Just counter wrestling at its finest by both of these great athletes. But again, neither man able to gain a sustained advantage here. Single leg by McGuinness, kicked away by Danielson. Right back to their feet. Single leg. Danielson flipped over, lands on his feet. Small package.
He got him.
Here is your winner, American Dragon, Bryan Danielson.
You have just witnessed why this can be considered ROH's greatest rivalry. Bryan Danielson wins this chapter of the feud.
Back in 2005, Nigel McGuinness winning the Pure title at the Dragon Gate Invasion in Buffalo, New York, defeating Samoa Joe. 3 weeks before Bryan Danielson won the world title at Glory by Honor 4 by defeating James Gibson.
It was Danielson who struck first, kicking away at the knee of Nigel McGuinness just there. But now it's McGuinness controlling the arm. Into the wrist lock he goes on American Dragon. Two very proficient, hold-for-hold, scientific, technical wrestlers in this contest.
Also two men with very, very hot tempers, and I am sure at some point in the matchup, the tempers between these two men are going to flare, and a hair pull by McGuinness gains him the early advantage, and that is certainly not going to do any wonders for the temper of Bryan Danielson.
Trying to work his way back to a standing position, he does, as Nigel continues to hold on to that wrist lock. Danielson bridging back, trying to turn the tables on the champion, and he does.
These two men met several times while both men held their respective titles. Back during 2006, their first meeting was back at Weekend of Champions Night 2 in Cleveland, Ohio. Nigel McGuinness won that matchup by countout. And they had a rematch back at Generation Now in Cleveland that Bryan Danielson won to retain the world title.
Danielson getting aggressive right there, kicking away at both the arm as well as the back of McGuinness, trying to force those shoulders to be flat against the canvas. But Nigel squirming, he's right near the ropes. Good ring presence right there from McGuinness. Knew where he was at that boot across the bottom rope to break up the pin attempt.
Oh, Nigel rolling out under the bottom rope. Look at he's trying to shake the cobwebs. That kick really took a lot out of Nigel McGuinness there by Bryan Danielson. And Nigel needs to be aware of the count. There is a 20 count out on the floor that the wrestlers need to be aware of. That has been instituted here by ROH officials.
And as long as Danielson remains inside the ring, Nigel can take 20 seconds to regain his bearings before stepping back into battle. He rolls underneath the bottom rope, asking for a little bit of time as he works his way back to his feet.
And you got to wonder if perhaps Nigel playing possum here, trying to lure Danielson in, but Danielson, a veteran of the ring wars, not going to fall for any tricks like that at this early in the matchup. He's content to allow McGuinness back inside the ring. Oh, kick very close to being low.
It was last night in Dayton, Ohio that Claudio Castagnoli targeted the knee of Bryan Danielson. He has that bad wheel going into this matchup, and you know Nigel is going to focus on it.
See, Danielson has that right knee heavily taped, obviously favoring it a little bit, and McGuinness targeting it with that kick. As I mentioned the history, as you did, Dave, earlier on between these two men. It was back at Unified in Liverpool, England, where Bryan Danielson defeated Nigel McGuinness in a title versus title match to unify and retire the pure title here in Ring of Honor with the ROH World Championship.
That matchup in Liverpool, one that no Ring of Honor fan will ever forget. Both men spilling blood during the course of that one. As it's not just scientific wrestling when these two men have done battle in the past, it has gotten violent on several occasions. And once again, McGuinness realizing where he's at in the ring, reaches the ropes, and Danielson taking full advantage of the referee's 5 count. Reminding senior official Todd Sinclair of that fact.
Not so sure that Todd Sinclair needs a reminder of the rules, but Danielson, very nice to do so. So McGuinness trying to get some feeling back into that arm as both men back to their feet one more time.
A collar and elbow tie-up. It's the champion grabbing hold of the side headlock on Dragon, who backs McGuinness into the ropes. Sends him off. Shoulder tackle.
Danielson tried to pop right back up and ran into a side headlock takeover by McGuinness. And Nigel doing a good job of, I think so far in the early going, wrestling this matchup at a pace that benefits him probably a bit more than Danielson here. Quick roll up by Danielson, gets himself a near fall.
Holding on to that side headlock. We've seen Danielson on many occasions go the distance against his opponents.
And he went the distance with Nigel McGuinness back in St. Paul, Minnesota at Epic Encounter 2. A 2 out of 3 fall match that went to a 60-minute draw with both athletes having won 1 fall before the time limit expired. And a lot of people point to Bryan Danielson really starting to slow down as world champion right around the time of that matchup.
And once again, the count administered by Todd Sinclair as Danielson drives the knees of McGuinness into the canvas. You know, that matchup in St. Paul, Minnesota at the Epic Encounter 2 between these two men that went to a 60-minute draw. The very next night, Danielson defended the title here in Chicago against Colt Cabana and again wrestled to a 60-minute time limit draw. It was basically that weekend that we really started to see Bryan Danielson start to weaken as world champion. It got more and more difficult for him to successfully defeat challengers and get through each title defense. As his championship reign went on, he slowly weakened and weakened. And in contrast, we've seen Nigel McGuinness, every time that he has stepped foot in the ROH ring to put that belt on the line, it seems that he's getting stronger with every defense and more dominant against his opponents.
Right now is Bryan Danielson in control of the champion. He's got that arm in hammerlock position while pulling back on the near arm as well. And using his foot for extra leverage, trying to tear the shoulder muscles and the deltoids of Nigel McGuinness right off the bone and gets himself a near fall.
So trying to control the arm of McGuinness right here and shortening up on that arm. Nigel able to send Dragon into the ropes, steps over, duck of the lariat attempt, and a big boot from Danielson. Avoids the kick, does Nigel, and again trying to set the pace of this match himself. Got out of the ring, and realized he wanted to take a little bit of a break, get out of harm's way, catch his breath, regain his focus. And again, he has 20 out on the floor if he needs it.
And the history between these two men moved ahead to 2007 as Danielson looking to take a chance, perhaps. No, McGuinness saw him coming, able to avoid him. But a knee off the apron sends the champion crashing into the barricade, and Bryan Danielson may have just made the first break for himself in this matchup.
Nigel unfortunately made the mistake of turning his back on his opponent right there, and as soon as he turned around, it was Danielson flying off the apron with that knee. And now bringing the action back inside where Danielson could potentially regain the ROH World Championship. He's trying to kick his head in. Just stomping away repeatedly on the head of McGuinness.
And Nigel able to get his hands up to cushion a couple of those blows, but the damage done nonetheless. Nigel has been champion since defeating Takeshi Morishima back at Undeniable in 2007. Danielson charges. Kick to the back. As that leg trapped the knee of Bryan Danielson, hung up in the ropes, kicking away, clothesline, but the leg still hung up in the corner.
Oh, that did a whole lot of damage to the knee of Bryan Danielson right there. Excellent strategy from McGuinness, realizing that is a weakness in Danielson, and he is going to target it.
The already injured knee of Bryan Danielson now in big, big trouble.
Come on, break it up, Nigel. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And rubbing it right in Danielson's face, as Nigel is known to do. He's got it till 5 as well.
Yeah, well, it's easy to repeat what he says, but it's a little more difficult to repeat what he's done inside the ring.
As of yet, no one has been able to win an ROH World Championship for a second time. There's been no repeats in ROH history. Danielson looking to become the first man to be a 2-time Ring of Honor World Champion tonight.
Now you gotta wonder if he's got Nigel McGuinness's number. I mentioned so many of the epic matches that these two have had between one another. They've wrestled 8 singles matches here in Ring of Honor history. Bryan Danielson has won 4, Nigel McGuinness has won 2, and there have been 2 draws between these two athletes. But the most recent match was back in Tokyo at the Battle of the Best event, and Bryan Danielson beat Nigel McGuinness just a few months ago. You gotta wonder if that match is somewhere in the back of the head of Nigel McGuinness.
But it was a non-title matchup. Nigel realized that he could afford to lose that match because the belt was not at stake, and now a half crowd trying to target that body part, that bad knee of Danielson. The damage has been done, and visibly in a world of pain is American Dragon right now, and the champion with the decided advantage.
And Nigel doing the smart thing and taking his time and stalking Bryan Danielson here, who's trying to buy some time in the corner, but McGuinness will have none of it. Has the legs trapped, stepped over, holding the foot down with his own and then cranking up on the leg. Almost a standing version of a figure 4 leg lock here by McGuinness.
Putting maximum pressure on the leg of Danielson, trying to withstand that pain. As Nigel McGuinness just stretching him here. Referee getting in there to see if Danielson needs to give it up, but shoulders down, only for a near fall.
Unable to hold Danielson down to the canvas for 3, but the challenger is visibly slowed here as McGuinness continues to assault the injured right knee of Bryan Danielson. Step over to a spinning toe hold. More punishment.
Just cranking away on that leg.
And how many world title matches have been won with a spinning toe hold?
So many. And right now, Nigel McGuinness looks like he's going to cinch in perhaps the figure 4 leg lock, and he does. And he's got it in the center of the ring. Will Danielson be forced to submit right here? And Nigel to once again retain the ROH World Championship here on pay-per-view.
Pain all over the face of Danielson as Todd Sinclair asks him if he wants to give it up. The fans urging Danielson on here, trying to turn McGuinness. If he can do so, he will reverse the pressure of the hold onto McGuinness, and it'll be Nigel in trouble, but no. Nigel puts on the brakes, and the face of Bryan Danielson tells the story. He needs to be very careful about his shoulders on the canvas as well here.
Danielson nowhere near the ropes to save him. His only hope is to turn over the figure 4 and reverse the pressure, or somehow break the figure 4 leg lock. And he does turn it over, but Nigel in control once again, but that gets Danielson in position to grab hold of the bottom rope. And again, taking advantage of the 5 count is the champion.
Good job by Nigel. He used the momentum that Danielson tried to create in reversing the hold to take Danielson all the way over. Although it did get Danielson towards the ropes, it did stop McGuinness from being forced to feel the brunt of the pressure of the hold.
Nigel needs to stay focused on the challenger here. He knows Danielson so well. He can't leave himself open. Oh, he's just shrugging off that European uppercut and dishing out one of his own.
Oh, Danielson firing right back, and the crowd getting into this one.
Back to work on the leg. Excellent strategy from the champion.
Reversal. But a boot to the midsection by McGuinness off the ropes, but a well-placed knee by Danielson, and a hard kick to the back.
Oh, favoring that leg, though, that he threw that kick with. Perhaps doing more damage himself to that bad leg while trying to inflict punishment on McGuinness.
Nigel's trying to get to his feet in the corner as Danielson looks to follow up on the advantage. Shot to the midsection, right hand to the side of the head, and another series of strikes in the corner by Danielson. Knee to the gut by the champ. Thrust to the throat. And a second. Measures him for a third, and nowhere for Danielson to go. Irish whip out of the corner, reversed. Nigel with a headstand in the corner. Dragon charges, blocks the attempt at the kick, right into the ankle lock.
Nigel trying to hold on to prevent Danielson from pulling him away from the ropes and into the center of the ring to really cinch in that ankle lock.
Drags him to the center. German suplex, what a counter! Only two with the bridge. Nigel stuck right in the center of the ring in the crossface chicken wing.
Needs to fight his way out of this hold right here. McGuinness trying to get back in a standing position. He does. Works his way out of it.
Crossface chicken wing again by Danielson. That's the move he won the world title with.
Elbow from the champion.
Oh, what a counter by Danielson into a cover. Only two. Reversal by McGuinness gets two. Leverage and positioning here. McGuinness now with Danielson down for two. Danielson's got the legs for two.
And he had all of his body weight on top of McGuinness right there, but he still was able to kick free and get his shoulders off the canvas.
Give credit to Todd Sinclair. He was right there to count each and every one of those attempts, but neither man could keep him down for three. Double leg pickup by McGuinness. Drives the ankle down to the canvas, wrenching on the knee one more time.
We typically see Nigel McGuinness target the arm and the shoulder of his opponents, perhaps to set up for the London Dungeon, but with that injured knee of Bryan Danielson, he has chosen to focus on that body part to successfully retain the championship here tonight if he can. All the way across the ring comes McGuinness. European uppercut in the corner.
Oh, he's just poised, ready to strike as Danielson out of the corner. Ducks the lariat. Chicken wing. He's got it locked in.
Nigel needs to hold on here.
Nigel starting to fade. We might have a new champ.
Trying to loosen the grip of Bryan Danielson. But down to the canvas slumps the world champion. Trying to get toward the ropes. And he does. Danielson must release the hold.
3, 4.
Another hard kick to the back. Several in succession from American Dragon.
Just continuing to wear out McGuinness. Gets a warning from the official. Nigel from behind clips the knee. What a cheap shot.
Hey, he turned his back on his opponent, and Nigel McGuinness has proven time and again that he will do whatever is necessary to walk away from each title defense still the champion.
Doesn't mean it's not a cheap shot.
He's targeting the body part on Bryan Danielson. It's a great strategy by McGuinness.
Handful of hair as he drags Danielson back to his feet, and Bryan's having trouble standing at this point. Placed up on the top rope by McGuinness. We've seen him utilize the lariat from this position so often. Chop to the chest. Just traps the head and the leg of Bryan Danielson, still hung up between the ropes. More punishment to the knee.
Forearm shots now to the knee. McGuinness is relentless. We saw Danielson with the flurry of kicks to the back of McGuinness while he was in the ropes. And now McGuinness being just as aggressive. Lariat connects.
Oh, he turned him inside out. Danielson landed on that leg as well. Cover. No.
And that was the first real lariat that McGuinness has connected with during the course of this match. McGuinness known for the jawbreaker lariat, getting extra momentum, bouncing off the second rope and charging at his opponent. Just waiting to get Danielson in the right position to hit that maneuver. Back to the spinning toe hold he goes.
Kicked out to the floor, though, by Danielson. McGuinness lands in the aisle, but makes his way back towards the ring. Drop kick between the ropes by Dragon. Sends McGuinness crashing out to the floor. Up the rampway. Towards the back goes McGuinness.
Oh, Danielson's not thinking about going for a springboard with that bad leg, is he?
Springboard senton! Take another look at it, Dave. Somehow mustered up the strength to launch himself off the top and crashing down into McGuinness on the floor. And the champion now trying to shake the cobwebs as Danielson is back to his feet.
How did Dragon get the balance necessary to execute that maneuver? It is unbelievable.
Oh, he is a superior athlete, no doubt about it. And now these two are trading shots out on the floor, back towards the locker room. Elbow from McGuinness sends down Danielson. And now McGuinness is looking for a chair.
He's going to utilize that chair. Oh, but referee Todd Sinclair trying to take the chair away.
Now, wait a second. That's Claudio Castagnoli from behind the curtain.
With a chair of his own, he just stomped it into the head of Danielson, just like back at Death Before Dishonor 6. And Nigel the whole time had the referee's back turned. He didn't see any of it. Nigel's back inside the ring, and the countout continues, Lenny Leonard. A great strategy from Nigel and Claudio.
Oh, what a cheap way to pick up a victory in the main event of a pay-per-view.
Yeah, but what will it mean in the long run that Nigel retains the championship and is still ROH World Champion?
The crowd urging Danielson back to his feet, but I don't see any way that Danielson's going to be able to make it back to beat the count here.
Oh, he's not getting up. Chalk up another victory for Nigel McGuinness.
Sugarfoot Alex Payne!
What?
I said Sugarfoot Alex Payne!
What does he have to do with this match?
Well, he had an issue earlier on with Claudio Castagnoli that Bryan Danielson came to the aid of in that four-corner survival, and he's doing the same for Bryan Danielson. He's dragging him back to the ring.
Hey, Danielson can't get back to the ring on his own power. He should lay in the aisle.
Bryan Danielson's been busted open, but he beat the count. If Sugarfoot wasn't a favorite in Chicago before, he certainly is the most popular man in the Windy City right now.
Oh, Nigel is livid. That's just going to make him all the more determined.
The crowd chanting for Sugarfoot as Bryan Danielson's back to his feet.
It's time for a lariat. Oh, takes his head off. That's it.
How badly does Bryan Danielson want to be the first two-time Ring of Honor World Champion, half crab?
Oh, and sitting back with it all the way is Nigel McGuinness. The bloodied face of Bryan Danielson, about to submit, about to tap out. No human being can withstand this kind of punishment to a knee. And Nigel, the champion, very confident as he holds on to the half crab.
But a determined look on the face of Bryan Danielson as he's dragging McGuinness with everything he has towards the ropes. Does he have enough to make it? No!
Back to the center of the ring and really cinching back on the hold. Nigel McGuinness.
Todd Sinclair needs to be very worried about the safety of Bryan Danielson at this point. The long-term health of the knee of Bryan Danielson is certainly in jeopardy here. But he makes it to the ropes. What an effort on the part of Danielson.
McGuinness needs to remain focused on Danielson, perhaps back to the figure four in the center of the ring. He could be one leg submission away from Danielson tapping out, saying, I give up, and Nigel retaining the championship. He is a broken down man with only one good leg.
And he is losing blood very, very rapidly here as well as McGuinness continues the attack in the corner. He's got that leg wrapped around the rope and again attacking the injured leg very aggressively is Nigel McGuinness. And I don't know if I've ever seen McGuinness this aggressive with an opponent who's been injured, but Danielson gets the leg up. Running knee strike out of the corner, and both men are down.
How did Danielson get the momentum necessary to charge at McGuinness with that bad leg?
Alex Payne and the crowd here in Chicago once again urging Danielson back to his feet. But is the pain too much for Danielson to realize his dream of becoming the world champion one more time?
The pain in the knee as well as the blood loss. European uppercut from the champion.
Danielson doesn't go down. Fires away with one of his own. Another deep European from McGuinness, but again, Danielson won't go down.
Well, neither will McGuinness. They exchange uppercuts.
Burst of adrenaline from Danielson.
Jawbreaker!
Blocked! Cross-arm breaker! What a counter! Triangle!
Hold on, Nigel, hold on!
The triangle choke locked in by Bryan Danielson. Elbows! Elbows to the top of the head, and McGuinness is starting to fade. Referee checking the arm. Nigel starting to go out. We're gonna have a new champ.
No! He still has some life in him.
Oh, I hate to do it, but you gotta give McGuinness credit here. But still trapped in the triangle, able to free himself. Half crab. Small package.
McGuinness kicks out. He needs to get back on his feet, go for the jawbreaker lariat one more time to take the belt home and retain successfully once again.
Oh, the fans here in Chicago desperately wanted that to be 3. They wanted to see a new champ. Headbutt to the midsection. European blocked. Lariat blocked. Crucifix. Only 2. Bryan's got him. Elbow. Elbows to the side of the head by Bryan Danielson. He's going to knock out McGuinness here. But he's so worn down.
Oh, the blood loss. It's taking its toll on Danielson.
Both these men are barely hanging on here with the world title in the balance.
We can see Danielson collapse from exhaustion.
Oh, not the look on his face. A second win for Danielson, more elbows. Trying to cave in the head of Nigel McGuinness. Cover. No. Mutilation!
Nigel not tapping. He is not giving up. The referee's right there, and he's not tapping out.
How much more can McGuinness take? Danielson with a bridge, extra pressure on the hold. Nigel to a seated position.
He's going to work his way out of it, back on his feet.
Only 2 with the suplex.
Going back to cattle mutilation is Danielson, but Nigel escapes.
Oh, what an escape by McGuinness.
Tower of London. What a counter right there by McGuinness. And a show of strength despite being in cattle mutilation for such a long period of time and absorbing all of those elbows from Danielson. He still had enough to power Danielson up, drape his feet across that top rope, and hit the Tower of London. That shows what a champion McGuinness is.
Oh, we are seeing a supreme effort from 2 amazing athletes here with the richest prize in this sport hanging in the balance. Who is going to walk out of Chicago the world champion? Is it Nigel McGuinness? Is it Bryan Danielson? Well, both men are barely back to their feet. Lariat! Danielson kicks out again.
He's got to hit the jawbreaker.
Wait a second. Elbow. He's taking a page out of Danielson's book.
Or use Dragon's own tricks against him. Nigel out to prove that he is the best wrestler in the world.
Danielson's getting fired up. Back to his feet. Repeated elbows. Hard forearm from McGuinness. And another. Danielson tells him to bring it on.
Nigel with the forearm strike.
Oh, but the look on Nigel's face, he doesn't know what to do next. Series of strikes from Danielson. Rolling elbow. Headbutt. Ducks the lariat. Headbutt to the back. Jawbreaker. That's it. Oh, he took his head off. Cover.
Introducing first to my right, the challenger, from Minneapolis, Minnesota, weighing 219 pounds, Jerry Lynn. His opponent to my left, from London, England, weighing 242 pounds, he is the Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
It is main event time here in Houston, and senior official Todd Sinclair brings the combatants to the center of the ring for the ROH World Title match between the challenger, Jerry Lynn, the 20-year veteran, and the reigning Ring of Honor World Champion, Nigel McGuinness.
The main event of Super Card of Honor 4, and the Code of Honor is followed to get this one underway.
Well, there may not be much personal admiration between McGuinness and Jerry Lynn, but it's obvious over the past several months there is some professional respect, at least on some level, between McGuinness and Jerry Lynn.
And they both respect what the Ring of Honor World Championship means. It is the top prize in professional wrestling today. Nigel has done a great job of representing this company and showing why he is indeed the best in the world. And Jerry Lynn, who has had his career reinvigorated here in Ring of Honor during the course of the past several months, would love nothing more than to prove that what some of the fans have been saying as of late is true, that he's still got it. And if he can beat the champion, if he can win the title after 20 years in this business, it'd mean a lot for Jerry Lynn and his future in this company.
And he's got his hands full with Nigel McGuinness, although Nigel coming into this match at less than full strength.
Well, that's an understatement.
That epic encounter back in New York City at the 7th anniversary show with KENTA. Nigel tore his bicep. You see it is heavily taped. And smartly, Jerry Lynn, the veteran, immediately trying to attack that injured body part and work over the arm of McGuinness. It was an epic performance on the part of McGuinness in retaining the title in New York, as KENTA had targeted that body part the entire match, and somehow McGuinness was able to fight his way through the pain and earn the submission victory with a variation of the London Dungeon.
And right now holding his own, going hold for hold, chain wrestling here with Jerry Lynn. It's Lynn coming up with the wrist lock, but Nigel backs him up against the ropes.
Referee asking for a clean break as Lynn is in the ropes. Releases the hold, but Nigel tags him with an elbow. But Lynn immediately firing back with a shot to the injured arm of McGuinness. He caught him right on the shoulder, and Nigel immediately goes to the corner and trying to keep that arm away from Jerry Lynn. And it seems that this matchup is already following a similar pattern of McGuinness's last title defense against KENTA, where Nigel did everything he could to keep that arm away from KENTA, who was absolutely relentless in his attack on that body part.
Well, neither of Nigel's arms are at 100% at this point. He's going to have to focus as much as he can on using maneuvers that do not require a lot of strength in his arms.
Cross arm breaker attempted by Jerry Lynn. He's trying to finish this one right now, and smartly, McGuinness is able to clasp both of his hands together and eliminate a lot of the pressure of the hold. But Jerry Lynn able to snap back on the elbow. Nigel has got to find a way to make it to the ropes to get the escape here, and he is able to do just that and earn the break.
And you could tell just how much pain was shooting through the body of Nigel McGuinness right there, and quickly all the way out to the floor. Get away from further harm inflicted by the challenger here as well. Try to shake it off.
Nigel trying to buy some time, but Lynn from behind, not giving him a chance to breathe out there, going right to work on the arm, driving it across the barricade, and McGuinness basically sprinting away from Jerry Lynn here.
Well, he's got to get a distance between himself and Jerry Lynn so that he can't focus on that body part and do more damage to the arm, particularly using the barricades.
It's almost a situation where Nigel is waging a battle not just against Jerry Lynn, but you'd have to think at some point he's waging a battle against himself and his own body. How much punishment is he willing to take? How much punishment is he willing to put his body through to stay the Ring of Honor World Champion? We heard him talk about it earlier.
Well, we've seen on many occasions Nigel McGuinness sustain injuries during matches, during world title defenses, and he continues to fight despite the injuries, despite all of the pain. But even after inflicting some on Jerry Lynn just then, Nigel is still down on the canvas and hurt right now.
Well, we've heard McGuinness talk about how sometimes when you hear that referee count 1-2, the pain that's going through your body, you almost wish that you're gonna hear that 3 count. But in the case of McGuinness, if there's one fan in the building who's shouting against him, one person out there who thinks he isn't worthy of wearing that title, he's going to get his shoulder off the canvas, and McGuinness is going to find himself in that situation again at some point in this matchup. And you got to wonder, after nearly 18 months as the Ring of Honor World Champion, with 38 title defenses under his belt, and with 2 torn biceps, is tonight the night that Nigel can't get the shoulder off the canvas?
He's got Jerry Lynn inside the ring, controlling the arm of the challenger now. Does he have the strength to elevate him? He does, and launches Jerry Lynn overhead.
Nigel has shown he is willing to take punishment, to dish out punishment. And not a case of it right there as well, as that could not have felt very good. As he drives his head into the shoulder of Jerry Lynn. Also ironic that it's the arms of Nigel McGuinness that could perhaps be his Achilles heel, so to speak, as so much of his offense is based around weakening his opponent's shoulders and his opponent's arms for both the Tower of London and the London Dungeon submission.
As well as use of the lariat definitely requires your arms. But yeah, a lot of Nigel McGuinness, his drive, his focus as world champion to hold on to that belt was built on the fact that so many of his detractors over the course of his title reign have been so vocal. He's using that to fuel just how much he wants to hold on to that title and refuse to give it up.
Lynn just pinpoint placement on that one kick right to the elbow. McGuinness follows in kind with one right to the small of the back and the spine, which has the challenger reeling. Jerry Lynn with a headbutt to the midsection. And now the champ starting to get into the head of the challenger, it appears here, telling Jerry to bring it on. Jerry's still in the corner trying to get some feeling back into his left arm. Forearm shot connects and backs the champion up. This time it's McGuinness scoring with a headbutt to the midsection. Lynn sent to the ropes, shoulder tackle, down goes McGuinness. Lynn again with a head of steam, knocks the champion off of his feet. Leaping clothesline takes down McGuinness.
Jerry Lynn full of energy here.
Boot to the gut, doubles up McGuinness and sends him for the ride. No reversal by the champ as the challenger hitting the buckles. Nigel runs into the foot of Jerry Lynn. who elevates himself to the second rope, looking for that tornado DDT, and plants the champion right on top of his head. Lynn crawls across for the cover, hooks the leg, but only 2.
Nigel refuses to stay down for the count of 3. You know, over the past year plus, time that has gone by, many of the fans have really learned why Nigel McGuinness is such a great champion. How much fight is in him. And he takes a lot of pride in representing Ring of Honor as world champion, even though he might not see eye to eye with all the fans and they might not like him that much. He has earned their respect over the past several months. And just watching that match against KENTA from the 7th anniversary show in New York City, he earned a lot of people's respect then. Jerry going for the cradle pile driver.
Nigel able to escape, gets sent to the buckles and avoids Jerry Lynn coming in. Chest first, kick to the back, clothesline, trademark McGuinness combination right there. But immediately clutching that left bicep and unable to go for a cover, though he has Lynn in a prone position. And we talked so many times over the past several months about the wear and tear of being the world champion here in Ring of Honor and what kind of a toll it takes on your body, and how we've seen so many times in the past the champions start to wear down before the end of his title reign. And you gotta think, all the injuries that McGuinness has been suffering of late have to be taking its toll on his body. They have to be starting to add up, and sooner or later, someone is going to have McGuinness's number. Is it Jerry Lynn here tonight in Houston? Inverted DDT. Cover. 1, 2, no.
Lynn was able to avoid the Tower of London there in the corner and connect with the inverted DDT, but it's not enough to put Nigel away. Well, it's a very different audience here in Ring of Honor when it comes to Nigel McGuinness here in 2009 compared to when he sustained that concussion in the match against Austin Aries at the Hammerstein Ballroom, where it seemed like everyone was turning on Nigel McGuinness.
I was back in the Rising Above pay-per-view, and Nigel put on an incredible performance in that matchup, wrestling 20-plus minutes with a concussion, and Jerry Lynn may have one himself right here as he just got dumped on his head. Tower of London by McGuinness. Cover, hooks the legs. No. Lynn able to power his way out at 2. Nigel right back to his feet, however.
Oh, he's got some energy left himself. Despite all of the pain, London Dungeon cinched in.
He's got Jerry Lynn trapped. Submission predicament for the challenger. Can he maneuver his way towards the ropes or find an escape? Todd Sinclair right there asking Lynn if he wants to give it up. But Jerry able to crawl backwards towards the ropes, reach out with his foot, and earn himself a break of the hold.
We've seen Jerry Lynn and Nigel McGuinness battle on a couple of occasions in the past here, and Nigel McGuinness has had Jerry Lynn's number. Will it be different tonight, given the physical condition of the world champion?
Nigel laying up on the top rope, and now Nigel on the apron delivers the elbow as he tries to maneuver Lynn into position here. We've seen him utilize the Tower of London to the floor. He's got Lynn in position. Lynn puts on the brakes and lands on the apron. Lariat back inside the ring, but how much did that take out of McGuinness?
Yeah, did a lot of damage to his own arm, inflicting the maneuver on Jerry Lynn. But it is Lynn face first down on the canvas, not really moving. Tower of London to the floor.
Drives Jerry Lynn down to the floor.
Referee out to check on the condition of these competitors. Hops back inside the ring to begin to administer the 20 count.
Fans urging them back to their feet as Todd Sinclair continues to count here. The athletes are starting to stir. It is Nigel McGuinness to his knees first, and back to his feet. Making his way under the bottom rope, but McGuinness, while dishing out the punishment to Jerry Lynn, has certainly inflicted pain upon himself as well, as evidenced by the fact that he still cannot get to his feet inside the ring and continually flexes and adjusts that bicep, trying to keep the blood flowing.
It looks like we're going to see a count-out victory here for the world champion.
Fans urging Jerry back to his feet. I don't know if he's going to make it here.
Despite the injuries, Nigel will retain the title.
Lynn to his feet, beats the count.
Barely. That was about 19 3/4.
Might just be a matter of time now for McGuinness to put away Lynn here. One big maneuver might be the end of Jerry Lynn's quest back to the top of the professional wrestling business.
Oh, it looks like he's setting him up for that lariat from this position with Jerry straddling the top rope. Is it a wise move on Nigel's part, though, given the state of his arms?
Willing to pull out all the stops to maintain his hold on the world title. No! Lynn able to avoid it, but gets tagged with a forearm by McGuinness. Both men up on the ropes. Sunset bomb! Folding press only 2. What? London Dungeon! Jerry Lynn looking to take the world title with Nigel McGuinness' signature hold.
He's not giving it up.
Nigel, come on! Nigel!
He's in the ropes.
McGuinness able to get his left foot across the bottom rope. But how much more damage did that torn bicep suffer being trapped in the London Dungeon? Both men to their feet. Waistlock by McGuinness. O'Connor roll.
1, 2.
Only 2. Jawbreaker. No. Cover. Reversal by Lynn. McGuinness with the advantage. Nigel with the arm. London Dungeon. Great counter wrestling right there by McGuinness. And again, Jerry Lynn trying to struggle to the ropes, but Nigel able to stop him. Snapmare by Lynn. Counters into the London Dungeon again.
Nigel's very close to the ropes. He just needs to back up and get that boot across the bottom rope to force a break. I don't know if he knows how close to the ropes he is.
He might be ready to tap. Inching his way backwards. And again able to make the ropes.
You have to admire the world champion. Every fan in this building has to admire the heart and the determination of an injured man like Nigel McGuinness, giving it all he's got to hold on to the world title.
Cradle pile driver attempt blocked by McGuinness. Knee to the midsection. And I think the fans are showing that appreciation of the effort of both McGuinness and Lynn here, as evidenced by the dueling chants for fans of both Lynn and McGuinness. Oh! Cross-arm breaker! He's got the cross-arm breaker off the top. He's not able to get that left leg across the chest of McGuinness, however, so he doesn't have full extension on the hold. But Nigel's in big trouble.
He's got to work his way out of this, somehow.
If Lynn can get that left leg across the chest, it might be all over for McGuinness, but Nigel again able to make his way to the ropes and get the break.
Jerry Lynn, the first one back to his feet. Nigel in a world of hurt right now. But still staying in this match.
Front face lock lands on his feet. Caught with an elbow into the ropes. Jawbreaker. But it's Lynn beating him to the punch with a lariat. Air raid crash. So close. Nigel McGuinness has defended the world title in New York, in England, Japan, Italy. Does it end here tonight in Houston at the hands of Jerry Lynn? Lynn to his feet, charges. McGuinness has him up, but Lynn blocks. Cradle pile driver. That's it.
ropes. Ring positioning saved the world title right there for Nigel McGuinness. If Jerry Lynn was able to nail the cradle pile driver in the middle of the ring and hook the leg, he might be the world champion right now.
Jerry Lynn won the ECW World title back in October of 2000. He lost it a month later. He knows how hard it is to win and how harder it is to keep the world title. And again, able to block the cradle pile drivers McGuinness off the ropes. They collide. Jawbreaker! He got him!
Oh, but so much damage done to the arm! So much pain! Cover him!
He hooks the legs! Countered by Lynn! Crosswire breaker! McGuinness is gonna have to tap!
Get to the ropes somehow!
Finally realizing how close he is, he reached for it, but Lynn sends him back to his back! Can't reach the ropes! Finally! What an effort by McGuinness!
Jerry Lynn is starting to wonder, what does he have to do to put away McGuinness? That's what everyone has been wondering for 18 months.
The fans chant Jerry as Lynn is back to his feet. Champion and challenger face to face. Nigel getting fired up. Forearm doesn't faze him. Nigel scores with the elbow, misses the lariat. He's got him up. Cradle pile driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your winner and new Ring of Honor World Champion, Jerry Lynn.
20-year odyssey of Jerry Lynn back to the top of the pro wrestling industry is complete. Jerry Lynn is the new Ring of Honor World Champion.
And as you can hear from these fans here in Houston, I think it just may have gotten to the point that there was not one single fan in this audience that could say Nigel McGuinness is not championship material, that he is not a fantastic wrestler. But tonight, the 20-year veteran proves that now he is the best in the world.
You know, those of you who watched my career, Slayer! No, I haven't been given much time to talk on the mic, so I'm not all that smooth, and to tell you the truth, I don't really know what to say except, you know what? It's nights like this that make all the blood, the sweat, and the broken bones all worthwhile. No, thank you guys. I just want to say, you know, after 20 years, I'm by no means deaf. And there are a lot of people that, you know, for some reason or another, don't appreciate my work. Hey, that's their prerogative. They have a passion for this, and that's why I keep going and I refuse to quit, because I have a passion for this. And once again, thank you guys, and I just want to say, I think we all should stand up and give this man a round of applause for sacrificing his body and fighting through torn biceps and all kinds of injuries. Thank you, Nigel.
I honestly, I wish you knew what that meant. I'm not going to say a lot other than just a lot of times in wrestling and maybe even in life in general, life has a habit of just speeding by you, and before you know it, it's gone. But every now and again, there's a moment in time where time does stand still, and just for that briefest moment, you really realize this is the whole point. This is the whole reason why we do this, whether it's you guys that come out here and support us, whether it's Kerry that lets this happen, the officer in the back, or the guys in the ring. It's what Ring of Honor is all about. The love of professional wrestling, so God bless you. Keep on supporting.
38 times over the past 18 months, Nigel McGuinness came to the ring and left the ring as the Ring of Honor World Champion. But tonight, here in Houston, it was Jerry Lynn's night, and Jerry Lynn is the new Ring of Honor World Champion. But you've got to tip your hat to a gutsy, courageous World Champion in Nigel McGuinness.
He's nursing a lot of injuries in the past several months. Just recently returned from 2 torn biceps. You know he's not 100%, but he is ready to go here tonight.
So what do you think, Dave? Who's going to win?
Well, I would say that my money is on Bryan Danielson. Nigel has had Bryan's number for the past year and a half in ROH competition. Bryan tried on several occasions to take the world title from McGuinness and was unable to do so. But they have exchanged wins and losses over the years here in ROH. Snapmare from McGuinness brings him down to the canvas. Tries to grab hold of the chin lock, but Danielson quickly into the wrist lock. And once again.
Danielson one step ahead.
One of the most memorable matches between these two men took place in the United Kingdom at the Unified event. Match which unified both the world title and the Pure Championship. And signaled the end of the Pure title as it was retired at the end of that contest.
What a degrading loss that was for Nigel McGuinness in his home country.
He had nothing to be ashamed of in that loss, though. He put on one heck of a fight against Danielson.
I think he had his face to be ashamed of. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, he was bloodied. But we've seen Danielson bloodied at the hands of McGuinness as well in Philadelphia on the Driven pay-per-view. Some legendary battles between these two men. They went 60 minutes to a time limit draw, 2 out of 3 falls in St. Paul, Minnesota. The Epic Encounter 2.
A couple moments ago, Nigel McGuinness showing his athleticism. He is quite agile for his size, and if you remember his early career in Ring of Honor, he spent most of his time showcasing his finesse and his British style. But it wasn't until he started knocking people out with that jawbreaker, he started to get the respect and recognition that he felt he deserved.
Climbed to the top of the card, became the world champion, and held on to that title for such a lengthy period of time. And now, despite the less than 100% arms, had Bryan Danielson down in that test of strength right there, but Danielson turns the tables on McGuinness.
He maneuvered out of that test of strength into a reverse wrist lock, but then stepped around to a traditional wrist lock, and now Nigel McGuinness finds himself in a hammerlock with a fist in his temple. What's up with that?
Perhaps adding a little insult to injury or the predicament that he's in.
Danielson's known to take a hand apart. Now he's putting pressure with his elbow on the elbow of McGuinness. I'll tell you what, that has to be excruciating. You can see the way he's bending that arm.
And you know that the arms of McGuinness are his weakness.
Maybe if he wouldn't hit people so hard all the time. Oh, as he's attempting to step him down into a pin. His shoulder isn't quite on the mat. There it is.
Only a near fall, though. Fans here very appreciative of the display by Danielson right there.
That stupid grin on his face. What's he have to smile about?
The fans showing their appreciation for McGuinness as well. It was right here in this very building that many of the fans turned on McGuinness as a result of the injury he suffered in a world title defense against Austin Aries, rising above pay-per-view, rammed his head on the steel barricade, suffered a concussion, continued to fight for about another 15 to 20 minutes in that matchup, and was sidelined with injury. To recuperate, many fans said that he should be defending the title even though he's injured, but he took the time necessary and, didn't listen to the fans and his detractors, and used that the jeers of those fans as motivation to pull out win after win after win and hold on to that.
Take a look at this. He dropped his knee across the arm and rolled him back into a hammerlock, and now he has that other arm behind his lower back.
Well, we saw Danielson trying to bend Nigel's arms behind his back a moment ago, and Nigel turning the tables on McGuinness. And a slapper.
Took a moment to gloat. Oh, and we know what he's going for here.
Can he get the hold?
Nah, it's too early to apply this hold.
Here he goes, grinding away on the temple once again. The atomic noogie, if you will.
Shades of Sergeant Slaughter. Punching him right in the ear, and the other ear, and again.
Well, Danielson seems determined to get the hold, but instead just drove the knees of McGuinness into the canvas.
I think he's determined to make Nigel McGuinness look like Chad Collier. Seen those ugly ears? Ugh. Go along with his misshapen head. He had that spiky hair for such a long time, nobody quite knew how odd of a dome he had.
He just felt that champions should just hand the belt on over, hand it over. Never happened. This is McGuinness with the hammerlock on Danielson.
Kicking the rope, excellent maneuver.
It's Nigel's specialty, picking apart the arm and the shoulder of his opponent in preparation for the London Dungeon.
A little payback there.
Knee to the side of the head and across the ear of Danielson. Both men do have until 5.
Going back to that knuckle lock, straightening that arm. Overhead suplex. Rather impressed with himself.
Last time these two men met in a Ring of Honor pay-per-view main event was the Rising Above 2009 pay-per-view. Saw Nigel McGuinness pull out the victory. It was in Chicago, Illinois, to retain the World Championship at the time.
Stomping that wrist down. Now the focus on Danielson's hands is very important because if his hands aren't working too well, how's he going to cinch in any of those submission holds he's so famous for? The cattle mutilation, the crossface chicken wing, the triangle choke.
Nigel charges into the boot from Danielson up to the second turnbuckle. And a leaping uppercut off the second. Connects with McGuinness. And Danielson looks like he's getting a burst of energy here. Getting a little bit more focused. Try to keep Nigel away from further damage to that shoulder. Into the ropes goes McGuinness. Knee right to the midsection from Danielson.
And he's gearing up for something right here. Could it be? Oh, kick across the shoulder blades. A little Jim Break style out of Bryan Danielson as he crowbars that arm around. Telegraph that back body drop. Oh, but Nigel got a drop kick for his troubles.
Danielson able to connect with that drop kick first. Both of these men have such a variety of different influences on their style of wrestling. And both of them do have that British influence as well. Danielson has spent a lot of time wrestling in the United Kingdom. All-Star Promotions.
That is correct. I would venture to say Bryan Danielson has wrestled more extensively in England than Nigel McGuinness. Nigel moved over here in 1997, 1998 to get his wrestling education, and Danielson actually spent several months, on many occasions, over in England for the All-Star Promotion, honing his craft and working on that European-based mat wrestling style.
And, you know, much like yourself, Danielson, a world-traveled wrestler. The same can be said for McGuinness. You know, wrestling in Japan, Danielson going down to Mexico, competing for AAA, just always trying to fine-tune his game, add different styles and influences to make him a better wrestler. And that is why he has become the athlete that we see inside the ring today. Charges into the corner, Nigel moves out of the way, kick right to the back, and the clothesline across the chest. You know, not just these two men, not just yourself, but so many wrestlers who have competed in Ring of Honor and been successful in Ring of Honor. The reason that they are such skilled athletes as professional wrestlers is because they are world-traveled athletes. They always want to improve. Not satisfied just doing one style of wrestling.
And take a look at Danielson. He started out with the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels in Texas. Found his way to Texas where he was mentored by Tracy Smothers and William Regal. Also spending a number of tours in Japan for New Japan. In 2002, 2003, I believe he did a dozen tours at least before he found his way over to Pro Wrestling Noah. Pushes him off. Danielson likes that drop kick. We'll see if he gets it in here.
Nigel caught the legs. Hitting predicament.
Oh, triangle choke.
Excellent by Bryan Danielson right there. He saw that Nigel was wide open for it and cinched it in.
You can see that daylight, though, behind Bryan's right knee. He doesn't have it cinched in quite as tightly as he needs to. I'm sure Nigel's strength is just a little bit too high right now.
Nigel extends that boot across the bottom rope.
The problem with the triangle choke is, unless you're in the center of the ring, your opponent has a lot of his body to maneuver around the ring. He can roll over, get his foot on the ropes rather easily. Unless you catch him really good in the center of the ring, the triangle choke is not going to end the match. Shoots him off again. Another low knee attempt. Sat down.
Sunset flip by McGuinness. Danielson on top. Leverage goes back and forth. Exchange near falls. Neither man able to get the 3 count.
The equilibrium of both men has to be thrown off right now after such a series of pins back and forth, the blood rushing to their heads.
Headbutt from McGuinness to the midsection of Danielson. Back
Tiger
flip.
wall flip.
Hands on his feet. Duck with the clothesline. Takes Nigel down. Two men have wrestled each other on so many occasions, they can almost anticipate what their opponent is going to go for, or they have a chance to.
If you have noticed of late, Nigel McGuinness has switched things up. He's done a couple things not very characteristic of himself. Characteristic of a Danielson, that flying forearm in the corner.
Really belly to back superplex. So you gotta think that Nigel's gonna do whatever he can to block this attempt. Turn the tables on Danielson somehow.
Elbow right across the face.
Successfully knocking Danielson down.
Pulling him down into the tree of woe. Nigel McGuinness prone to all sorts of attacks here.
Danielson, head of Steen. Basement dropkick in the tree of woe right there.
Taking a page out of the book of Robbie Brookside, a man with whom Danielson spent many tours with over in England. Former partners, former opponents.
Going for the maneuver once again, all the way up top, both men.
Oh, right across the shoulder blades. Looks like it knocked Bryan a little bit silly as well.
Goes for the cover, hooks the leg. Nigel gets the shoulder up.
As he's trying to maneuver into that chicken wing cattle mutilation.
Nigel doing his best to try to fight it off, though. Danielson bridges forward, cattle mutilation. Only cinched in for a split second, though.
Reverse superplex right into the London Bridge. Oh, I thought that could have been it. That was out of nowhere. A different variation of the move. I've never seen him execute it quite that way. Have you, Dave?
Perhaps once or twice. He typically does it in the corner, draping his opponent's legs across the turnbuckle. And now looking for maybe one to the floor. Looking to do maximum damage to the shoulder.
Oh, no.
He saves himself, landing on his feet and sending Nigel over the barricade and into the crowd.
You know what this means.
Dragon likes to take chances. He likes to fly from time to time.
One last time, are we going to see Bryan Danielson dive into the crowd at a Ring of Honor event?
He's waiting for the right moment, but Nigel's back on his feet and pulled a ring attendant in his way. Security guard here. But Nigel was not weakened enough to go for that springboard maneuver.
Flying knee attack!
Weakened enough to hit that, though. And sends it back over the barricade and back into the crowd.
That caught Nigel McGuinness by surprise. I don't even think he knows where he is right now. A moment ago, he had the wherewithal to put a possibly mentally challenged person in front of him to avoid the dive.
Not mentally challenged.
Springboard! Tope con Danielson, and it takes out McGuinness, and they are in the 4th row here at the Manhattan Center.
the final confrontation between these two men in Ring of Honor.
Of course he wants the victory. His final countdown tour has been that how many matches can I lose consecutively tour. He lost to me, he lost to Aries, he lost last night to Davey Richards, and his last couple matches with Nigel McGuinness he's lost. Ooh. Excellent maneuver by McGuinness.
Sent right into the ring post, head first. That could completely turn the tide of this matchup in the favor of McGuinness.
You see McGuinness clutching his head. It seems that dive to him on the floor may have knocked him a little bit silly.
Well, I think Danielson's head colliding with the ring post a moment ago knocked him a little bit silly. So both men the worse for wear.
Danielson busted open. That's the first we've seen that. It must have been when he hit that ring post.
Todd Sinclair administering the count on Bryan Danielson, still out on the floor after colliding with the ring post.
McGuinness to his feet as Danielson slides under the bottom rope. Nigel needs to kick it into gear right now and end this match.
Get that Tower of London to the floor. Both men now. Double count administered by Sinclair.
And you can tell by the look on McGuinness's face that he really is just going off of instinct right now. That dive hit him something fierce.
And the ring post busting open Bryan Danielson. It's no easy final match for these two men. Their farewell to Ring of Honor. Nigel breaks the count. Wants to do some more damage on the floor. Oh no!
We've seen this before. Oh, face first into that post.
We've seen it in the United Kingdom, part of that matchup at Unified, but it was Nigel being driven head first into the ring post. This time it's Danielson meeting the steel repeatedly, causing even more blood to flow out of his head.
Much like I was earlier this evening, Danielson is bleeding profusely. And when you have that kind of injury in the ring, Dave, it's not just the laceration that's a concern. You get the blood in your eyes, you get lightheaded, you get dizzy, you can't see where you're going, you don't know where you are. You can see a wrestler controlling 90% of a match, but if he gets split open, it could be the end for him. It's just unpredictable how things would go from there.
Nigel going for the count-out win.
This possibly could be the final count-out.
He's back inside.
The look on Danielson's face, he's a bit more pale than usual. Quite a bit of blood loss as Nigel McGuinness stands him up in the corner. Big forearm. And another.
Oh, Nigel just measuring him for each shot. Danielson looks out of it. Perhaps another Tower of London. This one inside the ring.
Changed his mind. Oh, I think he realized that Danielson is prone, and he can do just about whatever he wants right now.
Perhaps one to the ring apron. Right on the ring frame.
There it is! Danielson managed to tuck under a bit, but didn't take away much of that blow at all. 1, 2, and 3.
Only 2. One for the London Dungeon. The damage has been done to that shoulder. Dragon trying to hang in there.
And this, of course, causing more blood to run down the face of Danielson. When you're in a submission like that, all your muscles are clenched, all the blood is pumping.
He reaches the ropes.
What are we going to see here? He's going to set him atop the rope and attempt that second rope lariat. I have a feeling.
Danielson ducks.
A drop kick. We saw the attempt earlier, but this time he hit it. McGuinness goes down. This will allow Danielson to build a little momentum. Shaking feverishly. Up to his feet.
Where is he getting this energy?
I think he knows that this is it. This is his final match in Ring of Honor. This is his last chance to redeem himself. Suplex from McGuinness.
Now another Tower of London. Danielson stays on his feet. Driven into the corner by Nigel. All the way across the ring, but Danielson with a flying knee strike. Jawbreaker lariat.
Oh, he hits him right across the face. This is it.
Cover.
1, 2.
No, only 2. London Dungeon.
Very smartly going right into his submission hold. He needs to sit down. Frantically, Danielson climbing for the rope, which puts his left shoulder at even more awkward pressure. Can he get it? Can he get it, Dave?
He's trying his best. Nigel holding on.
He traps the legs. He's got him in the center of the ring. This could be it.
How much pain can Bryan Danielson withstand?
Those knees in the lower back of Bryan Danielson. He needs to roll over to his side or pull himself back to alleviate that pressure. His feet are free. He's got it for the elbows.
Repeatedly. Knee strike from McGuinness.
McGuinness going for some elbows of his own.
Using one of Danielson's own tricks against him. Throwing some boos from the fans in attendance, but Danielson trying to get back to his feet out of this position.
This is not one of Nigel's signature maneuvers, so it's not having quite the effect that it would had Danielson done it himself. I think it's just serving to piss him off.
It's making Danielson more determined.
With each strike, he gets up just a little bit more, and here they are, face to face for their final match here at Ring of Honor, and an elbow, another one, one more.
Firing away on Nigel McGuinness. A flurry of forearms from Dragon.
O'Connor roll attempt, rolls him up, 1, 2.
Oh! They knock heads in the center of the ring. Danielson staying on his feet.
Nigel down to a knee. Uh-oh, I don't like the look on his face.
They've exchanged headbutts in the past.
Oh!
And they're doing it once again.
You do not want to headbutt Nigel McGuinness. Look at that skull. Oh! Oh, and Danielson's face has just been a continuous stream of blood for the last 15 minutes almost. And another one. Rolls through, avoids the jawbreaker. Here it is, small package, 1, 2.
Danielson has pulled out many wins with the small package, but Nigel survives, able to kick out. Every fan in this building on the edge of their seat, waiting to see who will pull out the win, who wants it more.
Right into the boot. Rolling elbow, sends him careening into the ropes. Jawbreaker lariat number 2, turns him inside out. If he can get over and hook that leg.
Slow to go for the cover here. Doesn't have the energy to go for the cover immediately.
Nigel desperately needs to cover him right now. He may have wasted some precious time. Danielson's momentum rolls him over right into the camel mutilation.
Double arm bridge submission.
The adrenaline allowing him to lock this on with all the blood rushing to his head. Nigel trying to step out of it. Unsuccessfully rolls over.
He's on top.
No.
Danielson still holding onto the arms. In position for the elbows. And he rains down with repeated elbows on McGuinness.
He knows how many head injuries Nigel McGuinness has, and Danielson knows he's only a couple more elbows away from victory in this match.
Cover. Gets the shoulder up again.
I would venture to say that this match here is more even than any other match these two have had before.
Pretty much every single one of their confrontations here in ROH has been very even.
We've seen this before.
He's stomping his head in.
He's got the arms of McGuinness, which enables him to just kick him right in the face. Nigel has nothing to protect himself. Floats over into the triangle choke.
This could be it right here. Sinclair checking, no. Rolls back into the triangle.
He floats back into it. A couple elbow strikes here. Capitalizing on it, and John Sinclair has called for it. This match is over.
Here is your winner, American Dragon, Bryan Danielson.
Bryan Danielson pulls out the win via ref stoppage. Todd Sinclair, looking out for the well-being of Nigel McGuinness, could not defend himself. And Bryan Danielson pulls out the victory in the final bout between these two fantastic professional wrestlers. Two great contributors to the Ring of Honor product for the past several years. Danielson, since Ring of Honor's beginning. Thank you to both men. Thank you from the entire locker room. Thank you from the entire fan base of Ring of Honor Wrestling for Bryan Danielson and Nigel McGuinness and all you have done for this company.
Courtesy of Chris Hero, I say good riddance.
Oh, come on. You can't take away from everything that they gave. They gave it their all in that ring every time they stepped foot in the squared circle here in ROH, and they did it again here tonight.
I wanted to say, but a bastard clam digger knocked me out. I can't remember the first thing. So I'm going to speak from the heart, if you will. This has just been one of those nights for me that I will remember for the rest of my life. You know, I don't know what is going to happen in the future with my future, but I said future twice, didn't I? That's stupid. But I do know I'll always be proud to have been a part of Ring of Honor. I want to thank Kerry Silkin for keeping this company going. I want to thank the officers past, present and future for the glue that keeps this company going. And I want to thank every one of these boys here today, other places, who make me look like a professional wrestler. And I can't think of one other person who has done that more than Bryan Danielson. Thank you. God bless you. Wish you all the best in the future. Thank you all. Whatever happens from here in, I love you all. Keep supporting this company.
Appreciate that, guys. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you look at the Ring of Honor shows from this last year, if you look up and down each and every show, and you see what the best match is on every card, most likely it's not me. See, you guys aren't looking at it objectively. I'd like to think I don't either, but the truth is, when you look at all the shows, the people who have been having the best matches are guys like the American Wolves. Guys like Roderick Strong, who's been busting his ass in this company for as long as I can remember. Guys like world champion Austin Aries. You may like him and you may hate him, but he's been one of my best rivals the entire time I've been in this company. Who I'd also like to thank, the person who's responsible for this show even taking place tonight, is a guy who came in and took this company out of the rubble, and that's owner Kerry Silkin. Kerry, without you, nobody, not one of these guys would be standing around the ring tonight, and I'd like to personally say thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Kerry Silken. But I'd be a little remiss if I didn't thank a couple more people. I'd like to thank Nigel McGuinness. For being probably the best opponent I've ever had. I would like to thank the best referee I've ever been in the ring with. And as much as you don't like him, I would like to thank Todd Sinclair. You guys give him loads of crap, but I swear to God, I've been to Japan, I've been everywhere in this world, and my favorite referee is standing right there. It's ever going to happen. But I'd also like to thank every person in this crowd tonight. I don't know how much I'll be able to wrestle in the future, but this has been by far my favorite place to wrestle in my entire career. You people have been awesome. And not just you people, I love everything about this. I love the doctor, for Christ's sake. He's awesome. But if I could make one last request of every person in this building, no matter what I do, or no matter where I go, I want you people to support this company. Because quite frankly, guys, I'm a boring wrestler who does nothing but a bunch of boring wrestling holds. And if it weren't for this company, you people, the Ring of Honor owner, and all the boys standing around the ring right now, I would not be who I am today. You know what? That might be the last time I ever get to punch somebody in the ear. Punch John Cena in the ear? I swear to God, I'll walk right up to that son of a bitch and... But, really? Not if I can't see him, he won't. Shouldn't I be a comedian or something? But seriously, there's really only one thing left. I really don't have much else to say, and so I'd like for the Music Man